Good morning and welcome to a glorious final day at Goodwood at the Festival of Speed. It's shootout day, but not only that, we're also celebrating one of the most successful Formula One teams of the modern era.
Another victory lap for Max Verstappen, who is on his way to win his 34th Grand Prix since Bahrain 2022.
Red Bull have a different way of operating with the emphasis on people being themselves.
When you look at some of the other projects that Red Bull are involved in, the extreme sports, we're tremendously proud to carry the Red Bull logo. It's become iconic in Formula One.
If you have a will and if you have an idea, exciting things are possible.
You know, I didn't want to let him down. Did I feel ready? Probably not. People saw Red Bull as a party team, and then we're third, and that was the first podium for the team, so it was a massive achievement.
Sebastian Vettel went right into the side of Mark Webber.
Uncomfortable as it is to call that between those two guys.
What the hell are we doing here?
This is silly, Seb, come on.
Sebastian Vettel, you are the world champion! Thank you, boy. Unbelievable.
Gonna get it while you can?
Yeah!
I need a drink. We may have a bit of a problem. Oh, I got damage. Got damage! Power! Well, mate. Oh, could have done it after that one.
This is how we do it, man. This is the Mexican way.
Checo is a legend.
Max Verstappen, you are the world champion! We are so proud of you.
Oh my God, guys. I love you so much.
Max Verstappen wins 19 Grand Prix in a single season.
That's history. It has been an absolute privilege watching you drive this car that's been built by a team of brilliant people.
Literally ludicrous domination.
You guys built a rocket ship of a car.
Red Bull Formula One cars will be here across the rest of the day here. We will have them turning up at the turning circle in front of the house at Goodwood. It is a tribute to 20 years of Red Bull racing in Formula One today. Grace, it's a huge moment for the team as well.
It is going to be huge, and if it's anything like the balcony moment yesterday with Michael Dunlop, we're in for a spectacle. Just to celebrate the magnitude of what this team has achieved is going to be incredible at a place like the Festival of Speed.
And these are all, of course, proper motorsport fans as well. They have a lot to look forward to today. This is what we have in store for the final day of the Festival of Speed. Main theme get underway from 8:30. First glance on road bikes from 9:15. The supercars go up the hill at 9:55. There is a warm-up show at the Action and Sports Arena at 10:30. F1 Isle of Man TT dirt bikes go up at 10 to 11. Then it is the Red Bull F1 batch at 11:40. I think it's 8 cars are going up the hill today, including the world champion driving one of them. He and the rest of the drivers will then go for their balcony moment at 11:55. That includes Christian Horner, Adrian Newey, Max Verstappen, Sergio Perez, Daniel Ricciardo, Christian Kleen. Then we have the main theme from 1890 to 1960. After that, it's a show in the Action and Sports Arena at 12:30. Drift, Jost, Niki Lauda and Mercedes-Benz go up at 10 to 1. The MG moment is at 1:30. Main theme again from 1970 to the present day at 1:40. F1, Isle of Man TT and dirt bikes from 2:10. It is a show in the Action Sports Arena at 2:30. Then it is the shootout final at 3 o'clock this afternoon, the one they all want to win. Drift, Jost, Niki Lauda and Mercedes-Benz go up the hill again at 3:45. And then we round out this final day of the festival with first glance on road bikes at 4:25, the competition section in the arena at 4:30, and at 5:05 it's the supercars before we round out the day with main theme 1890 to 1960 at 6 o'clock this evening. An action-packed day ahead of us here at the Festival of Speed, and there is one man who will be greeting all those who go up the hill today, and that is David Green. David, what are you most looking forward to today?
Well, Rachel, as you can see, we've sort of sneaked into the Drivers' Club, which is a sort of satellite Drivers' Club at the top of the hill. But for me, Festival of Speed Sunday is all about the shootout. The likely podium, Romain Dumas, Scott Speed, Travis Pastrana. It's just which order is that going to be in?
Well, this is it, isn't it? We cannot wait for this today. It is an exciting final day. Grace is going up the hill as well. Let's join our commentators, though, for this final day here at the Festival of Speed.
Thank you, Rachel. It's great to have cars heading up the hill already as we are into what's called Batch 2, horseless to hybrid, and with a slightly later batch of vehicles coming up to very, very modern machinery as well. Bruce Jones alongside me, and Bruce is always wonderful as we get into a day, the sun is shining, and we've got some wonderful noise already.
Certainly do now, as the Andrea Montermini in the fantastic-looking, brilliant-sounding Ferrari 333 SP, the 333 SP. Any moment now, he's about to ride at Moulcom, and we've just had one car very nearly going off there. It's greasy at the outside of the circuit, and again, oversteer there, corrected beautifully by the Italian, but they have to have a little bit of caution. Patches in the dry are certainly absolutely fine, but under the trees, up to the flint wall where he's going now, actually, that's not as slippery. I don't know why the moisture so much just on the outside of Moulcom Corner. So that's something the drivers will have to be warned about.
Yeah, you have to be a bit cautious. Oh, we've got a car off at Moulcom, and now we've got a car off at Moulcom already, just in front of our commentary position. There you are. And unfortunately, it's just made a slight contact. It hasn't gone in heftily. But, yeah, not ideal.
No, it's the right-hand side of the track, so really the sort of natural line to be taking, and it's greasy there, and the Audi has gone off into the straw bales. We'd had the McLaren Longtail, the F1 GTR, nearly going on. So let's take a look at, this is the first car that had a problem. This is Gary Ailes in the McLaren F1 GTR. He didn't go onto the grass, but he came, Ben, oh so close. Look at that sideways approach.
Yeah, Gary, I saw him yesterday, a friend of mine, and I'm sure he was very relieved that he managed to sort that out. But Dindo Capello is the man who I think who's had that big slide in the Audi. Let's have a look. I'm not sure it's actually Dindo in the car at this point. We shall find that out. But into the big slide, and oof, yes, it has damaged the rear bodywork as well, which is very unfortunate.
Yes, it's also going into that area of shade, which is immediately over the very wet part of the outside line of the track. So you've gone for the bright sunshine, looking east, sun in your face, and then suddenly just sliding to the edge and glissading off into the straw bales there. Driver out, driver okay. Hopefully not too much damage to the car, but obviously they've got to put it clear of those bales.
It is Dindo Capello, who knows this hill climb extremely well, and obviously a little bit frustrated with himself hitting into the straw bales.
Well, looking across Dindo's illustrious career, he was very much someone who kept it on the island. This is the one of the Audis he raced, the Audi R8C, 3.6-litre V8 turbocharged, built for 1999 season. And at those stages, it was chopping and changing between open top and closed roof cars competing at Le Mans. But again, it's the evolution of cars, but you might say it's old-fashioned to have just straw bales, but obviously we don't want barriers around this circuit. But these are hefty bales. They weigh something extraordinary in terms of weight, and that's how they can resist any vehicle that goes off into them.
Absolutely, no, it's extremely well sorted out. It's just unfortunate. But I have to say, it is always tricky doing the first run up the hill here at Goodwood, no matter what the weather's like right now, because we had rain at the end of yesterday, and then you get vehicles going up and down this hill climb on the build-up towards the morning. You get a bit of dirt onto the track as well. And we've always seen how slippery it can be on the first runs. That's what we're watching now.
Even on patches of circuit that don't look slippery, they certainly can be, but actually look slightly muddy on the outside. But it's simply the sun hasn't struck it. But the bales have done their job, and it's really just a case of how they can hook this up and pull that Audi back, the R8C, and maybe they're going to need the flatbed truck to put it on to take it away, but the flatbed is there, maybe just as a towing device. But anyhow, we started 5 minutes early to build in a little bit of extra time into the programme, and so it's shown that was a very, very wise decision.
It was indeed, yes, and I'm not at all surprised that somebody's ended off, as we saw one or two other moments just before that one went off, and these pictures, these images, I'm sure, will give all the other drivers who are lined up down at the bottom of the hill, ready need to come up a little bit more caution and realise just how slippery it is on that section. So we've got so much to look forward to over the course of the rest of the day. We have been also remembering Gil de Ferran. We're just looking at some images right now. Gil de Ferran, a man who was such a tremendous racer. He never quite got the chance to race in Formula One, but he was a champion in the United States and winner of the Indy 500, and a wonderful guy. We both knew him well, Reece.
Yeah, absolute superstar, but a greater man out of the car. He was a brilliant man in the car, and that victory so popular for Penske Racing. And in fact, Harrison Newey will be driving that 2003 Indy 500 racer up the hill today. And in fact, in this batch of cars, there it is, waiting. In fact, he had started his run, so he's parked up, saw the red flags being flown. That meant stop your vehicle. He did it right in front of Goodwood House, so he's having a chat. So this is Harrison, the racer son of designer Adrian Newey. He's had some great cars to drive, but again, this was a fabulous time in Indy racing. Ben, Indy 500, just such an amazing race, and to win that, we saw Gilles in that little clip of films drinking the milk, the victor's milk, and you know, again, Gilles the man, extraordinary. And of course he did become involved in Formula One later on, helping out McLaren.
Indeed. Very
much a people person, but also very, very bright, very good technically as well, and that really helps when you're trying to get a team sort of get its mojo back, to rebalance everything.
Yeah, so you are looking at the car, as you say, that he won the Indy 500 with in 2003. It is lovely that it is here this weekend, the Tanos G-Force GF09. And that was what he took his final win. He retired, actually, at the end of that season, having taken the win in Indy 500. But he did actually come back to racing. It was funny, because he was a sporting director at BAR Honda. As you say, in Formula One, he had a different role. He wasn't a driver in Formula One, but he was a manager, a sporting director. But he actually went back to racing, didn't he? Went back to sports car racing in the United States and did very well. Sort of set up his own team as well.
He did, and great success for that team. We're running Simon Pagenaud, particularly, over there. But a real people person.
Yeah, fantastic. Really, really interesting history from Gil de Ferran. And, of course, many people involved in motorsport had good connection with Gil de Ferran. And our Harry Benjamin caught up yesterday with a man who knew him well, Andrea Stella.
The 2003 Indy 500 winning machine from Penske that was driven to victory by Gil de Ferran. We're in the assembly area here, getting ready to celebrate the life of Gil de Ferran, who sadly passed away at the end of last year. He had a monumental effect across motorsport, but he had a particularly close association with the McLaren Formula One team, and team principal Andrea Stella joins me now. Andrea, thank you so much for taking the time. McLaren are having huge successes this year, and Gil de Ferran played a really pivotal role in that.
Absolutely. Gilles played a very important role for this positive trajectory that we are having at McLaren right now. Last year we started a collaboration. He was my personal advisor, so effectively helping me in all the team principal duties, and as many. But he was so impactful. He had such a key role. He was... you know, Gilles was sometimes you think like, and he was also a driver. Like he had the competence of an engineer, strategic thinker. He was an unbelievable coach, you know, a sounding board, which made him so important for many people at McLaren of different kind. They didn't need to be drivers, you know. He was having technical and let me say personal contribution in aerodynamics, in race engineering, in vehicle dynamics. And we, to be honest, I was wondering, like, Gilles, how do you know all these things? Like, how can you be so good with people? How can you know about mathematics? How can you know about engineering? How can you know about aero? So, by the way, that's also why he was my advisor. Like, I need to get him right next to me, and let's run this place together. So, a very important contribution. Unfortunately, he passed away at the end of the year, and you know, that's so sad for many reasons, but one of the reasons is that he could not see the work continuing and the work being becoming more and more successful. And for us, it was always going to be the first victory for Gilles and it happened in Miami, which is the place where he was living. So an incredible individual, and even a little bit magic.
He certainly had a little bit of magic, and it's so special to see McLaren paying tribute. Just finally, how special is it also to have Goodwood celebrating him here as well?
Well, having Goodwood celebrating Gil, I think it's incredible, because Goodwood, there's motorsport fans, there's all kind of motorsport, and I come here just because I can see all kind of cars. So having this community recognizing the role in motorsport that Gil de Ferran had, I think is a special tribute. I feel very proud, I feel touched that this is happening at Goodwood, and definitely for me personally and for McLaren it was important to be here and be part of this tribute.
Brilliant. McLaren F1 team principal Andrea Stella, thank you so much for your time celebrating the life of Gil de Ferran.
So we are waiting to get a bit more action coming up the hill. They are about to remove the Audi that went off just a few moments ago, so we will be getting some more action, and that will be good for David Green, who's up at the top of the hill. David, it's a bit quieter up there than you'd planned initially, but we're looking forward to more cars heading up that way.
Yes, very peaceful up here at the moment. We're just basking in the sunshine on the Sunday at Festival of Speed, which of course is all about shiny cars, F1 royalty, but we all know who the most important people here are, and it's the marshals. And I've found quite a little special one here. This young lady, Julie Hockey, you were here right at the beginning.
Yeah, I came here in 2003, the very first one. I just came as a spectator, loved it, kept coming every year since. And then in 2001, got the bug, became a marshal. So I've been coming back here since 2015.
That's only half the story, really. I mean, you're here at the first Festival of Speed, which is extraordinary in itself. But after 2001, well, you've moved to Australia, still come back. I think that's quite impressive. Tell us about that.
So in 2015, I met a couple of marshals who'd come over to Australia, and they said, why not come back? So, of course, I'm going to come back. So came back in 2015, and I've been coming back here ever since.
We complained because the M25 was closed this weekend, and, you know, our commute might be a little bit awkward. You come from Australia to marshal at the thing. I think that deserves some extraordinary applause and respect.
Oh, no, it's an absolutely fabulous event. You know, why wouldn't you? I mean, I travel around the world. I go to various events. You know, this is a special one for me because this is where my motorsport career started. So absolutely special. Great event.
Well, we love your work, and we'll be looking out for you. And I think, you know, it just shows you about the attraction of the Festival of Speed and true commitment to the cause. So when you see the marshals out there today, give them a big wave and a round of applause, because they make this whole thing happen.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
How do you start an iconic movement? Classicism would say it's all about form and craftsmanship, while Surrealism would find all of this quite, well, surprising. After all, it's about creating the icon of a new movement. Welcome to Forwardism, the all-electric BMW i7.
Broadband are changing the game. We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change. 2 tournaments, 1 final. The UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Skyfall Fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it! Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect, and that is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Final day of the Goodwood Festival of Speed in 2024. We've been enjoying an amazing time as ever, and we're building up to some of the maximum today as well, particularly with the Red Bull celebration that will be taking place late morning today. But we've also got one of the most feisty aspects of the whole weekend, and that is the shootout, Bruce, which is always very entertaining because we wait to see who's going to be fastest up the hill. And we've seen many different events over the years, and yesterday in the sort of practice session we actually saw a very close battle as well. Incredibly close.
You know, any race, as long as you've got 2 people who are really close, and we have a couple with just the most extreme vehicles. Scott Speed in this Subaru 4x-everything, the Project Midnight, and then Ford Supervan, not the 4, the 4.2. It's slimmer, it's leaner, and all that electric power going to all 4 corners. Here it is. It's a van, but it's not a van. I was talking to them earlier, actually, and I was intrigued because when it was first here in 2022, it was with the 4 electric motors and 2,000 horsepower. When it went to Pikes Peak, set a record and a class victory at Pikes Peak, they reduced it to 3 electric motors, back to 1,400 horsepower. And I did ask them, no, they've gone back to all 4 motors again this weekend. So I did check in with them. It is back to 2,000 horsepower, not the same as they had it at Pikes Peak. It also produces quite a lot of downforce, so it's got massive electric power. It was very rapid off the line, but I tell you, it was only a tenth faster on the run up the hill from, as you mentioned, that Subaru WRX Project Midnight. 1/10 of a second between Romain Dumas, Scott Speed. So they will be the last 2 to go in the shootout this afternoon, and we could be on for an amazing finale. We really can, and between we will be, and also just consider how much those 2 drivers, Romain Dumas, absolute expert at things like the Pikes Peak, and Scott Speed would have been visualising their runs today. They will have pictured exactly they want to put their vehicles up the course. It's a bit like a ski racer. They're imagining the run before they set off. You see them swaying around. That is what the 2 of them will be doing. Well, it'll be great fun. I'm really looking forward to it. Marvin Kirchhoffer was the winner last year. Who's going to be the winner this year? We will find out later on this afternoon. I do hope you'll be with us for the shootout. But we're getting ready for a bit more action up the track because they've got the Audi out of the way that went off. They've put up some more straw bales to make sure that everybody else will be safe. And I would imagine that all the drivers now will be just a little bit more cautious as they get ready to go. Gwyndaf Evans is about to set off in the Seat. And, of course, he's very experienced rally driver himself. It's a rally family. Elfyn Evans, his son, is still very much a front player in the World Rally Championship. And of course, rally drivers have to do one thing above all, that's to react to the surface on which they're driving, which is constantly changing. No regular tarmac for them, by and large. So Gwyndaf, all those decades of rally experience, and his Seat will be the car that restarts the group. I don't know where Harrison Newey has got to, if his car has been returned to the start line in that 2003 Indy 500 winning Panos, but the batch will continue. And again, Ben, we need to talk about the concept, the theory this time. It's horseless to hybrid. We're looking at the evolution of technology through time, through the century and more since motor racing began. Absolutely right, yes. So we are starting from the back, not in this group. We'll have a batch 1 out later on where you see the steam-powered machinery that came from pre-1900s, and then we saw some of the very, very early
road cars. But we've moved up a little bit further in this batch, of course, to a more recent development, if you like, and looking at advanced electronics, paddle shift gearboxes, all that sort of advanced technology that has brought us forward, and then into full electric, of course, some of these, the hybrid powertrains as well, and real state-of-the-art engineering with some of the vehicles that we'll be seeing coming up the hill in this batch. So we're just waiting for the next few cars to get the all clear that it is okay to come up the hill. I don't think it will be very long now. Marshall's just keeping them waiting. I think there's, thumbs up. It is time for the cars to be heading up.
And again, sometimes when you have an incident like a car sliding off into the bales, you have to look at the way the marshals and the rescue crews all work. And getting the straw bales replaced, that requires the right equipment because they're very, very heavy indeed. But now it's a traditional rally start, hand in front of the windscreen, wave to the driver, thumb up, off they go. So Gwyndaf Evans, he'll have in his mind that he got the report that it's slippery at Moulcombe. We haven't yet seen the state of the hill right up at the top where it runs under the trees, but through the first right-hander, followed by the second, setting it up beautifully to see it, Ibiza, pushing it on. In fact, even there, Gwyndaf going slightly wide, but his machinery is relatively old, but the next one on the start line is an absolutely contemporary rally car. It's the Rally 2, it's the second division style Toyota GR Yaris.
And it is his son who's driving it, so it's rather nice that the Evans family are both involved in this. And Toyota GR Yaris, as you say. This is the Rally 2, which is much more available for the sort of amateurs and semi-professionals who are not at the very top level. Rally 1, of course, is the top level that Elfyn Evans competes in, which is now turbocharged hybrid machinery. These Rally 2 are still very, very effective. They did a lot of testing, Toyota Yaris being produced in this format, and it's been competing the Japanese Championship as well. But here we are with a full world rally car. This is the Rally 1 hybrid, and actually this is saying Elfyn's in this one, isn't it? So maybe it was Johan Kankkunen, I think, in the other one. Sorry, my mistake. Elfyn was just waiting to head up in this one, so it was Kankkunen in the previous one. Another great rally driver with tremendous history, and Elfyn is now giving us a bit of a display, a bit of a show in this one.
The message has obviously got through because he stayed far away from the right-hand side of the track at Moulcombe at the Hillside course. He hugged the inside verge there as the track turns to the left, did a bit of wheel hooking over the left-hand edge of the circuit. Absolutely right, nose down. Again, these cars have so much attitude, Ben. They dip and they buck, but the sheer amount of power you get from the Rally 1 hybrid definitely the way forward to rally.
Yeah, no, it's wonderful to see him putting on the show once again. They have had such great success, and the World Rally Championship is a very close battle this year as well, so do try and monitor it if you get the opportunity to do so. Now, looking up the hill now, we've got much more of a big off-road machine. This is the Toyota GR DKR Hilux, 3.4 litre V6, so it is turbocharged, and it's had a great deal of success in the hands of Nasser Al-Attiyah, multiple world titles, 3 Dakar rally wins for this Japanese mark. It's Seth Quintero who's actually driving here and doing some wonderful rotation.
Absolutely brilliant. In fact, if you look back, we talk of the Dakar Rally, used to be known as Paris Dakar Rally when it did precisely that. Start from Paris, go down through France and Spain into North Africa and all the way around to Dakar. But a lot of the off-road vehicles then were literally no more developed than Toyota pickups and Land Rovers. But this is absolutely made for purpose and for the massive off-road events that particularly happen in the Middle East.
It is a great noise as well. He's doing that right outside our commentary box at the moment. And it's not wide there, I can tell you. There is not a huge amount of space. So to have the control, all 4 wheels are spinning like mad. And now he disappears past us through the slippery corner that we saw the Audi go off at. No problem at all for this machine, which is able on just about any kind of surface you could possibly imagine.
And I really think, like the drift drivers who are coming up later, they have to have this amazingly tuned inner compass because they can't see anything with all that tyre smoke when they're doing those constant rotations. But fabulous bit of showmanship there from Seth Quintero. Already seen some of the straw bales at the top being clipped. In fact, the previous car going up the hill, Elfyn Evans, he had a little go in the left-hander that leads to the final run to the finish line, but no damage done. And another car with enormous ground clearance, enormous performance, the Audi RSQ e-tron E2. And this is the car that the vehicle that won a 4th Dakar victory for Carlos Sainz. Not junior, this is senior, the double World Rally Championship from the path It whistles, it goes sideways. The only noise you really get above the whistling is the screech of those enormous tyres. But these cars look as though they've landed in outer space to me, but they're absolutely sensational.
And we're going from these big off-road machinery to the British touring cars. And of course, British touring cars is always a very popular part of British motorsport, one of the major national championships, no doubt about it. Josh Cook is driving the Toyota Corolla up the hill at the moment. And Rob Huff, it's actually Rob Huff's car, his teammate, the number 12, who has been back in British touring cars after a long, long gap. He went into British touring cars in the early 2000s, Rob Huff, and then left and raced in Europe and world touring cars with a great deal of success. Seat was a big part of his success in his early years, but he's now back with Toyota in British touring cars, and he took a win this year at Snetterton. Great to see him take that victory back in the British Touring Car Championship.
Now, for a lot of people, this is the car that stunned 2 years ago when it came here. We'd seen the development over a year or so, but the McMurtry Spearling, it is as if from another planet. The sheer amount of power, 1,000 horsepower, but what's so important is alive with an undercar fan that helps create, with the massive rear wing, 2 tons of downforce. This is the car almost stuck to the road as if by glue, but the way it redefines physics, it takes the corners. I still have not recalibrated my eyes.
It is incredible when you see this go past, and if you're standing by the side of the track, watching it on camera, the cameras are struggling to keep up with it. It is so fast. So this is the vehicle that holds the record here up the hill climb that Max set 2 years ago, 39.08. And we've only ever seen a couple of cars get below 40 seconds. I don't think we'll see any of them go below 40 today. The fastest we saw in the shootout build-up yesterday was around 45 seconds. We might get, as you said earlier, Bruce, into the 44s, 43s, but I don't think we're going to get anything into the 39s.
No, I think not, and the McMurtry Spearling is not entered in the shootout this year. Now, this is an entirely different element of technology. This is the simple NASCAR racer. It looks simple from the outside, but the technology has been honed over the years. These are cars that should be slipstreaming each other's around the banking of the states, the great speed ovals, the short tracks, but this is not the natural environment for a NASCAR, but such a great sound. We've always enjoyed having them here at the Festival of Speed.
I love the way you talk about it, yes, because they were always designed to look very much like a big road car, but the modifications internally inside, so clever. And in fact, for many, many years, it's more well-behaved nowadays because they can analyse things, but there was a line about NASCAR that was, it's not cheating unless you get caught. And for many years, there's been some wonderful books written about NASCAR and about the ways that they've been able to modify them over the years without the rulers actually knowing.
Yes, exactly. And in fact, they have a template, they have a metal template they put over the top of the car to check it's the right size, because famously someone produced basically a 7/8 scale model and tried to race it. They got caught.
They did. Yes, they would always get caught in the end, but some of them did it very effectively. Now, this is really interesting. This is the new Ford Dakar Raptor, and we will see Carlos Sainz competing. So this is Carlos Sainz Sr., father of Carlos Sainz, of course, in Ferrari Formula One. But Carlos Sainz Sr. took the Dakar win earlier this year with Audi. He's going to be in this new Ford next year, but so is the man driving this Nani Roma, who's also a front runner in this form of motorsport. So this is the new Ford moving forwards.
And it's lovely looking at the back of that Raptor to see the suspension clear for all to see, so much ground clearance, made for purpose. But if anyone can make this vehicle dance in 2025, you have to feel Carlos Sainz is your man. GT3 racing, it's the subclass at Le Mans, it's a global phenomenon. BMW and particularly Rover Racing, fantastic German team, have been right on top of the sport since the across the years, but once they moved across to BMW, first with the M6 GT3s, now with the M4, and great to see that being propelled up the hill by one of the works BMW drivers, and that's Philipp Eng, very, very talented Austrian.
Yeah, absolutely. This team won its third 24 Hours of Spa last year with Philipp and with Nick Yellerly too, who's also going to be coming up the hill later on. And this is Rowe Racing, as you say, since 2016. They've had a lot of support from BMW Motorsport, getting a nice feel for the grip levels. The grip levels are not exactly the easiest still, but it is drying out, getting more vehicles out there, like the Lancia Martini, another beautiful machine.
Beautiful car that used to compete against the Porsche 956s and 962s later on. Smaller, more exquisite in terms of design, but alas, not quite as robust and therefore not so successful. But some cars just age well, and this one still looks as crisp as when it was new. course it was new some while ago.
1985, it made its debut at Brands Hatch, and then the following year it went on to a second place finish at Monza, driven by Andrea Stella and Alessandro Nannini, some of the great Italian drivers in the 1980s. Both had F1 experience as well, but were rapid in sports car. It's just a glorious looking car, the Lancia Martini.
Now, one of the most successful championships around the world is the Ferrari Challenge. There are the Asia Pacific Series, there's one in the States, the one in Europe is absolutely burgeoning. A couple of years ago they replaced their standard car, which was the Ferrari 488 Challenge car, with the newer body shape of the Ferrari 296, and it really is a step forward to my eye in terms of the appearance. But again, it's harnessed by drivers from the top level down to people just getting going in motor racing.
And it's being driven by Andrew Morrow, who won the British Ferrari Challenge last year, and he's quick in the shootout. He did a 49.6 yesterday. He was 7th quickest. So he's actually going to be one of the ones we'll be keeping quite a close eye on in that shootout. He's not quite got the pace of some of the full electric mighty cars up front, but this one is the one that we are expected to be challenging for the win. Scott Speed in the Subaru Project Midnight.
It's also great that Scott's here because, of course, he was. We've got the Red Bull Racing celebration. He was with them in Formula 1, but he's had a different career since then. So much success in Rallycross. I really love the appearance of this car, and I love the way that Subaru's staying true to using a flat 4 engine as well.
It is amazing, and I gather, I went and popped down there earlier. This has only done one test. They've built it especially for Goodwood. It's done one test before it's come here to Goodwood, and Scott didn't get to do the test, so his first running is actually in that machine, is up this hill.
Now, we talked about Pikes Peak with the Ford Supervan. Another car that's going to be pitching for glory there is the Alpine A110, but not as you know it. Look at that enormous rear wing. That's not what you get on the road cars, even on the Alpine Racing Series car. And a huge amount of downforce is going to need to be harnessed. Raphael Astier has been pushing this very hard indeed, very hard off the track, off the hill climb course a couple of times, but only onto the grass verges. But he is definitely going to be determined to get his time lower and lower.
Raphael Astier has done a lot of Pikes Peaks competitions over the years. He's competed with this Alpine at the Pikes Peak. Pikes Peak is this American test. It's a much longer hill climb. It takes you nearly 10 minutes, even in something really fast, to go from the base to the top, whereas this takes about, well, 3/4 of a minute in the fastest vehicles. He will be challenging. I'm not sure. He was 6th fastest yesterday. He was just a fraction quicker, actually, funnily enough, than Andrew Morrow we saw a moment ago in the Ferrari.
Yeah, but don't forget, when you do the Pikes Peak, you go up to about 14,000 feet, so the air is thin at the top. But now here's a car that is one of the least likely racers you could find, or competition cars. It's a Subaru wagon, the GL wagon, but it's known as the Huckster. It's got some tricks up its sleeves, and you'll see it when it starts to brake.
I love seeing the aero devices flapping. So you've got the over the wheel arches, but you've also got a rear wing. Watch the tail of the car as he comes down into a braking area, and things leap up, and the rear wing leaps up and then slides back down again. This is always part and parcel of Travis Pastrana's car, and this is the Subaru Huckster was 4th fastest yesterday.
Yeah, he's been very, very close to winning the shootout on several occasions. He never gives anything other than his best. Now turning into Molecomb Corner again, tail out because he can't help being a showman, but it is still quite slippery there. He's now pointing the straight line up the hill from the sunshine into the dark. He approaches the most fearsome feature. There it is, bang in front of him, the Flint Wall.
He's definitely being a little cautious, and I understand that at this time of day, because he wants this car to be in good form later in today, when he will be going for it absolutely flat out. When he really goes for it, yesterday we saw some big sideways moments. I'm convinced that he's just being a little cautious this morning.
There is a margin of error built in. He may not be using that this afternoon, but again, in this glorious sunshine at the Goodwood Festival of Speed on the Sunday, it's very difficult for the drivers going from bright sunshine into the full dark under the trees.
Just done 50.8 seconds, which is several seconds slower than what he did yesterday, because we've still got that dampness out there, and that's what he needs to be a little bit cautious. Now, you're on board and looking at the vehicle that was fastest yesterday, the Ford Supervan 4.2, which is now back to 4 electric motors, the full 2,000 horsepower. Amazing acceleration off the line, and yesterday that was pretty much the quickest. He's done about the same, actually, 4.3 seconds from the start line to the first checkpoint. Very rapid indeed. The electric machines, of course, have that ability. And while it's a bit quiet, I tell you what, its speed yesterday, when he went across the finish line, he was by far the fastest. It went across the line at 147 miles an hour.
What's quite extraordinary looking at the Ford Supervan, it actually looks slower than it is. I think just simply because of its sheer scale. But when you get up close, and it's really slipping and sliding. I mean, Romain Dumas is a phenomenal racing driver, but he's even better, I think, as a hill climb driver. And the way he adjusted, because he had some grip and then no grip, but when you've got 2,000 horsepower being fed down, of course it's going to move around.
Yeah, and it was beautifully done. And actually, that was quick, 49.1 seconds. So that's, again, the fastest we've seen so far today. But remember, he did a 45.0 yesterday, so about 4 seconds away from full dry element that we saw yesterday afternoon. Well, I do hope you enjoyed that. We did. That was fun to see some of the rapid machinery that we will be seeing later on today in the shootout, getting their first early runs up the hill on slightly tricky conditions, but very, very entertaining nonetheless. And this wonderful display of cars and bikes that we will be enjoying throughout the course of this final day at the Festival of Speed. Let's take a look at some of the highlights then, Bruce. We did enjoy it. I mean, it was a bit tricky in the very early stages.
Oh, touch and go for the McLaren F1 GTR, the long tail, but Gary Iles sorted it out, not at the first swing of the wheel. The second he got it straightened up the hill, but he was fortunate. Dindo Capello, a couple of cars later, the Audi R8C, it was slippery on the outside line into Moulcombe, and that was the result. It was cleared up, the car has been rescued, the driver is fine, but once the cars got back on the hill, it was time to get some sideways action.
Yeah, the rally driver superstars were producing some wonderful displays. Elton Evans in the Toyota, and then, of course, the full off-road, the sort of Dakar-style machinery, doing even more fun and games. On the slippery surface, they weren't at all bothered. The electric-powered Audi that was so successful in the early part of this season, which has been successful off-road pretty much everywhere, that has been part of it. And then the Ford that will become a big part of all of that kind of action next year, also entertaining us. And then we've seen some very rapid runs for some of the shootout possibilities later.
Yeah, we're looking at the candidates for the shootout. This was the car, the Subaru Project Midnight, made for this event, short on testing mileage, but Scott Speed really making it fly. Will it be quick enough? Travis Pastrana is going to be pinching in there with the Subaru GL Wagon Huckster. Spectacular, not in terms just of the stopwatch, but also the way it delivers its performance.
Yeah, and the way he drives, I love it. When he really goes for it, it's very, very entertaining to watch. The Austin Lab Half 11, we didn't see it full time out there, but that's a really fun machine. It's been built recently based on some of the histories of 911s, but it's a fascinating looking car. You can go and have a look at that. Of course, if you want to wander around the paddock, you get to see all of these machines. This one's up on a little base, and again, you get to look almost underneath it if you want to go and have a look at it if you are here at Goodwood. And if you're watching with us, I do hope you see it go past later. Let's go and join David Green now up at the top of the hill climb.
Well, Seth, if you get bored with rally raid, I think you could become a drifter.
That's what I'm thinking. No, it was, I know people kind of look at the truck like, oh, it's a cool truck, and we're not going the fast up the hill, so got to put on a show and try to light these tires off. It's the last day, so, don't hold back.
Well, it was very impressive, especially that second set of donuts. It was quite narrow up there.
Yeah, my mechanic's been talking to me all weekend and be like, hey, I need a donut up by the mechanics area. I'm like, all right, I got you this time. So, no, it's been a lot of fun. It's my first time up here, and I've had a blast. People here are amazing, and it's just like all the builds here are top tier and really fun to watch, and a lot of historical builds as well. So I'm really hoping to come back next year.
Well, it certainly looks like you're having fun. Is it your first trip to the festival as well as your first trip up the hill?
Yeah, first trip up the hill today, and then first trip to the festival as well. And I'm loving it. I'm hoping to come back year after year after year because it's a ball. I feel like I'm at home with one big family, and it's a lot of fun.
Well, you're certainly putting on a display, so we'd gladly have you back, I think. Obviously, you're the new kid on the block with the rallying. It's been quite a successful couple of years for you.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. The first couple of years of rallying had some great success in the T3 class, and then fortunately enough now I'm part of the Toyota Guys Racing family, and it's been a wild adventure, and we got through our first year and had some great success, a couple wins here and there, and really looking forward to next year, feeling really confident. Tell us what's happening next year, next Dakar. Yeah, next Dakar, it's going to be a wild one. We got a lot of manufacturers coming into play. Ford just came into play, Dacia, Toyota. It's going to be an all-out war for sure. But Rally Raid, I'm sure as everybody knows, is one big family as well, and they all want to help each other. So looking forward to it. A lot of guys I got to go out and try to compete with, and a couple of them are here. A lot of fun, though, a lot of fun. Well, I think you'd be going more in a straight line than in circles on that, but best of luck, and so good to have you here. Thank you, appreciate it. Celia, great to have you up here in this fantastic-looking machine.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, today it's super slippery, but it's even fun. I mean, not often you can drive like this with a car like this, so I love it.
Yeah, everybody seems to just enjoy sliding around. I mean, you're paid to not slide, but we've had a couple of offs already this morning. It's pretty treacherous out there.
No, it was also at the start. I was like, okay, it's not stopping. Okay, then I will go a bit slower than I was thinking. Also, just when you're back on power, just a little bit, like, oh, wow. So, no, today was super slippery, really.
But it keeps the fans happy.
Yeah, I think this is why it's cool to be here, huh?
Well, of course, you were Road to Le Mans with this car. It's a fantastic program, the Iron Dames. Tell us a little bit more about it.
Yes, Iron Dames is just to show, to help us as well, to show that it's possible, not just on the racetrack, but also outside of it. And it's such a nice project to show that we can do as good as men, but within men, and that we want to get developed, to get the good support and to show what we can do. And this project is all about this and giving him the chance with the right tools to do it. So big thank you to Debbie. And this is amazing.
So it's serious work out there on the track, but at least you get to have some fun this weekend.
Yes, definitely. I thought I was like, okay, going uphill, it's pretty much straight corners, but actually, I love it. You get into this game, and it's super fun. Thank you.
Well, I'm glad you're enjoying it, and we look forward to seeing you again later up the hill.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
You're built different. Breathing new life into broken. Taking matters into your own hands. Assembling big dreams from the small things. Never stopping until you find the right part at the right price. That's the eBay way.
Changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change. 2 tournaments, 1 final. The UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and sky full fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
To hear them start and then...
Every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars.
You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
Sunshine is well and truly out here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Our first batches running up the hill, and the rain currently staving off for the time being, and we've still got plenty of action to come. This the final day of this year's Goodwood Festival of Speed. Where has the time gone? Coming your way shortly, the next batch of first glance cars and road bikes on the way, the very latest machinery on the roads. Then at just before 10 o'clock, we've got supercars heading up the hill before the first of the warm-up shows today from 10:30. Then we've got Formula 1, Isle of Man TT and dirt bikes in action from just before 11. And then something very special just before midday. We'll be having the Red Bull F1 cars heading up the hill before the Red Bull balcony moment at 5 to 12. So make sure you get a prime seat or a spot just outside of the house to get a view of celebrations of 20 years of the Red Bull Racing Formula 1 team. And then from midday, main thing 1890 to 1960, and then at 12:30 this afternoon we'll be straight into another action show celebrating all things Drift, Joest, Niki Lauda, and 130 years of Mercedes-Benz just before 1 o'clock. And back for another MG moment celebrating their centenary at 1:30 before we head back into our main theme, 1970 to 2024, right up to date. Then it's the F1, Isle of Man TT and dirt bikes out again at 2:10, and it's the shootout final. That's not one to be missed from 3 o'clock this afternoon before we then head back with Drift, Joest, Niki Lauda and Mercedes-Benz at 4:45. First glance on road bikes back out if you missed them shortly at 4:25 this afternoon before more action arena. The competitions though, BMX mountain bike best trick, that is not one to be missed at 4:30. And we end the day with the final batch of supercars and our main theme 1890 harking back all the way to 1960 from 6 o'clock. A busy day in store then here to see off this year's Goodwood Festival of Speed. Now, one of the main things we have been celebrating this year, and that main theme, horseless to hybrid revolutions in power. And Alice Powell joins myself, Harry Benjamin and James Hayden in the commentary box. Alice, what we've seen so far this weekend just highlights the length and breadth of all things automotive. The diversity on offer is just such a pleasure to witness, isn't it?
Oh, it certainly is. We've got from the bikes, we've got James here that will talk through the incredible first glance bikes, and we've got two bike racers that he said are going up on the hill in this run as well. We've got the first glance cars, we've got classics, pre-war race cars up to modern day, and this, you don't get this anywhere else in the world, and that's what makes Goodwood Festival of Speed so special.
You really don't, do you? Well, to find a little bit more about our theme, let's find out all about horseless to hybrid with Karun Chandok.
The central theme for this year's Festival of Speed is all about propulsion. From horseless to hybrid, we're celebrating over 130 years of the motorcar. So this year we're celebrating horseless to hybrid as the theme. Why have you chosen that theme?
Well, we think it neatly encompasses a lot of great cars and great content, and obviously the Festival of Speed is very much looking, at the motor car in all its shapes and sizes. And we're looking at powertrains and how the power of these cars has changed and grown, and also to the future.
And can you tell us a little bit about the different types of propulsion we're going to have going up the hill here? Because there's quite a range of cars out in the paddock.
We've got steam, we've got electric, we've got internal combustion engine, we've got solar, we've got hydrogen. It's very, I think, very exciting for everyone to see just how engineering and how complex problems have been overcome.
I think one thing that we've seen in recent times is this big shift towards future fuels, sustainable fuels, synthetic fuels.
We're very, very confident about it. I mean, it works fine, it goes straight in. A few cars need a little bit of a special mix, but it's basically pretty straightforward. And they've been around forever, these old race cars. They're like a lovely old pair of shoes. You kind of resole them, keep them going. They don't owe anybody anything. And if we can run them on synthetic, sustainable fuel, well, we think it's a vital part of the future of motorsport.
Iconic driver, iconic car, united and powered by renewable fuel. We had Sebastian Vettel showing off his 2 amazing World Championship race-winning Formula 1 cars on completely green fields. So the members meeting, Festival of Speed and Revival, they've become a showcase, haven't they, for future fuel?
Yes, we've been sort of feeling our way a bit. Exciting Revival, which is all about Revive and Thrive, the event, and all about sustainability, is going to be running entirely on sustainable synthetic fuels. That's the first most important event in the world to do that.
In the theme of horses to hybrid, this weekend I managed to drive a V12, a V10 engine, and now a fully electric race car. The first all-electric race car. So I'm in the Jaguar Formula E car. It's currently leading the championship. It's got so much torque. Oh no, put a bit of dirt on the Duke's driveway. He's going to hate that. Sorry, boss. One thing that you do get with electric cars is just, you feel every rattle for the suspension, every bit of torque going through the gearbox. You feel it. You don't have that noise or the vibration of the engine. So it makes you sensitive to other things going on in the race car.
The automotive industry is in a really interesting place. Nobody really definitively knows what the future will be in terms of hydrogen, synthetic fuels, electrics, or hybrid cars. But one thing we do know is that all of the future technology will be on show here at the Festival of Speed.
It absolutely will be. Horses to hybrid, revolutions in power, the main theme here at this year's Goodwood Festival of Speed, celebrating 130 years since the world's first motor race. Vehicles powered by everything and anything, as Karun was going on about. But it's not just four wheels we're looking at, and we are getting into the next batch here of first glance and road bikes. And we're kicking off, James Hayden, with two wheels once more.
We certainly are. This is the BMW R20 concept, and it's got a really wonderful mix of sort of the traditional BMW boxer engine, but with a really kind of super modern take on it. It's got that beautiful boxer twin engine. You can see the cylinders coming out either side. It's got a huge 2-litre engine in it, and lots of torque. That great big 255 rear tyre. They completely redeveloped the chassis on this, and they wanted to make it really kind of sleek and get rid of a lot of the sort of paraphernalia that often surrounds a motorbike. See how simple and clear it is by moving the oil tank, getting rid of the oil lines, putting it all in the hidden positions, and then that very simple sleek seat. Now we're looking at the Aprilia RS V4, and what a super bike this is. Absolutely gorgeous. This is their MotoGP replica, and this is actually being ridden by Lewis Rollo. He finished second in the British Championship at Snetterton last weekend, and he's giving it some beans up the hill. It's Lewis. He's in tuck there, getting it going, and what a bike this is. 220 brake horsepower, revs around to 13.2, over 190 miles an hour. That lovely little 65-degree V4, and the aerodynamics on it as well are something really quite special. Now, this is the Royal Enfield Wildfire. As you can see, it's very much based on the sort of Paris-Dakar bikes of the 80s and 90s. Now, this was built by the Royal Enfield's in-house motorsport team, and then Death Spray Customs gave it that really kind of quite unique purple and white paint job on it, and which looks absolutely great. And it's got a big sort of 22-litre fuel tank for off-roading, bespoke Harris performance subframe they built, monoshock suspension, and they really wanted to kind of try and capture the spirit of that really classic off-road era, and I think they've done it very, very well.
They certainly have. Up past the flint wall, this one of the first modern twin cylinders developed by Royal Enfields. Striking colour as well. You'll see that from a while off in the different shades of purple as he just has a little wobble. Still a little bit of a...
Yeah, the guys have got to be careful, especially on the turn we're actually sat on the outside. There's a few little damp patches, but we know the weather's going to be great today, and it's just going to be getting better and better as the day goes on, as he comes across the line. And now we're looking at this is quite an interesting, it's another Royal Enfield. This is Cherry's Challenger Super Meteor 650 sidecar. It's been ridden by Keiichiro Kurosawa, and he built, this was built by Cherry's company out of Tokyo, and it really is quite a thing when you look at it closely. It's kind of 50s inspired. You see that little hand change there? So, little hand change there on the left-hand side. They changed all the geometry. It's got Coney shocks, special hand-picked springs just to get that balance right. And they also wanted that kind of slammed special look, which it's got. Beautiful kind of classic hand painted with little gold pinstripes sort of coming down it. It's got some really, really nice touches. You don't see too many kind of modern sidecar takes, but I think they've done this absolutely beautiful. They've also moved the stock neck, customised. The engine's been moved to the left by changing all the backbone and the rear suspension. And that accommodates a big wide wheel as well. And then you've got that beautiful flowing bodywork, unique custom tank that kind of flows down. You look at it from the side there with that, again, that very low slam rear look. It really is a thing of beauty. So they've done a really, really nice job on that. And they sent something through and they said it was inspired by the vintage sidecar design and the traditional wooden Dutch clock. Can't see the clog in it. Well, I can a little bit, I guess, when you see the sidecar. But it was just an interesting thing when I was reading their notes. I was like, a Dutch clog? But you can, I guess, see a little bit of that in the sidecar. But what a lovely and unique thing. And these sort of things are here at Festival of Speed. These little one-off things are what make this event sort of so truly special, because that's never been seen before in the world until now.
Absolutely. Well, we move away then from some of the two-wheeled offerings to the four-wheeled with this, the DBX 707 from Aston Martin, Aston Martin's luxury SUV. And you might recognise this one, Alice, because it's normally found right at the back of the Formula One field.
Yes, usually they use it as the medical car in Formula One. Crosses the line to be our first road car going up the hill. 0 to 62 miles an hour in just 3.3 seconds. But then on to the new Continental Bentley GTC. We saw one of the Bentleys yesterday at the end of the day having a nice little spin. I'm not sure if it was this one. It might have been this one, actually. Roof down today because the weather is much better.
Yeah, it certainly is. It was absolutely pouring it down when this one was heading out up the hill yesterday. But this is from new from Bentley, the fourth generation Continental GT, over 700 horsepower powertrain, 4-litre twin turbo V8 with an electric motor, and Bentley very much heading in that full electrification direction with their offering in the years going forward, moving away from the internal combustion engine. This one only has about 50 miles of electric only range. New chassis, dual chamber air springs, dual valve dampers as well. Moved on to this GTC Speed. New design from Bentley heading up the field there. And the BMW M4 CS just patiently waiting at the start line to be set off. This is a very exclusive car from BMW.
Yeah, so this is the special mode from the M4, effectively. So you can tell, still a BMW, still strong, striking looking. Already has impressed at the Nürburgring. So BMW and BMW fans alike are certainly getting very, very excited about this M4.
They certainly are. That M Motorsport really building a huge heritage for BMW, and the BMW stand actually is just right by the track as it heads up the hill, actually just next to our commentary box, as Dirk Hecko, who's at the wheel, makes his way past the Flint wall now. And a strong offering this from BMW, one of their latest launches across this weekend, along with the new M5 and the XM label as well. BMW also moving away towards a new design of their cars externally. This is the XM label that I just mentioned. This is more powerful, more exclusive, more extravagant. It's the most powerful BMW M model ever made.
And look, just look at the features on this X label. It just looks so mean, not just from the front, but from the back as well. A 4.4 litre V8 hybrid engine with that cutting-edge M-twin turbo power technology as well.
Yeah, the BMW M presents this as a flagship version of its first ever high-performance car with an electrified drive system. And you can see already the design changes moving forward with the BMW. That now quite striking front grille, slightly altered, the sleek designs from the rear, the headlights altered, much skinnier, much slimmer, as it makes its way across the finish line and away to the final corner. Now, something new from China, this just in. Now, BYD is a brand you may well have heard of. They've come onto the scene very much in the last year or so with offerings up and down the range of cars, from your everyday daily driver to your luxury supercar, and they're doing that with their brand Yangwang, which is the luxury version of it. This, though, is the U8, that prestige brand of BYD. No plans to sell this car in Europe at the moment, but it's here, and that is a tantalizing prospect for us to get to grips with. And the best thing about this car is it can do a full 360 tank turn.
That's probably your favourite feature, isn't it?
Love it.
Tank turn. No, a stunning car, as Harry said, comes from the BYD brand, which is has a fantastic sound. We're seeing a lot of Chinese brands here over the course of the weekend. And here is a global debut that's just popped up on your screen and will be featured in the shootout. This is the GV60 Genesis Magma concept. Jackie Ickx was at the wheel of this on Thursday when it launched. One of many global debuts here this weekend at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Richard Morris at the moment is behind the wheel of this,
making his dynamic global debut here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. This Genesis GV60 Magma concept. Genesis, the high brand division of Hyundai from South Korea, shooting across the line. Now we head back to China for more of their offering, and this time it is from the brand Hongqi. This is the EHS7 that is currently making its way up the hill. Now, Hongqi is a Chinese, they're moving towards being an electric brand. It's actually one of the oldest Chinese passenger car brands, having been launched back in 1958. Originally, Hongqi only made cars for high-ranking Chinese government officials. Actually ceased production back in 1981 before being revived in the mid-1990s. Now very much taking a step into the future with their offering and trying to upset and rival those established brands and manufacturers in Europe and the UK. And this car with a mixture of hybrid and petrol power.
So Ineos, a very famous, well-known brand, actually a very new brand as well, has only been around since 2016, founded by Sir Jim Ratcliffe. We've got their new quartermaster here, and it's been developed to overcome the most extreme terrain, as you can tell with the height of it as well.
Yeah, the ground clearance of that has actually been raised from the previous model, about 25 centimetres higher is the this Grenadier Ineos quartermaster, and this just signals how we're seeing more and more of these type of cars on our roads. And here is another option that Ineos bring. This is the Grenadier Detour, I believe, that is making its way up the hill. Yes, it is. Now this is just a unique car that Ineos are providing here. Of course, these types of, off-terrain vehicles, you used to see them hugely working in the agricultural sector, and now they very much come into the luxury division that we now see on our roads. Striking cars that you do have to have a second glance at when you look at, and this is actually one of the Arcane Works limited edition vehicles from Ineos that is just making its way past the flip wall.
Yeah, and each of the customers can add their personal style to these hand-finished vehicles using bespoke design elements. So you really do get your personal touch when you purchase one of the Grenadier Detours.
And across the line then for the Ineos Grenadier. Quite a few Grenadiers to look out for. This one, though, being run by Arcane Works, Ineos launching that as a unique service for their customers. Now celebrating 100 years of MG, and heading straight off the line is the MG Cyber GTS. Daniel Rowbottom at the wheel, and he's been spending a lot of time in this car so far this weekend. He's absolutely loving life in this MG.
Yeah, he's going to have a lot of fun taking it up the hill. All electric, so fully electric hatchback, up to 323 miles of electric range. Daniel Rowbottom, successful touring car driver, heads into Moulcombe Corner. Is he going to turn in on the mud? Just about. Experienced enough to navigate it around, and having a lot of fun in this new MG.
I've got to say, actually, I really love the sort of the dimensions and the way this one sits on the road. I think it's just a really nice design, this new MG.
It's so nice as well to see the MG brand really back in the floor and mixing it amongst some of the mainstay contenders. Of course, MG kind of faded away from our roads for a very long time, and that's what we're celebrating here, especially with the sculpture on the lawn in front of the house, celebrating that 100 years of MG from its origins in the West, of course, where it began, to now it's new ownership and moving towards development into the East and moving it into the future. And MG very much with a brilliant range offering that they are showcasing here this weekend. Now, something you will be very familiar with is a Mini, and particularly a Mini Cooper as well. And John Cooper Works showcasing a couple of Mini Coopers. This one is the electric Mini Cooper, launching this year, and they've got two actually, the electric and the non-electric version. Very difficult to tell the difference between the two. That is how close they're getting in terms of design for Mini that they are developing here. And when we talk about electric, well, now you have to talk about Polestar. Indeed, they've been making waves over the last couple of years. Started out as a company that tuned Volvo's race cars, very much now separated from the Volvo brand. And Polestar, who only had one car as their offering for so long, now with a whole range of vehicles. This one of them, the Polestar 4. And the great thing about this car, Alice, is that it has no rear window.
Oh, I've been called many names. Alex is not one of them. They have the Polestar 3 as well that we've seen go up the hill. This is, as you said, Harry, the electric SUV coupe, 385-mile range, and can deliver you 536 brake horsepower.
And if you're wondering why it has no rear window, well, that's because they don't believe you need one. When you've got that little mounting just at the top, that is a camera there that shows you 360-degree view. And the great thing about having no rear window is that it provides you with a lot more space, a lot more headroom in the rear cabin of that Polestar. So very much one to check out the Polestar 4. The Porsche Macan Turbo is out on the track at the moment. This brand new from Porsche, with the movable aerodynamics on the rear, with that little rear wing that slides up and down, just depending on the settings you give it. The front grille slightly optimized for this version in the Macan Turbo, and that turbo indicating that you've got more horsepower as well as it speeds up the hill.
Battery electric powertrain underneath the car. Many generations we've seen of this car. First, all the way back in 2014 was the first generation. So a popular car from Porsche, stretching a long way, 10 years. Available in a wide range of colours, and I actually quite like the yellow on that Porsche.
Yeah, very nice from Porsche there. And now we go to one of the most luxurious car brands in the world. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan are back with their black badge, Cullinan Series 2. Setting off from the start line now. Lots of modifications to this Rolls-Royce. The front and rear of the car have been comprehensively reimagined from the first iteration, from that iconic grille that you can see right on the front of the car. Striking new exhaust finishes as well on the rear. It's bold, it's a new distinctive look. When you see that, you know you are looking now at a Rolls-Royce, when traditionally you might not have expected Rolls-Royce to produce a car like this.
The grille actually on the front is frameless. for the first time, and the vanes now running directly into the painted surface. So very nice and very impressive from Rolls-Royce. Now we've got the Tesla Cybertruck, and we've seen this go up the hill several times across the weekend. It's certainly a head-turner, to say the least, Harry.
This is something that has been left behind following an alien invasion, isn't it? It is just such a unique vehicle, but as well as you know, being electric, being almost truck-like in terms of some space inside, it's fast as well. 0 to 100 kilometers an hour in 2.7 seconds. It's got performance in this as well. When looking at it, you might not necessarily think it does.
No, it shifts, and it can probably shift quite nicely on the moon as well, I can imagine. Deliveries have actually already started in North America, and this was built and manufactured in Tesla's factory in Austin, with actually starting to take customer deliveries already in 2023 in December. Production will ramp up, it will take time, but the main market for the pickup trucks, they are saying, so this could rival your pickup truck.
You buying one of them?
No. And I don't know what the Terminator's driving home in. But I do admire it greatly.
I just looked at James
as
there
a
for an
unique,
answer.
you know, it's a unique thing. It's not everyone's cup of tea, but I can, you know, I can see why some people would like it.
Absolutely, it's a stunning car.
It's a stunning car, but it's a Marmite car, isn't it?
Absolutely. And look, it's not available in the UK, probably never will be unless you import it as well, but certainly one to have a look at. It's a fantastic offering from Tesla. Always driving us forward.
Everybody.
The Lotus are now on track. 0 to 62 in 2.78 seconds. Max speed 159 miles per hour. Dries Proust at the wheel. And this is quite a cool Lotus, actually, because it's got active aero on board as well. Motorsport-inspired grille. This is a race car for the road.
Yeah, it certainly is. We've seen Lotus, a big supporter of Goodwood Festival of Speed. We saw plenty of cars being launched here last year. We've got the same here with Lotus this year. And the Amaya really is such a beautiful and slick car, and really heading in nicely to the electric market, a Lotus.
Well, from Lotus to Mercedes we go next, and well, this is of course based on that iconic G-Wagon, one of the oldest classes of Mercedes, but this is fully electric. It's the brand new Mercedes-Benz EQG with 4 electric motors on board, giving it to almost 600 brake horsepower. And you know what I love about this car? Can you guess? It does a 360 tank turn as well.
I was going to say Barbie and Ken.
No, not quite. Electric motors allowing this on each of the wheels. Oh, as it kicks up a bit of the mud on the exit as well. Shown very much on a white G-Wagon as well, but this is the EQG from Mercedes, speeding past the Flint wall, and a beautiful design, and showcasing that up the hill climb this afternoon. Indeed, they've been here over the last couple of days. It did showcase that G-turn, 360 tank turn that the G-Wagons can do, but Mercedes developing their electric range up and down their class offering. And this from the G-Wagon range, the EQG with Mercedes' EQ technology. Now, this is something very special out on the track at the moment. This is the Chimera Evo 37, and it's a homage to the past whilst very much looking to the future. James, you were raving about this yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I just love it. I mean, I love the original Lancia 037, and you know, I love the fact that they've kept this as the original. It's supercharged and turbocharged. Just listening to it, it's Group B rally car all over. It looks fantastic. It goes incredible, and it's just a wonderful thing.
Yeah, it's so beautiful. 2.1 litre, 4-cylinder, nearly 500 brake horsepower, and Luca is certainly giving it some beans up the hill, very close to the hay bales on the left-hand side. That makes it up nicely, and I just love that they have really kept with the iconic Martini livery as well, and those nice rally-style headlights as well.
And the way it crackles and bangs, it's just Group B all over, isn't it?
It's absolutely stunning. Chimera doing a brilliant job. They've also got the Evo 3.8 here as well, based on that Evo 3.7, but has all-wheel drive and roughly 100 more horsepower, if you would like, a little bit more underneath your right foot. Fantastic, though, to see some of the offerings from first glance road cars and road bikes. Let's take a look back then at some of the very best of all that is new here and being debuted at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And we began things with the two wheels.
Yeah, this is the Royal Enfield Wildfire. Their version of a sort of a Paris-Dakar, really built in-house and really cool, some cool paint jobs, and just you've never seen a Royal Enfield look like that, does it? Looks like you can take on the dunes, take it anywhere, and it's lovely to see the variation they're having.
Lamborghini here as well, this with their Urus SE out there on the track, one of their first hybrid plug-in versions of the Lamborghini SUV. They've become a bit of a mainstay over the last few years, showcasing what they bring now, supercar and SUV, very much hand in hand as we head towards the future. The Bentley Continental GTC, roof off this time around, roof very much on yesterday with the rain coming down as they debuted up the hill, and the Speed 6 continuation, one of two development cars for the Speed 6 continuation series, based on the original drawings and the mechanics notes drawn and created that 1930s 24-hour Le Mans winning entry.
Yeah, then we moved over to the new BMW M4 CS, a strong BMW M Sport heritage, and then onto the Genesis. And you'll see the GV60 concept Magma car competing in the shootout a little later on today.
Yeah, Genesis, Hyundai's high-end brand. Mercedes out in force as well with their latest offerings. The C63, as we also saw the electric G-Wagon, the EQG, out on the circuit. Some of the very best of all that is new from 4 and 2 wheels. Let's head up the hill and check in with David Green.
You find all sorts of interesting people up here at the top, Paddock. Mr. Martin, you've just jumped out. How was it, by the way?
Priorities, really, really good.
Yeah, well, I'll tell them compliments to the chef for the bit.
It's better when you don't make it yourself, isn't it?
You've just jumped out of a rather large SUV.
Yes, yeah, what a thing. It's, yeah. U8, it's just, U8, it's just, it's 1,200 horsepower. It's mad.
Just what you need on a slippery hill.
It's mad. Yeah. Well, I set off. I just literally got here, jumped in the car, got the badge on, and within 5 minutes I'm in this, and just poof, what a thing! What a thing! And when it settled down, it's bouncy, but it actually floats.
This is the most extraordinary thing. It's probably one of the biggest car here, and it floats for 30 minutes.
Yeah, apparently it's nearly 3 ton, so it's like a little bit lighter than me, but it floats for 30 minutes. So if you get it wrong and it goes in a hedge, you're fine.
Or just jump into the sea for fun.
Well, exactly. But what a thing it's got, and all the electrics in it. It's pretty amazing inside.
Have you tried a tank turn yet?
Not yet. No, I've literally been sat in it for about sort of 2 minutes, and they said in the next run I'll give it a go. But yeah, very impressive.
Well, always good to see you here. You're a Goodwood regular, both at Revival and, of course, at Festival of Speed. What are you up to this weekend?
Well, I'm usually caked in dust, aren't I, really, with the rally cars and stuff. But I was working the last couple of days, so I never missed this. I remember I was chatting to somebody on my way here, and I said, I remember coming to the very, very first one. It was a few straw bales and a few cars, and I remember driving here, and they said, run your car up the hill, because there was a handful of cars then. But it's a very, very special event. This and the Revival are 2 dates in the calendar that I never want to miss. Even though I'm working on a weekend now, but you definitely don't want to miss at least one of them.
And especially when the sun's shining.
Well, I brought the Yorkshire weather with me, didn't it, really? So it'll rain in a minute. But no, it's going to be a special day, and of course it tops with hopefully an England win at the end of it. Fingers crossed.
Well, we've got fingers and toes crossed for that.
Exactly.
You were in a 1,200 horsepower SUV with a bacon buddy in the sun at Festival of Speed. It doesn't get much better than that, does it?
Life's a bit terrible, isn't it, really?
Well, enjoy the rest of your day, and lovely seeing you.
And and great to see everybody as well. And have a great day.
Changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and sky full fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
Welcome back to the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and beautiful scenes here celebrating all things automotive. And one thing you think about when you come to Goodwood is McLaren, one of the longest standing brand manufacturers to be on display here, with a huge offering from everything GT to hypercar to Formula One. Let's take a closer look at what McLaren are offering us this weekend.
Okay, good day everybody, and a very warm welcome to McLaren House. We have got plenty going on here this year at Goodwood. We're celebrating some of the past and some of the present, so let's take a look around. First off, we've got the 750S, so kind of an evolution really of the 720S, and we're marking this as benchmark redefined. It's about 30% different, better, upgraded than the 720S. Absolutely stunning all-round car. One of my personal favourites is the P1. It's essentially the world's first hybrid hypercar. So McLaren Automotive was founded in, I'm just going to come through here. McLaren Automotive was founded in 2010. By 2012, we'd announced the world's first hybrid hypercar, P1. I kind of describe it as like Jekyll and Hyde. It's a car you can drive daily, but you take it to a racetrack, push a few buttons, and honestly, it becomes an out-and-out race car. 903 horsepower, 600 kilograms of downforce, and the power's instant because of the hybrid system. What else do we have around here? Ah, look at this. One of the most iconic cars in the world. The McLaren F1 road car. This is one of only 106 cars that were ever developed. This particular one is part of MSO. MSO is McLaren Special Operations. It's essentially the bespoking part of McLaren Automotive. What this has is an HDK, a high downforce kit. Come to the back, let's have a look at this. A unique feature of the McLaren F1 road car was the 24-karat gold leaf in the engine bay. Sorry guys, just going to squeeze through here, but look at that, 24-karat gold, used as the best deflector of heat. Set a whole new benchmarks, this thing. It was the world's first carbon fibre road car, the world's fastest road car, and it held that record for I think around 14 years. Really was a whole new thing. Took the automotive sector to a different place. McLaren's newest product, Artura Spider. So of course we do have the Artura Coupe. This is a one-piece hardtop retractable roof, which you can do at up to speeds of 31 kilometers an hour, and it takes only 11 seconds, and it's essentially near silent. So Artura Spider, the brand new product, and McLaren's first production run hybrid Spider. Now, this year has been a big year of celebration for McLaren, and we're celebrating not just the hero of motorsport and McLaren, but look at this. This is Senna. So this was a part of a livery swap out that happened for the Monaco Grand Prix this year. So the Formula One team ran a special McLaren Senna livery in partnership with McLaren Automotive. Again, This is MSO, okay, McLaren Special Operations. Every single detail that you see on that car is hand-painted by the incredibly talented team back at MSO. Even on the rear quarters, you can see shots of the Senna face, all done by hand, none of it done by stencils. Now, a big part of that Senna story, really, was his relationship with Alain Prost, and they had some epic battles. Let's take a look through here. This is 1990, the MP4 5B, a 3.5-litre naturally aspirated V10, stunning sound. And I often say about this car, if you ask a 10-year-old to draw a Formula One car, they're going to draw something that looks a little bit like this. Now, as I mentioned, some of those epic battles between Senna and Prost, this is the very car that competed in the 1990 Japanese Grand Prix. Senna in the McLaren, and of course Alain Prost in the Ferrari. We all know what happened going into turn 1 of that race that year. They came together, and Senna won his third championship. Sorry, it was his second world championship, second out of 3 in 1990 in the McLaren. Moving on, we have the sister car to the one that's up on the stage. This is a Formula One car with, again, that stunning Senna livery. We're just going to make our way through here. One of the first times that McLaren Racing and McLaren Automotive have come together on a campaign like this, the Senna livery. Now, there was obviously a lot of conversations about how the car should look, but essentially we've taken the Brazilian national flag because not only did this guy do so much for Formula One and so much for McLaren, he actually did so much for his country. So this was raced alongside the Senna road car and, of course, the whole team. If you have a look around, you'll see plenty of yellow jerseys with a blue and green pinstripe. So that's a little look around McLaren House here at Goodwood Festival of Speed 2024. The vibe is brilliant. It's busy. We've been inviting guests up onto the stage as well all weekend, and we're just having a great time. Thanks, everyone. We'll see you soon.
A brilliant offering here from McLaren this weekend, and make sure you go and check out everything that McLaren has to offer at their stand, which is just behind the house. And indeed a big year for McLaren as well. Over 60 years of McLaren, and they're here with that Artura Spider and the GTS, and well, everybody is so pleased for McLaren, dancing in the crowds. That's how pleased they are to have McLaren here. But the sun is out as well, and we are about to enjoy some supercars heading up the hill. McLaren fans everywhere you've looked. I've come across a lot of Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri McLaren fans actually so far this weekend. Big contingent for them.
Yeah, and we've seen them over the years here at Goodwood Festival of Speed. As the drivers back down at the start line are waiting. We're going to see the Ford Supervan at some point. And that looks like, to me, that might be Sergio Perez sat there in the driver's seat, Harry. Is it? It looks like it. It's got S. Perez on the door.
It certainly does. Sergio Perez, Formula One driver for Red Bull, heading up in the Ford E-Transit Supervan. This is one of the cars that has been, well, designed for the hill climb, really, and heading up the hill. And I think, is that one going to be the first car up the hill as well? So brilliant to have Sergio Perez here. Of course, this car backed by Red Bull with the livery on the side. Big year for Red Bull, and we'll be celebrating 20 years of Red Bull racing. Looking very cool, calm and collected is Checo Perez in the driving seat there. A very different machine from his Formula One machinery.
You could say that. Slightly different. 4 motors, electric motors on each wheel of that Supervan, 2,000 horsepower. Incredible. And actually, it's been up the hill several times over the course of this weekend, including in the shootout. And we will be able to see the shootout later on today. And this Supervan will be a contender for the overall fastest time. And you shouldn't be surprised with the amount of horsepower. Romain Dumas is usually driving the Supervan up the hill, and he will do later on. But Sergio Perez at the wheel now of the Supervan, ready to kick off this batch of supercars. Not a supercar, it's a Supervan though, so it still counts.
Yes, we have had this discussion all weekend long. What defines a supercar? And, well, it's around about 1,000 brake horsepower, but something that's difficult to drive as well. The satisfaction that it gives you and leaving a bit of smoke in the background from that electric motor. Sergio Perez pulls forward in the Ford E-Transit Supervan to kick things off for us on the hill climb. This is going to be a car to watch in the shootout final later on today, and Perez taking it very gently, I think it's fair to say, around the first corner.
I don't blame him when he's probably been told this is going to be fighting for the shootout later on, Checo, so please take it steady. Was fastest overall actually yesterday, so will be one of the final cars we will see up the hill, the Supervan. But Checo, he's not been up the hill.
He probably doesn't know where it goes.
So he probably doesn't know where it goes. So we will see him go up the hill again a little bit later on in the Red Bull celebration, and something I promise you will want to see, so make sure you stay tuned with us. And if you are here trackside, make sure you are right in a perfect position, either in the grandstands or either side of the track, to catch a glimpse of not just Sergio, but Max Verstappen will be here as well.
Yeah, that's happening just before midday. The balcony moment celebrating all things Red Bull Racing 20 years. And this, of course, with the E-Transit Supervan, really displaying the way Red Bull are going with a link up with Ford and their powertrain supply going forward for 2026 in Formula One. They are very much hoping for that to be a successful partnership. But Sergio Perez then kicking things off as he makes his way up the hill and past the checkered flag. Now, Ray Grimes is at the wheel of this from Ferrari. The Ferrari Roma Spider in what we all know and love, that scarlet red on the Ferrari, who are bringing a big offering here. This very much inspired by that 50s, 60s convertible style V8 turbocharged engine on this Ferrari Roma Spider. Sleek design as well from Ferrari, and here with the badged 625 as well. The Ferrari heads up the field. This is from their XX range. This is the SF90 XX Spider, and this is quite the machine as well. This is with that retractable wing at the back too. This is a powerful car.
It certainly is. Also available in hybrid as well. And you know, when you see Ferraris flying up the hill, that they are really going to be absolutely spectacular, absolutely gorgeous, and super fast as well.
Road legal this, if you can believe it, as it makes its way under the trees. And we head straight to more of Ferrari's offering, and this time we head to the Ferrari Daytona SP3. This very much paying homage to the 1967 Daytona 24 Hours race, where Ferrari finished in the top 3 positions. And just listen to that roar from the Pagani Huayra. Andrea Montemini at the wheel. This is the most extreme Pagani hypercar they've ever made. Naturally aspirated V12 engine, 850 horsepower, and very much inspired by fighter jets in terms of the design.
Yeah, so impressive. Heads into Malcolm. V12, you can probably tell by listening to the sound. Let's have a little listen as it heads up through Malcolm Corner and up the Flint Hill. We've moved away from it, but what a sound that is.
Well, we've gone to the other offering from Pagani. This is the Utopia. This kind of supersedes the Huayra, actually. It's the third car from Pagani. It's another V12 rear-wheel drive, just over 1,000 kilograms as well. Not giving it as much welly as Francis Falconer at the wheel, but it's just beautiful. Pagani offering some of the most exclusive supercars that you can find in the world, and to have 2 of them here with us at the Goodwood Festival of Speed is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, it is. Super special brand, and it really is so good, as you said, Harry, to have them here, and this Utopia, simplicity, lightness, and plenty of people have said, who have had the chance to drive it, said it is an absolute pleasure.
Well, to Aston Martin now, who are here with many a car. This one is the Valor, celebrating 110 years of Aston Martin racing. This retro futurism car is how they are branding it. 5.2 litre V12, 705 brake horsepower. Then we move to the Vantage Coupe.
Look at that for some burnouts there from Shane Kelly, laying down a nice bit of rower for all of those that will be passing on by. But as you say, Aston Martin come with plenty of cars here over the course of the few days, and today we've seen the Valor, the Victor, the Valiant, the Vantage Coupe, the Valkyrie, DB12. So always a strong presence to Aston Martin when they visit the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Absolutely, this one 202 miles per hour top speed, 0 to 62 miles per hour in 3.5 seconds. This has 30% more power than the previous iteration, with a V8 engine powering it up the hill. The Aston Martin Vantage Coupe, celebrating 110 years of Aston Martin this year. Across the line in the beautiful racing green too. And Alex, you mentioned the DB12. This is the DB12 Volant V8 engine, and absolutely laying the rubber down to the start line.
I think all the Aston Martin drivers today have been told to do some absolute world of burnouts at the start line there, and that's what we are getting. Ben at the wheel, Seafred at the wheel of the B12, the DB12. Roof down today. We're not able to have the roof down yesterday afternoon when we got to see these supercars head up the hill towards the end of yesterday, but much brighter and glorious weather here for this final day of running here at Goodwood.
This is the world's first super tourer heading up the hill right now, the Aston Martin DB12 Volant with a K-fold roof that is currently down, as you say. 202 mile per hour top speed, 0 to 62 in 3.7 seconds. Now, Rolls-Royce have got prestige and luxury on their side, and that is no different with this, the Rolls-Royce Spectre. This is the world's first ultra-luxury electric super coupe, and really combines history in the old order with futurism. You can make a fab Rolls-Royce, as they have displayed, without a V12 in the front of it. This is all electric, an electric range of 330 miles, 430 kilowatt battery powering that, but it is on the heavy side, nearly 3,000 kilograms.
I mean, I would still have one. Doesn't matter if it's on the heavy side. The long bonnet and the graceful fastback silhouette really defines the super coupe element of the car, and of course you can always tell it's a Rolls-Royce. It's running through the veins of the Spectre there.
The Porsche GT3 R Hybrid making its way up the field. This is very much a race car with the livery, the rear wing, the engine powering it as well, and it is absolutely turning heads everywhere you look. It's one of the examples from Porsche's Intelligent Performance division, and it has incredible efficiency as well. Being a hybrid, it reduces the weight of the fuel tank and the need to make extra pit stops during the racing series in the GT3 Championships that it is racing in. Not quite legal for the road, though.
A car that actually back in age from 2010, and you can always tell a Porsche with that unique sound, beautiful sound, as it comes to the end of its run. And I'm guessing, I was just about to say, I'm guessing this is Max Chilton behind the McMurtry, holds the record here for the fastest time up the hill, and he's been giving us a bit of a scare every time he's gone off the line weaving there. But the sheer speed of this car, 39 seconds, it broke the record for going up the hills. Not in the shootout later on today, but you will get to see it head up the hill a few more times today. And as always, Max Chilton giving it full beans.
Yeah, this is the McMurtry Spearling Pure, the track-only evolution of that record-holding McMurtry 0 to 60 in less than 2 seconds, 1,000 brake horsepower, over 2,000 kilograms of downforce, and that is making the car stick to the road through the corners. That's how they can give it so much rally, with the aid of the huge fan at the back, which is why it kicks up so much dust from the rear end of that McMurtry. Heading off from the line now, we have the McLaren GTS. We've talking a lot about all things McLaren, celebrating this, and this is one of their offerings here from McLaren. 4-litre V8 twin-turbo, over 600 horsepower in this GTS, and McLaren also here with that latest in there, offering the Artura Spider. Also Lanzanti, the UK-based engineering firm, has brought the McLaren P1 along, and we've got the hypercar too, the McLaren Solus GT, waiting in the wings.
Yeah, and the Solus GT in particular is one of my favourite. Something that Mika Häkkinen's been driving up this weekend, and here is the Artura Spider.
Yeah, this is the new hybrid convertible from McLaren, the Artura Spider, celebrating 60 years of McLaren. Retractable hardtop roof with V6 petrol engine with the hybrid power, giving it that extra horsepower too. In a lovely, stunning blue livery, the McLaren Artura Spider, the latest offering from McLaren. Now we have the latest from China breaking into the supercar world, silently making its way off the start line. This is the Yangwang U9, the luxury brand of BYD.
Yeah, we've seen some of their cars. We saw the U8 earlier on go up the 4x4 SUV. This is their much sportier brand, and then moving very quickly on to the AGTZ twin tail.
Yeah, this is from Zagato and La Squadra. This is actually based on Alpine designs. Initially the A110, before they redesigned the A110 and took the redesign inspiration from the Alpine 1960s races, the A2-110 and the A220, which were built for Le Mans. And the reason it's called twin tail is because it's got a removable rear end, a removable long tail bodywork. You can have it in long or short. I saw one of these pulling up to the Goodwood house last night on the road. Absolutely fabulous design, and an Alpine like you've never seen it before.
No, and you can, as you said, you can really see, especially the front view, that it certainly has some Alpine DNA somewhere along the line. With the iconic headlights and the shape of the front, also keeping itself fairly unique, beautifully designed car.
The Lamborghini Huracan out on track now with the Huracan Technica making its debut. Heading off from the line now, this from Singer, the Californian-based vehicle design company. This is a Porsche 911 reimagined by Singer. Mazan Fawaz at the wheel. Marino Franchitti's been driving this so far this weekend as well. Marino Franchitti, the 2001 British GT champion, two-time Sebring 12-hour winner, very much working alongside Singer to help develop their performance cars.
3.8 litre twin turbo, flat six, 500 brake horsepower, and the car draws really from the inspiration from the iconic 930 turbo that actually in fact celebrates its 50th birthday this year. And this car from 1991 has been restored for its owner by the Singer team back in California.
I just love the look, even from the wheel alloys as well, just painted white, and the rear end bodywork, that brilliant rear wing bolted onto the back. It's another example of history coming into the future and celebrating that, isn't it? It's just fantastic. Makes its way across the line. This, the Porsche 911 reimagined by Singer. And we've got two Porsche 911 reimagined by Singer cars. We've been mentioning Marino Franchitti. He is at the wheel of this one, which heads off the line. This one from 1990. The one that just went up the hill was from 1991. With an air-cooled flat six engine, upgraded from 2 to 4 valve cylinder heads, 3.9 litres, almost 500 brake horsepower, just a tad under at 493, and weighs just over 1,000 kilograms. It is light as well, and this reimagined by Singer with Marino Franchitti driving this for them, the Californian-based vehicle design company, Marino Franchitti, the Scottish 2001 British GT champion and a two-time Sebring 12-hour winner.
Actually being shown here for the very first time is this car in this turbo racing white. Shown to the public, at least here at the Festival of Speed. And actually, this was not restored by the Californian side. It was the Singer's UK team that restored it over here in the UK. Now, on to something slightly different, and we're on to Bugatti. Andy Wallace, I believe, is at the wheel of this.
Yeah, this is the Bugatti bolide that is making its way up the hill. Now just 40 units of that, and it's being followed by the Bugatti Mistral, which is now heading up the hill. These are the latest offerings that Bugatti has come to show for us, and the Mistral is a bit of a swan song, really, for Bugatti's incredible 8-litre quad-turbo W16 engine, open top, bespoke sculptured bodywork with that huge movable rear wing.
It's the ultimate roadster, really, isn't it, Harry? Max torque, an incredible 1,600 Newton meters, and you can just tell it certainly shifts up the hill.
99 of these pre-sold at a cool 5 million euros. This is the fastest roadster in the world. Top speed's 260 miles per hour. As he slams on the brake, the wing slides up at the back. And that was the Bugatti Mistral. Now, the Spanish car company Hispano-Suiza are returning to the fore with their fully electric car. This one heading up the hill is the Hispano-Suiza Carmen Sagrera, driven by Luis Perez Sala, the former Minardi Formula 1 driver and the Hispania Racing Team F1 team principal.
Oh, there we go, McLaren, Lazanti, P1, Kenny Brack at the wheel of this, leaving some nice 11s down. Their 4-litre V8 twin-turbo hybrid is actually exclusive to Lazanti. 1,000 brake horsepower, Harry, and 1,050 newton meters of torque with an incredible top speed of 217 miles an hour in that beautiful grey colour.
Kenny Brack at the wheel, and can you believe, over a decade on from the original McLaren P1, Lanzanti, the UK-based engineering firm, taking this one up.
Oh, so close to the head. I think actually Kenny might have just brushed the straw on the right-hand side there, and certainly putting the Lazanti through its paces, giving a good squirt, and using that 1,000 brake horsepower as he makes it safely across the line.
Yeah, new uprates, updated suspension, revised rear bodywork, louvered front wing, rear wing as well on that McLaren Lanzanti P1 from Lanzanti, the UK-based engineering firm. Now, Maserati are celebrating the MC12, the 20th anniversary of Maserati, with several offerings of the MC20 here.
Yeah, only 20 of those examples to be produced worldwide, and then we head back quite swiftly on to the Porsche. This is the Lazanti 930 TAG Turbo, 1.5-litre engine under there, V6 twin turbo, actually a TAG Formula 1 engine.
Yeah, so what they're doing is they're actually, with slight updates, they're putting in Formula 1 engines into these cars. So this one actually has the Alain Prost Belgium 1987 Formula 1 race-winning engine in the rear of that Porsche Lanzanti 930 Tag Turbo. Completely re-engineered, carbon fibre body panels in the bonnet, front bumper and splitter, rear bumper and the rear wing too, carbon ceramic brakes, making its first public outing here this weekend at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and actually built to honour John Watson, the Formula 1 driver racing with the Tag engine in 1983. The engine is from that MP43, driven by Alain Prost, to that 1987 Belgian Grand Prix victory. Actually one of 3 victories scored by McLaren during that season. Very quickly caught up as it comes across the line. Lanzanti really treating us with a full range of offerings. This time we have the Porsche Lanzanti 935 3.8 litre flat 6 twin turbo engine with that beautiful livery, red and white, Marlboro inspired. It just takes you back to the Formula 1 days of old.
Oh, it certainly does. Absolutely fantastic livery on the Lanzanti 935. Top speed 211 miles an hour, 700 brake horsepower, and 77 of these is the production volume from Porsche.
Yeah, just 77 of these, and actually celebrating the heritage of this dominant race, the Porsche launched a track-only second generation 935 back in 2019 with the aero shape paying tribute to the 1978 Le Mans racer, the 935-7A, which was the one that was dubbed Moby Dick. This car, based on the 911 GT2 RS, fitted with that same 3.8 litre 6-cylinder twin turbo, generating 700 horsepower. This car being displayed here, one of the first of the road converted examples, developed, engineered by UK engineering firm Lanzanti. Now we've seen Marino Franchitti out in action so far today, and now his brother Dario Franchitti is out in this from Gordon Murray, the T50S Niki Lauda XP2. Car designed without compromise, as we have come to know from Gordon Murray, inspired with the fan on the back as well, harking back to his Brabham fan car that he designed in Formula 1, 3.9 litre V12 Cosworth engine.
At V12, absolutely screaming. Dario certainly giving a treat to our ears as it makes its way all the way up to the top of the hill, and that fan can produce up to 1,200 kilos of downforce. So pretty optimum track performance right there in the T50.
Wonderfully driven from the 3-time IndyCar champion Dario Franchitti. Supercar offerings then up and down the hill. Let's take a look back at what we were greeted with from the latest of all that is new from the supercar world, and we started things off with a super van.
Yeah, it was Sergio Perez was behind the wheel, and the super van will be competing later on in the shootout, and then we moved on to that name, Ferrari. A whole host of Ferraris here over the course of the weekend, and Rob Bell behind the McLaren Solus.
Yeah, that was the Ferrari Roma Spider. This is the McLaren Solus GT, the hypercar exclusively made for the track. Mika Hakkinen has also been in that car so far this weekend. The Pagani Huayra are in action. One of the ultimate hypercars from Pagani. Also here with their Utopia.
Rolls-Royce, the all-electric Spectre. And you can always point out a Rolls-Royce, whether it's electric or not. And of course then that man, Max Chilton, who currently holds the fastest lap time up the hill, the world record holder for this up the hill.
Adrian Newey is here this weekend with his newly launched RB17 hypercar, but this was the first hypercar he made, the Aston Martin Valkyrie, which will be joining the World Endurance Championship in the hypercar class very, very soon. China making their foray into the supercar world. It's BYD's luxury division, Yangwang, with the U9 making its debut as the Ferraris and the Paganis and the Gordon Murray automotives were slipping and sliding all throughout that supercar batch. And what a wonderful display of supercars. If you missed them, we'll be having them later on today. But of course, we kick things off with the Supervan, driven by Sergio Perez, who's catching up with David Green.
Checo, you've swapped your Formula One car for a van.
Yeah, for a very fast van. Yeah, it's nice, you know. Unfortunately, I don't know the circuit, so as much as I wanted to push, it's a little bit hard and narrow to know where to go, but the fan is incredibly fast.
It's got more horsepower than your Formula One car.
Yeah, it does. It does, and it is faster than my F1 in terms of starting, you know. When you jump on throttle, I cannot hold my head forwards.
We saw you go off the start line pretty quickly.
Yeah, it starts really quickly. It's a really fast car.
Of course. So this is actually the first time you've ever gone up the hill.
First time ever, yeah. The last time I was in Goodwood, I was with McLaren, but I don't think I did the circuit. I did more of a show run, so pretty enjoyable.
Of course, you're here today as part of the big Red Bull celebrations. 20 years of Red Bull we're celebrating here at the Festival of Speed, and this is just part of the story.
Yeah, definitely, you know, and also with Ford, you know, to have this, it's incredible.
And obviously powertrains coming to Red Bull for F1.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's a massive project down the line. So, yeah, looking forward to the future as well with Red Bull.
Formula One, obviously you get not many weekends off in the end. You've managed to come here for one of them. How's the season been going so far?
The last few races have been tough. We haven't had just a straightforward one, so looking forward to it. Hopefully we can turn on, you know, there's still plenty of races to go, so hopefully we are able to turn the page around and get back to our form that we had earlier in the year.
Fantastic. We'll be seeing you up the hill and anything else today?
Yes, I think I'm driving something else later.
Enjoy the weekend.
He'll be driving some Red Bull Formula One cars up the hill later, celebrating the 20th anniversary of Red Bull racing. Sergio Perez there. Right, that's the supercars done and dusted, but we've got all things ranging here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And if rally is your thing, well, you can head up to the Forest Rally stage and check out all things rally. And let's check in with them and take a look back at what's been going on up on the stage.
Duckworth off the line, the champion.
The reigning champion, the defending champion of these honours here at the Forest Rally stage. He's up against it in terms of competition this year. Can he deliver on this shootout? It was Ollie Mellors yesterday who was fastest through, so Duckworth's got a little bit of work to do.
Mark Brumfield alongside him, his faithful co-driver. Winners of many national rallies, including the Sunseeker and including the Rally Sprint Series that happened with the twin track up at Silverstone.
We're really not going very quickly here.
No, we have an issue, don't we? We're not quite sure what it is, but let's hope they're clear of the finish line in time for Lecodu to get past, and it does. I don't think that will affect his time. Oh, no, it shouldn't do.
It shouldn't do. They're past the flying finish.
Yep.
Yeah, Gary Lecodu is second fastest, 2:49.5, but Stuart van der Putten at 3:42.2.
Yeah.
Martin Overington on the line now in the 6R4, did a 2:59.5 yesterday. We'll be wanting to do better than that as we cut back to Roger Duckworth. And as Bex has pointed out, winner of last year's shootout. So the competitive edge will be very high. And Roger carrying great speed through that very, very long right-hander, as we can see the MG S2000 screaming its head off. Great high-revving engines.
Yeah, but that normally aspirated engine sound is great. Real racing engine.
Yeah.
Nice to hear that on the rally stages. And this is the 1986 Metro 6R4 Martin Overington. This is the 2.5 V6. And this is the Ram Sport car, which was actually originally a tarmac car used by Stephen Price. And it had a big accident on the Manx rally, and then it was totally rebuilt by Ram Sport. But then we look at the colour scheme, which goes back to the Golden Wonder Crisps, and that reminds Zav and I in particular of the Scottish Air Traffic Controller, Ken Wood, who also rallied a big Rover V8 in the same colours of the Golden Wonder Crisps. But it is about the sponsorship. It is also about the wonderful colours of rallying, as we see the Subaru and time.
Fastest through.
Okay.
237.1 for Roger Duckworth. That was a fantastic run through the stage.
He's throwing down the gauntlet, isn't he?
He really is.
Yeah, yesterday was a 243.5 now.
So off go the Iron Dames.
Yeah, and the Rally 2 Fiesta.
So this will be great. They did well yesterday. Julian Blard, Sarah Rameau, and the Rally 2 Fiesta, the Stefan Sarazan car. And branching out, Iron Dames now into rallying. This is their first foray. They're going racing. They do equestrian events. They've had success at Le Mans. They've had success at Imola. Now you're looking at the Metro 6R4, which has done well in shootouts, previous shootouts. It really has. It has a fantastic sound from that engine as well. A real V6 racing engine. And those spoilers there, front, top. And the experimental 6R4 in the early days. In fact, I was doing the Peter Russick tour in a Talbot Sunbeam, and I was going on a downhill section, and I crashed into some gate posts because I had a sponsor, a fresh fruit company, and all the fruit came into the footwell, and I promise you I couldn't brake because it was full of apples and oranges and pears, and I hit this big gate post, and the car went off, and it was bent like a banana anyway, and there was no one around. I just heard this clapping from the hillside, and then someone doing this and signalling to me, and it was Tony Pond and Rob Arthur sitting up the hill who'd seen the whole thing, because about 400 yards further down the experimental Metro had broken down, and they'd watched my antics, and they were just slow clapping like, you absolute idiot. There you go. I got caught, got spotted.
Martin Overington out over Flying Finn. Martin, who did a time yesterday of 2:59.5, will certainly want to improve on that. 2.5 engine pulling very nicely. 301.9. And there's Ollie Mellors in.
Yesterday's shootout winner is back for the defense of that. Let's see what kind of time we will see him set today.
Well, yesterday, 232.2. I'm sure he'd be trying extremely hard to beat that.
Now, for Sarah Rameau, who you see behind the wheel here, it wasn't until 2021 that she started her rallying career with Julie alongside. They scooped the French women's title in the championship that year. And they've just gone on to bigger and better things. So she's still very early on in her rallying career.
Absolutely.
Just a few years ago, yet such natural talent behind the wheel. And for Rameau, it's second fastest here, 2:38.2 is the time. Still Roger Duckworth holding the fastest time on the shootout stage, 2:37.1. I believe it might... Has it started raining, boys? I'm hearing... we've got sunshine really blaring into the commentary unit here, but I'm hearing it might have started raining.
Oh, we'll look at the camera lens and we'll see if it has any effect of where it's falling.
So just where the Delta Donut is, right at the southern edge of the track, we believe there's some light rain there at the moment. That can make that tarmac really slippy, as if it wasn't slippy enough already. So the area where we're seeing the Proton right now.
Because, Bex, that all the way down the hill there, the rocks and the rubble and the dust and the debris are dragged onto that surface, and it already has a lot of dust over the top and bits of mud from the earlier rain, and it is very, very slippy indeed. And as Mark Higgins reported, you don't get a lot of grip. Now, James Williams Ross Whittock. What can they do on the shootout? This is the man who won the Manx Rally earlier this year. That's a big, very, very fast rally. He's leading the British Asphalt Championship, and he's gone off like... No, I can't say that, can I? But he's gone off like a rocket. He absolutely has.
He started like a rocket, let's say it like that. So he shot off like a rocket. I mean, it was an amazing start from James Williams. It was purposeful and it was precise. That's good. What's going to win you the time out there today on this shootout. We love seeing the flamboyant stuff in all the demo runs, but you want to set the fastest time today, you've got to be pitch perfect. It's a 2:32.8 in the Proton Iris R5. So slightly slower than yesterday. But the conditions out there today are different from what we saw yesterday. Everyone has been slower on the runs. I mean, it's only tenths of seconds that he's slower by.
It's slightly damper, but it's also slightly cooler. So that may well play a part. It'll be interesting to see what James Williams does. James did a 2:32.8 yesterday.
So James is the last car as part of our shootout, so let's see if he can beat the Ollie Mellor's time, which is the new fastest time on the board. 2:32.8 is the time to beat. He sounded on confident form throughout the day. You caught up with him earlier on, very relaxed, him and Ross Whittock together.
Yes, absolutely.
Enjoying their season, but enjoying their time out here at Goodwood. No pressure on their shoulders. They're here to have fun, and they are certainly delivering that to all of us watching.
A really nice launch off of Delta there. Great trajectory, missing the bank on the inside as they go through, and this is where you need the precision. You need to point the car absolutely in the right direction, the right application of throttle, just being a little bit careful on the brakes on the downhill section and into these very, very fast sections as they're coming up through McRae and towards Mikola and then heading towards the Flying Finn. Now, how brave is he going to be over here? How far is he going to leap? Is he going to put it central? Is he going to make sure that he gets really good traction on landing? Yes, he is. That is good. Very, very nice indeed. If he can get through the Coopers, avoid the mud on the outside, avoid the escape road, don't climb up the bank. There was just a little nerve
bit
there.
On the bank.
I don't think that'll lose him too much, Bex.
Let's have a look at this time clock then. Remember, it's a 2:32.8 that we're aiming for here. Crossing the Flying Fish, the clock runs on here, but James Williams 2:29.1, fastest through. James Williams, Ross Whittock then take that fastest time on the second shootout here at the Forest Rally stage.
Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Skyfall fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
This year at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, we're celebrating 20 years of Red Bull racing. Later on, we've got Max Verstappen, Sergio Perez, Daniel Ricciardo all driving, and they have also announced a new reserve driver for this year in the shape of Christian Horner, team principal and CEO. Christian, you're going to get behind the wheel of the RB8.
Yes.
That's pretty exciting, isn't it?
No, it's very exciting. I'm standing in for Sebastian Vettel, who unfortunately couldn't make it today. But yeah, you know, a real privilege to drive one of these cars up the hill, and something I'm looking forward to.
I bet. Tell me about your preparation. Have you been in the gym? Have you been doing neck exercises? How's it going?
Well, look, I've been preparing for this moment for several years, and no, in all honesty, they said, you know, whose seat would you like to sit in? And I said, well, I don't think I'll fit in anybody's seat, so yeah, a bit of foam in the back, and away we go.
So have you had a seat fit, or is it kind of a makeshift seat?
It's kind of you know, improvised.
Okay. And you know, tell me about the last time you got behind the wheel of a Formula One car. It's been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, I tested with Lotus back in 1993, so it's only been just over 30 years. And that had a foot clutch and a gear lever. So yeah, this will be quite different.
Yeah. What are you most scared of, if I can ask that question?
Well, look, the start, the first corner, the second corner, the third corner, and all the bits in between.
Yeah. Right. Now moving on, we've got all 20 Red Bull cars here at the festival, which is, you know, just looking at it is so impressive. I mean, for you, you've been there from the very start of Red Bull racing. So how does it feel seeing all 20 cars here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed?
Well, it's quite magical to see all the 20 cars, and you know, there's some iconic cars. The 4 V8 championship winning cars, obviously the 16B that I'm sure Max will be pleased to see again, his first championship winning car, the current car. So yeah, great to have, you know, the full stable of cars here.
Do you have a favourite? Is it like picking your favourite kid?
Absolutely. But I guess the big ones, our first win, the RB5, RB6, the first championship car. RB9 was massively successful for us, the last of the V8 cars. 16B, the one that we finally broke 8 years of dominance with Mercedes with. So there's some really, really cool cars here.
Yeah, I'm not going to draw you on one favourite.
No, I mean, that's like, as you say, picking a favourite child.
Yeah. Look, I've got to ask you as well about the Formula One Championship as well, since you're here. The drivers looks fairly safe for the time being, but the constructors, you've got a real fight on your hands. As a team principal, and after the sort of years that you've been super successful, does that excite you that you've got a bit more of a challenge this year? How do you approach it?
Well, I think that it's more normal this year. I mean, what we've achieved the last couple of years hasn't been normal, whereas, you know, this year the competition are pushing us hard, which is what you get in stable regs. So, yeah, you know, we're going to have to be on top of our game. We're halfway point through the championship. We're leading both championships, which is important, and you know, we'll be looking to build on those in the next coming races.
Yeah, we look forward to it. It's a really exciting second half of the season. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much
behind
indeed.
the wheel. Have you taken it in yet that you're about to get behind the wheel of that?
No, but I can see the mechanics are looking slightly nervous. So yeah, but great to be back behind the wheel.
Christian, best of luck later.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Another victory lap for Max Verstappen.
who is on his way to win his 34th Grand Prix since Bahrain 2022.
Red Bull have a different way of operating with the emphasis on people being themselves.
When you look at some of the other projects that Red Bull are involved in, the extreme sports, we're tremendously proud to carry the Red Bull logo. It's become iconic in Formula One.
If you have a will and if you have an idea, exciting things are possible.
You know, I didn't want to let him down. Did I feel ready? Probably not. People saw Red Bull as a party team, and then we're third, and that was the first podium for the team, so it was a massive achievement.
Sebastian Vettel went right into the side of Mark Webber.
Uncomfortable as it is to call that between those two guys.
What the f*** are we doing here?
This is silly, Seb, come on.
Sebastian Vettel, you are the world champion! Thank you, boy. Unbelievable.
Gonna get it while you can?
Yeah! I need a drink.
I have a bit of a problem.
Oh, I got damage. Power! Well, mate. Oh, could have done that after that one. This is how we do it, man. This is the Mexican way. Checo is a legend. Max Verstappen, you are the world champion. We are so proud of you. Oh my God, guys. I love you so much.
Max Verstappen wins 19 Grand Prix in a single season.
That's history. It has been an absolute privilege watching you drive this car that's been built by a team of brilliant people.
Literally ludicrous domination.
You guys built a rocket ship of a car.
What a history. The world champions are in town. The Red Bull Racing moment on the balcony will be coming up at 11:55. So make your way over there to be in front of Goodwood House. And I'm sure it's going to be a very, very special occasion. All their cars from 20 years are here. Now, a real megastar we had here a few days ago, Fernando Alonso. He's driven for almost every team in Formula One. Red Bull, though, is not one of them. However, we cornered him, and he took our Rachel Brooks up the hill climb course, and it was a huge amount of fun.
Right, so tell me about this car then. What do you know about it?
I know pretty much everything, but it's the first time that I will drive it, so yeah.
So you haven't driven it before either? No. So we don't know the route, and you haven't driven the car before?
That's a challenge, isn't it?
So this is for fun, right?
This is for fun. This is pure joy.
Okay. Should we get in?
Yeah, let's go.
It's not a race.
No, not a race.
You remember these?
Yeah. I will say I'm not too confident.
So do you have one of these at home?
I will. I will have the first of these.
Wow.
But it's gonna be It's gonna be on January 25. So it's still a couple of months. Yeah.
So you came here 20 years ago, you say?
Yeah.
It's changed
with
a
F1.
lot.
Yeah, with the Renault.
Yeah.
With, I think it was 2004 or 5. And I drove it, and they said, so you will remember the thing. I said, I have no idea. You know, after 20 years, I have no idea. But let's see. We are all here for one reason, you know, because we love cars. And this is a nice thing. What is the time to beat?
No!
In the car, Fernando Alonso, and alongside him, Rachel Brooks, our host for the weekend, who's looking a little bit nervous.
So the first is right.
I don't know, but there's an arrow that says that.
This is the most extreme front-engine car ever.
Yeah, that's a right-hander.
Yes, it is.
It's basically a car that Fernando Alonso has picked and chosen everything that he wants on it. The perfect company car.
Another right.
Another right.
Yeah, right.
So far, we're okay.
And then through it under the bridge. And this looks like we're going to go...
200.
Yeah, all the way. And then there's a left.
No, it's a left.
Yeah, there's a left. And then we come up here towards the Flint wall.
And now?
And now,
He's
I
down.
don't know, right?
It's a wall.
Find the wall.
Now?
I don't know. This looks
It's
like a right.
Now it should be done. Now it should be.
Straight for a bit. And then
Flat
I
out
don't know.
now.
I think it's a left.
There are no more corners.
It's left.
One more corner. This is a surprise, to be honest. Finish.
And then break. We need to stop.
We made it.
High fives at the end.
They got
from
to the
Fernando and Rachel. Absolutely brilliant.
If I'd known there were so few turns, I wouldn't have worried, right?
They were not many.
No, not many at all.
But they were not easy, I would say.
That was so much fun. I love that. You need
No
to do it
idea.
again. That was so good. So good. Thank you.
We survived.
Thank you for getting me back in one piece.
We had a good team.
Yeah, that was good. So what do you make of your car?
It's impressive. I don't know if the road was too narrow or the car is very fast, but probably a combination of both.
I think it's a combination of both.
Yeah, I love the sound.
Isn't it amazing? Yeah. It's so nice to see you, and thank you so much for that run up the hill. That was fun. I enjoyed that.
Now we go back slowly.
You promise?
Waving to the people.
Okay.
So
all right, we'll do that.
We will enjoy more the way back.
Okay, awesome. Deal. Thank you. That was great.
Well, pleased, delighted to say that James Hayden has joined me in the commentary box because he knows everything there is to do about motorbikes. But James, isn't it great to see a Formula One driver, a megastar, away from a Grand Prix and relaxing and enjoying himself? Rachel apparently has yet to regain the power of speech.
Yeah, it was absolutely great, wasn't it? You can see they had a lot of fun there, so really, really nice to see. Now we're moving on to the bikes. On the left there, 5-time world champion in 500s, Mick Doohan. What a racer he was. Peter Hickman there, the TT star. You just saw Freddie Spencer to the left of your picture. There's Steve Parrish on Kevin Schwantz's Suzuki RGV 500, and then we're looking at the one and only, the 15-time world champion and 10-time TT winner, Giacomo Agostini. So amazing to have such a who's who of motorcycles here.
Giacomo has been a massive friend of the Festival Speed, been coming for a very long time, but the number of other stars that join, it's multiplied every year. But we always think motorbike racers are unbelievably brave, but sidecar riders?
Yeah, absolutely. This is Maria Costello, OBE, with her new partner Alice Smith, so great to see them coming up. And the people have just loved seeing the sidecars and love seeing the action and the amount of movement they've got to do. You know, these things are really quick. That's Jeremy McWilliams on the Blagger, and so funny, this motorcycle. It doesn't look like it should be able to do anything, but they've created this new series, and Jeremy knows how to ride. He's been winning races, and they're based on Harley and Indian motorcycles designed for two-up touring with luggage, but they've got full adjustable Olin suspension, radio calipers, trick swinging arms. They do 180 miles an hour, and they're only like 4 or 5 seconds off superbikes now. It's incredible, really.
It just makes you look, because it seems wrong, but parcels will be delivered far more speedily on one of these, eh?
Yeah, especially with Jeremy on board. Jeremy, ex-Grand Prix rider, fantastic guy. There's Agostini going past, Freddie Spencer and Mick Doohan, those three. So three of them, Freddie Spencer there on the NS 500, the only man ever to win the 250 and the 500 World Championship. That's Steve Parrish on Kevin Schwantz's RGV 500. So good to see that motorcycle out here. Really is a piece of artwork, and that's the actual 93 bike that he won the World Championship on. So amazing to see that. The XR 79 RGV 500, and I remember that very, very well. I was there at that last race when Schwantz won it, got to the end of year party with him, and what a night that was.
Draw a veil over it. We won't draw a veil over the bikes. We're celebrating 75 years of Grand Prix motorcycles. We're talking about the King of the Mountain as well. We'll come to that in a moment. But it's the name as well as the bikes.
Yes, it is indeed. You got on the right there, number 15. That's Seti Gibernau's bike, and on the left you got Stefan Bradl's very latest 212 Honda. So that lead bike there, Stefan Bradl is the Honda test rider. He's the Honda replacement rider. That's got over 300 brake horsepower, and the electronics in it are absolutely crazy.
James, when you were racing, what sort of horsepower did you have to handle? Nothing near 300.
No, my best was 218. Still had a little foot down there. You can see from of him just getting a little warm-ups, making sure everything's all right. What have we got here? So this is the 94 RGV 500. So this is the only time Kevin Schwantz wore the #1 plate, the year after he won the World Championship. And lovely to see in that. Also that very traditional Lucky Strike sponsorship with the 4 exhausts, all V4 2-stroke. So that's why they're smoking a bit. They're running them a little bit rich anyway to keep them all nice and safe. But lovely to see that. That's ridden by Nathan and just taking a nice one up the hill. So that's great to see that motorcycle out here as well.
Now, a lot of the motorcycle crews joined the 4-wheel races at the Ball last night. Are you sensing the lines are a little wider this morning?
No, they're all perfect. Now, this is a very unusual. This is basically the KRV. This is the Swiss Pulse. So this is the Swiss Pulse, which is a GP 500, actually designed by Kenny Roberts and fabricated by FTR down in Wales. A very interesting motorcycle. It's a V4 2-stroke once again. It did score some points in 500 Grand Prix, but unfortunately they run out of money. So it's a very, very rare motorcycle. Most people won't have seen these. Again, putting out about 170 brake horsepower, but light, 128 kilos.
But again, the Festival of Speed has always had not just the champions, but the other bikes that made up the picture. So it's great to have that Swiss Auto Pulse bike, and going to the start line. Well, let's have this bike moving away. And what are we looking at? It's bike number 17.
Yeah, we're looking at one of the JPS Nortons. So these rotary Nortons were absolutely incredible machines, and it's. They had such a history. They dominated the British Championship for a while. This is one of Robert Dunlop's motorcycles, I believe, and they just did an incredible job. Steve Spray, Trevor Nation.
So what sort of year are we talking here?
We're talking the early 90s.
Okay, I saw them racing Macau. That's a heavy track.
Yeah, it is indeed. This is Marco Melandri's Desmodici. Wonderful to see that out, and this is one of the Marco's bike there. Yeah, these Desmodicis were just absolutely incredible machines when they burst on the machine. You've got to remember, Ducati had been out for a few years. That was one of the 800cc ones, 230 brake horsepower. And now we move to the flat trackers from America. So we haven't seen them around here before, but it was great to see. This is Morgan Mishler, and he's on this Transalp Honda. And these things are designed to go around in dirt ovals. It was how Kenny Roberts started, Randy Momola, and they revolutionised the style of road racing. Because when they came from this flat track, you can see what they're doing. This is what they're used to, going round and round, but I'm talking 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, get into the drift, hold the drift. Is that why the handlebars are so wide? Because you need greater purchase on them?
Exactly that. And that's that Honda Transalp again. Lovely little wheelies. But these guys are flicking them into turns at 120 miles an hour, sliding them all the way around. And it revolutionised the style of just trying to kick them sideways all the time, because that's what they want to do. When Kenny Roberts came over, he started to slide the rear more. Kenny Roberts was the first man to put his knee down. It all came from this different style, this different balance that they inherited from these, this flat track style. So,
is that still going strong stateside?
Oh, absolutely huge. India, we are looking at the Indian. They've won every national championship since 2017. They are the boys in the series. So it's lovely to see some of those come out here and take a good run up the hill.
And do we still get riders coming across from dirt bike racing in the way that they did in the late 70s?
Yeah, you do. It's kind of, they come across a little bit earlier now, just because road racing has got so much bigger, so you find a lot of the junior guys will have been out and they'll have learned their thing on it. By the time they're 13, 14, they're doing it sort of slightly different. We just saw Paul Torres there as well, so this is like the Yamaha Desert Racing team, so he's there, and also number 40, Stefan Peter Hansel.
He's back from the desert at last.
He is indeed.
Every Paris-Dakar for about 25 years.
That's right. He won 6 Paris-Dakar World Championships. And these are really, really trick motorcycles as well. Yeah, these are the factory Yamaha versions, the GYTR, and there are just these beautiful Desert Bourbets, Tenerés, and they've got to be so robust. They're through deserts, dunes, rocks, riverbeds, for weeks on end. They are tough men and tough motorcycles.
But pray tell, have you ever tried one of these?
I haven't done that. I've done a lot of off-roading and quite a lot of extreme enduro, but no, never a desert race, unfortunately.
Plenty of time still to come, James.
Absolutely. Have you done a desert race?
Not intentionally. Well, that was the batch of motorcycles. That was motorcycling history going in front of us. But for me, my favourite, I must say, maybe the purists might sneer at me, but I absolutely love those the flat races.
Yeah.
It was just something new, something different, which is what Goodwood continues to supply.
It does, and for anyone into motorcycles, to have the names we've got, you know, Agostini, Dewan, Momola, Roberts, Roberts Senior, Roberts Junior, you know, you're just talking world champions over, you know, such a long time. So really amazing to see.
Right. Traffic on the hill, it's the F1 safety car. Listen out for this Aston Martin Vantage. I'll fall silent for a second. Enjoy the noise. Very rapid. Every household should have one of those, I feel.
Yeah, it's such a dirty rumble, isn't it? It's gorgeous.
I love it if you're in a Grand Prix and you can hear that going out on its rehearsal laps in the morning. Just check all the safety cars are working. It's just a tonic. Some music for the ears. So Aston Martin with the Vantage in pole position in so many occasions. The safety car does get to lead the cars around if there's a safety car period. But right here, right now, a weekend off. But oh, no. Come and join us.
I think he's probably loving it.
He can now report the course is clear, and it's time for the F1 cars to do what they do sometimes, to follow him up the hill. And we're celebrating, obviously, the history of Formula 1 cars, but we are, in this batch, going to have 20 years of Red Bull racing, rolling history. So people gathering in front of the house, more should get, because the balcony moment is coming up in an hour's time. Get close to that giant MG structure in front, the Jerry Judah sculpture in front of the house. Make sure you cross the track if you want to be in front of the house for the Red Bull Racing celebration. 20 years, not just 20 years, 20 years and prodigious success. But first, we'll give you another oral blast, and it's Sebastian, son of Juan Pablo Montoya, driving his father's car, a race winner, the Williams BMW from FW26 from 2004, 20 years ago when he was only a concept in his parents' eyes.
Yeah, this car for me, you know, it's got to be this V10, 950 brake horsepower, 9,000 men, and just listen to it. It's got such a unique sound. It's one of my favourite sounds of F1 cars.
It absolutely is, and Juan Pablo had driven one for a very long time. He got out at the top yesterday, went, cool, wow. And he's got one at home because he did win a Grand Prix in one, so that was part of the deal. And he said, I must get it prepared, get it back out onto the circuit with a V10 sound. And it definitely, for motorcycle men like you, James, it just draws you in.
It does indeed. It's just, I mean, it's, you know, what a beast and what a time those reds were.
And of course, young single-seater racer will be going, hey Dad, the cars from your period weren't actually that bad, were they? Old man, they say in that disrespectful way that boys in particular have for their fathers. So, waiting for the batches to be assembled down at the bottom of the hill climb course. The marshals, as ever, doing a phenomenal job of keeping everything under control. And as you know and I know, without them, we don't have any motorsport.
No, that's right. They do a tremendous job all around the world, and you know, especially so here. So wonderful to see. You know, it's yeah, an amazing collection of people.
Well, it does appear the next car that will be coming up will be another screamer, 1.5 litres, but V12. Think of those little egg cups pumping up and down. It's the Honda RA272, and very much as Honda did when it came across and started taking on the established European motorcycle racing manufacturers, it did things differently, and revs were their friend, and that was very much the case with the RA272. Rev to a screaming 14,000 RPM. The horsepower seems tiny, though, only 240. We've got some of the supercars we saw earlier with up to 8 times that, but these in tiny cigar-shaped tube shapes, nothing of them, so of course they were quick.
Yeah, they were, and it was just the same in the bikes. You know, they had these little CCs that just revved. No one had ever seen revs like that, just designing the engines in a different way. But now one of my favourite Formula 1 cars ever, and just the purity of it is absolutely incredible. And same as car.
Well, the helmet is yellow, blue and green, the national colours of Brazil. You don't have to look too far to understand there's some Senna in the bloodline. It's Ayrton Senna's car with his nephew Bruno Senna blasting off the line. This is the MP46 Honda V12 in the back. Another fabulous soundtrack. Of course, Bruno raced in Formula 1. He's incredibly good at explaining, a charming individual. But for him, it's always a treat to get into his uncle's office, if you will. This is the car with which Ayrton scored the 3rd of his Formula 1 titles.
That's right. And also, just till you can see that sort of that replica-ish helmet, you know, it makes you, it puts things back in your arm standing up, doesn't it? Incredible.
I was in Japan last weekend. That little one-maker box-shaped cars, and some were pasted in Senna's helmet colours. So now we're going to the world. It's not an Alpine, but of course the bloodline line. This is Renault, this is the E20 from, 12 years ago already. And waiting for that to fly off the line. It's Sophia Flörsch, fantastic German single-seater racer, and she's been aligned with the Alpine Formula 1 team that was begat by Renault, and she knows how to pedal, and she loves to play to the crowd as well. So again, another little oral treat. The rear wing looks so incredibly narrow. That roof does seem extraordinary within the rear wheels, but Sophia does a cracking job. She's motor racer through and through. And I wish her all the luck, but you know what? She's a show girl as well. So burning those wheels in front of Goodwood House, she'll do a few more, possibly once she's got through Moulcombe, because that still is a very tricky corner.
Yeah, she's got really good lights up.
And one thing about that year was the fact so many teams got to have a win. 7 teams took victories that year, but when Kimi Raikkonen won one of the races, that was the first win for Lotus since 1987, 25 years. They got the win. The team has now evolved into Alpine, and we wish them the best of luck. But for Sophia Flörsch, she is enjoying this. Giving the front wall a fair bit of a margin. Maybe it should be faster on the next run, but it's all about the experience, and it's just great. 12 years ago for this car, yet we're going through Formula 1 history, and very soon we'll be going through the history of one team in particular. But she understands people come here because noise is such an important part of four-wheel and two-wheel racing. We come here, we love it, and so she's giving the fans a treat.
Yeah, very much so. And it's, I mean, you hark at the Red Bull. I can't even believe it's been 20 years.
It hurts, doesn't it?
It's unbelievable. But, yeah, lovely to see such a variation of these wonderful cars.
So this is the top of the hill climb course. For those who are going to be competing on the shootout this afternoon, that is the finish line where they can finally start breathing. And the Alpine from 2012 is being followed up the hill by that little the little Honda RA272 from 1965. And Yuki Tsunoda is at the wheel of this, so he's been allowed to go back in time, but they've also said, don't put it in the wall. And Yuki will never have had a sound like that behind his shoulders. Rather quieter racing environment for him now. Great, he's got an open face helmet, so he's gone into period, has Yuki, and he's taking this car up. Any driver who has races for a team that has Honda power has half a chance they'll be driving this sort of transverse engine Formula 1 car, and they get out the top and they literally go, sorry? They have to lip read to hear you.
Yeah, they got their first ever win, obviously, in that car, Honda, in that year, 1965, so a very special car for them as well.
Yeah, right at the end of the season, Richie Ginter in Mexico, very popular American driver, sadly one of many no longer with us. But Yuki will have a selection of new words added to his lexicon when speaking in English. Now, for a lot of people of a certain age, you get cars that are your favourite. James Vowles, normally not behind the wheel, normally running the team at Williams. He's moved across from Mercedes, he's shaking the team up, the results are starting to come. But this is going back in the team's history, going back to 1982, one of the most competitive Formula 1 seasons, and the world champion who stole it in the end. Won only once, but it was the great Keke Rosberg. It was about consistency, but right at the end he got through. But yet, though he was the champion, the team was only fourth in the Manufacturers' Championship. It just shows how closely stacked the teams were. But he's got the Cosworth engine though, and he was taking on with that normally aspirated V8, he was taking on the turbos. They had more power. He had to have more guts.
Yeah, and it's just amazing to see how forward he is in it as well, isn't it?
Oh.
You know, it really is. It's just amazing to see that position of him in the car.
But it's only with retrospect. In the time, that was the most modern car you could have. So, of course, the drivers want to get into it. But for James Vowles, obviously, most times at Grand Prix, he's busy trying to sort a team out. It's a nice chance to get away. But I think any time a team boss can get in the car, just understand a little bit about the driver's environment, it's a good thing.
100%. Beautiful.
So let's just go back through the years. It's a mere 42 years since this car race. It does make me feel very ancient. I'd have to feel even more ancient to go back to 1974. He's the same racing weight he was then when he won the second of his 2 world titles. Emerson won the first of the Emerson Fittipaldi, or just Emo. That's what he's called around the world. 1972, the black and gold Lotus took victory, the world title with that. And in 1974, 3 wins were enough to do the job. Of course, far fewer Grand Prix back then, probably 15, maybe 16, but he won in Brazil, he won in Belgium, he won in Canada, and took the title. That was when the M23 had the high airbox. It kept on racing for quite a few years. Eventually, in 1976, it was chopped down low behind the drivers' heads. But to me, this is how the car looks at its absolutely most perfect.
I couldn't agree more, and Hunt won in it as well, didn't he?
He did. Hunt 2 years later took over the M23 and had that epic battle that you see in the movie Rush with Niki Lauda, and we're celebrating Niki Lauda's career here as well this weekend. But Emo, he'll hop out of the car. He is so charming, but you know what? He's so engaging. He talks to any interview. You have his full attention. He's one of the loveliest men in motorsport. We're always delighted to have him here.
Yeah, lovely interview yesterday I saw of him, and he just comes across just a very special man, isn't he?
He is. There isn't a weekend, there isn't a Fittipaldi racing somewhere in the world. His son is racing, in fact, at Zandvoort this weekend, and his grandsons are racing in Formula 2 and IndyCar. He's almost got all the bases covered. So, looking down, we have more Formula 1 cars to come, and of course we're going to have the Red Bull Racing moment in front of the house, but the nose is red. It looks as though it's one of the Ferraris. It could be the SF71H. So, according to your allegiance to whichever team you love, we've got a car coming up to treat you very soon indeed. Great to see all the people here in the team shirts. We've seen lots of McLaren shirts this weekend. Clearly a lot of Red Bull Racing shirts, but many other besides who are a rich shirt. So this is the FF71H. And Stefan Sertang, so beg your pardon, it's the F2007. No, it's more like the nose of the 71H. Tail hanging out, well, we don't mind that. That's certainly good fun for us. It's been in there since the beginning. The form has been up, it's been down. They're back in the mix again, but one has to remember the most wins of any group in Formula 1 belongs to the team from Modena. So it's not going to be a quick time up the hill, but very, very well controlled rotations down there. Stefan Sertang points it in the right direction, stops breathing in tyre smoke and continues up the course. Coming up to a little rise, luckily not taking it so fast that he won't have any problem getting around Malcolm, which is the left-hand corner, waving to the crowd, showboating here in the sunshine and hanging the tail out, drying a bit of the dust off the corner.
Oh, lovely.
Is he about to do a burnout? A bit more noise for the fans, they wave. In fact, they probably encouraged him to do that, so phones held in the air, sound recorded, image recorded. And now, this is the 2007 Ferrari. The previous one was the SF71H from 2018. Going back in time, the bloodline is clear, it's apparent, and this was a 2.4-litre V8. It just goes to prove, how over the years, over the decades, the regulations keep on changing. The engine size, it's the same in bikes. It never stands still for long. But Ricardo Vega Serrador, what a lovely place. Come and drive in the West Sussex countryside. We'll throw in sunshine as well. You bring your Ferrari, it looks great. And for so many people up and down the hill climb course, people watching the live stream all around the world, this could be their very favourite car.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Ferraris, there's always that special aura about them, isn't there? The history, the colour, amazing.
And now, rich collection of Ferraris. The lots are now run by the FXX programme for the owners around the world, and we've got very many special things as well, because the 499P Ferrari that won the lot last year and this year, this weekend, we've had a Modificato version launched, so you can buy and go on track days with a Le Mans winning type of car, but with more power, more than the regular works drivers have.
Incredible.
And again, you can see all the aerodynamic addenda, always looking for the downforce, always pushing the envelope, if you will, of how you can get your car to work aerodynamically. The engine is the engine, but you can help it so much more. And of course, the wings have changed shape across the years, always working out how they can, not the manufacturers, but the rule makers, how can we get the cars to overtake more? Can we take air off them? And again, another car that looks incredibly complicated because the aerodynamic gear, but this is the W12 Mercedes, the F1 W12 to give it its full name, and Fred Vesti, he doesn't normally put it on the grass, but this is for you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, doing the donuts that you don't get to see at Grand Prix, but you do at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So Mercedes power, he's kicked dirt onto our camera, how very dare him, but all looking good, all sounding great, and Fred Vesti on the verge of stepping up to a Formula 1 drive if one should open up. He'll be there, he'll be pouncing in.
Yeah, this is the moment. Just gets it on the grass, fills in our cameraman, but we don't mind.
It's an honour.
It's worth the shots.
So already this car from 3 years ago, and that's one for the video clip library. Certainly got it to the edge, tiny bit beyond. That's fully permissible, though. And as he continues up the hill, he said, you know what, let's make the car lighter. Let's remove all the rubber from the rear tyres. just the final corner to go. Just enough tread to get to the top. No, he hasn't finished. He's having too much fun. Fred Vesty, what did they tell you to do? Deliver the car to top. Bit of a spectacle? Yeah, do that as well. And of course, this car from 2021, we've been talking about Red Bull racing. This was peak Red Bull versus Mercedes. All got to a very, very sharp conclusion at the end of the season. Great to see so many thousands of people lining the course, and the drivers always really, really appreciate it when they get away from the grandstands, particularly on the way back down. A bit busy on the way up the hill, and great to see people looking at the giant screens, moving around, having a fantastic day here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. They're listening too. That's very good.
Give us away then.
So the course car following up the field. People now thinking where they may go next. And if you're fans of Red Bull racing, I've already suggested a place that you may want to go is to stand in front of Goodwood House, because we've got the Red Bull racing moment coming up in, 11:55 is the time, but you won't get a good position if you rock up at 11:54. So do move to the front of the house. And again, it's just lovely, James, seeing generations of people, families, groups of friends coming to this event. Often this is the place they meet every year.
Yeah, very much. And as you say, from little youngsters to, to every generation. And it's got something for everyone, whether it be bikes, whether it be cars, off-road cars, racing cars, sports cars. It's a slice of everything for everyone, which is part of what is the tonic that makes it so unique.
Well, it is, and it's not just vehicles going up and down the hill. You can get up close to them in the paddock, but also for the young ones, great to see so many children here. Go to Future Lab. There may be a career in there for you, because there's technology coming on unabounded in the way that motor racing technology has. But let's take a look back at the highlights of the latest batch that took the hill. And it was the two-wheeled men that went up, not just any two-wheeled men.
No, that's Giacomo Agostini, Freddie Spencer and Mick Doohan. They're just some of the best. There's Stefan Bradl on his back wheel, 300 brake horsepower motorcycle you're looking at there. And it was Sergio Giovinazzi Ducati on the right.
Son of Juan Pablo Itzeb, a racer in his own right, loving his father's FW26 from, eons ago as far as he's concerned, being a teenager. But seeing the Senna helmet, this is Bruno in his Uncle Ayrton's car, the third title-winning car, the McLaren MP46. Magical. For Keke Rosberg fans, this is his car from quite some while before. The FW8, driven by James Vowles, not in management role this weekend, but as racer. Yuki Tsunoda taking the screaming Honda from 1965 to the top of the hill climb course, and the Ferrari drivers unleashed to have fun, giving us the donuts, spraying our cameras and taking the most glorious cars of their time to the top of the hill. It was a real fabulous mixture, the best of the motorcycle racing scene along with the best of Formula One. It's a moving history lesson, but more than that, it's a roaring, screaming, bucking, kicking history lesson. So we absolutely love all of that, and I challenge any driver or rider not to enjoy their run up the hill. It is a magical place, all the better, James Hayden, when the sun is shining.
Yeah, very much, and we should have it pretty much all day today. So looking forward to a day of unspoiled, especially that time attack again after that. We just were a little bit unlucky yesterday, so should be superb.
Years ago, the classic cars and bikes used to be raced, and when they were defunct, they were popped away, put in museums. Wrong place. This is where you want to see them, on the move, making sound, showing their degrees of dynamism that they had that made them the cars and bikes that they were. And when your TV crews can catch shots like that, they get a tick, a pat on the back and an extra biscuit. So hope you really, really enjoyed that batch. And we're going to go up to David Green at the top of the hill climb course.
Yuki, how was that?
Amazing. I mean, first time I've ever driven like this classic car, and everything feels very direct. Even the process to start the engine and you drive out from the whatever place is very difficult. But at the same time, you feel like you're controlling the car, most of the things, and it feels very nice.
You're sticking out of the car a little bit more than your own modern F1 car.
Normally I'm quite small in cockpit, but actually even my size is actually quite tight. So finally I found a perfect monocoque for me in Formula One. And even my engineer was saying to drive this car, try to remind yourself like treat your grandma. Everything on gentle, but everything was nice.
I'm guessing it's the oldest race car you've driven.
Sorry?
I'm guessing it's the oldest race car you've driven.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. By far. By far.
The steering wheel looks a little bit more simple than your F1 car.
Yeah, a little bit more simple, you know, like less switches, you know, it feels like just can focus to driving, you know, like anything like I would say, but you know, those buttons and like just able to focus to what I have to do, you know, just feels like communicating each other with the cars and like, okay, what revs you want to me to shift up to third gear, for example, you know, like kind of those things is different feeling for sure.
And you've got the small matter of that little stick on the right there.
Yeah, I love this stick, you know, like, I mean, I drove multiple times like manual cars, but like this kind of direct, even current manual car is very easy to drive, isn't it? But like this car is just a different kind of difficulty, but at the same time, it's just everything direct, and it feels every single movement, every single sound is coming from this stick, and yeah, just it's different experience.
Well, here we've got you today. We've got celebrating Red Bull's 20 years in F1. What else have you got in store today?
Celebrating also 60 years since the Formula One, Honda started Formula One, and this is actually first car that Honda won in Formula One. So obviously very congrats to the Red Bull as well, but also very historical moment for Honda as well. So it's actually pretty cool because you know, currently Honda and Red Bull are still working each other, and that's kind of anniversary. And it's at the same time. It's something maybe a special thing for us.
Special thing, and absolutely great to have you here and driving up the hill. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. My first time for me, so I'm enjoying it as much as possible. Thank you.
Sophia, that looked fun.
Yeah, it was amazing, to be honest. I mean, it was actually the first time for me driving the E20 and F1 car from nowadays. So, yeah, and also first time going up the hill in Goodwood. So amazing to see so many fans.
That's quite a lot of firsts. A little bit scary?
Well, I was a little bit excited and nervous, to be honest. But, yeah, I mean, the weather is great. It's so amazing to see so many people here. And, yeah, I definitely enjoyed it.
We've had Kushmani go up this car, Jack Doohan. All seem to have a lot of fun with this thing.
Yeah, I mean, it has a lot of power and it's screaming so super loud with the V8. So, yeah, super thankful for the opportunity here.
I mean, it was probably less than a minute up the hill, but how does it compare to your F3 car?
Well, actually, like the steering and so on is really similar in how to switch it on and off. So, yeah, I mean, just a little bit slower. So, like our F3 car is a little bit slower, but no, I definitely had a lot of fun and we'll enjoy the second one in the afternoon.
Oh, so that was just your trial run?
Yeah, that was the first one, so we'll see for after.
Well, you put a smile on our face as well as yours. Enjoy the day.
Thank you very much.
I'm here with two Brazilian legends. Emerson, you were just watching your son racing on the phone there over in Zandvoort.
Yeah, it's amazing. He's racing now as we speak. As a father, the heart is beating high.
Is it harder watching your son than racing yourself?
It would be much easier in the cockpit, you know. It's not easy.
You boys are having fun this weekend?
I mean, every time we come to Goodwood, it's pure fun, isn't it? We're driving amazing machines up the hill and then being able to hang out with legends. So what can you say? It's couldn't be any better.
Two pretty good cars you've got today.
Well, it's fantastic. The M23 McLaren that I won my second World Championship, was the first championship for McLaren. It's a beautiful car, immaculate. It runs fast. You know, I feel home again every time in the cockpit.
And Bruno, we've seen you in certainly one of my favourite F1 cars. So pure, the lines of that car.
Yeah, those first carbon fiber cars, they were pretty special. You know, the technology was not quite as advanced as it is now. Engine sound is making everybody go crazy. But, you know, I guess getting back in your championship-winning car can be an amazingly special feeling. It's got even like a little thing to put in the wall with the model of his car. That looks cool as well, Emil. So good times.
Now, you know, Bruno, we are family friends since Ayrton started racing karting. And it's great to see Bruno here. You know, all the memory from Ayrton is fantastic for us Brazilians. And
it's a fun time, but it's a very emotional time. We've seen you in the car get quite emotional. Every
time, because of all the memories.
emotional, but he's still pushing, you know. There's no like, just going around slowly. He's still going for it. There's no forgiveness.
Well, we see you guys, 4 days in on these cars now. I think you're getting a bit too comfortable. Maybe you need to swap this afternoon.
You know, it's a bit sleepy on the edges. I think I'll let him drive his car, and I don't want to do any harm to this beauty.
Well, enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. God bless.
Ollie Berman.
Ollie, you promised and you delivered. The donuts.
Yeah, I practiced yesterday and I cut the grass a little bit, so today I perfected it. So proud of my performance.
You seem to be having some fun out there.
I've been loving it so much. The grandstands have been absolutely packed. It's so nice to see the support, and I hope I put a good show on for everyone.
We can barely interview you here because everybody wants a selfie with you. How's fame treating you now?
Oh, it's great. I mean, especially in a place like this and Silverstone as well, being here as a British guy, it's great, and everyone is so passionate, and it's great to see. It's come a long way, since I got the F1 announcements in Jeddah, but it shows that I'm liked, and the support is really high, so it's great.
You certainly we're very happy to have you here, and I'm sure it won't be the last time we see you going up the Goodwood Hill.
No, I hope not. I want to come as much as I can, and put on a great show for the crowd, and fit some more donuts in. So I got another run this afternoon. I'll do a couple more.
Great stuff, and we look forward to talking to you next year as a fully fledged F1 driver.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, mate.
But how good an exit can Mathai get to the line? He's not going to be able to do it, or as he tries to tuck into the turn, it's going to go to the line.
Dynamic air suspension, all-wheel steering, configurable terrain response, effortless in the extreme.
Sky Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Sky full fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Racers E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
Now, you might think it's hard to stand out here at Goodwood with so many incredible cars on display, but one car that's been catching the attention of everyone here, including all the press, and myself included, is Red Bull's new hypercar, the RB17. And Adrian Newey, Red Bull's Chief Technical Officer, joins me now to take me through it. We're going to go for a little tour in a second, but before we do, Adrian, tell us about how this car came to be.
Well, it really started, been thinking about it for a while, and then over the Christmas period of 2020 into 21, then I did that drawing there, which was the first drawing of the car. And that kind of, we just kept developing or researching through 21, trying different configurations, engine configurations where we put the electric motor, etc. So 21 was all about fundamental research. And then we started getting into more detail in 22, and then into 23. So I could say first sort of evolution of the car was 22. Second evolution was through 23, which is this car here. And now we've carried on developing, and so actually we're now, I would say, the third evolution, which is quite another step on from this car. So it's lovely, that it's fantastic that everybody thinks this is such a great car. I look at it and think, well, I know actually it's going to be better than that.
It's almost a bit out of date, isn't it?
It is a bit out of date,
yeah,
exactly.
Yeah. And look, obviously you've been working in Formula 1, you're the most successful Formula 1 designer of all time. However, this is kind of, is it fair to say this is you unleashed? This is you without the restrictions, without the parameters that Formula 1 dictate, and this is just you going wild.
Yes, it is. I mean, we of course put limitations on ourselves. Wanted it to be comfortable for two people, so that you could have your coach, if you want a coach, or your friend or your partner in the passenger seat. Wanted it to comply with all the safety regulations of LMH, which I think is absolutely vital, and then the rest of the packaging constraints. But after that, we've really had a free hand, and that's the shareholders from both Austria and Thailand have been fabulous in allowing us this 3 years of research to go into all this detail, so that then when we release, we know that we've really gone into all the bits and pieces and considered everything, and hopefully that what you see here therefore is a very holistic product that does everything fits all our goals.
It certainly looks the part. Right, go on. I have to get you to give me a tiny bit of a tour. Tell me, what are the parts of the car that you're most proud of, or that catch the eye?
Well, no single part am I most proud of, and first of all, of course, it's a team effort. We're 140 people on this project now, but it's a very aerodynamically driven car, of course, because what we wanted is something that would be accessible to people with relatively low levels of track experience, but ultimately is adaptable and can grow, so that driver can grow with the car and get to a car which this car is, certainly according to all our simulations with driver in the loop, it would have been on pole at Silverstone last weekend.
I heard this stat, and that for me was one of the most remarkable bits of information, because, you know, I'm never going to drive a Formula 1 car. Even if I did get behind the wheel of a Formula 1 car, it would be rubbish. Yeah. However, there is a small chance one day that I might get to be driven around at Formula 1 speeds around Silverstone, and I think that gets fans really, really excited. You must be really proud of the fact that that will happen.
Yes, I am very proud of that, and I think, as I say, it was... I've been fortunate over the years to have driven a whole huge variety of cars, from 60s cars that, of course, I love driving and racing, indeed, here at Goodwood at the Revival, through to modern Formula 1 cars. And the speed and adrenaline and excitement of driving a truly fast car like a Formula 1 car is something else. So, as I mentioned, I wanted a car that people could build with and ultimately start to feel that thrill and excitement, but in a car that would be safe and controllable, and they can, as I say, develop with. And that really has been the overarching concept. When you then get into the details, what does that mean? So it means you've got to package two people in reasonable comfort, a V10 engine for all the noise and emotion that we know of V10s. Working with Michelin on the tyres to take the loads, and then it really becomes an aerodynamic packaging problem, and so you start to develop if you like, the sinuous shape around the mechanicals of what you need to accommodate, and then just keep developing. And obviously we wanted the car also to look stunning. I think
you've done that.
Hopefully. So I mean, it's obviously all subjective, but I do feel that cars at this level should also be pieces of art. They should be sculptures, and I do feel quite strongly that given enough time and spending enough time looking at it, then aerodynamics, concentrating on the aerodynamic form, will actually also give a beautiful product. And if you look at back in history at, say, Spitfire or the Bluebird land speed record car of the 60s or Concorde, all beautiful objects, but none of them designed for aesthetics. They're all designed for function, and this is really what this is.
There's a connection between the two. Give us some stats on it. I want to know top speeds. I want to know horsepower. I want to know what's underneath the bonnet.
Right. So I'm never very good at remembering this stuff. But what I can tell you is that the V10 is 1,000 horsepower. Then we have a 250 horsepower electric motor. It's the car weight is around 880 kilos. I think the G-force is somewhere around 5 on braking and cornering. Top speed is limited because of the tyres to, I can't remember, around 380, I think it is.
That'll do.
What else do you want to know?
No, that's very, very impressive. Using your Formula One experience, how much of that has kind of fed into this design? How much? As I mentioned at the top, you're hugely successful in Formula One. So are there elements of this that you've kind of dripped in from that experience?
Absolutely. I mean, without that Formula One experience, then we couldn't have designed this car. So it's the way we researched the car over that 3-year period. Then the detailed design of the car, the manufacture of the car, the assembly of the car, that's all Formula One techniques, which is one of the reasons for limiting it to 50 cars, that by limiting it to 50 cars we can manufacture the principal parts in-house, just as we do with Formula One, and those where we're not manufacturing in-house, we'll use the same suppliers as we do in Formula One. And the assembly of the car at only 50 units can be the same as we do in Formula One. So it's very much a Formula One car in every sense, but applied very differently, obviously.
Yeah. So look, 50 available. I imagine one is going to you.
Indeed. Yes.
Yeah. Very good. And what? I mean, look, I'll level with you. You're probably not going to be able to afford it. But what will they be retailing at?
That's the embarrassing bit. I still feel embarrassed, but it's 5.75 million.
Wow.
But it's obviously very expensive. But to do it to the level we've done the car to, and to design it, research it, design it, manufacture it in this way, unfortunately that's what we come to.
That's the price of something as beautiful as this. Adrian, thank you so much for your time. Congratulations again. What an amazing car you and your team have produced.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, that was fascinating to learn more about that brand new machinery that Adrian Newey has designed. That was yesterday afternoon. Rain was falling a little bit at that time, but as we get ready now for this wonderful celebration of 20 years of Red Bull racing, it is dry here at Goodwood for the Festival of Speed for this very, very special celebration time, and we are looking forward to history of Red Bull's success. A wonderful establishment created from 2004 and then going on to wonderful victories, and of course right now still being the front runners in the championship. It has been absolutely wonderful to see their performance, and if you want to get close to the celebration, you can see people already gathering together outside Goodwood House. This is going to be the place where we are going to finalise the celebration. After the cars have been up the hill and back down, they're going to come down here. The drivers will jump out, head up to the balcony, and this is the place to be if you want to really celebrate Red Bull today here at Goodwood.
What a great ride from Tom Marquardt on Quickthorn, who wins the Alpha Cup, Goodwood Cup.
Highfield Princess. She's all class, and Highfield Princess comes clear to win the King George.
Huntington from back to Savard, the run towards the line. It's Huntington, he's still going to be unbeaten this season. He's going to win the topping stakes.
I'm on a mission, burning through my lane. Do I have your attention? Do I have your attention? Better know my name. Got the soul of a giant, the force of a titan, living in my blood. Ain't no way to deny it. My energy rising, I'm feeling fired up.
Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change.
2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Skyfall fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
So we are very much now looking forward to the Red Bull celebration getting underway in just a few moments' time. My name is Ben Edwards. I've been an old Formula One commentator over many years, and of course commentating on Red Bull and the progress they made, moving on from when they first took over Jaguar and going on to such a successful record has been remarkable. But let me tell you, alongside me, Alice Powell. Alice, when you were first karting, you were racing yourself, you were getting involved in the interest in Formula One, and Jaguar and then Red Bull really interested you right from the beginning, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. So that's all the way back in 2004 when Red Bull purchased the Jaguar F1 team, and we were just chatting off air, that iconic Jaguar Formula One livery. And we never knew at that time that Red Bull were going to become such a dominant force, and we've got a whole host of cars that we will be seeing go up the hill today, and we've got a lot of Red Bull cars here as well. And you could go over to the Cathedral Paddock after this Red Bull demonstration, of course, so make sure you do stay trackside for that. And that is a Cathedral Paddock where you can also see the RB17 hypercar. But yes, Ben, I mean, that was my real interest, that sort of time when I was starting in karting, and Red Bull was just eking its way in, and it was only a couple of years later really that they got their first F1 podium, which at the hands of DC back in Monaco.
Absolutely, no, early days. And of course, David Coulthard, who is going to be one of the drivers coming up the hill in a Red Bull, he was absolutely a core to the beginning of the creation of Red Bull. He had moved from McLaren. He was looking for another opportunity to continue in Formula One. And, well, it certainly worked well going and joining Christian Horner. And, of course, Christian Horner had been brought in by the boss, Dietrich Mateschitz. Sadly, we lost Dietrich a couple of years ago. He is no longer around, but he was the man behind the Red Bull brand, of course, and he was the man who put together the Formula One team, bought the Jaguar team as it was then, created it as Red Bull Racing, brought Christian Horner in right from the beginning, David Coulthard coming in from very early on as well, and together they both worked quite hard to bring Adrian Newey in. Not immediately, he wasn't the designer of the first ever Red Bull to go racing, but of course Adrian Newey, who we saw speaking a moment ago when we were interviewing him yesterday, he's a part of the display here today. It's lovely that Adrian, although he will be leaving Red Bull at the end of this year, is very much a part of the celebration this weekend, which I feel is absolutely right, because he has been such a core part of the success that they have enjoyed over the time. And you can see that the cars are already beginning to be ready to come up the hill. We're actually going to see two runs from this batch of Formula One cars. They will come up the hill together as one group for the first run, taking it relatively steady. They'll go up to the top of the hill climb, come back down, and then they'll go up one by one for a bit more of a dramatic rush up the hill.
Yes, you touched on Adrian Newey there, Ben. He, of course, was his first Red Bull racing car was the RB3 that won't be going up the hill, but is on the static display down in the Cathedral Paddock, and had a bit of reliability issues, but my goodness, didn't they go on then. Adrian Newey, a key force. You touched on David Coulthard, who still has big ties with Red Bull Racing and is driving one of these cars up the hill. But, I mean, it's such the iconic livery, and I like that with Red Bull as well. They have kept the livery through and through, all through the years. So we will see going up the hill the RB1. Christian Klein is behind the wheel of that one, and we will have the 2023 Challenger as well, that took 21 out of 22 race victories. It was only Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari that was able to beat the RB19 last year.
It is amazing, isn't it, how it has developed over the years. And as you say, that RB1, which actually, it was effectively a modified version of the Jaguar with Christian Klein and Vitantonio Liuzzi, who raced for them then a little bit. But DC was the main driver for them in that first year. And David Coulthard, he actually ended up getting some good results in that first season as Red Bull. Finished fourth in Australia, the first race of the year, ran in P3 and still was able to beat Juan Pablo Montoya, who's the driver who'd taken his seat at McLaren. So it was actually a very good start to the season, the first start in Red Bull history in a car designed by Jaguar, and Jaguar had really been struggling a bit over several years, and straight away Red Bull moved up the order just a little bit. They ended up finishing 7th in the Constructors' Championship in that first year, but it was impressive what they were able to do straight away. Obviously it took them then several years to get themselves to the very top of the scale, but nonetheless it was impressive as they started that year, and David Coulthard was very much a key part. We'll be seeing him in one of the cars as they are getting ready. You can see that the Red Bull team all here making the cars ready, sending them on their way shortly. I think this whole group will be pretty much heading up together, and we'll be seeing the likes of David Coulthard, Mark Webber's going to be in one of the cars, Daniel Ricciardo, Christian Horner, we know, has got the chance to get back into a Formula One car. We heard from him earlier telling us that it's been a long, long time since he was last in a Formula One car. He used to race himself before he became a team boss, and raced well at the sort of junior levels when it moved up to Formula 3000, the equivalent of Formula 2 nowadays, and he was racing at that level, but he then decided he was creating his own team and realised that there were quicker drivers, so let's manage them, and that's what he did, and then of course moved his way into Formula One.
Yeah, and it's great to see plenty of Red Bull fans in the crowd as well for this very special celebration, but having such a range of these Red Bull racing cars, Ben, that we're going to be treated to going up the hill here from 2005 all the way up to 2023, and just the size difference of how much bigger the modern day, I'm going to call it modern day, the 2023 car is compared to the 2025 Challenger that Red Bull first produced, a 3-litre V10. It's incredible, the size, but also the feat of engineering, the size difference of the wings, and of course last year was the 18-inch wheels as well.
The whole display is, as you mentioned, down at the Cathedral Paddock. So they're not running, it's not as if they can run all of the cars from every year. So some of them are down at the display. But I popped down there earlier, and there was a huge crowd down there, not only looking around the cars, but obviously trying to catch the sight of some of the drivers. Because, as I mentioned, drivers from the past, but we've also got the great current drivers as well. And that's what so many people I know are very excited about seeing. Max Verstappen here at Goodwood today. He's going to be driving up the hill. He's going to be coming back down and then joining in the celebration as well. And so is Sergio Perez, a key part of the current part of the team. So it's lovely to see how this is all going to work. And as you can see, up on the balcony, we're getting ready for the celebration to be made. They will be coming up after the cars have been run. This is where we will see them. This is where we can all celebrate, and the interviews will be made here too.
Yes, Jerry Horner up there as well, waiting to see how Christian gets on in one of the Red Bull cars, and I expect a huge noise coming down from that area. And Red Bull, their first F1 victory came back all the way in 2009. At that very rain-soaked Chinese Grand Prix. Vettel won from teammate Mark Webber, and that was their victory at that 74th attempt. So it took a number of races for them to break into jumping on the top step of the podium. And Mark Webber, you've touched on, we'll be seeing him here in his Red Bull machine, but he still plays a big part in Formula One, but that's in the career of Oscar Piastri. You may recognise that name. A real star has been born in Formula One with Oscar, racing for McLaren, and he is Mark Webber is his manager. So Mark is often in the paddock. You'll see him beaming in ear to ear majority of the time, especially with Oscar's results recently.
It's wonderful to see so many people here at Goodwood this weekend and giving us a wave and getting ready for what could be one of the most amazing displays that we have seen here, with these superstar drivers and the man who is currently a 3-time world champion and aiming for his 4th title this year, Max Verstappen. And I know we're at the halfway stage in the Formula One season. Alice, you've been following every race, you're involved in the coverage of every single race, and the competition has got tougher and tougher over the last few races. We're going into the second half of the season from Goodwood, not really knowing if Red Bull are going to have the dominance, and yet they are in a strong position for both Constructors and Drivers' Championships.
Yeah, they certainly are. McLaren putting a real challenger, and after the last weekend, you can chuck Mercedes in there as well. George Russell grabbing pole position and Lewis Hamilton taking the win. And I have to say, that race last weekend at Silverstone was certainly a race of the season. For once, we didn't really know who was going to win, did we, Ben? We had 4 challengers at one point, Max Verstappen being one of them. And he's up against it, but Max, I mean, he does get a little bit of stick, but I think he is just such an incredible talent, and we are so lucky to be able to witness not only him go up the hill, but just his talent in Formula One, his sheer determination. Started go-karting back at the age of 4. His father Jos raced in Formula One. His mother Sophie was a very handy go-karter, so racing is certainly in the Verstappen blood.
Totally right, and so many people are massive fans of Max Verstappen, and the opportunity to see him here is absolutely incredible. So we will see him out there shortly, and it will be an absolutely tremendous experience, of course. As you say, the Red Bull history is quite funny, actually, with that win for Mercedes last time out at Silverstone, because as teams, Mercedes and Red Bull are actually pretty close in terms of the number of Grand Prix victories they've made. Now, of course, Mercedes started Grand Prix back in the 1950s, but they didn't do it for very long. They're only there for a couple of years and then pulled out before they came back as Mercedes many years later. But of course, we've seen Mercedes take huge numbers of victories in the hybrid era. And funnily enough, Mercedes are on now, with the win at Silverstone, 127 wins, whereas Red Bull are on 120. So it's almost turning into a battle, not only in terms of championship points, but the number of Grand Prix wins that the two teams have managed to create over all those years, even though, as I say, Mercedes popped in and out of Grand Prix racing. Red Bull, of course, have been in since the end of 2004. We call this a 20-year celebration because although they didn't compete as Red Bull in Formula One, that's when the deal was done. The end of 2004 for the beginning of 2005, which was when the cars were actually on track, and that's when all the seasons began. And then, as you mentioned, it started to get hot in 2009, no doubt about it, when they started taking their first victories, and then in 2010 their first Drivers' Championship and first Constructors' Championship. And that period with Sebastian Vettel, and you know, I think they were hoping that Sebastian was going to be able to be here this weekend. Sadly, he's not able to be here this weekend. So much delight that he went on to win 4 titles himself with Red Bull: 2010, 2011 and 2012. It was it really was a fantastic performance.
It was 7 driver titles overall for Red Bull Racing. They've had 381 starts in Formula One, 6 constructors, 120 race victories, Ben, and 277 podiums. And with that sort of ratio out of starts, it's so impressive.
It is, no, absolutely. Sebastian Vettel's, his final title in 2013. The 2012 one was actually a very close battle. I remember that one being decided in Brazil at the very end of the year, and it was a close battle with Fernando Alonso, and Red Bull just managed to get that one. But in 2013 they had actually a pretty dominant performance once again, and of course we've seen some dominant performance in this last couple of years, but now it's getting much tighter as we're going into the end of this particular format of Formula One cars. It's lovely to see so many stars here ready for the celebration. His Grace the Duke of Richmond is ready to receive them up there at the Goodwood House to celebrate this 20-year period of so much success in the world of Formula One. And whether it's going to continue after this, as Formula One continues through the rest of the year, well, we will find out. But it's lovely to enjoy the heritage, the history of this very strong British team, of course. Milton Keynes based. They've created a huge setup there in that Milton Keynes area. And I'm sure many fans here this weekend from Milton Keynes have been able to get nice and close. We are going to see Christian Klein driving the first car up the hill, which is right in many ways because he was part of that team at the very beginning alongside David Coulthard, and David of course had all the experience. Christian was one of the younger drivers who was moving up into Formula One, and so it was an opportunity for him, although he had already raced in Formula One a bit because he made his debut with the Jaguar team. So that year that it was Jaguar before it got taken over by Red Bull, he raced with Jaguar in that year, and then when Red Bull took over, they actually wanted him sharing it with Vitantonio Liuzzi, but he did a good job. He had a best place 5th finish in the final race in China, and then he got the full season for the following year. It didn't quite work for him in 2006. He did then lose his seat. He was replaced by Mark Webber for 2007, and yet his Red Bull heritage at being part of the team in that very first year and then being full on in the second year with them, it must mean something to him right now, being in that car ready to start this patch of Red Bulls coming up the hill.
Oh, I mean, that would just be so special for all of these Red Bull teams as well. It looks like we are just about to get underway, and I was just having a look in the background there. There's actually some of the current mechanics that are working on the current Red Bull car this year, and they're not getting a weekend off this weekend. Jack Harrison was one of them who works on Sergio Perez's car, so they're obviously here for the actual real love of Goodwood, and really want to be part of this incredible celebration.
Mark Webber's in the car behind. We can see his crash helmet there, and of course huge experience with the team. Took his first ever Formula One win with Red Bull, of course. He took his first win in that 2009 season as well, when they took their first win in China, and it was a 1-2 with Vettel ahead of him. He then took a remarkable win in Germany, actually. He was on pole position. He had contact with Rubens Barrichello into the first corner. He got a drive-through penalty as a result, and he still won. It was a remarkable race. I remember that weekend, and it was a beautiful beginning for Marc to start taking wins, and he was able to challenge for the championship, but it never quite worked for him. Sebastian Vettel always had that little bit of an edge, and it didn't quite work out for Marc to take the title, and yet he was an absolutely key part of the Red Bull team, and we will be seeing him heading up the hill. We've just got a very slight delay before they head up the hill. We are hoping they will be starting any moment, but there is a slight issue. They're just trying to sort that out at the moment, but I'm sure we will be seeing them coming up in just a moment. Mark Webber, of course, as I was talking about, taking a number of pole positions in the end, 13 pole positions, some 9 victories in his career, and 42 podiums, so a very successful career. And of course, as you mentioned, now he's looking after the youngster Piastri, keeping an eye on him. We also, I've commentated with Mark many times. He has a lovely insight to the sport of Formula One, having been such a top-level driver himself, but he communicates about Formula One like David Coulthard, both of them. It's funny, isn't it, how Red Bull drivers have become some of the best actual communicators about Formula One as well.
Yes, DC and Mark Webber work alongside me on the Channel 4 coverage, and it's certainly a laugh when those two are in the room together. Sebastian Vettel, you touched on, was meant to be here, and always, every time I can't happen to think, every time I see Mark Webber and Sebastian Vettel stood alongside each other, reminds me of the Multi-21, and we still sometimes take the mickey, make little jokes here and there with Mark Webber. Obviously that famous incident between himself and Sebastian Vettel at the 2013 Malaysian Grand Prix.
Yes, indeed, that was an interesting incident, wasn't it? The relationship between them was sometimes a little painful, but that's always the way, isn't it? You know, when you're racing in Formula One, your teammate is sometimes your biggest rival. So we'll just have to see, you know, the teammate relationship, because you're both in the same type of machinery, it can be tough. I have to say, though, Max Verstappen and Sergio Perez, the relationship seems to work very well at this point.
It does. I mean, your teammates, certainly in here in Formula One, you're there to really for the Constructors' Championship. The Constructors' Championship in Formula One is what matters to the teams. Of course, they want to win both. They want to win the driver's title, but the points make prizes in Formula One for the Constructors' Championship. They get a lot of money for each place that they finish in the Constructors' title. So the drivers understand that, but at the same time, the driver wants to be a world champion. The driver wants to beat their teammate. They want to be the number one in the team.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, there are so many Red Bull fans here, and they are now, as we can see, gathering in all sorts of areas, but particularly around the Goodwood house. And also down there with them are our very own Rachel and Harry. I wonder how it's all looking down there.
Ben, it looks incredible down here. Look at all these people. Give us a wave, guys. Look at this. These guys have been out since very, very early today to get prime position to see these Red Bull cars pull up in front of the house. And we found Izzy down here, who is a huge Red Bull fan. And I am really pleased to see you wearing your Girls on Track T-shirt as well. Good call, Izzy. How are you feeling?
Really excited.
What time did you get your position here?
Like an hour ago, I think.
Ooh, 2 hours.
2 hours.
Are you mum? How much has she been talking about today?
Non-stop. Non-stop. So
Is this your first time at a Goodwood Festival of Speed?
yes,
How have you found it so far?
really fun.
Now, we've got a load of Red Bull drivers about to come here. Is there anyone you're looking forward to most seeing?
Mark and Danny.
Oh, the Aussies.
Yes.
Brilliant. I mean, how long have you been a Red Bull fan for? Since forever?
Like 3 years ago. I only started like watching Formula One like 2 years ago, so.
And Red Bull, that's a good team to join. They were winning.
What have you made of the season so far?
It's been interesting, actually. Like, it's been fun to watch. I went to Silverstone last weekend, and it was really interesting, especially quali.
Now, which of these cars, do you know much about the cars that are coming in? Because we've been told you're a massive Red Bull fan. We've got some notes. We might quiz you.
Oh, yeah, I know a little bit. I know, like, my favourite car's the RB8.
Why is that?
Because it just looks cooler.
The 2012?
Yeah.
That's the one Christian Horner's driving today. I'll tell you a little secret. Christian can't hear, so we're fine. But he took it to Silverstone to practice because he didn't want to stall on the hill. Very wise, if you ask me, because in front of all these people, you don't want to be doing that.
No, not at all. And you know what's also here, though? We've got loads of Red Bull cars. We've got Aston Martin Valkyrie that Adrian Newey designed. And have you been following the F1 Academy at all in the last couple of years? So we've actually got Hamda Al-Qubaisi, the Red Bull driver for the F1 Academy, here as well. She's going to be driving up in the car. How have you found F1 Academy?
It's really good. I actually met Hamza yesterday and I got her signature because she came to the Girls on Track 10.
Oh, brilliant. Oh, well, it's brilliant to support that. And what a brilliant series it's doing as well.
Izzy, thank you very much. Come on, Harry, we're going to go around because I've seen a little young man down here wearing some Red Bull kit. Hi. Oh, don't look so terrified. I promise. We're friendly. What's your name?
Harry.
You're a Harry as well.
Hello,
this
Harry.
is Harry.
Hello.
I'll remember that one. Big Red Bull fan, I can see. Have you got a favourite driver?
Gotta be Max, isn't it?
It's got to be Max, obviously. How long have you been watching Formula One for?
Couple years now.
Yeah?
Yeah. Dad got me into it.
Did he? Where's Dad? Back through there, Dad. Dad, why Red Bull?
They're local, they're British, and they're the best.
Where's your Red Bull team kit?
All on him.
Yeah.
And they're going to drive up here today, and you're going to see them. Are you going to try and get Max to sign your cap?
Yeah.
Have you got a pen handy?
Yeah, I got my pen.
Let's see. He has as
He's
well.
prepared. He's well prepared. This isn't his first rodeo.
Brilliant. Well, look, they're all going to come and pull up here in the cars very, very shortly. You'll be able to see all of them. Hopefully get it signed. Get your shirt signed as well as your cap maybe today. Yeah, and make sure Dad keeps buying you the kit every year. All right, thanks very much,
Start
guys.
saving up.
Thank you. Right, we've got another young man down here as well in Red Bull. Look, lots and lots of Red Bull fans. What's your name? Is it Gabriel?
Yes.
Big Max Verstappen fan yet again.
Yeah.
Why?
His theme song.
Super Max.
Max Verstappen.
Brilliant.
Keep going, keep going. Yeah, that's basically.
Yeah, that's all it is.
What's
this? What's this? I want to see this.
It's Tiny
is this
Max.
a mini Max Verstappen?
Yes, it's mini Max.
Where'd you get that from?
It was a birthday present.
Ah, brilliant. And is this your first time here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed?
Yeah.
Oh, mega.
Enjoy, Gabriel. If you can hear that noise, that's the engines. The cars are on track. Let's go back to our commentary team.
We've got the cars heading up the hill. We had a little delay to get them going, but they are now heading up. Everybody get out there and celebrate and cheer and wave. This is fantastic to celebrate 20 years of Red Bull and all of the success that we have seen from this amazing team and how it is still pushing on now to try and take yet another title. We've just seen the Formula One Academy car coming up and also the Aston Martin Valkyrie that Adrian Newey is driving. That's coming up at the back. So the great engineer Adrian Newey, who has created his own Red Bull special hypercar, which we've been looking at here this weekend. But this is it. This is the collection with some tremendous drivers and the wonderful sound as they take it up relatively steady, Alice, for this first run. They'll be going quicker later.
Yeah, they certainly will. So they'll be going up to the top of the hill. They'll be turning around and coming back down, and then we'll get more of a special celebration of the Red Bull cars. Max Verstappen is actually behind the wheel of his 2021 World Drivers' Championship winning car. So he's heading up the hill. We've got the Valkyrie, as you touched on, Ben, the Adrian Newey designed car, and Hamda is in the F1 Academy car as well.
Yeah, Hamda's in that one. There's the Adrian Newey car, and there's Hamda. She's coming up in the Academy car. Just ahead of her is Max Verstappen, and it's lovely that they have done this first little run, a little wave to all the fans as well as they come up for this first little escapade, and we're going to be seeing more when they come back down and go back up again. So we've got them all. Christian Green, Mark Webber, Daniel Ricciardo, Christian Horner, Max Verstappen, Hamda Al-Qubaisi, we've got Checo, Sergio Perez and Adrian Newey bringing up the rear with the Valkyrie, the Aston Martin Valkyrie, another of these supercars that he has designed in his career. The Red Bull that he's created, that is on show, is not quite ready to be taken up the hill. That'll be something we'll celebrate as another Goodwood in the future, I am sure. So they come up to this top section, and we will actually see them head back down again pretty quickly. They're not going to be up here. I'm not sure if they're going to do. I'm not sure they're going to stop at all. Let's just see. They may pause very briefly, I think, and then head back down again. And then we will see them coming up one by one.
Yes, I'm sure that the Red Bull crew are up there with some fans. Let's have a little look. Cars are starting to move. You've got the Valkyrie there on the left-hand side of screen. The F1 Academy car in a lovely sandwich between the Valkyrie and the RB19. So they're going to head back down the hill now.
Yeah, lovely to see. They are all coming back down, and Mark Webber, David Coulthard, part of the drive. Max Verstappen, who we just saw, just going through, part of that as well. And this is just a little display chance to go up and then come back down, and then we will see them once again going up at a little bit more high speed. I think we'll be hearing some more full throttle from the various engines. Remember, they started off with Cosworth power with the RB1, the one that Christian Klein is driving right now. They went on to Ferrari power, although that one is in static display in the Cathedral Paddock. That's not going to be coming up the hill. And then, of course, Renault power was crucial to Red Bull in the days that they started winning races, started winning championships in 2009, and then the titles in 2010, 2011, 2012 and 2013. And we've got some of those being driven by, as I say, Mark Webber, Daniel Ricciardo, Christian Horner and David Coulthard. They're in the Renault-powered cars from that period. And then they went to the Honda power, which has been so successful in more recent times.
It certainly has. I wonder if Max Verstappen's going to have a word with Christian after and say, come on, go a little bit faster. He's got a nifty queue behind him as we go through the absolute packed grandstands here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Such a brilliant atmosphere, and look at that for a view, Ben. Absolutely stunning.
It's going to be great for all the fans who are down there too, because when the cars come back down next time, they will be coming into that area, they will park in that area, and then the drivers will be jumping out and heading up to the balcony for the real celebration and interviews and the ability to celebrate with those fans. It is a very special moment here at Goodwood to be able to do that. So up the hill once, back down, turn around down on the bottom, and then we'll see them coming up individually, one by one, as they come up the hill to celebrate this 20 years of Red Bull. Incredible technology, incredible sense of running the whole team. Of course, teams have developed over the years into much bigger factories, much bigger outfits. The number of people employed now so much greater than it used to be, but it's lovely to see how the reliability, the performance of Red Bull cars has just developed over all of those years, and it's great to watch the slightly different styles, but as you say, the colour scheme absolutely has stayed pretty much the same. Slight modifications over the years, but the Red Bull colour scheme has always been very distinctive to everybody.
Even compared there, a beautiful shot we're seeing of Max Verstappen in the 2021 Challenger to there Sergio Perez in the 2023. Even that car, there was only 2 years between those two. Well, actually, the RB16B is the one that Max is driving, but due to COVID in 2020, there wasn't much that was being able to be modified to these cars. So that kind of was very similar in those both seasons. But just comparing from 2021 to 2023, the difference in size and how much bigger the cars were getting.
So this is the first one coming back up again. Christian Klein, their first Red Bull, the RB1. When they took over from Jaguar, they kept the Cosworth power, and they managed to still do a better job than Jaguar had done with this modified version of the car, with, as we mentioned, David Coulthard getting some good performances right out from the start. He got a decent result in the first race at the Australian Grand Prix, getting a fourth place finish. That was great stuff. He ended up 12th in the Drivers' Championship that year. They were 7th in the Constructors, and that was a good start. It wasn't the fastest car by any means, but no surprise, because they had taken on a team that was not a winning team at that stage.
No, and who knew that they would go on to be so successful, so dominant. 6 Constructors titles as it stands at the moment, 120 race victories, and it all started here with this car, the 3-litre V10 RB1.
Absolutely. They switched from the Cosworth engines after that. They went to Ferrari initially, and then they went to Renault. And that's what we're going to be seeing more of now, is the Renault tower. And it's Mark Webber who is now bringing up the next car. So he wasn't in that first year, but he came in very soon, just a couple of years later, he joined David Coulthard at Red Bull, and they became very good teammates, very good friends as well. It was a time where Adrian Newey was getting involved in the design of the machinery, and then it all started to pick up. And now this is the RB6, which was, of course, an extremely successful car. This is from 2010, the car with which the team took their first Drivers' Championship and first Constructors' Championship, with Sebastian Vettel actually taking the Drivers' Championship alongside Mark Webber, but he raced it very effectively as well.
And what a season that was. Vettel just about managing to hold off the hard-charging Fernando Alonso in the Ferrari. And Mark, he took victories in this car alongside Vettel. Between them, they won 9 Grand Prix, and then a year later, Daniel Ricciardo is behind the wheel of the RB17, the 2.4 litre V8, and this was Red Bull's first. Here we go. Of course, Daniel Ricciardo was going to stop outside the house and treat the fans to some donuts, and this was Red Bull's first KERS hybrid system to be fitted on this car.
And Daniel, really, I mean, his background with this team, of course, absolutely crucial, because he started out with the HRT team and then Scuderia Toro Rosso. Toro Rosso team, of course, owned by Matisic as well. It was part of the Red Bull program. And then he got that opportunity to move up into Red Bull in 2014. And he had a fantastic season in 2014, taking his first win in Canada and giving Vettel, who was the 4-time champion by then, some real rivalry.
Yeah, he certainly did. I remember actually going to Rockingham and watching Daniel Ricciardo in the Red Bull liveried British Formula 3 many years ago, and who knew at that time he would go on to take 8 wins in his Formula 1 career so far, 32 podiums, his first win back in 2014 at the Canadian Grand Prix. And here is Christian Horner, and he got off the line, so all that practice at Silverstone has paid off.
Yeah, so Christian Horner, who did used to race, he's 50 years old this year, celebrating his 50th. He raced karts, he raced in Formula Renault and British Formula 3, and then raced Formula 3000, but he founded what was called the Arden team originally, and that was the team he ran. But then he wanted to get into Formula 1, and the timing when Matisic bought into the Jaguar team, created it as Red Bull, he got the opportunity to become the team boss. That's exactly what he did. Worked well with David Coulthard, and it started off brilliantly, and of course that's what we have seen develop over all these years. So Christian Horner now back behind the wheel of a Formula 1 car. He says for the first time since 1993, when he drove a Lotus Formula 1 car, it's the first time he's actually had a chance to do that, except for the brief test session that we heard about.
One who is able to get a few extra laps in on top of those practice starts. I know I would have been begging to.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's in the RB8, which, of course, another very successful machine. That was the 2012 season. But here is Max Verstappen. Max Verstappen, the 3-time champion, the man who is leading the World Championship right now. And this is the car with which he took his first title, the RB16B, that huge rivalry that he had with Lewis Hamilton, snatching the title in the very last moments of the final race of the year. And Max Verstappen giving everybody a lovely wave as he heads up the hill, when Red Bull finally managed to beat Mercedes after Mercedes had been dominating Formula 1 for many, many years.
And what a force Max is. 197 F1 starts to his name and already 61 wins and counting. And here is one of the latest RB challengers, the RB18, Sergio Perez, behind the wheel. The 34-year-old finished second in last year's Formula 1 World Championship, 273 starts, 6 wins and 39 podiums. And it was this car that took 21 out of the 22 race victories in last year's Formula 1 Championship.
Absolutely. I mean, and going to Red Bull was such a boost for him. We're just looking at Hamza Al-Qudasi coming out now in the Formula 1 Academy. And, of course, Red Bull, what's wonderful about Red Bull is the way that they do bring young drivers up through the ranks. And this is all part and parcel of that.
Yes, so this is the Formula 1 Academy car. It's in its second year. First year was last year. All their races are on the F1 support bill. Each car is the same, powered by 165 horsepower turbocharged 4-cylinder engine, all-female championship, and are currently 6th in the standings, a highly competitive championship. Abby Pullen, British driver, at the top of the standings at the moment, and they race in fantastic places from Jeddah, Miami, all the way to Singapore.
And Adrian Newey now taking the Aston Martin Valkyrie up the hill, which is fun to see, one of the great cars that he has designed. And this one is pretty powerful. It's a 6.5 litre naturally aspirated V12 engine, and I gather David Coulthard is in there with Newey. So was there I don't know whether there was a slight problem with the car that David was due to drive up the hill or not, but he's apparently in there with him at the moment. But taking this up there, yeah, this sports car, a real collaboration between Aston Martin and Red Bull Racing, because they were very much together at one stage, and they created this amazing machine.
A 6.5 litre Cosworth V12, and DC was meant to be in the RB9, as you said, Ben, so maybe a slight issue with that, but he's having a nice fun ride up the hill alongside the incredible Adrian Newey in the Valkyrie.
Yes, it's funny how these things sometimes work out, but they are enjoying themselves as they head up the hill. And we see him get the checkered flag across the line. They are all heading up towards the top of the hill, and Daniel Ricciardo's already got a chance to catch up with our very own David Green.
Daniel, you look like you're having some fun in that car.
Yeah, it's always cool to get back in a V8. The sound's crazy. So yeah, I enjoy getting on the rev limiter. I'm sure the fans do as well.
I think we enjoyed the donuts.
Yeah, you always get a bit nervous because it's not something we normally do, but yeah, we pulled them off okay.
Oh, you pulled them off. You were like a drifter out there.
Yeah, I was having fun. Cheers.
Having fun today at the festival?
Yeah, mate, it's always good here. Like the crowd is insane. So also we've got some good British weather, so I'm happy the sun's out and everyone can enjoy it.
Everyone's loving it. Thank you very much.
Lovely to hear from Daniel Ricciardo, who put on this tremendous display, and for the fans down in that area, that was beautifully done. You can tell he's been doing this over the years quite a few times. So wonderful, and we've seen a lot of drift cars doing this. We've seen some other vehicles, but it's always fun to see a Formula One car do this, isn't it?
Oh yeah, and it's always fun when it's Daniel Ricciardo in the Formula One car doing some donuts, and you could just see from the smile on his helmet there when he was talking to David Green how much he enjoys being back in this type of machinery, the old school machinery, and what a slow-mo we are being treated to now.
Yeah, wonderful, wonderful stuff. And, well, an opportunity to also for us, as they've got to the top of the hill, to catch up with the Red Bull boss himself, Christian Horner.
Christian, you weren't nervous at all. You were waving before you even got off the finish line.
Well, I don't think I was setting any purple sectors, so but fantastic to see all the cars running up the hill.
We'll start that again. Sorry about that. Yep. Sorry, I couldn't hear a word there. Christian, you didn't look nervous at all there. You were waving as soon as you got off the start line.
Yeah, I don't think I was setting any purple sectors, but when you got, David Coulthard in your wing mirror and Max Verstappen, it's just a great experience driving in front of the crowd, seeing all these amazing cars. So a very proud moment for the team.
It's an incredible achievement. I mean, most of the fans here, when you say Red Bull, they don't think of an energy drink, they think of a Formula One car, and that's testament to what you've done over the last 20 years. It must be amazing to celebrate it like this.
Well, it's great to celebrate. I mean, seeing RB1 with Christian driving it, Mark Webber just ahead of me, Daniel Ricciardo on my left, Max Verstappen in my wing mirror, it's and Checo as well. I mean, it's amazing. So a great moment for the team, and a very proud one.
And you've got the car to the top of the hill.
I just got to get it back down now. Got one more run.
You were worried about it not fitting, but you look quite cosy in there.
I don't know how the hell these guys fitted in this. I mean, I have got zero room in here. I mean, it's how Mark Webber drove this around Monaco, I have no idea.
You found respect for the boys?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's incredible what they achieve in these amazing cars, but great pride in the workforce that have produced these amazing cars.
Of course, it's not just the driver, is it? Obviously, you've got teams of hundreds back at base.
Yeah, I mean, they do an amazing job. I mean, we're British-based in Milton Keynes, and the whole team, you know, to see what they've created and produced, and 120 race wins, 13 World Championships so far. It's been a hell of a 20 years, and what's exciting is what's ahead of us.
It's an incredible story, and we're really proud to have you here at the Festival of Speed. I think it's a massive occasion, and well done.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Max, great to have you here at the festival and celebrating 20 years of Red Bull.
Yeah, you know, it's fantastic. You know, it's the first time for me also to be here. Luckily, it's not raining. You know, so yeah, it's great to see all these cars out on the track.
How was it taking the F1 car up the hill for the first time?
It's quite bumpy, I would say. It's buttering quite a bit, but it's great, you know, to see all the fans as well. You know, coming to Goodwood. So yeah, it's nice.
I wondered if you'd done it on a sim before.
I actually haven't. I always watch it every year, but no, I haven't driven it myself until today.
I think we'd like to have you in the shootout one day here. How do you think you'd fare?
Depends on the car, but I definitely need a bit of practice for that.
Well, it's a fantastic occasion to have you here for 20 years of Red Bull with all the drivers. It's so brilliant, and we'll see you down in the bottom of the hill for the house.
All right, see you there.
Well, it's lovely to hear from Max Verstappen heading up the hill. A massive crowd, and it's great to have you with us as well as we get ready for those cars. They will shortly be coming back down to that area, and the drivers will be jumping out and heading up onto the balcony. Max in that car with which he took his first title. He took 10 wins that year in 2021. Of course, the last couple of years he seems to be winning even more races every year, but that was a crucial one for him so much, winning his first title by 8 points. Let's have a little look back at some of the highlights we've seen so far of the cars being driven up here. And yes, it's been so interesting to watch cars from different periods in Red Bull, and of course also having the youngster having a chance to display, because Helmut Marko, who's always been a part of Red Bull, has always encouraged young drivers. And as I say, Daniel Ricciardo did that lovely job. He was a youngster when he first got the gig, one of those drivers they were trying to bring up, and it really worked for him. It worked for Sebastian Vettel, and it worked for Max Verstappen as well, of course.
Yeah, it certainly did. They're big, such a strong young driver program, and this is one of the drivers that came through that program as well with Max Verstappen, and he has been one of the big successes of the Red Bull Junior program.
I know there were other teams knew that Max Verstappen was going to be good, but it was Red Bull that gave him the opportunity to get straight into a Formula One car in Scuderia Toro Rosso, as it was then, and he very quickly before he transferred to Red Bull and went on to start taking so many victories. And Adrian Newey, of course, great to see him driving, the wonderful designer of so many of these cars. So that was what we were watching. Let's go to some more talk. We will, in just a sec, have a bit more chat with some of the people involved in all of this, but really has been very entertaining. It will take a few minutes before all the cars head back down to this area, but it won't take long. And if you're in that area, I know you're being very patient. Some of you have been there for quite a long time already this morning, but there is going to be a chance to see some views that you just wouldn't normally get. Let's go back up to David Green once again.
Adrian, I drove this car up the hill last year. It's not for the faint-hearted.
No, I mean, yeah, it's great to. I've created or been involved in so many race cars over the years, and now to be in a two-seater where I can give old friends passenger rides and so forth, it's truly special.
It's an incredible occasion here, 20 years of Red Bull. I mean, you're so much part of that success, and obviously, David, you were there in the early years. How is it to get it all together here? I mean, would you have thought of this when you first started?
Well, no, definitely not. I mean, as David well knows, he was one of the main guys that talked me into joining, and we had no idea where it was going to go. The kind of ashes of Jaguar, the aspiration was to build it up a little bit, hopefully win a race. We never forecast what was going to happen over the years.
And you, David, the same thing? I mean, would you have thought of it back then when you first were in them Red Bulls?
I never doubted Adrian and the team for a moment, and with Christian at the helm, you know, Mr. Marachut's vision was absolutely clear. He said that when I first signed the contract. First we get respect to the paddock, then we win the World Championship. So that happened beyond my driving talent, but I think it's a modern success story in what is a great celebration here of Goodwood, the history of racing, all things automotive. And so these are the new kids on the block, but they're here standing on the shoulders of all those amazing, inspirational designers and race teams from way back in the day.
Well said. Gentlemen, enjoy your afternoon, and I'll see you at the bottom of the hill.
Lovely to hear from Adrian Newey and David Coulthard there up at the top of the hill. So fundamental to the very beginning of the career for Red Bull, and to see Christian Horner actually out in one of those Formula One cars as well. But one of the key other drivers, of course, that was in early stages, not in the first year, but who became one of the main competitors for Red Bull in those early years with his teammate Sebastian Vettel, was Mark Webber. Let's hear from him.
Mark, how was it?
Yeah, it's amazing, mate. I can't believe how stiff the car is. There's no suspension, so I don't know how I drove this thing around all these racing tracks around the world, but yeah, it brought back a lot of memories.
Is it the car stiffer, or are you just getting a bit stiffer?
I'm getting more fragile. The car's still as it was, and I certainly am not getting any stiffer.
The sound of this car is fantastic.
Yeah, beautiful, mate. These generation of cars are amazing. You know, Adrian Newey, masterpiece. And just all combustion, all good things combustion.
Well, they're pushing you on.
They are.
I'm going to let you get down the hill.
Thank you. Cheers.
Lovely to hear from Mark Webber there. He always gives some great answers, doesn't he?
Oh, you just never know what funny things are going to come out of Mark Webber's mouth. And such a laugh to be around, and what a driver as well.
So we're going to see them heading down in just a few moments' time now, and they'll be assembling outside the Goodwood house. So it's a real celebration of 20 years of racing for Red Bull.
Another victory lap for Max Verstappen, who is on his way to win his 34th Grand Prix since Bahrain 2022.
Red Bull have a different way of operating with the emphasis on people being themselves. When you look at some of the other projects that Red Bull are involved in, the extreme sports, we're tremendously proud to carry the Red Bull logo. It's become iconic in Formula One.
If you have a will and if you have an idea, exciting things are possible.
You know, I didn't want to let him down. Did I feel ready? Probably not. People saw Red Bull as a party team, and then we're third, and that was the first podium for the team, so it was a massive achievement.
Sebastian Vettel went right into the side of Mark Webber.
Uncomfortable as it is to call that between those two guys.
What the f*** are we doing here?
This is silly, Seb, come on.
Sebastian Vettel, you are the world champion! Thank you, boys. Unbelievable!
Gonna get it while you can? Yeah! I need a drink. Do I have a better problem? Oh, I got damage. Got damage! Power!
Well, it's... oh, could have done that after that one. This is how we do it, man. This is the Mexican way. Checo is the legend.
Max Verstappen, you are the world champion. We are so proud of you.
Oh my God, guys. I love you so much.
Max Verstappen wins 19 Grand Prix in a single season.
That's history. It has been an absolute privilege watching you drive this car that's been built by a team of brilliant people.
Literally ludicrous domination.
You guys built a rocket ship of a car.
The wonderful heritage of Red Bull racing. And of course, Max Verstappen, having taken the title 3 times, he's won more races for Red Bull than anybody else in the career of the team. He's won 61 Grand Prix now. Sebastian Vettel, second for the team, of course, in terms of race victories on 38. So it's quite a big margin now that Max Verstappen has gone ahead as the top competitor for the Red Bull team since it all began in 2005. Mark Webber is actually third of the drivers in terms of the number of race victories, having taken 9. And Daniel Ricciardo, who we've been seeing going up the hill, 7 wins in his career with Red Bull. So all very important to the team, but Max Verstappen's total of 61 is just utterly remarkable, isn't it?
And all at the age of 26 years old. It's certainly younger than me and you, Ben, but those stats alone are just absolutely mind-blowing, and credit to Max and Red Bull for being such a strong force.
No, well, it's been a tremendous collaboration, hasn't it? And there's no doubt about it. The work that the Red Bull team and the performance that Max Verstappen has been able to deliver, absolutely remarkable. He's led some 87 Grand Prix in his career, plenty of pole positions as well. He's had 40 pole positions. But as we've seen just recently, Alice, we are very much looking forward to the second half of this Formula One season, because although Red Bull are certainly on target for taking both titles again this year, as Christian Horner was saying, it's more like it has been for them in the past, where their rivals are actually making life a bit tougher, but they're quite enjoying it.
I think we all love winning, but what makes those wins even special is when they are close, when it really goes down to the wire, when you really have to work so hard on the pit stops. We've seen how incredible Red Bull's pit stop crew is. They practice multiple times on a weekend. They'll be all in the gym in between races as well, and the strategists too. It makes the whole all together. It is one big important team for every Formula One team there, as we have the cars coming back down the hill now. Mark Webber giving the crowd a big wave.
And we're also hearing in the background Start Me Up by the Rolling Stones, and that is because that's one of their favourite bits of music apparently that is played in the factory and at the track when they're all working on the cars. This music is what Red Bull work with, and it's working extremely well.
It is such a winning percentage as well. 31.4% is Red Bull's winning percentage, and 31.6 is their Constructor Championship winning percentage as well.
Well, it's lovely to see them heading down towards the Goodwood house now, and so many fans about to absorb some vision that you just would not see anywhere else. To see so many members of a team that has had this success over the years, different drivers, team boss, the technical expert Adrian Newey, all a part of this, all a part of the 20 years of remarkable history in Formula One. And it's so lovely that we've got many fans here at Goodwood, and that's what is so unique about being at the Festival of Speed. You get opportunities to see things that you just would never see. I popped down to the Cathedral Paddock earlier, where all of the cars are gathered, and anybody here at Goodwood today, you've got that chance to go down to the Cathedral Paddock. You'll see all of the cars there. But now's our opportunity to go and join them down there with Rachel.
Thank you very much, Ben. And yes, Sergio Perez has just pulled up in front of Harry. Now, we've got donuts on the lawn here right now, on the grass just outside, as they're pulling in to join us, Harry.
Yeah, that's Max Verstappen, who is absolutely loving life here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And what a picture it is outside the Goodwood house, celebrating 20 years of Red Bull racing, how a plucky energy drink company became one of the mightiest forces in Formula One. Sergio Perez is just climbing out of the RB18 from 2022. And it is a phenomenal scene. Max Verstappen has just pulled up behind him. He's in the RB16B. A whole evolution on offer from Red Bull.
In fact, yeah, the RB16B from 2021. Verstappen, Albon and Perez all drove it, and 13 wins in 39 races. It had to be across 2 seasons, of course, because the regulations got held back for a year after COVID. 36 podiums and the Drivers' Championship for Max, of course, while Mercedes took that Constructors' title that year. You can see the crowd enjoying this moment as Max makes his way into the house, having climbed out of the car, leading the Drivers' Championship right now. Of course, been a trickier season, though, for Red Bull this year, hasn't it? Max has some challenges, hasn't won the last few races either.
No, we all thought this season would be a walkover for Red Bull and Max Verstappen, but that has not happened, and you can see behind us the crowd have absolutely been let onto the lawn in front. Max Verstappen surrounded by cameras, so too Sebastian Vettel. Christian Klein is also here. He drove the first RB1 up the hill. Mark Webber, Daniel Ricciardo, and Red Bull. This just highlights how amazing the driver program has been for such a team. Max Verstappen, a massive benefit of that, coming from the Toro Rosso team into Formula One, winning on debut, and the rest is history.
Well, it is 120 wins, 277 podiums for Red Bull in their 20-year history. They're such a young team to have had so much success already. If we have a look at this RB8 that Christian Horner just pulled up on here, the 2012 car that Christian Horner's driven, Vettel and Webber were the drivers, of course. 7 wins, 14 podiums, the Constructors and Drivers Championships, and as I said before, he took this around Silverstone just to make sure he didn't stall it on the way up the hill.
Just to get himself a little bit of practice. You can tell it's the 2012 car because it's got the step on the nose. Then 2013 came along and they added a bit of a vanity panel to make it look a little bit nicer. But 2012, what a season as well. 7 different races in the first, 7 different winners of the first 7 races. Webber and Vettel getting wins, and the title going all the way to the final. Interlagos in Brazil with the rain coming down.
Oh,
Sebastian
what a day
Vettel
that was.
turned around on lap 1 by Bruno Senna's Williams, fought back to the points and took the title from Fernando Alonso, and what an epic season. It's one we all remember.
Let's have a closer look at this then. This is the car Sergio Perez just drove in here, the 2022 RB18, one of Adrian Newey's most successful Formula One cars to date. 22 races, 17 wins, 28 podiums, the Drivers and Constructors Champions. 5 races they didn't win, Harry. Can you name them? The 5 they didn't win in 2022.
Oh, Bahrain, the first one?
Yes.
That's all I got for you.
At the end of the race, they lost both drivers at the end of that race. Australia, Austria, Brazil and Great Britain. Brazil, of course, George Russell.
Absolutely, of course, in Brazil, and what was a sprint race too. And you can see the differences in this car compared to all the other. This is one of the biggest regulation changes the car has undergone, introducing ground effect as well. Bigger tyres from Pirelli, the Formula One tyre supplier, powering Verstappen and Sergio Perez to multiple race wins and, of course, a title as well. And this marking another one of their successes with Honda and the Honda Racing team with the engine in the back.
We've got all the fans now have been able to come forward. I can spot Gabriel, who we spoke to earlier, has got himself a prime position here. And they're all looking up at the balcony as Karun awaits the drivers out there, and Christian Horner's wife as well, Jerry, is up there too. And you can see the fans gathering up close to these cars as the mechanics just go and make sure that these are all getting the cooling they need right now as they sit here. What a sight to see these in front of the house.
You know what, Rachel? I think this is busier than a Formula One grid is. It is absolutely packed. And the great thing about it is it's such a celebration of one of the most amazing teams, the most successful teams, a disruptor of Formula One.
Most definitely. Well, let's go to our very own disruptor in Formula One, up on the balcony, waiting to speak to the drivers who've just bought these Red Bull cars here for this celebration. It's Karun Chandok.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to sunny Goodwood on a wonderful Sunday here. We've got a real treat for you. Starting up here to kick off the Red Bull celebration, I'm going to invite Mark Webber, David Coulthard, Christian Klein, and Hamda Al-Kabesi out. Christian, I'm going to start with you because I don't know how many people are aware of this, but you were actually at day 0 at Red Bull. You were backed by Red Bull to join Jaguar Racing alongside Mark. How special is it to look back at 20 years of the team?
Unbelievable. I mean, it's so special to see all the 20 cars line up, but then you really understand the history about Red Bull Racing. To sit in that car that I, from 2005, 20 years ago, it's just magical. V10 engine. I think it's the best sounding car from all the era. It was special, and I haven't been here in Goodwood for about 15 years, so to see all the crowd and all the car enthusiasts was just amazing.
And when you went to Jaguar Racing, I see Sir Jackie Stewart there, who the origin of the team was, of course, Stewart Grand Prix. Did you think that it would become Red Bull Racing and go on to achieve what it has?
I think in the first 2 years, you couldn't really think that this is possible, what Red Bull Racing has achieved in the last 20 years. Although, the vision of Mateschitz was very clear what he wanted to do with this team. And I think as soon as Adrian joined the team, you could really see they don't just want to be part of Formula One, they want to win Formula One. And from there, it just accelerated, and just very, very proud to be a small part of Red Bull Racing.
Brilliant, thank you. Hamda, lovely to see you here. Your first time, I believe, driving at the Festival of Speed. Your Formula 4 cars here, you've been a race winner in championships for that. How cool is it for you to be following this line of cars up the hill?
Yeah, honestly, my point of view in the car was unbelievable. I could see the F1 cars in front, and yeah, it's just an amazing experience. I'm really happy to be here. My first time at Goodwood, and it did not disappoint, so I'm really happy. Yeah.
Brilliant, thank you. Right, I'm going to pull these two in because you guys laid the foundations, I think it's safe to say, for the success. David, you were there from the very first Grand Prix, 4th place in Melbourne. How do you look back on it?
Well, I think it's a great celebration of who are the new kids on the block in many ways, 20 years young. Of course, this team came out of, you know, Stewart Grand Prix, Jaguar, and then what's been developed into what we see here today. But I think what a great place to celebrate in front of a group of passionate fans. We're all fans, but we got one of the best seats in the house driving these cars, and with so much history here in Goodwood, this is part of the modern history. So it's great to have been part of that journey.
Mark, you love it here. You're pretty much a resident now. Big shout out for Mark Webber. Yes, definitely a few Mark Webber fans here. You're a title contender. You won races. How cool has it been to see what the team has achieved now when you're on the other side of the fence? Because you're now holding the microphone, looking at their recent run of success after your period of dominance earlier a decade ago.
Yeah, of course, like DC touched on, I think, you know, being there in the early days was phenomenal. I think we were in Disneyland if we thought what this team was going to go on to achieve in Formula One against all the giants in the industry that have been around there for absolute decades. So it's a testament to Dietrich Mateschitz' vision to show how he went in elite sports in all sectors, and Formula One was included in that. So DC and I were just very lucky to play a small role in what was an incredible journey. 20 years goes fast, and David's right, you know, to celebrate this here today in Goodwood. This is the best motorsport festival in the world. No one can touch this event. So to do it here on really the team's home turf in the UK, to celebrate that 20 years is really a special day for me.
And Mark, you were at Jaguar Racing in 2004, and then you went away to Williams, but you came back. What was different? Because Jaguar didn't win anything. There was lots of promise. And then this became that dominant force for 4 years where you were there.
Yeah, I think it was just very corporate, of course. And when you get too corporate, the stopwatch suffers. So this team was very clear on their ambitions, lofty ambitions, yes, about winning championships, winning races. They weren't shy about pushing the boundaries. It was a start-up mentality, if you like, and that was, you know, the cornerstone to the culture of the success of the team. Make big decisions, get on with it, and back ourselves to beat the best.
Right, I'm going to call two of the decision makers. I'm going to get you guys to wait here a second. Two of those people who definitely weren't corporate, definitely disruptors. The two architects of Red Bull Racing, Christian Horner and Adrian Newey. Christian, were you nervous driving one of your cars?
I was absolutely shitting myself. But I mean, an incredible experience. And to see all these cars running with all our drivers, amazing.
Adrian, you've driven up lots of bits and pieces. You know, you've driven cars that you've designed, Formula One cars you've designed. Was it different driving a road car that you've designed?
Yeah, very different. I also I ended up with a passenger. DC jumped in at the last moment. So one of the reasons why I joined Red Bull in the first place, because of all of the time I'd known DC, so then having passengering and drive up in that car was special.
Well, I mean, we know you're coming to the end of your Red Bull journey now. Why did you join them? You know, you were at Williams, you were at McLaren, you know, these ultra-successful teams. Christian's got a startup and he's trying to woo you in. What gave you the incentive to come here?
Well, I just fancied a fresh challenge. I've been fortunate enough to work for two great teams in Williams and McLaren. And the challenge of working for a team more or less from the start. As I say, David gave it a big vote of confidence. Christian many times happened to be walking the opposite way down the paddock when I was walking in, and so we got to know each other. And then I went over to see Dietrich Mateschitz, our owner, and he gave me the assurance that this was going to be a proper outfit. And So the promise of that and the excitement of that, then that swayed me.
Now listen, Red Bull Racing have done 380 Grand Prix. They've done, well, 381 including Silverstone. They've won 120 of them. You've been at every single Grand Prix. That's an amazing thing. I can't think of many team principals who could have committed the time. I mean, do you feel you have to be in the coalface of it right now?
Well, look, I just love it, and I think that, you know, this journey started with the car in front of us, with RB1, with DC and Christian Clean, and, you know, we're 120 race wins in and 13 world championships, and it's been a privilege working with these drivers. It's been a privilege working with Adrian. My respect for the drivers has just increased massively, because I don't know how they drove those cars around Monaco, because Adrian left zero space for them. How Mark Webber got in that car, I have no idea. So, but it's been an incredible 20 years. We're incredibly proud, you know, to be British-based, Austrian-owned, but British-based, and to come and bring the cars here this weekend in front of all the fans, you know, is something very, very special.
Now, come on, are you going to miss each other?
Sorry, say again.
Are you? Go on, what are you going to miss about him?
Well, look, we had so much fun over the years, and you know, Adrian's a great friend as well as a colleague, and we've been through an awful lot together, and for sure we're going to miss him, but we're very proud of what we've done together, and you know, my lawn, you know, the amount of donuts he's done it on over the years, and all the mischief he's been up to, we're going to miss, but you know, we're very proud of what we did in the time we had together.
Sorry, I mean, it's been a fantastic journey working with Christian from those early years, and how we've together developed the team, and all the great people, all the wonderful staff that we have back at the factory and the race team and so forth. So it's been a real privilege. It's something I always look back on with great fondness.
Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're in the middle of an incredibly busy run of Formula One races, 5 out of 6 weekends. These 3 guys coming up next have got 1 weekend off, and they've decided to come and spend it with you here at Goodwood. So let's get a massive welcome, a huge round of applause. Sergio Perez, Daniel Ricciardo, and the reigning world champion, Max Verstappen. Guys, nice to see you here. Daniel, I know you've been here before. Good donuts. You're the only one who committed to it. So the Duke's going to send you the bill, by the way, for a bit of grass.
Can I take some grass with me?
A little bit, yeah. Do you love it?
It's fun. It's great. Everyone. I mean, I'm also happy for the weather so far today. When I arrived yesterday, there was it didn't look like this. So we've had a good day. And it's fun. My dad was here the last 3 days, and he was sad to leave. So I know there's so much to do, and it's it's just a nice showing of all types of motorsport here. And yeah, for us here with 20 years of Red Bull racing, it's been a good day for sure.
Your dad was trying to climb into a Lotus the last time I saw him and drive off. So yeah, it's a good thing he's gone home.
Leaving my wallet.
Checo, welcome back. You were driving Ayrton Senna's McLaren up the hill, I remember, a few years ago. How cool is it to come back here? You've lived in the UK, of course, for many years.
Yeah, it's really cool. You know, the last time I did Goodwood was 10 years ago with McLaren, so it's really nice to come back here with all these people. The passion you get to experience here is really special, and obviously with the 20th anniversary of the team, it's definitely a very special day for our organization.
Max, the Duke of Richmond takes great pride in trying to have as many world champions here. This is your first time. Let's have a huge cheer, first of all. How have you enjoyed your first Goodwood experience?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, to be honest, every year I watch it from home, but it's great to be here, see so many people as well, and at the same time also, you know, see so many different cars every single year. You know, I love racing, I love cars, so yeah, it's a great event, and it's great to be here today.
Have you had any chance to go around the paddock?
Not yet, no.
Right.
I think I probably have to just wear something else and try to, you know, go around a little bit and have a bit of fun.
I mean, you could wear, sure we can find you a mask somewhere if you want to have a look around.
I'll dress up as Adrian and then I'll walk around, see how that goes.
let's just talk a little bit about the season. You know, it started off looking like you were going to absolutely dominate the year. Are you enjoying the fact that it's getting a bit closer?
For sure, you know, we had some great years. Of course, this year also started off really competitively, and now, yeah, everyone is catching up a bit. Every race is a proper battle as well, so it's great. And I think that will continue also for the rest of the season, you know, so it's really unknown what is going to happen, and that's great for the sport.
I mean, you got 3 Brits chasing you, we saw last weekend. Does it give you more satisfaction to have these sort of championship battles where it's tight and intense?
Yeah, I mean, in general, it's just great to have, you know, so many fantastic drivers in Formula One, and yeah, making it difficult to win. I think everyone was waiting for that as well, and that's definitely what Formula One fans want, you know. So to have this is great between so many different teams as well. Probably with the new rules, it will be a bit different again for the first 2 years, but yeah, we'll see. But it's going to be a great rest of the year.
Now, you guys, Checo, you were in, as we said, Senna's McLaren earlier. Do you like driving older cars? Do you want to come back and drive, I don't know, something from the past? Is there anything on your bucket list you want to come and drive at Goodwood?
I think in a few years' time it will be nice to get back, you know, like when you see with the ex-drivers from the team that they come back and drive their cars, that they spend such a big part of their lives, you know. So maybe when we do the 40th anniversary of the team, we come back and all together drive our cars again.
What about you, Danny? I mean, maybe a motocross bike. We've seen Dougie Lampkin riding on the roof. We've seen all sorts going on. What do you fancy having going?
Yeah, I was saying something on 2 wheels just to really scare me.
I think it'll scare the contract people, won't it?
Yeah, I know. It's probably for the best that I'm sticking with 4 wheels. But yeah, the older stuff's always fun. It's an experience when you get a clutch on your foot again and not on your hands, and you have a stick and a H pattern and these things that we kind of forgot what to do or how to do it.
You need to come to the revival. We could see Daniel Ricciardo at the revival, can't we? I could see him in an AC Cobra or something. What do you think?
I mean, I feel like the moustache, I'm already halfway there. So all I need is what do you call those English hats?
Flat cap.
Flat cap. Flat cap. Oh, get me one of those. Jolly good.
I'm sure a member of the family can find you a hat. It'll be all right. What about you, Max? Are you going to come? Have you seen the revival? Do you know about the revival? Do you fancy coming to have a play?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Adrian do it, but most of the time I think he is driving the cars a little bit illegal. He's tuning them himself. I think they have a bit more grip than other cars around, but yeah, we'll give it a go. Maybe together with Daniel, it will be good fun in one car.
Ooh. Oh, you two could be teammates. Imagine that. Max Verstappen, Daniel Ricciardo, and the RACTT. Where's the Duke? We need to get this sorted out here. This is going to be amazing. Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask each of you, because we're celebrating 20 years of the team. Christian, let's get you back. Mark, DC, let's get everybody back here. I'd like you guys to pick your favorite Red Bull car before we let you go. Come on, DC, you must have thought of something. I'm going to start with you while they're doing their thinking. Pick your favorite Red Bull car.
Well, that's got to be RB19 because it's the most successful car. I was lucky enough to drive it at Silverstone just before the Singapore Grand Prix last year, which is the one race they didn't win, so I must have screwed up.
So it's his fault. Christian, go on.
Oh, it's like picking a favorite child.
It really is for you, isn't it? Because you've been around the whole time.
It is, but I think the 16B, that was such a massive year for us that went all the way down to the final race. So seeing it down there and seeing Max in it again today was fantastic.
Thank you. Christian Clean, have you got a favorite?
I like the cars a bit smaller, and I go by the noise, so it's the RB1 with the V10 engine.
The first one. Adrian, you penciled most of these cars. Have you got a favorite? Again, it's a bit like picking your favorite child. Have you got a favorite?
It is. It's so difficult, but I guess in many ways RB5, because although we didn't win the championship with that one, it was the one that set us on the path of the next 4, and it was what really put us on the map.
2009. Mark Webber, he says the 2009 RB5. What do you think?
The bigger brother, RB6. So as Adrian said, the foundations were laid for the RB6. So to win a few Grand Prix with that car was beautiful.
And Checo?
I'll go for the 19 because it was yeah, a very strong year for the team. We broke a lot of records this year, so definitely it's one in the history that will be a very important car.
Brilliant. Daniel, Monaco winner. What do you think?
I mean, obviously that was special. It's probably I think it's the 10, the 14. Is that right? 2014? I get confused. Anyway, the 2014 one. Yeah, well, because...
10.
It was a 10, RB10. Yeah, first win, that one.
Right, Max, before I come to you, Hamda, which one do you fancy driving? I'm not going to ask you to pick a number because some of these were before you were born, but come on, which one? Do you fancy any of these?
Honestly, the RB9 drove up the hill yesterday in front of me, and it sounded so cool, so probably that one, I would say.
Brilliant. Max, 3 World Championships, 84 points lead in the championship as we stand today. Have you got a favorite?
I got 3 favorite cars. Yeah, I can't choose. The first one is the RB12, because I thought that was a fantastic car to drive. First win with it as well. It was a bit slow on the straights, but that had nothing to do with the car. Then the 16B, first championship, that's always, I think, pretty emotional, but also it was a great car to drive. And then I have to pick the 19. I think, yeah, will probably be my most successful car as well ever, you know. So, yeah, it's always an emotional one for sure.
All right, listen, thank you all for your time. I'll let the crowd give you a good cheer to say goodbye. Thank you, everybody.
Well, it has been an absolutely amazing celebration for Red Bull here at Goodwood this weekend. Alice, it's been lovely to hear from everyone involved, listening to some of the history of Red Bull, their favourite cars, etc. But it's the fans, I think, have got that wonderful opportunity that really is just unique here at Goodwood.
Yeah, it is, and to get all of the cars here, 18 Red Bull cars here this weekend, and of course this balcony moment we're getting to hear from Max Verstappen, Sergio Perez and co. You don't get that anywhere else, it must be said.
No, a very special day, no doubt about it, here at the Festival of Speed. And now we've got some more action taking place up the hill climb. So we're into the first batch of the main theme for cars from 1890 to 1960. And this is the horseless to hybrid pioneers of propulsion, and some famous machinery that had all sorts of history in different ways. And you'll be seeing those cars heading up the hill, and one of the next ones, for example, on the right, as we look at the screen, the LBL 301 is the MGA from 1955. And of course MG had been such a critical part of motorsport from the 1930s. We'll see some other versions of MG, and we are celebrating 100 years of MG here at Goodwood this weekend, so it's lovely to see the MGA heading up. And this was actually a significant one because it was a race version of the MGA. Of course, it was very much a road car that it was built, but they did some race versions. It actually competed in the Le Mans 24-hour race, and they got some good results for the class. There were various different classes, of course, at Le Mans. Ken Miles, famous driver, was at the wheel, and they had some good events in the Tourist Trophy as well. So it's lovely to see a car from the 1950s that was raced at that time, and look at the condition it's in now. Beautiful.
Such pristine condition, a 1.5-litre 4-cylinder engine from 1995. And then we go through something slightly more different. This is the Metro 6R4, and shows the wide variety that MG's actually made. This is ex-works, driven by the late and great Tony Pond and Rob Arthur on the infamous 1986 Rally de Portugal, which actually was the start and the end of the Group B rallying.
Absolutely, yeah. This was Group B rallying when we had some amazing machinery. This carries a 3-litre V6 tucked in the back there, and they were remarkable. Small machinery, but also very, very rapid. And as you say, Tony Pond was one of the greats. He got a podium finish in the RAC Rally 1985. Now, this is is an Escort. Now, Escorts, of course, were brilliant rally cars. For some of us, the Mark II Escort is still the favourite rally car, but this was not a rally car. This is a racing version of the Ford Escort that was created by the Zaxby team. It's nice to see that Emanuele Pirro is actually in the car this time. I cannot believe how many different cars Emanuele Pirro, the Italian star, drives up the course of the weekend.
You took the words straight out of my mouth there. I thought, wow, he's getting around a bit this weekend. I mean, he just loves his cars, doesn't he? And now we're going to something slightly more different in shape, different in colours. This is the Lancia Stratos.
Lancia Stratos. These were rallied as well. And in these days, you sort of think, really, was this a rally car? It's a little two-seater sports car, mid-engine sports car. Surely that was a race car. No, rallying worked extremely well for the Lancia Stratos. They had a lot of early success in the World Rally Championship, in national championships as well, particularly in Italy. It was always extremely successful there. Alongside co-driver Emilio Radaglia, this car, Alessandro Cola, drove it and won the Rally 1000 Miglia and the Rally Alto Antonino Bolognese in 1978. And that actually helped secure that year's national drivers title. So the Lancia Stratos, we've got several of them here, several different versions from that period, from the 1970s, mid-1970s. These were some of the classic rally cars of that time.
Yeah, they certainly were. The previous car we just saw isn't in its original Group 4 tarmac spec, and only at 492 for MMA. So that Stratos we saw was very, very rare to this day.
Yeah, absolutely. They had great success at the Monte Carlo rally over the years as well. They were always very quick. They had, I think, 4 victories at the Monte Carlo rally. Their final World Rally Championship win with one of these was in 1981, in fact, with the Tour de Corse. That was always another one that they did extremely well at. So now this is slightly different. Of course, this is some of the Ferrari delight that we've got here this weekend. And this 180, this is a Ferrari from the early period of Formula One. This is the 565A. So when they changed the engine size, they reduced it in the early 1950s, and they managed to go on to take 2 championships, dominating the championships, the Formula One championship, with these cars, the Ferrari 500. They then got the higher upgrade engine, so the reason it's called 565 is basically the same chassis, but it then went for the 2.5-litre engine. But it was an extremely successful car in the smaller period. Now, the Lancia Ferrari, so the Ferrari and Lancia name was combined at times, and this is one of those, the D50A. This was from 1956 with a 2.5-litre V8, because that was the engine size for Formula One at that point. And there were lots of notable features. Alberto Ascari, who had been so successful in the previous car we were looking at just a moment ago, he was a part of this as well. And in modified form, it would take Juan Manuel Fangio to the 1956 World Championship. Other Ferraris, the shark nose here, Alice. I mean, this was one of the prettiest ones. 134, Jason Wright, about to take this up the hill. And this was certainly one of the prettier Formula One cars of that period.
Yeah, it must be said, it certainly is. And there you go, that's how, from the look of it there, and that's why it's called the shark nose, the Ferrari 156, Jason Wright at the wheel there, the 1.5-litre V6 engine. And it's certainly so beautiful, isn't it, Ben? And we get to see many cars out at Goodwood's members meeting, Goodwood Revival as well. If you get a chance to attend any of those, you will see plenty of these cars out there, certainly the much older spec cars. But Jason Wright putting the V6 through its paces.
Yeah, and a car that was so wonderful for Phil Hill, who took the title in the early 1960s thanks to that. So that was also a very, very important part of it all. Now the car about to head up is a Maserati. So, you know, we're talking about French manufacturers that were so successul in those 1950s. Of course, Ferrari have continued into this period, but for Maserati, they were one of the greats. And this is one of the all-time great cars, actually, of single-seater racing, the Maserati 250F. And it held its strength in that form of motorsport for many years. And again, Juan Manuel Fangio, one of the great champions, he used the Maserati a lot as well.
Yeah, he took this car to victory in both the Argentine Grand Prix and at Spa. but no one else would repeat this success when it made the move, his success, should I say, to Mercedes. But still, he showed how well and how fast this brilliantly made Maserati 250F with the 2.5 litre straight six. So we've got just outside my commentary box window, looks like the Sharknose having a little bit of trouble, which is maybe why the Maserati is having a little bit of a wait at the start line. There we are, there's the Sharknose.
So yeah, that's just going up the hill right now, going a little bit gently up the hill for now, but we will no doubt see there we go, yeah, the Maserati heading off on its way. And as you say, Juan Manuel Fangio, you know, he took victories with the Maserati 250F in the 1954 period, and then he was with Mercedes and was dominating with Mercedes. But interestingly, when Mercedes came back out, and there were different versions of the 250F, but it was still basically based on this same machinery, he won again in 1957. Taking multiple wins in Maserati 250Fs again. So it really was very much part of Juan Manuel Fangio's brilliant career in Formula One in the 1950s, and it's lovely to see it. Now, here's another Formula One car that didn't quite have the success that they were hoping for. This was BRM, the British company, and just listen to this, because this engine is unique. I'm going to go a bit quieter. See, 1.5 litre V16, let's get some of the sound. When you're standing beside the track here, Alice, and you're listening to this kind of noise, it really inflates you, doesn't it? It's fantastic.
Oh, it does. It gives you goosebumps. It's music to my ears. And this stunning Type 15 is one of actually only 3 examples built by BRM experts, Hall and Horn, and using around about 20,000 of the original drawings. And Rob Hall the wheel, when we've seen this most recently actually at last year's revival meeting.
That's right. I mean, the fact that they've managed to reconstruct this machine is brilliant, because they all sort of disappeared and they weren't around, but to recreate them, I think that's remarkable engineering to be able to do that. Wonderful to see. It's a beautiful, I mean, it's, you know, has been completely recreated, so it looks new almost, doesn't it? But it is very, very beautiful. So some of the earlier versions now heading up the hill. When racing first began, this one's from 1914. This is one of the Sunbeam Tourist Trophy event cars, and amazingly, several of these still exist from that period. I think there's more of these of a batch that still exist from that period than otherwise. Most of them have rotted away, disappeared over the years, of course. This one is the Nicholas Pellet one, and they were competing in the Isle of Man Tourist Trophy. In those days, it was for 4 wheels, not just for 2 wheels, as it is nowadays. And they actually did take, one of these Sunbeams did take the victory at that event.
And that actually there, that the Sunbeam still has its original engine, which is a twin cam overread and dry sump. So it's incredible that from 1914 it's still got its original engine.
Yeah, absolutely lovely to see. As heading up now, the number 119 Alfa Romeo 8C2900B Spider Balena. This is a very, very beautiful machine, no doubt about it. Corina Laumann, who is driving it up the hill. This is owned by the Laumann Museum. And they've got that nickname, Balena, which sounds more exotic. It's actually the whale, as you can see on our graphics here. That's what Balena
beautiful whale
means. Yes, indeed. It is a very beautiful whale. It's powerful. It's got 180 horsepower. This very streamlined bodywork. This was created by Giacchino Colombo. And in those days, of course, streamlined bodywork, it wasn't about downforce. It was about getting through the air as quickly as possible.
Yeah, it certainly was, and it is just so beautiful, isn't it, Ben? And making its way up, being returned to Europe as it was found in several pieces, and been wonderfully restored back to how we see it today.
Yeah, it's just charging up the hill nice and gently today. Not a full push on from Corina Laumann, but she's thoroughly enjoying having this experience in this very, very beautiful Alfa Romeo from 1941. That's how far back it goes, and yet it's such an elegant design. You could almost imagine that as a nearly modern, or certainly inspiring modern cars as well. We're hearing a bit of chunky sort of engines going past us because some of the really elderly cars are now heading up the hill, aren't they?
They are. I've just seen out my window the Beast of Turin has just flown by Malcolm Corner. We've got here now 111, the 1.5 litre straight 8 supercharged Blanche 15 S8.
Yeah, the Delage. Well, this was an extremely important car in its day. It won the British Grand Prix at Brooklands in 1926, the Brooklands circuit. And of course, the Brooklands Museum is still a very key part for all car fans. Lovely place to go and visit if you ever get the chance to go and have a look there. Of course, there's no circuit there anymore. It was closed down in the Second World War. But this was a car that raced very effectively at places like Brooklands pre-World War II. The car was actually built in 1927, but it lasted quite a few years in a competitive form. And this was one of 2 cars commissioned by Prince Chula of Siam for his cousin Prince Vera to race. Prince Vera actually proved to be one of the top racers in that pre-war period. So this Delage, Benjamin Bessard in it at the moment, has a true heritage in that 1920s, 1930s part of top-level single-seater racing. Lovely to see in here as well. We've got a few more cars still heading up the hill. One of them, Julian Majoub, who we will see later on.
He just went through Malcolm Corner at some speed. I think he's getting his practice in for the shootout later on, Ben.
Okay, well, that's the car that's just shot up the hill. We will see it later in the shootout. I do hope you're around for the shootout. This is a car that won't do the shootout, but it is pretty rapid, particularly when it's got enough distance, because it was built as a land speed record machine. It's the Sunbeam 350 horsepower, so plenty of power to play with.
Yeah, a lot of power to play with, built in 1920. V12 aero engine, a real monster powering through.
And that lovely tail, that's great, isn't it? To get the aerodynamics to try and reduce the drag. Although you look at the front and you think, well, couldn't you have made that a little time? I mean, they put that aero piece on the front of the radiator, because in those days, of course, you had a very flat radiator, so you do have a little bit there. You needed the cooling, so the radiator still needed the air, so there was a bit of aero work, but it was the very early days of aero work.
Yes, it was. This car is owned by the National Motor Museum, so we're hugely fortunate to be able to see it out here at Goodwood Festival of Speed, and being taken up the hill today. And now onto a Ferrari.
Yeah, Ferrari 308 GTB, and surprisingly, we've seen this up there a couple of times. This was not a race car, this was not a car on circuits, it was competed as a rally car, pretty much. So, yeah, it was Harry Teufman actually used to contest in this. It's a 308 GTB for cars in the Group B spec for the 1983 season, and he didn't manage to finish the Rally de San Marino, which he was hoping to do, but it did go on to some success the following year. Different driver, Luigi Battistoli, who took 3 podiums in the European Rally Championship with it. So it's not particularly what you think would be a rally car, and yet it absolutely was. Now, this car has a supercharger at the front, and we've been talking about, there you see that lovely shot of a supercharger at the front. This is the Bentley Birkin single-seater, and they've started fitting superchargers to the Bentley engines, and this one was one of the many that came along, was successful in the 1930s. Supercharging, of course, increased the amount of air into the engine and allowed you a bit more horsepower.
It did, as Paul Griffin giving a wave to the crowd out there, and this is what I love about Goodwood. We've just seen a display for Red Bull, and then we're throwing back to this wonderful Bentley all the way back from 1929.
Yeah, their best win was in 1932. Now, but this is very important. This is the Plymouth Superbird, the car competed by Richard Petty in his brilliant NASCAR career. It's his son Kyle Petty who is driving it up the hill. but we've been celebrating Richard Petty's remarkable background in NASCAR over the course of this weekend here at Goodwood, and it's lovely to see it back out. The king of NASCAR, as Richard Petty is known, the 7-time NASCAR champion. His son, who's in the car now, has been a winner in NASCAR as well. And his grandfather, Richard's father, was also a NASCAR champion, so it's such a part of the family. But this car was a key part of the success.
Yes, it certainly was, and both Kyle and Richard had great success in NASCAR, and it's great to have them both here this weekend.
It is lovely. I've really enjoyed that, seeing it going up the hill. As we now look at the Alpine Renault, a Le Mans winning machine from the late 1970s, took the victory at Le Mans 1978. Didier Pironi, Jean-Pierre Jessot taking a popular home win, and they were. It's funny to think, but they were 4 laps ahead of anybody else. This year we had 9 cars on the lead lap at Le Mans, but it didn't happen this time. And this is another French car from the 1970s. This was slightly earlier. This is the Max Simca.
Yeah, beautiful piece of machinery, a wonderful livery on as well. We're going to that era with the big, tall air boxes that you see above the driver's head.
Yeah, it is absolutely more of the Le Mans history as well, as you're looking at one of the Jaguars. This is the XJR9 Le Mans, and this one with a nice big bit of horsepower because it's a 7-litre V12 sitting in the back of it. And just heading up the hill now, you'll get some lovely sound from it as well. Up the hill it comes, and Anthony Wilds is at the wheel of it.
Yeah, Anthony Wilds is taking part in many of the historic races as well. I think this is probably I've seen Karun. Am I right? Was Karun having this yesterday? One of the many cars that Karun, like Emanuele Pirro, has taken up the hill this weekend.
This car won in Le Mans 1988, part of a strong Jaguar contingent. And Jackie Hicks is back out once again, the multiple Le Mans winner. And he's in one of the cars that he took victory with. This is the Porsche 936 77, with that very long tail and that rear wing has a very unique look to it. Open top, of course, and it actually went on to win the following year as well. So it had great success at Le Mans. Very, very special. Lovely to see Jackie Hicks. He's been up the hill a few times over the course of the weekend, hasn't he?
He is a new brand partner as well too. Genesis, who we've seen with their new concept this weekend.
Oh, now listen to this one. Gas turbine. So we are enjoying all of the different types of machinery that we have here, and this was a very unusual machine, the gas turbine, that had the ability to go racing. It was called a Helmet TX, and it competed in the late 1960s, early 1970s. And of course, gas turbines were experimented with a few different manufacturers, both in sports car racing and even into Formula One. And we have got the Lotus here that Colin Chapman created. But the sound, when you're standing by the side, you get that unique noise. So it's always fun. Stig Blomqvist, by the way, former World Rally champion, he's heading up the hill now in the Audi Quattro. This was a great mix for any rally fans. In the 1980s, we all know that this was an absolutely dominant force, and it really changed the look of rallying going forwards.
Yeah, Stig needs no introduction, does he? 1984 World Rally champion, and this now looks like, recognising the helmet, is Michael Lyons, who we saw go up the hill in the shootout yesterday in this exact Gurney Eagle Chevrolet at a real fast pace. So this will be a contender for the shootout later on. So Michael's going to give it as much beef as he can, go a little bit of practice in preparation for the shootout.
Looking hard, but he was also looking down. It almost looked to me as though something was happening he wasn't quite aware of. There's nothing wrong, I don't think, because he's still going very, very quickly. Third fastest yesterday. He did 47.3 seconds to climb the hill on the shootout timing that we had yesterday. That, as I say, put him third fastest behind Romain Dumas at Scott Speed. As you're saying, if he could just find that little bit more pace, he could well be a contender for the final shootout. Let's just see what he does, because he does get timed on this one, doesn't he? He's done 47.9. Okay, that's a fraction faster, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just trying to have a
Or
look.
is it slower than he did?
7.3
Right.
yesterday when he went up the hill. So making it maybe a little bit more steady today, but not by much, Ben. That was a good effort.
Now, Jason Minshaw is taking up the BMW M3 E30, and this car was owned by his father, Alan Minshaw. And Alan passed away earlier this year, in April, a former racing driver, and finished second in British Saloon Cars, the Demon Tweaks founder, and the crew and the family I know are actually very happy in a way to be celebrating him this weekend in a way. So lovely memories of Alan Minshaw, who's a big part of British motorsport.
Now on to Alfa Romeo, the P3 Tipo B.
So let's see, this is going to be a fun one. This is, as you say, the Alfa, which was, in its day, very, very successful. In the early 1930s, this was the most successful Grand Prix car, really, with a very powerful straight-eight supercharged engine. And it went on to take many victories with the likes of Tazio Nuvolari, Achille Varzi and Raymond Sommer. And actually, Ferrari got involved because they were running these Alfa Romeo P3 pre-war, before the Ferrari factory kind of opened up under Enzo Ferrari. But Enzo was getting involved in running cars like this, wasn't he?
Yeah, he certainly was. And being taken up the hill by Gareth Graham today. I'm sure Annette was at the wheel at some point over the course of the weekend.
Yeah, that's right. They can mix it around a bit. When you've got a car of this ability, it's nice to see different people. It belongs to the Vesta Auriga collection, and they've got a chance to give it a run. Up the hill it goes, and apparently this car was sold in 1936 for the princely sum of £1,800. Just imagine what it's worth now. Now, the Napier Railton, this means a lot to me. It's a very slight family connection to the Reed Railton designer of this car in the 1930s. It took the ultimate lap record around the Brooklands track at 143 miles per hour. It's got an aero engine in it, but it weighs nearly 2 tons. It's only got brakes on the rear wheels, no brakes up front, but it was beautifully engineered and created. And John Cobb, who went on to take the records with that, he developed his relationship with Reed Railton, and they went on to land speed records as well with the Railton Special. But that is a very beautiful car. If you go to Brooklands, you'll always get a chance to see that. That's where it lives, in the museum. So there we are. That's another wonderful batch of cars. Batch 1 from the Goodwood Festival of Speed. I do hope you've all enjoyed watching the variety of cars from horseless to hybrid that we are really celebrating over this 4 days. So fun and games for all of us. It's fascinating how we go here at Goodwood from the very latest, talking to someone like Max Verstappen, who's currently fighting for the Formula One World Championship. The next minute, Alice, we're talking about cars that started the very essence of motorsport so many years ago.
Yes, we certainly are, and quite a few of the cars we will see in the shootout later on. We've got cars from 1893, the steam wagonette that has been up the hill plenty of times this weekend. But time for our highlights of this batch, and we started off with the beautiful MG.
Yeah, very, very pretty little MG, and that, as I said, had actually gone racing in its period as well, but it's in gorgeous condition right now. And of course, owners of these classic cars, they love to get them out on show. MGC here as well, so we know the MGB was always very, very important. The MGC had the straight 6 engine. The Metro with the rally style, so it was built particularly for rallying, the 6R4. Very different to the Metros we used to have on the road in those days, but another very successful rally car from just a few years earlier. This was back in the 1970s rather than the 1980s, was the Lancia Stratos. And then we've been looking at some of the beautiful classic Ferraris from the 1950s. As we mentioned, Ferrari were involved, or Enzo himself was involved in running Grand Prix cars before the Second World War. After the Second World War, he created his own setup and produced some of these amazing machines that are still racing well, and Ferrari are still a contender in Formula One. So much to enjoy, and I'm glad to say that the track is staying nice and dry. So when we get to the shootout, you and Alice will and I will be looking forward to some very quick runs up the hill.
Yes, we certainly will, and we will crown the fastest up the hill for this year's Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Lots to look forward to, really enjoying all of the action here at Goodwood.
Carl, you're back up the hill in this glorious Plymouth Superbird. You got it going again.
Yeah, we got it going again. And I will say I got just a little bit too brave coming up, and I was out in the grass on the left, out in the grass on the right. I saw the hay bales, but somehow I made it. I have no clue how, because I need to back it back down a little bit.
Never too brave, but the crowd can certainly egg you on here, couldn't you? That's one of the things about going up the hill.
That is the best part, man, because as loud as this car is, as loud as this Hemi is, you can hear the crowd over the Hemi, you can see the crowd waving, and listen, it makes my heart pump. That's all that matters.
Well, you're making the crowd's heart pump. It's such a great car, and it's really getting everyone's attention this weekend.
Yeah, listen, there's so much history with this car, with my dad, with the Cars movies, with so much. And I think this car looks funny until I come over here to Goodwood, and then there's so many strange-looking cars and so many super cool cars that it fits right in.
I think the incredible thing about it with all those cars, this still does stand out, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, maybe it's just because it's blue. I don't know, but it does stand out. You know, at the time this car was built during the 70s, with this nose, with that wing, it was just so far ahead of its time that it still just, it looks like the right thing at the right time.
And it's big.
Oh, it's huge. It's 18.5 foot, almost 19 feet long from the front to the I don't know what that is metric. Sorry, I can't.
We're on feet over here, right? You're fine.
Yeah, that's good. So it's like, it is crazy how long this thing is. And I've backed it into the tent. And almost backed it through the tent 3 times this week. So that's how long it is.
You sound like you've had some trials and tribulations this weekend.
Listen, I've never been in a car this big. Last time I was in a car this big, I was riding way in the back seat, not driving it. So it's a lot of trials and tribulations.
Well, it's been a wonderful weekend having you here and celebrating your father and the Petty family. We've enjoyed it very much, and it sounds like you have too.
Yeah, I've had a blast. Thank everybody for inviting us. Thanks for having us. Hopefully they'll invite me back. I didn't run too far out in the grass. Maybe they'll have me back.
The grass will grow back. You'll be fine. We'll see you again next year.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, guys.
Dynamic air suspension, all-wheel steering, configurable terrain response, effortless in the extreme.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
drone industry is ever expanding. So to find out more, I've come to the Drone Rules to speak to Managing Director William Arenze. Now, William, tell us a bit more about what the Drone Rules is and what you guys are doing to promote people getting into the drone industry.
Yeah, so the Drone Rules is a company that's helping young people get involved in drone education. So how we do it is we have something called Code a Drone, Build a Drone and Race a Drone. And Code a Drone is all about programming. Build a Drone is all about putting the drones together. And of course, racing a drone is about flying, hand-eye coordination. And it's about encouraging young people to grow up, get into the careers about drones and flying and building and designing.
Yeah, okay, so tell us a bit more about your background and how you got into this industry.
Yeah, so my background started off with kind of being interested in engineering and a little bit of kind of technical work. So I've always been interested in things like motorcycles and interested in sort of motoring in general, but actually drones came from an aviation background, a degree in aerospace engineering. So after my degree, I decided I'm going to fly fixed-wing aircraft, where I trained at Red Hill Aerodrome to do my training. Yeah. But actually, we found out the drone industry is growing massively. So I decided, how about I join the aviation industry, but within the unmanned aircraft sector?
So what was it that inspired you to support the learning of young people getting into the industry?
Yeah, so that's probably a bit of background there is kind of, I had an interesting background where I grew up learning and developing, but not in the way that I should really. And at school and university, I wasn't very good at maths, but actually I found out that to get into engineering, kind of maths comes with it, right? So I had a passion for engineering, and there was a teacher called Mr. Wilson, actually, and he said to me, you know, I think you could actually get into engineering, but have that passion, have that desire, do these activities, and the maths will come later. And actually, that's exactly what happened. Yeah. And so my idea is, okay, how do I give back to the generation of today, and actually maybe follow for those students who are kind of in the same situation that I was? How do they do exactly what I did?
Yeah. So talk to us a bit more specifically about the initiatives the Drone Rules are doing with schools and how that's empowering young people to get into this future career.
Yeah, so some of our initiatives are about kind of having a passion for drone technology, and so we're pushing them in regards to kind of inspiration. So looking at who are the best in the industry and how can they achieve and maybe get better than what's currently going on. And so we get them in classrooms, we get them coding, we get them designing and building, and we get them flying as well. So that's kind of test background as well. Yeah.
So science, technology, engineering and mathematics, which of those elements do you think plays the biggest part in the drone industry, or is it a combination of all four?
I think it's a combination of the four, but I'd say that actually, you know, I'd say mathematics is a huge part of it. Okay, so right now behind us, we've actually got hospital-to-hospital flights, so the delivery of medical drone payloads. And actually, everyone behind you are actually just doing maths. It's pure mathematics. Okay, there's a little bit of coding, but actually the significant portion of it is maths. And what's interesting is that they get to code it, they get to carry out the maths, but actually there's a little bit of engineering as well, because they've got to check the propellers, check the motors. So I would say it's a combination of the four, but significantly in this case for autonomous drones, mathematics.
So what impact has displaying this at the Festival of Speed had for the Drone Rules? Has it been popular with people coming up to the exhibit?
It's been very, very busy.
Yeah.
Just behind us, we've had queues. Basically, there's always at least 2 or 3 people on stand, and that's just because it's so busy. The parents are loving it because they're seeing their children for the first time actually doing maths on their own volition, so it's fun. And the great way is that you can teach subjects that actually students wouldn't normally do, but they actually love doing it because, as you can see behind me, they get to have fun flying and navigating the route.
Yeah, but you've seen a lot of young people coming up to the display and wanting to give it a go.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, students from all sorts of walks of life, parents from all sorts of walks of life, you can see they're getting involved. And actually, an F1 car going past there. And actually we find out that actually significantly there are a lot of students who kind of are a little bit shy, but once we show them the instructions, they're pretty much autonomous, no pun intended.
Yeah. Thank you for speaking to us.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, as the cars go back down the hill, great to hear the interviews from the Future Lab. It's the place for the future, the technology that will drive our children forward to the next generation of engineers. And it's epic engineering that has produced all of the cars and bikes, Alice, that we see on the hill. It's Not linear, but every time there's a new branch of technology, it makes motorsport leap forward, and it shows the constant changing of all the cars.
Yeah, it certainly does, Bruce. You've hit the nail on the head there. The constantly changing of all these cars, the constantly changing technology, the developing technology. It's so much you can see down there in Future Labs, but actually ties in quite nicely to Electric Avenue, which is next door. The future, the electric, many of the cars that are down there in Electric Avenue will probably have definitely used some of the technology at the Future Lab.
Well, certainly so. Right, the next batch of cars is a whole group of tributes and styles of performance. We've got the Drifters coming up. They will be super, super spectacular. We've got celebration of Reinhold Jost. This German team boss, just exquisite with his success. 16 victories for his cars, or cars he was running at Le Mans. That's from Porsche to Bentley to Audi. 130 years of Mercedes in racing. The full array of Can-Am and Formula One cars from Shadow, but most of all for me, I'm looking forward to the celebration of Niki Lauda's incredible career in Formula One, in touring cars, everything he laid his hand to as a racer, as a world champion and as a manager, and he has been very, very special in this sport of ours. So let's take a look. We're going to have a little tribute on the screens to the great Austrian who just laid down so much rubber and so much success.
Words like icon and legend are overused, but in the case of Andreas and Nicolas Lauda, they barely scratched the surface of a life so extraordinary it literally became a Hollywood film. The simple facts: 25 Grand Prix wins, 24 pole positions and 3 World Championships only tell a fraction of the story. Born into a wealthy Viennese family, Niki was initially dismissed as a lowly pay driver. The dreadful March 721X nearly finished his Formula One career before it had begun. But glimpses of speed with BRM were enough to attract the attention of Enzo Ferrari. In his first 2.5 years with Ferrari, he was comfortably the fastest driver in the world, claiming 21 pole positions, 12 Grand Prix wins and the 1975 World Championship. Midway through 1976, with the best car and a massive points lead, he seemed on course for back-to-back championships. But then came the fiery crash at the Nürburgring, which would have defined most drivers' lives, but for Niki was little more than a subplot. Returning to the cockpit just 6 weeks after receiving his last rites, he was a different driver. No longer reliant on outright speed, instead he applied his considerable intellect, well-honed development skills and astute racecraft to become the ultimate driver. It's a measure of this change of approach that he scored more race wins and championships after the accident than before. Despite sacrificing his championship chances in 1976 by parking in the rain of Fuji because, as he put it, my life is more important than another world championship, he duly took a second title in 1977 but walked away from Ferrari before the end of the season. He joined Bernie Ecclestone at Brabham, but during practice for the 1979 Canadian Grand Prix decided he was bored with driving around in circles and abruptly turned his back on the sport. After 2 seasons away, he returned with McLaren in 1982 and was immediately back to his best.
And as I have not driven for 2 years, my personal challenge is to see where I would end up coming back into motor racing, and that's what I'm going to do.
Having developed the new TAG Porsche turbo engine through 1983, he knew he would have a shot at the title in '84. Although new teammate Alain Prost was faster, Niki's greater consistency and superior racecraft won the day by a mere half point. Through his final season in 1985, despite poor reliability, still there were glimpses of speed. He led his home race in Austria until engine failure and was on course for a fairy tale victory in his last Grand Prix in Australia, only for a brake issue to pitch him into the wall. He beat Prost in a straight fight at Zandvoort, with new sensation Ayrton Senna third, proving that even aged 36, Niki could still show the way to the younger generation. Following his retirement from racing, he had spells in team management before, in 2012, finding a new spiritual home at Mercedes. Niki played an integral role in their period of unprecedented success, including their recruitment of Lewis Hamilton. Right to the end, he was straight-talking and always had the courage of his convictions. When he passed away in 2019, the sense of loss was palpable. He was a force of nature, Not just a legend or an icon, but truly a colossus of motorsport.
Good gut health affects every single aspect of your body, from your brain wiring to your energy output to your hormone regulation to how clever your immune system is. Everybody benefits from better gut health because it makes your body work better.
I would thoroughly recommend Goodwood Gut Health Programme. It's been quite life-changing, really.
How do you start an iconic movement? Classicism would say it's all about form and craftsmanship, while surrealism would find all of this quite, well, surprising. After all, it's about creating the icon of a new movement. Welcome to Forwardism, the all-electric BMW i7.
Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change. 2 tournaments, 1 final. The UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Sky Full Fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it!
Everyone's in vintage clothes. There's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect. That is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Well, the incredible selection of cars that are going to be the next batch running up the hill, celebrating Niki Lauda's career. 130 years of Mercedes-Benz in motorsport. What an incredible record. Jost Racing, Reinhold Jost's cars run at Le Mans for Porsche, for Bentley, for Audi. 16 wins across the last 40 years. Truly phenomenal. That's part of this next batch of cars. Along with Shadow Racing, we've got all of their Can-Am cars ever. Their Formula 1 cars and Formula 5000. But if you want the cars to go sideways, you need to look no further. We've got the Drift Kings coming out to play in their truly, truly incredible machinery. They'll go sideways, they'll make an awful lot of tyre smoke, they will entertain, but they will be absolutely pin perfect, precise on the way up the hill. That is the batch coming up. They're now forming up down at the start of the hill climb run, but let's look back at the best of this morning's rallying action up on the Forest stage.
So we got underway this morning in difficult conditions after all of the rain yesterday. The first drivers onto the stage were met with very slippery conditions. Some very tentative, some pushing a little bit too much. We're discovering that the mud was like ice.
Yeah, Steve Chamberlain discovered that. Jari-Matti Latvala discovered that. And then Johan Derricks also discovered that in the Mark Dewis Porsche, and George Lepley our young superstar of historic rallying, and he of the Leclerc family, in the Evo 6, with Tommy Mäkinen's name proudly displayed on that rear window. And here's Jari-Matti Latvala. He was off in the hybrid Rally 1 car, and he had been here with you in the commentary box talking about all the hazards of the special stage, clipped on the inside just to get some braking over the grass, and then he just touches the bales on the outside.
Didn't listen to his own advice, did he?
No.
Juha Kankkunen, 4-time world rally champion, is behind the wheel of the GR Yaris Rally 2 today. Both he and Jari-Matti putting on fine displays as the course started to dry out a little, with many cars making their way through and the sun making a good attempt to clear up all the mud out there, although it was a difficult run for some drivers.
Salmon roll showing it's still catching people out this morning as the focus makes its way down into the stage. Mark Higgins, quite a few runs this morning, but as Beck said, the stage drying out. Another attempt by Jari-Matti, managed a nice movement there, and Rory McLeod.
Well, Rory, who has been really, really quick during the course of the weekend, I think he smoked the bales as well with that left front. There you go. So he went off into the straw bales. Ollie Mellors, he came out a little bit late. It was slightly dry, not a lot. He was still slipping down there, but he got away with that one. And that right rear haunch anyway has been damaged a few times, hanging off. Gosh.
To be damaged on the left side this time around.
He didn't get away with it, did he?
That Delta Donut causing many, many problems as the mud made it feel like an ice rink. The words of Juha Kankkunen, not my own.
He did say, didn't he? Zero grip, look, no grip, no grip, no grip.
Yeah, the Peugeot certainly found that. Was testing the limits of the banking there. As was the Lancia at Salmon Roll, which got wedged, and then we run under a red flag, the rear bumper disappearing. Luckily, Danny Sordo sideswiped that, and that has been retrieved. But Danny Sordo's been putting on a sensational performance for us this morning. Some super fast runs in the Hyundai i20N Coupe WRC.
Samuel Thiel just getting caught out under braking, coming into Cooper's. And of course we were treated then again to Tony Worswick in the fabulous 308 GTB Ferrari.
What a sight a sports car like that is. A Group 4, from the Group 4 days, which was ultimate development, Group 1s all the way through to Group 4. A lot of tarmac rallying. Boss Formula 1 champion, a real circuit racer and rallyman as well. And then James Williams finally emerging from his bed after the ball last night to have a run and get his practice in before the shootout.
Yeah, of course, doing super well in the shootout. He wants to continue that on. Also, the Iron Dames doing very well in the shootouts over the past 3 days. Sarah Rameau and Julie Amblard have been on massively competitive form, and long may that continue. Let's take a look at the practice times through so far today. Danny Sordo with the fastest time for 2:25.2. That was followed up by James Williams, the fastest in the overall shootout so far, remember, heading into the final shootout today with a 2:47.4. Then Sarah Rameau was third fastest, 2:48.1. Max McRae in the Subaru Legacy RS was a 2:49.1. Jari-Matti Latvala in the Toyota GR Yaris Rally 1 Hybrid, 3:02.8. Then Benjamin Smith in the Porsche, Adam Marsden, Paul Kinaston, Samuel Thiel and Alex Popotes.
Well, fantastic action up on the Forest stage. If you're here and got a chance to get to the top of the hill, grab it with both hands, because the action on that fabulous stage, very, very slippery, Alice. The chalk with a bit of rain last night, like a bar of soap.
Yeah, it certainly was, and we certainly saw earlier on this morning. I was just peeping my head out of the window here at Molecombe Corner. There's still a little bit of mud. It's dry now, but still quite dusty heading into Molecombe Bend, and we're getting ready for batch 3 to head out now.
Now, the drivers all know that the track at Moulcombe is a little greasy on the left-hand side, or the right-hand side. They should variably be on the left. Certainly people driving single-seaters will be there. Of course, the drifters, when they come up, wouldn't care. They'll drive anywhere, anyhow, and sideways all the time. I am just so excited. I loved at the members' meeting earlier this year having all the Shadow Can-Ams, the entire collection from wacky to powerful to successful, going through from 1969 to 74. But to get the fact the team was also producing cars in Formula One from the early 70s through to the end of the decade, and proving just about successful. But to me, Tom Price was the name that I really followed back in the mid-70s, in the all-black Shadow as it was then, those DN5s, exquisite cars. But again, Duke of Richmond and Gordon and the content team at Goodwood have dug deep and dug out so many things, and I love having collections of cars where you can see the sort of development through the ages, and for Shadow it's been a real treat to have them along.
It is, and where do you get that? You only get it here at Goodwood, as we can see, having a little look there, the Dodge DN9 Shadow, Jackie Oliver's Shadow, and I mean, what a man, that name alone, Jackie Oliver, but in particular when we're talking about the Shadows, Bruce. Oh yeah, no, absolutely, because he raced and took their Can-Am title in 1974. McLaren had left, they'd been dominant, then Porsche dominated in the last season, and by then the Can-Am series was starting to run out of competitors. It had to reinvent itself. The engines became smaller, but that final hurrah in 1974 with a mere 8.3 litre V8 engine in the back, so much grunt and so much visible aerodynamic aids, these big wedge-shaped bodies. And in fact, the car we're looking at now, the bright red one, is the Shadow Chevrolet Mark 1, the Motorsport one. Take a look at the rear wing. What is that sitting on the back? It's not a gurney flap, it's the radiators. They needed somewhere to put them. The front end of the car was so pancake flat they had no chance. Was it a success? Well, I'll leave you to judge that. Did other teams copy? No, they didn't. Yeah, no, I'm not surprised on that one. But what I love about these Shadow cars is the variety of trying things. They thought, well, we can't fit it on the front, we can't really fit it on the side, let's just stick it on the rear wing. We've got a couple out there as well with the front wing, much higher raised than you usually would see it. But we're starting off first with some prototypes. Yeah, well, we're moving into the celebration of Reinhold Jost. As you can see, a whole host of tributes, and if that's not my imagination, that's 9-time Le Mans winner Tom Christensen. So much of his success coming with Audi at Le Mans, but also he had those successes with Reinhold Jost earlier with Porsches, but he always wants to get his hands, the Great Dane, on as many machines as he can. This is the Audi R8R that was very, very early in Audi's attack. But hey, jumping from one to another, Tom Christensen keeps his straight, and we've got the first of the drifters. Cover your ears unless you really want to have your earwax resettled. And this is the Nissan Silvia 3-litre straight 6. Doesn't sound too powerful. No, it's turbocharged as well. 900 horsepower on board. 900 horsepower, and of course, as standard when it comes with drifting here at Goodwood, they'll always stop outside the main house. We first got drifting here at Goodwood back in 2014, and often is a sight when we see the drifters. We have to sort of wait for the smoke to settle before we can see them. And if you know the body shape, you certainly don't know what is under the hood. This one is a Chevrolet, therefore it must surely have a Chevrolet engine. Oh no, Axel Hildebrandt's Rotovet, the clue's in the name, and the name's in inverted commas. This has got a rotary Mazda engine, and it pumps out 1,000 horsepower. Axel has quite a job to keep it in a straight line, but hold on, Alice, he doesn't want to keep it in a straight line. Drifters are made to go sideways. Yes, they are. It's not the fastest way to go round a track getting sideways, but that's not what it's about with these drifters. There's Axel giving a real good show. He'll stop, of course, outside the main house. Will he, or has he just totally got that wrong? Have I got that wrong and he's gone straight past? We'll find out. We can't see from our pictures, but there he is. He's maybe done a donut. He sometimes comes up just before Moulcombe and gives us a 2-litre triple rotor turbocharged motor. Let's have a look. Yes, doing some burnouts there. Now, we have the Nissan GTR, and you can hear probably from my commentary box mic, Axel going past, but we're here with the Nissan GTR, and this is Steve Bagoni. Yeah. As Bagsy behind him. I tell you what, Bagsy's bagged another car. Maybe there's a problem with the Nissan because he's hopped aboard another one from his stable, one of the Toyotas, so please ignore the caption there, because a lot of these drivers know when you drive cars like this, the drifters know things hot for the tyres can go pop, but Bagsy always puts on a show. His regular Nissan puts out 1,200 horsepower. This Toyota GT86, I think, rather less. Now, this is the Eurofighter BMW M3, absolutely being launched off the line, and this can rip through a set of sticky tyres. Oh no, that is the BMW E92, sorry, not from what I'm reading here through my notes, but it's James Dean behind the wheel.
You know what, a lot of these drift drivers have various cars and they're sharing out the pain between them. Not the pain for us, it's the pain for the machinery. And again, ripping one way, ripping another, covering their change of cars in tyre smoke so you can't see what they're up to. But just look, get this, a mile up the hill, those rear tyres will be finished, done and dusted.
Yeah, you can put them in your bin, or you can make yourself a coffee table, whatever you may want to fancy. But this is a BMW, and it looks like it might have a fancy camera on the back of that, maybe a 360 one standing tall. Elias at the wheel of the 3-litre straight 6 turbocharged. This car was built in 2024, 1,000 brake horsepower, which I think is around about double that of your standard M4 road car.
Now, of course, Red Bull, from the moment they started marketing the brand, before they came to Formula One, their absolute ambition was to just do extreme sports, whatever it was, diving with a wing on your back, mountain climbing, whatever. But drifting just suddenly came into their path, and they thought, this is what we want to do. So we'll have a pair of the BMW M4s, and that is, you know, every driver has a different approach. The smaller the area, the more it seems to excite them. And most of these drivers at European circuits, before the sister car blasts off, they go and do this in tandem. Imagine trying to rotate a car on your own. It's one thing, but having to keep the nose to the nose of a sister car. Straight line up the straight. No, why bother with that? How about a snaking run up to the first corner? Rear wheels locked and then loosened again. That's the right-hander taken. Will he take the left-hand, the right-hander that follows, going left or right? Who knows?
He's making his own track. Why not? Connor Shanahan behind the wheel is one of the brightest young stars in the world of drifting. Started drifting, would you believe it, Bruce, at the age of 9 years old. I mean, definitely the coolest kid in school by far. The BMW M4 G82, 3-litre, straight 6 turbocharged.
Right, this one is the Lexus RCF. No driver change there. Ahmad Dahab, he's been super spectacular on his various visits here as part of the Red Bull crew. Here's the Goodwood Festival Speed. We didn't know what to expect when they came in 2014, and immediately we got what it was all about. The power, but it's the precision and the sheer desire to perform and to entertain that's made the drifters such a sensational part, a regular part, one of the most popular parts of the Goodwood Festival Speed. It's not the calm before the storm. There's a little bit of rumbling and crackling, but we're just waiting for power to go down, the signal to be given, and this Lexus to be launched up the short straight to the first corner. What happens thereafter, we will see.
Yeah, we'll have a look. Is the marshals looking? Maybe there is.
Yeah, the engine has been cut. Maybe a signal
there
from the driver. It sounded a little bit rattly, but then again, what do I know in terms of when you've got an engine that's made to push out 1,200 horsepower, 1,000 pounds per foot of torque. Maybe something is a little bit awry. What we can see in the background, though, is Mad Mike Widdett's brand new McLaren. That's got a rotary engine as well. And hopefully, fingers crossed, we'll treat you to what it's like to see a straight line being taken in something that's far from straight. This will be an onboard camera on Mad Mike's Mad Max McLaren. Underneath, it's a combination of a P1 GTR and a 650 GTS, but Mad Mike thinks the best engine he can have for drifting is a rotary engine. So he's taken the V8 out, put a 1,000 horsepower rotary engine in. Right, can't see behind. Well, not really. Look how much. This is in a straight line. This is tyre smoke under pure acceleration. He's keeping it straight, but for about another second, Alice, then it's going sideways.
Yeah, and there we go, right on cue from you there, Bruce. Sideways. Look at that, how sideways Mike is getting the McLaren P1. Incredible stuff. 1,000 horsepower, as you touched on, rotary engine as well, capable of huge drifts at over 180 miles an hour. I mean, I'm not entirely sure that I would want to be drifting at that sort of speed.
No, it's important people are selected by genetic background to do this performance. You need an inbuilt gyroscope. How can Mad Mike know which way he's pointing? He's waving, or is he appealing for help? Of course he's not that sort of guy, but changing gear, flicking it up under the bridge, the pedestrian bridge, coming up to Port Morecambe. Now we see what it looks like from the cockpit. We've seen it looking backwards, looking forwards, pitching it into Morecambe. There are the bales on the inside. He was about 30 degrees out of true, but so much power, he's got to get it straight. Nothing coming up ahead of him, Alice, apart from the Flint Wall.
From the Flint Wall, but they just make it look so easy. A pull of the handbrake there just as he gets to the Flint Wall. It's like like drifting up through a hamster's tunnel. It's so impressive.
Hamster's tunnel, that's absolutely fantastic. But it's so good, as you see. He's got that handbrake where he has to just adjust it to keep getting that tail coming around. But it is precise. It's not just someone being a bit yobbish in a car park.
No, but I mean, even though would, that's very impressive.
So Mad Mike with it. It's great to see this brand new McLaren. Red Bull definitely on board. Lanzante involved with the manufacturer or the fine-tuning of this vehicle. So I think we're going to see this for quite some years to come. But that is a very, very unusual McLaren, driven in exquisite fashion and form. They'll be doing their donuts up at the top of the hill and drowning everyone out in the smoke up. There they are, right in the top of the hill climb, spinning it around to entertain the big crowd there. Now let's move to the world of Shadow Can-Am cars. They came over en masse to... Whoa, this is super sideways. I didn't expect that. This is 361. Why is it sideways? Because Jake Hill's driving it. Top British touring car driver, a man who just loves historic racing. This is very, very quick. The car is low line. It's the one with the giant radiators atop the rear wing. It's almost cornering like the Mercury Spearley. What is Jacob? What did he have for lunch? I hope there's some on board.
He's just seen the drift cars go.
That's it.
Thinks, oh, so is that what we're doing?
Yeah, easily led.
All of these cars.
Look how low the front end of this car is. Eventually it sort of had to accept the shape. Maybe better to go the way of the giant McLarens that went before it, the big Porsche. This is one of the most low-line racers ever. Not a car that's suitable for this hill. But you know what? No one told Jake Hill. His father Simon will be beside himself with delight at that drive.
He'll be giggling his head off.
He will be giggling.
That's what he'll be doing. Jake, you will see later on in the shootout in a Nissan Skyline, so keep out for that. And this is the one I was on about with the front wing on the front. And
you love this.
Hero, he's in another car.
Just double checking it is Emmanuel. He's changed his helmet for it, but anyhow, this is the wrong caption there. So no, it's 363. And that's the one with the addenda on the front, a wing as large as any other racing car carries, and it's the smaller wing of the car, the one on the tail of that early Shadow, the Mark III, is just enormous. But it was all about getting downforce. They had all the power from these 8-litre V8 engines, and they had to get the downforce to get some handling, some ability to turn into a corner. Right, of course, Shadow went across from running cars in Can-Am. They were still doing that, but they fancied a crack at Formula One. They hit the championship in 1963. And has there ever been a car with less writing on the side? You've got UOP, United Oil Products, or if you turn that lettering upside down, it says Don. The team founder was Don Nichols, so you can make your own minds up. But I'm really a big fan of cars that look... You can see their silhouette. It's a sinister car, perhaps, but certainly when George Foreman came across to the States, he started to make it go well, and from there, it was all about going forward. Now, we talked, Alice, about them finding Can-Am success, Trans Am success, I beg your pardon, came finally in 1974. They've got 5 rounds of the championship, and this car, and more importantly, this car with this driver, Jackie Oliver, grabbed 4 of those wins, and he took the title.
Oh, absolutely incredible. In the Shadow Chevrolet DN4, Jackie covered 2,000 miles of testing at the wheel of this prototype, owning Shadow's 1974 Can-Am Challenger. It's truly a rapid and competitive piece of machinery, so it's so wonderful to see Jackie out back behind the wheel of this 1974 Shadow.
Well, he's the right driver in the right car. I mean, Shadow would go on until the very end of the 70s, and then it would morph with Jackie at the helm to become Arrows. They branched away, but hey, black car, driver with a very deep blue helmet with the white flags, flicks on the top. That's the helmet in honour of the London Rowing Club that Graham Hill sported. So son Damon, world champion in his wake. He got on board this car yesterday and absolutely loved it. It's the DN4B. The last of their line of Can-Am cars, and it made him giggle big time. This didn't have the Chevrolet engine, it had the Dodge, because after the end of 74, going into 75, they said, we've got to make the engine smaller, the Can-Am cars are too fast. So it went down to a mere 5 litres, but it worked very, very well indeed. And I think David would feel a bit more bold, he was a little spooked when he got to the top of the hill in this yesterday, but, you know, he's got the ability, but he's a realist, so he thought, cut a tiny bit of space, I've got a very wide car on a very narrow track, but today, after reflection, 24 hours to recover from it, he's doing it all over again. Hopefully we'll get an interview with him.
Yes, hopefully we will. I said you can always see the Dodges, or spot them out with that tall airbox you can see above. David said the Shadow Dodge DN6 is very similar. Now, This is some funky aerodynamics. You can't see them now, but just wait. There you go, right on cue.
Yeah, and the little the great big movable aerodynamic device on the tail, obviously acting as a brake, and the little plea for sponsorship popping up just ahead of the front wheel with the $ dollars, please. Kyle Tilley, who is so instrumental in all of this, a fantastic historic racer, and most times I see him, he's driving something different, but very deeply rooted with the shadows. So this was low, and you know what? You came and looked at this at the members' meeting, Alice. The driver has to see, so just by the number 1 rondelle, there's a little lump in the front. That's where the driver's toes go. They almost have to sit with their feet splayed. Designers, They never package the right size for the driver. Now, we've been talking about Reinhold Vios. We talked about success at Le Mans with Porsche, latterly with Audi. But in between, in 2003, the third attempt for the return of Bentley. They struggled in 2001, 2002 with their Speed 8. They reinvented it, became lower, sleeker, better looking, and better looking even more after 24 hours at Le Mans, because victory was achieved by Tom Christensen, yes, that man again, Ronaldo, or Dindo Capello as we called him, and Brit Guy Smith. And for a lot of Bentley fans, this was something that really put Bentley back on the map. They went GT racing after that. Oh dear, the engine has been cut, so maybe there's a signal. Let's double check. Have we got red flags? Or maybe there's a problem. Oil on the track, we've have been receiving that report, and David Brabham, works Bentley driver back then in 2003, given the message, and of course what's he do? He cuts the engine off, opens the door, because it's a very, very small claustrophobic cockpit.
Yeah, it is, and we're getting a good shot of it there. You can just see his legs actually are nearly touching the steering wheel, so not much movement there for David to turn. Luckily for him, there's not too many too tight corners here.
No, exactly that. But actually, it's a really good opportunity to look into the car, because according to some of the cars before, just a couple of years before, were open-top cars. Then suddenly there was a fashion to go back to cars with roofs. But of course, the designers wanted the package to be as small as they possibly could, simply so that their car's more aerodynamic. But it did make it very, very difficult indeed for the drivers, not just in terms of feeling enclosed by it, but don't forget, they had to do quick driver changes when it came to a pit stop. So it was a bit like posting a letter sometimes.
It is, and anyone that has done a little bit of endurance racing themselves, it's not the most comfortable thing doing driver changes in a fairly spacious car, let alone, as you said, in a very tight cockpit like the Bentley. I'm sure many of the Bentley drivers were left Le Mans with quite a few bruises on their arms, legs, and possibly their head. Well, luckily they've got the helmet, but still. Well,
actually, it's not just that. I remember talking to David Brabham at Le Mans one year. I'm trying to think what he was driving. I think it might have been an Aston Martin. But he came out, and his big problem was his feet had started cooking in the car. Don't worry, another 45 minutes in your stint, but my feet are almost on fire. And it leads, some drivers suffer much more. Their feet are more sensitive, and they have a hot cockpit, and you see them hobbling for the next few days. Hopefully these days it's better, but 30 years ago it was definitely an issue.
Well, this year at the 24 hours of Le Mans, we had very long safety cars, didn't we? And we had few drivers complaining, I'm going to fall asleep, because you're going at such a limited speed behind the safety car that you're concentrating. You don't really need to concentrate. You're all in a train. But also we had drivers' legs cramping up from the long stints. I mean, you were commentating and working on Le Mans many years, Bruce. So I can't remember off the top of my head how long the longest safety car was this year. Can you?
Well, there was an awful lot of it through the night. It seemed every time I got into the commentary booth, it was a chance to talk about a safety car. I had exactly the same with fog at the Nürburgring 24 hours. And the Spa 24 hours a few weeks ago came on to start my stint at 11 o'clock at night. And 3 minutes later, we went straight to an hour and 45 minutes. We've had a lot of rain in Northern Europe. But the point about cramping up in the car, as I'm trying to think who was explaining it to us, sitting in a position where your feet are really far in front of you is one thing, but you can get crampy if you're not actually pressing the accelerator as much as normal. But let's go to the top of the hill, because one of the most leery drives up there in this run so far came from Jake Hill, and David Green couldn't miss the opportunity.
Jake, you were terrified of this car yesterday. Today you're doing donuts.
We're friends now. It's great, No, the owner, Jim, just said, have at it, go for it, man, enjoy it. So I was like, all right, sweet. So he said he wanted the shadows to be remembered. That's what he said. Those were his exact words.
That doesn't sound like, can you donut the shadows, though?
No, he said, yeah, go for it. Yeah, go for it. So, we did some big smokies. We did 2 donuts down at the other end, and just having fun with it. I mean, I'm never going to get to drive this thing again. It's gonna go back to America, back home soon. But what a place to drive it, and it's what Goodwood's all about, isn't it? Is driving cool stuff and having a good time, and yeah, we're lucky enough to do that.
I'd be terrified driving this in a straight line, never mind trying to spin it around in a circle.
Funnily enough, Adam Christodoulou is a good friend of mine. He jumped in it in the collecting area, he went, absolutely not, and just jumped straight back out. So that says everything it needs to say about it.
For a moment, I thought you might be doing something sensible, like trying out where the grip is for the shootout later on today, but no, you're just going to have fun today.
Just go for it. Yeah, no, the track's cleaned up. This morning was real tricky in the Skyline, so it's cleaned up nicely. So looking forward to the run later.
You got a plan?
Well, I haven't got second gear, so we stripped that this morning. So it's going to be a first to third gear off the line. It's going to bog a bit, but big sends from there on.
Flat and third round, Malcolm?
Not quite, but I mean, you know, I'll get the throttle as soon as I can.
Best of luck. We look forward to talking to you later.
Thank you.
Well, still the sweeping is going on, but Alice, if you're putting someone out in a very valuable historic car, is it really wise to say, have at it? A driver could misinterpret that, or not.
I mean, you can't stop a racing driver from going fast, can you? And certainly someone like Jake Hill, it actually looks like there's a lot. Is it maybe one of the drift cars has dropped some oil? I'm just looking at the way the marshals are putting down the dust there.
It's a bit like looking for someone who's got the precise size of shoe that has left marks in a muddy field, and you know, not you with your size 7s, but you with your size 15s. Ah, Harry Benjamin. Could be him. But yeah, we did see the drift cars,
Harry anyway.
Of course, spinning around in front of the house. Now, we did have 2 sort of replacement cars in the drifting group, cars we hadn't expected, the backup cars. Maybe it's them. No reason why it should be them any more than anyone else. Maybe, well, we can't guess, but since every single one of the drift cars took a spin in front of that giant MG celebration, Jerry Judah sculpture in the background ahead of the house, ahead of Goodwood House, then you have to feel they're all candidates in who put the oil down. But obviously, on a narrow hill, if there's a report from the marshals, observers, there is oil on the circuit, and you've got to do your very most to make sure that everything is cleaned up. Maybe it's not too bad in front of the house, but they're just taking the moment. But certainly by the Flint wall, of all places, you don't want to have it. I think that is where the report came down from. They were certainly the first ones out on the hill to try and sort it out. Now, the dust they're putting down, it's not just normal dust, it's what we call quick dry, and it's to just basically suck up any of the oil and the greasiness that's down there, and then it will be brushed off, but it should have done its purpose in removing the most slippery element of that. And certainly, as we have the shootout coming up later on, we have to have the hill in the best condition that we possibly can.
Yes, and a big shout out to every single marshal who is here this weekend, and of course they are all the ones that get us out racing, and without them this weekend we wouldn't be seeing any cars going up the hill.
Well, I think we should go up to Detective David Green up at the top of the hill, because he's got Damon Hill, and maybe he's saying, Damon, was it you and your shadow?
Damon, we just spoke to Jake Hill. He said he was terrified yesterday, but now he's friends with his shadow. Is the same thing for you?
Yeah, I think so. Definitely. I thought, well, what the hell, you know, you only live once, and gave it a bit more berries up the hill. But it's very difficult to, when you know, this is quite there's no room for error here, and if you don't know a car, then it's quite hard to get to grips with it.
Especially with a bit of oil on the track.
Well, I hope that wasn't me, because, I mean, I think I'm the last one up, so maybe it's someone after me, before me.
I think you could just blame the drift as everybody else does.
Yeah, the drifter was it, yes, okay, yeah. So they are the usual suspects. But, no, it was fun. It was, it was... it's got some... You mustn't rev it. Basically, they pull, I don't know how much horsepower in about 2,000 RPM. You just keep it in top gear and just drive it up there.
You're watching you run up there. Tell us about what it's like to drive such a big, powerful car up the hill.
Well, it's nice to have the power, and I'm not really sure about the road holding characteristics, but I think it probably would have been... It could have gone a lot faster than I made it go. So, yeah.
But it's all about just giving the crowd something to look at, and these shadows do look fantastic. Having them all together here is such a thrill for us, because they obviously live in America for most of the time, but they're over here for this weekend.
Well, they are definitely a story. I mean, they were in the 60s, 70s. They were very, very much a mark that made its appearance, and you know, they look spectacular, don't they? They're all collected together here and brought over and shown off like this, and it's great to see them all in action.
And of course, your father had a connection to Shadow.
Well, he started his team, and he actually his first chassis for the team was a Shadow, so it was a white one, not a black and yellow and red one, but it was the sponsors of, I can't mention the name of the brand because it was a cigarette, but basically it was...
you could do that this weekend.
It's called Embassy Racing. And it was a white car with a red stripe on it, but it was a Shadow. And then he moved on to other marks. But I met Tony Southgate down at the start, so, you know, he's obviously very proud to see all. He came up to me and said, "This is a lovely one, isn't it? A lovely car, this one." I'm going, well, yeah, I'm a bit frightened of it, to be honest. I'm sure it'll be fine.
Have you spoke to Jackie Oliver? Because you said you were going to blame him for getting you into this car. Are you going to thank him now?
No, I am going to thank him, yes. It's great because Jackie was on the story right from the beginning as well. So it's another proud trip down memory lane. And he gunned it. I saw him going off the line. He drove that rather beautiful one over there, which has apparently got twice the horsepower that I have. So he's given himself the best equipment, I see.
Maybe you could swap with them this afternoon.
Well, they have offered to do that, but we'll see what happens.
Well, it sounds like you're having a really good Goodwood weekend, as usual, and lovely to see you at the top of the hill.
Thank you very much. Nice to be here. Sun's out.
Well, thank you very much, David and Damon. Always great to get a perspective. We have, the hill is closed at the moment, but the reports are going up and down the hill. I think we're getting closer to that being cleared, and any oil that's been put down has been taken away. But I absolutely echo Damon's sentiments, but just want to reiterate there that we were talking of Tony Southgate at the top of the hill. He was the designer, but how busy can you be when you're designing Formula One cars, Can-Am cars, and some of them were done. What one has to understand back then, Alice, there wasn't a cast of thousands with these teams, and I think Shadow in the day when they were doing all of this had effectively a dozen people on board. It's quite extraordinary.
And like you said, that's what makes it so impressive and so special, and I love the fact that they just thought, okay, this didn't work, so we're going to try something else. Like with the radiators on the rear wing, like with the front wing, well, we'll just try this. Why not? Oh, that's not work. Let's move on to something else. But it looks like, to me, that the Bentley might have just got the signal to fire up there from the wonderful Marshall at the start line. So I think, Bruce, we might be getting back underway.
Yeah, well, hopefully so, and definitely with the door being closed over David Brabham as part in the Bentley Speed 8. In fact, this front-on view, you could just imagine it's a Formula One car over which bodywork has been wrapped, almost like cling film. The form is there, of course, wider over the cockpit, but anyhow, it works. Any car that works becomes more beautiful. Any car that carries British racing green, of course, is plucking at the heartstrings of the British fans who go down to the Le Mans 24 Hours in their tens of thousands every year. This was a very, very popular win, but Bentley's success came, first of all, in the late 1920s, and they dominated Le Mans, a French event, and that was the first time the Brits really started to make their presence felt there. But David Brabham, one of the drivers fortunate enough to drive these glorious-looking cars, built up in Norfolk, as it happens, in 2003. And it was a 1-2 for Bentley at the finish.
And it's a car that's certainly one of my favourites out of the history as well. And another one of Jost Racing's successes, the Audi R10 TDI.
Yeah, the TDI stands for turbo diesel injection, and this was a case that this could perfectly fit into the horseless to hybrid group of cars, but it's been because, of course, this was a step forward. Diesels didn't really have much of a history in racing. Some people had tried them in previous years, but then Audi got it absolutely to work. Now, Audi aren't only about cars in the top prototype class. The R8 LMS, it seems to have gone on forever. Sounds sensational. Listen to that wonderful note from the 5.2 litre V10. 5.2, much bigger than you had in Formula One. But Christopher Mies, long-time Audi Works driver, Mark Basseng and Darrell Young, they took the first win for international win for an R8 LMS, and they've been winning ever since. That was in the Bathurst 12 Hours in 2011. Evo versions of this car are still winning in GT3 racing right now.
So incredible. And for those that aren't maybe up to speed with Jost Racing, founded by former Porsche Works driver Reinhard Ross in 1978, and one of the most successful privateer teams ever, winning Le Mans 16 times. Yes, 16 times. Hugely impressive, and we're celebrating the 40th anniversary of their first victory, and they got their first victory in a Porsche back in 1984.
Yeah, and they started winning the 956, that then became the 962. We're looking at a 962C, an Evolution version of that great car that did so many things, not just in works hands, but particularly with Reinhold Jost in privateer hands. And that's always been the way Porsche likes to go racing. Don't just keep it for a work team, spread the love. But in terms of Audi, the body shape kept changing, the livery would change from year to year, but basically the silver, the black and the red flashes have stayed true forever and a day. Differently adorned on the various cars, but Audi kept on adapting the technology, moving towards hybrid power as they worked through the years. But this is number 352, that's its works entry number. Benoit Trellier, so much success as a works Audi driver. And this is the R18 TDI Ultra, sound faster, from 2011, and the bodies had really moved on from the open tops of just 4 or 5 years earlier. Now Alice swinging from Audi winner back to Porsche winner, but this was actually quite a lot of Jaguar underneath, because Porsche needed an open top car. They were running cars in the GT1 class, and they weren't too sure they were going to succeed, so they did a deal with Tom Walkinshaw Racing, and suddenly they had open top Porsches, and it worked very well with 2 wins in 2 years for them at Le Mans.
Yeah, 3-litre flat 6 turbocharged engine on the one, and this is Karun Chandok behind the 348 that you can see, recognisable helmet. The Audi R8 3.6 litre V8 turbocharged, built back in 2003, and this is the Audi R8 has had great success on both sides of the Atlantic.
Right, we're moving on from celebrating Reinhold Jost to the incredible career of one man, of Niki Lauda. He started with a little bit of money, managed to buy a drive in Formula 2, impressed a little bit, got quickly into Formula 1, and this car, after a one-off in 1971, nearly finished it for him. The 721X March was just a little bit too radical too soon. Maybe it would have worked in years to come. Quickly had to be changed. Niki said it's not good enough, and they changed the X after about 3 Grand Prix to have another car built. It was called the 721G, jokingly stood for Guinness Book of Records. How can you change to a new make of car, a new style of car so quickly? But Niki moved on after a year with March to BRM. His talents were starting to be noticed. It was what he managed to achieve with the P1 ATV, V12 engine car, and the P160E as well, and that got him noticed enough to go boom, up to join Ferrari.
Yeah, and it was actually in this very chassis that you can see right now that he got his first point at the Dutch Grand Prix in Zolder, and his performance in Monaco really started to turn heads.
It really did, and as soon as he got to Ferrari, he didn't just help shape their performance, he helped shape the team. More to follow on that in a minute, but let's go back to some of the most glorious racing cars of all time. The Mercedes-Benz W125. This is from 1937. These cars were like spaceships in the day. They could hit nearly 200 miles an hour in a straight line. Think about that for a second. 5.7 litre straight 8. You know, I wouldn't mind them running that formula in Formula 1 now, but the driver looking tiny. And that's Martin Eder, who really drives this car beautifully, and so much success. But all this was pitched against a fierce campaign from Auto Union. They really had to fight each other to be the top car in the world. Both German, both enterprises, sponsored very heavily by the government at the time, and the beneficiaries were those who got to see them. Absolutely incredible cars.
And of course, we're here celebrating 130 years of Mercedes-Benz Motorsport, and this is one of the very first. This car was built in 1907. Archie Collins is at the wheel. This is the Mercedes-Benz 120 HP, 13.6 litre 4-cylinder engine. It's had victories, several victories. It debuted at the French Grand Prix and also got victories at Brooklands. And I love the fact that the passenger would have been the mechanic back in the day, Bruce, having to use the pump at the back there, but also leaning left, leaning right, just to help with the stability of the car.
And one wonders why they would need to keep pumping. Well, I tell you what, if you've got a 13.5 litre engine, it needs some juice, and it's only a short run here. But imagine in the longer races it used to win. Some of the circuits that it won on were not circuits, they were routes of public roads. This one, the Ardennes in Belgium, and then, of course, on the banking at Brooklands. But if you want sheer power, Mercedes could apply that in great big dollars. This is the 1989 Sauber Mercedes. Sauber was a sports car. Hold on, let's watch and ride with Kenny Action. Most of all, though, listen. very slight lift in the second. Kenny's going to have to negotiate the line. You can't see Malcolm till you come over that slight rise. If you haven't got the braking down, you're in trouble. But your right foot is your friend there, because Kenny Atchison's got a 5-litre turbocharged V8 motor, one of the best sounds in motor racing history. And Kenny came second at Le Mans. This is his own car. Oh, what a lucky boy.
Yeah, what a car to own. The Sauber Mercedes going up on the right-hand side between the straw bales. And slightly further goes swings to the left, and then you will see, there you go, the finish line, the big finish banner. And you will get a lot of slow signs flashing to say, make sure you do slow down, as he'll go and chill for a little bit with David Green.
So, as part of the celebration of 130 years of Mercedes-Benz in motorsport, we're gathering a gaggle of the cars together, not just the Grand Prix cars of the early days, through the Group C specials, and then towards the back of the GT3 cars and even GT2, more powerful. They're the ones that are really doing great things today. But this beautiful transporter, known as the Blue Wonder, rides up the hill. This is a Formula One car on the back. Really, you say? With bodywork, but yes, in the mid-1950s they were allowed to put bodywork on. It was a streamliner model to obviously make it more aerodynamic. It didn't work, though, because the drivers struggled to place the front wheels, and at Silverstone that year, even the great Juan Manuel Fangio was clipping the great big oil drums at the side of the circuit, which that did not help the aerodynamics.
No, and look at that for a shot. We've got some very early Mercedes from 1924 at the very front there, and then all ranging back through to 80s, 90s, modern day.
What I think is so remarkable, you're quite right, it's the dark red 1924 Targa Florio special on the right-hand side of the screen. And it moved on so quickly in 10 years. The technology of the silver car on the left-hand side of the screen, the W25. Aerodynamically, it didn't look that different. It was lower, a bit sleeker, all suspension. But it was the technology within, and it was a springboard to the incredible advance just a couple of years later to the W125. We saw that going up the hill. But I love this moving motor show. One of the most glorious cars is just behind the second Sauber Mercedes, just go around the middle of the shot, is the very, very sleek Mercedes-Benz CLK LM that took to the tracks in the late 1990s, and very sleek. But just having that transporter at the back, it's very, very sweet.
Yeah, I mean, I want one of those transporters for myself. It can reach 105 miles an hour, which I just think is absolutely fantastic. We have seen across the weekend the Mercedes AMG E-Performance, the Formula One car, out there as well in the Formula One batch. Not out with these today, but like you said, Bruce, just touching on the development and the technology. Even then, so long ago, over 100 years ago, it was developing.
Oh, it was all the time. Right. You think of Niki Lauda principally as a Ferrari Formula One driver or a McLaren Formula One driver. He did also, as we mentioned, drive for March, for BRM and for Brabham, but he also raced touring cars, and in the early 70s, just the most epic battles between BMW and Ford. This is a Ford Cologne Capri, and he was driving at this point. He was moving across to Ferrari. Enzo didn't want him to race this because it wasn't a Ferrari, but he said, I need to earn money. And some of the battles that they had with the very top drivers racing these cars on circuits like the Nürburgring were truly magical. Some of my favourite photographs is probably the Sweet Age for me, but you have to agree, it looks very, very crisp in Ford Motorsport blue and white.
It does, and I can picture Niki driving this right now. Just imagine, obviously I wasn't there back in 1973, but I can certainly imagine the hands at the wheel of Niki Lauda.
Yeah, well, what they did, both Ford and BMW, they really put a lot of investment not just into the cars but into youth. So you had a whole host of young drivers. Hans Joachim Stuck is here this weekend. He was one of them. Jochen Maas as well. They had epic battles, and Niki, being nothing but fair, he took victories in this Ford Cologne Capri, as they were known, and also the rival car, the BMW 3-litre SL Batmobile. So he picked and he chose, but he got to drive some cars that certain points in history just stay great because the machinery was so amazing. So that's that batch coming to a conclusion, but right at the front we have something that is going to lead us into the MG celebration. We're celebrating the centenary of MG here at Goodwood's, and the car that made the family connection to the mark from Morris, the Morris market. Morris Garages became MG, and the Duke of Richmond and Gordon, his grandfather Freddie March, dropped out of university to become an apprentice in engineering up at Bentley, but he started having success on the tracks, and his greatest win was in one of these cars, an MG C-Type, small engined, but he went and won the Brooklands Double 12. But let's take a look at some video roll of the MG history. A 100 years of MG, brilliant mark, so beloved, not just in Britain, but all around the world. And one of the driving forces for the Mark's success, the Mark from Oxford, later from Abingdon, was the cars they built. It seems a very simple thing to say, but they were always drivers' cars. Their little small engine sports cars were nimble, which made them fantastic on the road, really, really rewarding to drive, but also very successful on the circuits. Now, if you're not used to the one we're seeing at the back here, this is a far, far more recent car. It's the EX4, which was built up at RML, Ray Mallock Limited, and it's an all-electric concept car. In fact, to pay homage to the MG Metro 6 R4, the rally car that is a couple of cars ahead of it, as the cars pull in and go around the circle, the gravel circle in front of Goodwood House. But it's also a time to look up above the cars. The MGC goes in the front, then the boxy blue and white MG Metro, the latest Cyberster sports car. But they're circling in front of the house, ahead of the drummers, and up above them is the giant annual treat, the sculpture from Jerry Judah, and it's in tribute to the centenary of MG. There'll be fanfare, there'll be fireworks, there'll be drumming. Little MGA slots into position, the MGC GT as well. But it was success on the circuits that really, really got this mark going. And through the 30s, 40s, 50s and 60s, almost anybody who had a sporting bent would have had a go owning an MG.
They certainly will have done, and it was founded by Cecil Kimber back in the 1920s. Best known for their open two-wheel sports cars, as we've seen there, but as you touched on, Bruce, there's so much more history to MG, and we've seen some global debuts this weekend. The Cyberster there on your right-hand side of picture with the roof down, the modern-day sports car of MG, and also the MG HS, which we've seen go up in the first glance batches as well.
Well, fanfare is required, fanfare we will provide, so let's listen to the Padala drummers.
Well, it's lovely to be back in the booth myself now. Ben Edwards with you, Bruce, and enjoying the MG celebration once again. The drums have been doing a bit, and we'll get a bit more from them, actually, because they do a couple of great passes where they come out to the crowd and then head back in again.
Well, there's one other element that will be coming there our way as well, because, of course, it's not just the drumming, it's the fireworks show that can be seen from miles around, even though it's bright daylight.
There you go, just coming up in the background. Let's absorb the vision and the sound. A lovely response from the fans as well to the real celebration for MG. And the drums are about to head back once again. Well, it's lovely to have the drums in the background. Just heading back towards the end of this celebration for MG, this 100 years, and we've been seeing this each day so far at the Festival of Speed. This is the last time, and actually I could see from the drummers they were thoroughly enjoying themselves, especially this last one. They know, oh, this is the last chance we've got to do this, and you can see some real buzz. We've had it all weekend. They've been doing a fantastic job.
No, but they're inspired by the crowd, the setting, and the sunshine. It really does help. Some of those drums are quite heavy to be carrying around, let alone keeping the beat down there. So great to have the Batala drummers doing their stuff. I've seen them before, and I'd love to see them all over again. But just to reflect, up there high on the Jerry Judah sculpture is the MGB, the car that was sold all around the world, but notably in the States and the UK, and it was the real backbone of the company for some long time.
Didn't you have an MGB?
I had an MGB GT, yeah, loved it.
Yeah, as opposed to the open-top version, which is up on the parade there, as the drummers just coming back in towards Goodwood House now. But yeah, and the Cyberster, which is the other car up there, of course, is the most modern version of all. This is the sort of new element of MG. It is under new ownership, but they are taking some of the history of MG and taking it forwards.
No, absolutely, Sue. So the essence of open-top motoring, but with a lot more horsepower, because of course now it's an EV.
Well, Bruce, you mentioned earlier, let's take a look at this, because there was great history between both MG and the Duke of Richmond.
My grandfather,
Freddie March, is the reason why I became interested in motorsport. He founded the circuit at Goodwood in 1948 and used to take me to watch the racing as a young boy. Those early experiences cemented my lifelong passion for the sport. He had always been fascinated by engineering, everything from model making to aviation, and discovered motorsport in the late 1920s. Having graduated from speed trials to circuit racing as a driver, he formed his own team, just as MG was releasing its latest racing car. He was particularly drawn to clever, lightweight engineering, so the new MG C-Type was a natural fit. His team, the very first Works MG team, combined the MG's inherent pace with his own attention to detail, and was hugely successful. With co-driver Chris Staniland, he won the legendary Double 12 at Brooklands in 1931, and there were further victories at that year's Irish Grand Prix and the Tourist Trophy at Ulster, all against much bigger opposition. Freddie would ultimately become more well known for founding the circuit here at Goodwood, but that might never have happened without his own experiences in racing. MG returning to Goodwood to celebrate its centenary feels like a very fitting reunion.
So, Bruce, we're just going to take a look back at some of the highlights of that previous session. We're just hearing the cars going down the hill, particularly the drift cars, but we had a great variety.
We did, and I just love seeing Tom Christensen. Here he is, 9-time Le Mans winner, just reunited with yet another car in which he's had success at the start. But the comparison could not have been greater. Tom would keep that in a straight line, but the drifters, including Axel, just did a fantastic job. Sideways was everything. That wasn't quite a sideways where it wanted to go from Bagsy, but he got it together going into Moulcom and carried on up the hill.
It is always wonderful seeing the drift cars here. They put on such a tremendous show, and they've just been doing a little bit of the same going back down the hill, actually. Some interesting cameras they've put on them this weekend as well. They don't always last, but hopefully they've got some fantastic images if you can see through the smoke. And then we got into the shadow celebration, whether it was Can-Am cars, Formula One cars, such a tremendous history of that American team.
Yeah, a real treat to have the single-seaters as well as those incredible sinister black Can-Am cars. How low can you go? How much money does it require? Up come the air brakes. That is a way of stopping a very sleek car when you get to a corner.
And I love the way the driver in that car will have to have his feet at the sideways. They cannot be vertical, they have to be horizontal because it's so low.
And if you want grunt, Mercedes always big fans of that, and the Sauber Mercedes Group C cars. We had two of them, the C9 and the C11 going up the hill, and all the power. But celebrating Reinhold Jost in remarkable run of successes at Le Mans. The Porsche cars he used to run, the 962C, among some of the most successful.
Yeah, it's a tremendous team that has been successful with different manufacturers, whether it's Porsche, Audi. But we also celebrated the 130 years of racing with Mercedes, and it's been wonderful watching the older ones and the newer ones. Let's go up to the top of the hill once again and join David.
Tom, I heard you just go up to Damon and said he stole your car.
Yeah. No, it was I drove the car at the members meeting, so we were just talking about the experience of driving these Can-Am cars, where, in a way, everything was possible. I mean, it's still quite a young car, but was not so regulated. So, of course, when you look at the different chassis over the time, not here alone the shadows, I mean, the mind of the engineers then, and just talking down before in the assembly area to Tony Southgate, and obviously it's very much part of the design of the car. So I don't know. I think really good espressos they were on back then, the engineers.
Yeah, I think they were up too late, I think.
Or any other substance maybe in the 70s.
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, but you're right. They had a carte blanche. You know, it must have been a much broader canvas that they could use their imagination on. So, and that's why you got these. We were saying we were calling it ridiculous front wheels on that car over there, but I'm sure that's insulting to a designer, isn't it? Really, but
yeah, they certainly want to get everything down. Center of gravity, smaller wheels. There's no doubt that the freedom of not having regulations. I mean, talking to engineers of today, where the formulas are so heavily regulated, they don't speak fondly about regulations. And they would have had a great parties in the engineering office back in those days. And now bringing one too. He was probably knocking on the door to the engineering office those days, Jackie Oliver.
Jackie, we're talking about, in the days when anything goes, you open the taps, just let everything go. Someone like an Adrian Newey let loose with those sort of Can-Am rules, it would be fantastic, wouldn't it?
Yeah, the guys now have got to take instructions from the pit wall. I mean, if someone had spoke to me, I don't know about you, but you used to do it, and even with your Le Mans program. But I mean, if someone spoke to me...
We just had a rather expensive small touch there. Tom's gone. Tom's gone. Carnage up in the paddock here. I think we better let them get back to it. What happens, Jackie? You arrive and everything goes, all the rules go out the window.
Car drivers.
Can't trust them.
They're going to go Formula 1 to behave themselves.
Nice to speak to you.
I know someone, if he did that, he'd say, "Oh, I bumped it." But a little clash there, and David Brabham looking crestfallen. Perhaps he has to pay for any damage to that fabulous Bentley, well, slightly less fabulous Bentley Speed 8. I'm sure it'll all be sorted out amicably. It is, after all, the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
It is. It's all part and parcel, and thankfully, actually, we haven't really seen much damage as yet, touching wood and all that. There are always going to be some incidents. That was a very little one, just up at the top of the hill. So still lots to look forward to. We're going to have plenty more action taking place on the hill climb. And don't forget, we've also got the shootout later on this afternoon, so please stay with us. We've got lots more to enjoy here at the Festival of Speed.
What a great ride from Tom Marquardt on Quickthorn, who wins the Africa Goodwood Cup.
Highfield Princess, she's all class, and Highfield Princess comes clear to win the King George.
Paddington from back to Cheval on the run towards the line. It's Paddington, he's still going to be unbeaten this season. He's going to win the stopping stakes.
Dynamic air suspension, all-wheel steering, configurable terrain response, effortless in the extreme.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
So we're now looking forward to the next batch getting underway, batch 2. And there's Dario Franchitti in a car that was won the Indy 500 with a great friend of his, Gil de Ferran. You can see the name on the side. And a friend of ours to a certain extent as well, Bruce. We both knew him well. And he so sadly died at the end of last year. And there's a lot of remembrance this weekend of Gil de Ferran. So he was a Brazilian driver who was born in Paris, had a lot of time spent in the UK as well, so he had a very international feel to him, didn't he?
Yeah, he married Angela, very much a British girl, but they eventually, when Gil did not come to Formula, should have done, could have done, didn't, but he went over and it was IndyCar's game. Just raced for the teams at the tail end of the grid. He worked his way up to start winning races and moved to Penske, and he won the big one, the Indy 500 in 2003. And for Dario, this would be a very moving moment for him. It's great. And of course, Gil didn't just stop at that point. He ran his own sports car team. He got involved with Formula One teams, notably with BAR, and then most recently with McLaren, where he is hugely missed for not just his wit, his humour, but his technical brain, but just his sheer ability to inspire people.
Absolutely, he did have that tremendous way with people. And Andrea Stella was talking to Harry Benjamin earlier today about some of that and how sad that they've lost him from McLaren, because he was very key to helping them build the team up, and we know how strong McLaren is now. So sad that Gil de Ferran is still not a part of that. But before those years, as you say, he was an absolutely brilliant driver. He raced quite a lot here in the UK. He raced Formula Ford back in the late 1980s. He was in the RAC and SO Formula Ford 1600 championships. He dominated the British F3 championship as well in 1992. A great part of his time in the UK. And then tried to go to Formula One. It never quite happened, but his success in America, of course, was absolutely brilliant. And that, on his driving side, it's lovely to have seen an Indy 500 winning car. Now, we've moved from Indy 500 to rally work. Now, Juha Kankkunen is the man in charge of this Rally 2 campaign from Toyota. They've built the version of the Toyota GR Yaris. So this isn't the top level Rally 1 they compete with in the World Rally Championship. This is the one for semi-professionals at that slightly lower level, although it gives drivers the chance to really show what they're capable of doing.
Look, I mean, motor manufacturers go competing in motorsport because they want to sell cars, but this is a very good way of doing it. All of motorsport is like a pyramid, so you've got the point of the pyramid, which is Rally 1, much broader base, which is Rally 2. Lower level of performance, but a way of bringing on the best of the young drivers. And these cars, Ben, are just so dynamic. You just see almost as wide as they are long. They bob, they dip, but they seem to have so much grip.
They do. No, it's a beautifully designed machine. This is the hydrogen powered Yaris, which is, of course, the most modern style in many ways, as Toyota have been doing a lot of work on using hydrogen fuel. Electric, of course, is massively important. We've got plenty of electric vehicles here this weekend, but hydrogen is an angle that's being pushed forward. It's being pushed at Le Mans as well. In the future, we will see hydrogen-powered cars racing at Le Mans, but we're also seeing versions of rally cars. Everybody really pushing that angle to see if there's more to find.
Look, we're celebrating horseless to hybrid ways of bringing on technology that could work for road cars and could work for performance cars and competition cars, and hydrogen, I think, is very much the way to go. But if you're driving across a desert, what you need is something with lots of ground clearance, and these desert races, including the Dakar, the Ford Raptor is going to be the latest tool, the tool that will be used next year by this year's Dakar winner, Carlos Sainz, inveterate winner in all things four-wheel drive and off-road. Of course, he's had 2 World Rally Championship titles, but he's sitting rather higher then.
Yeah, you are on one of these vehicles, but it's lovely to see, isn't it? And as you say, next year this is going to be a key contester, and in fact, Nani Roma, who is currently driving, is another one of the top competitors who will be competing with his teammate Carlos Sainz Sr. As we know now, will be doing it as well. And Carlos will be looking for yet another win in the Dakar, which he managed to do earlier this year, not with Ford, but Ford have been very happy, clearly, to sign him up to have a go at it again next year.
Certainly have. I wonder just how, if you start to get a little bit seasick, you're sitting up so high, the vehicle moves around so much, it dips, it bobs, but it's so powerful. Burns a lot of its very, very grooved rubber as it goes up the hill.
And then we've got more of the rally star cars of this period. This is Hyundai, the i20 Coupe, and Daniel Sordo, another very, very top-rate rally driver, and you'll watch it. And actually, I have to say, the hill climb surface is being cleaned up as well as dusted occasionally with a cut across the grass. But for the shootout that's coming up later, I have to say, along this wheel spin, we'll certainly be cleaning it up even more.
Well, it's care for everyone here, and also Danny Sordo has been doing such a fantastic job up on the Forest Rally stage as well. So he's entertained down by the house, all the way up the hill and at the top, and very, very good ambassador. Not just a good driver, but a fantastic ambassador for Hyundai.
Yeah, Hyundai has taken a couple of wins this season. Thierry Neuville and Octanac competing for Hyundai with the i20 in Rally 1. So typical of the current brand in rallying. They have a four-cylinder engine that is turbocharged but have hybrid power as well. That is all part and parcel of the current rules of rallying.
Yeah, the rules keep on changing. They have to keep it sweet for the manufacturers to encourage them to come in. So bringing on new technology, and particularly technology they can put back into their road cars. This is a cauldron of development, and it's a way of also showing it jolly well works.
Now we've gone from rallying back to cars on circuit. This is the very classic Ferrari 333 SP from the late 1990s. That has a wonderful sound too, because it's a V12 4-litre engine in the back of that Ferrari, and it was a machine originally, the first ones were built by Dallara, but then they sort of got more involved with Ferrari getting involved in the actual manufacture of them, and the 333 SP proved very quick, winning all sorts of races in both Europe and the United States.
Yeah, the V12 actually came from the one that was used in the Formula 1 car, and then was given a bit more power. Obviously, you didn't have the same constraints technically, but the engine though, and V12 is the music of Ferrari. They have had other engine formats, fantastic V8s at the moment, but the V12, you couldn't help but like it.
Wonderful to see. So next one up is going to be the McLaren F1 GTR, and this we saw just running a little bit wide early on. Here comes Gary Ailes, and Gary, who was with me, an instructor at Brands Hatch for many years, and he did a lot more touring car racing than I did. He raced out in Italy and then went into sports car racing a bit himself too. And he's loving being out in this McLaren BMW. The owner was very keen for him to come along and just have some fun this weekend.
Well, he did, and he's also had one of the best bits of onboard footage. Well, it's looking down into the cockpit when he came to the corner. He's just approaching now. First thing this morning, I think he was the third car on the hill, reached Malcolm, went a little bit to the right-hand side of the track where it was in the shade, but it had rained yesterday, it slipped, and it was a double, maybe treble readjustment to get the car around the corner. He was fully awake, needed no coffee until lunchtime after that.
You did see him, didn't you, after?
I did. He said, I'm going to give it all for this, Bruce. Nonsense, get back on board.
He's always been a great talent driver, and it was lovely to see that, even though it was very tricky, those early moments going up the hill, as we've heard from other people. He just managed to save it. It was a good job, and the long tail is still long. He didn't take the tail off.
No, a bit more to take off, but that was made long for succeeding. Once it went racing, this was never built as a racing car, it was built as a road car. The early owners loved these central seated cars. You can have three people in, the driver in the middle and either side set back. And they said, please, right, let's go racing. They did go racing, and they went to one in France, and they jolly well won it. It was the Le Mans 24 Hours, and the long tails followed afterwards. But of course, Le Mans is always the target for people who go into sports car racing. This is a Maserati MC12 GT1 6-litre V12. There's a bit of a theme here. Great engines doing good things.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's part of the fun and games, these V12 engines that were very characteristic at this sort of period. So this was mid-2005 that this was doing so well, contesting Italian Championship and actually in the major World Championships as well. The Maserati MC12 was always an extremely competitive machine.
Yeah, this was 10 years on after the McLaren F1 was introduced, whereas the McLaren was a road car that went racing. This was pretty much a racing car that went racing.
It was, yes, whereas some of the other manufacturers involved, they were sort of converting their road cars. This was seen to be a bit, they built that as a racing car. But, well, they built it to the rules and it worked well.
Yeah, it did, and it gathered victories in the Spa 24 Hours for fun. Michael Bartels, the lead driver there. Now, BMW, famous in GT3 racing, and they've tried all sorts. We saw earlier the CSL Batmobile, but this is a car that's now racing in the ultra-competitive World Endurance Championship. 9 different manufacturers with these hypercars using all sorts of hybrid technology. It really is a cauldron, and it's the most competitive I think the World Endurance Championship has ever been.
And I'm sure that many of you here today or watching online had a chance to enjoy the Le Mans 24-hour race, and of course BMW are part of that. But we've got a whole batch of manufacturers that are all racing against each other, competing in that form of world endurance racing right now, and it's very, very tight. They are close. BMW didn't have a great Le Mans, but we've seen some good pace. They are definitely right up there. They can deliver some top-end results. It's just that this year's Le Mans didn't quite go to plan.
Yeah, they're effectively a year behind quite a few of the other manufacturers, and they're fighting it out in Brazil this weekend. But the car that looks as though it's been drawn and made for a cartoon book, a comic, but it's far from that. The Mercury Spearling. Let's just give you two figures for this bizarre-looking machine. It's got 1,000 horsepower. Is that good? Oh, yes, it is. But it's got 2 tons of downforce. A massive fan underneath sucks it down the track, and then all the dust being spat out the back of that car is proof of just how much the underfloor works.
Remember, this is the car that has the all-time record here. We are not timing it today, so don't think that we might suddenly see it beaten. It's not being timed. But Alex Summers, who is an extremely experienced hill climber, champion here in the UK, he is massively rapid with this little beast. It's so powerful, it produces so much downforce. It's in a world of its own. If it had been doing the shootout today, I'm sure it would have won, but they haven't been allowed to do it this time. And we are in for a close competition because there are some very different types of machinery that will be competing against each other.
And its performance is so fast, you think the tape was put on to fast forward at various points in that run. But let's move back in time. We like our Ferraris. This is the Ferrari 512 BB LM Berlinetta Boxer Le Mans, so it's the long bodywork and a fabulous car. Just great to have these cars brought back out from private collections for us to lust after. Why not?
Yeah, built in 1979, and Ferrari constructed a competitive version of its 512 BB then. This is that competitive version. And this ex-Écurie Francorchamps car, it did finish 12th overall. It was sold to Simon Phillips, who entered it for himself, and Pink Floyd's manager Steve O'Rourke and Richard Down did the 1980 race. So it's Annette Mason who's driving it, Nick Mason, who actually owns it through 10/10ths, and yeah, it's all part of the family of Pink Floyd in a way, isn't it?
It really is in so many ways, and Annette really enjoys driving it. I mean, it's a car she's known for a very, very long time, and I just love seeing it. I love seeing how it was sort of adapted from the regular shape of the road car. Of course, the nose was changed with extra lights applied and a longer tail and a bigger wing, and it just still looks great to the juvenile Bruce.
Yeah, very, very impressive to see. And just coming up to the final part of the hill, that one I don't believe is going to be in the shootout later. We've got a batch of cars from all eras that we are enjoying here this weekend, the horseless to hybrid, from the very early 1900s right up to the very latest machinery that will be going through into the shootout. That will be coming up in a while, and we'll be looking forward to that. So, hope you enjoyed our batch at that point. We didn't see quite so many of them on this time, but still a lovely mixture of machinery, and we're going through others as we go through the rest of the afternoon, but definitely building up to who's going to set the outright pace. And of course, we did just see the McMurtry Spearling going up there very quickly, but as I mentioned, no time set, so we can't give you a figure for that one, but we will be giving you some figures for some of the other rapid machines, like the Ford Supervan that set the pace yesterday by just 1/10 of a second. So we're going to find out how close it's going to be later on when they do the final runs up the hill. And of course there are different classes as well, and we'll see different winners, for example in the pre-war class, to those that will be going for the outright victory in the Festival of Speed shootout.
Well, welcome back to Goodwood and the Festival of Speed as we build up to the shootout, and there's nobody better to have at this moment in the Festival of Speed than Max Chilton, current world record holder here on the hill. What is it like to come back? And we've literally just watched your car go up the hill behind you.
It's amazing, especially from this amazing viewing platform. I just saw Alex Summers driving my record car up the hill, and it looks so spectacular. It feels fast driving it, but when you actually see it in the flesh go past, you're like, oh my God, it's leaps and bounds ahead of anything else. It's an amazing bit of technology. But it's just so great to be back at Goodwood. Every year it gets bigger, there's more and more fans, and they're always happy to see cars and people.
Any nerves that someone might break your record later today?
Anything in the shootout, I don't think has the ability to do it. So I think the only car that could probably do it is our car. But we'll wait for the time to be invited back to have a challenge at it, and maybe bring the new car that I'm driving here this weekend, and that might be able to break the record.
Just for those who don't know about the car you drove, we'll have a look at your run, but also just tell us why it's so different.
So the car that I drove was a McMurtry Automotive Spearling. So it's a fan-powered car which has 2 fans that suck itself to the floor with 2 tons of force. So at 0 miles an hour, you've got as much downforce as an F1 car doing about 130 miles an hour. I'm on a tight, twisty hill climb circuit like this, or not circuit, hill climb. Gives you unbelievable performance. It's got 1,000 horsepower, rear-wheel drive, and it is just glued to the ground. It's basically like a Scare Electrics car in reality, and the sensors on the body are spectacular.
When we were watching it, I was trying to think of a way to describe it, but it's almost like a roller coaster car on rails. It just doesn't move. It looks so stable as it goes through. Is that how you're able to get such speed?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as I say, it's got 2 tons of force being put through the tyres. So for them to be able to slip, you've got to really overdrive. Or even with 1,000 horsepower and cold tyres, the load going through the tyre doesn't even require the traction control because of the loading. So you've always got a load of grip, medium to slow speed, and then the 1,000 horsepower packs a serious punch and kicks you from behind. So it's just an absolute sensational thing to drive, and I guess it's the nearest thing to a fighter jet on the ground.
We've got a couple of teams that have brought cars this year, or vehicles, I should say, deliberately to try and win this hill climb. What's that like? Because we know there are manufacturers here who are now just purely designing cars because they want this credibility. They want to be able to say they've won the hill climb, the shootout.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the cars that we've got on show this weekend that are trying to sort of at least win the event are the Supervan and the Subaru rally car. They aren't designed to break the record, they just haven't got the performance. They're a good number of, I think, 4 or 5 seconds away from my record. But they're both, interestingly, super close. Every run that I've seen this week, they're like within 1 or 2 tenths of each other. Both completely different sort of creations of how to do it and approaches, but it'll be really interesting to see who snatches it later on. The Supervan's on slicks and the rally car's probably on wets, I believe. But the rally car can chuck it through the grass. The Supervan has to be neat and tidy and keep it on the black stuff.
I'm really interested in how all the drivers who come here, it seems to be such a badge of honour to win the shootout. So just tell me what that moment was like.
It was something which I wasn't expecting, everything that came with it. I knew it was a great thing to break the record and how big of an achievement that is. But it's such an amazing moment from when you get to the top of the hill and you find out you've won it, coming down, being led to the front of the house, and then being awarded the trophies and all the prizes, champagne by the Duke and Duchess, is just incredible. And it was a beautiful day that day, and I'll never forget it. It was just a lovely event, and it's so different from what any other racing drivers usually experience. Hill climb's not what we do, but here it's so different from any normal podium at a racetrack. It's just a beautiful place in West Sussex.
Do you get the keys to the house now?
Oh, one day, maybe, one day.
All right, thanks for the moment, Max. It's not just about the shootout, of course. We are celebrating a lot this year. It's 100 years of MG. It's 130 years of Mercedes Motorsport. But today has been all about Red Bull, 20 years of Red Bull racing, and how much have they achieved in that time.
Another victory lap for Max Verstappen, who is on his way to win his 34th Grand Prix since Bahrain 2022.
Red Bull have a different way of operating with the emphasis on people being themselves. When you look at some of the other projects that Red Bull are involved in, the extreme sports, we're tremendously proud to carry the Red Bull logo. It's become iconic in Formula One.
If you have a will and if you have an idea, exciting things are possible.
You know, I didn't want to let him down. Did I feel ready? Probably not. People saw Red Bull as a party team, and then we're third, and that was the first podium for the team, so it was a massive achievement.
Sebastian Vettel went right into the side of Mark Webber.
Uncomfortable as it is to call that between those two guys.
What the f*** are we doing here?
This is silly, Seb, come on.
Sebastian Vettel, you are the world champion! Thank you, boys. Unbelievable.
Got to get it while you can. Yeah.
I need a drink. Have a better problem. Oh, I got damage. Got damage. Well, it's oh, put a ton out after that one. This is how we do it, man. This is the Mexican way. Checo is a legend.
Max Verstappen, you are the world champion. We are so proud of you.
Oh my God, guys. I love you so much.
Max Verstappen wins 19 Grand Prix in a single season.
That's history. It has been an absolute privilege watching you drive this car that's been built by a team of brilliant people.
Literally ludicrous domination.
You guys built a rocket ship of a car.
It is incredible to think that they've only been around for 20 years in motorsport and all they have achieved so far, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely astonishing. I mean, the amount of trophies they must have in their factory is unbelievable. The cars are always iconic with that livery, and I mean, the brains behind Adrian Newey should be very proud of what he's achieved. I mean, you can't do it without the team, but I think they wouldn't have been had half the amount of titles without Adrian, so it's pretty impressive.
Christian, of course, at the helm. We just saw him a moment ago there in the RB8, and Max as well, doing his donuts, of course you would. Sergio Perez came, Daniel Ricciardo, we saw Mark Webber, Christian Klein as well, David Coulthard, all the drivers turning up today to join in this celebration. They've had a lot of drivers through that team as well, haven't they? I mean, they're trying to bring young drivers through, but then they find the likes of Max Verstappen. It's got to be pretty hard to be his teammate.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would fancy being Verstappen's teammate. He's a fierce competitor, and at the moment he's just on top of his game. But it's amazing what the Red Bull Academy over the years has brought through to the top. You know, Vettel and Verstappen are you know, going down as absolute greats, and I'm sure they've got more in the pipeline. They go from all the way from karting all the way up, and it's been amazing in my last 22-year career to see you know, the ones that pick and make it and then they drop, but sometimes they drop them and bring them back, which I always think is quite an interesting move, but it works as well. So it's really impressive, and it's really special to have Max here today as well.
Yeah, well, this is him going into the house earlier on today, and upstairs, once he was in the house, he spoke to Karun Chandok.
Max, the Duke of Richmond takes great pride in trying to have as many world champions here. This is your first time. Let's have a huge cheer, first of all. How have you enjoyed your first Goodwood experience?
Yeah, it was great. I mean, to be honest, every year I watch it from home, but it's great to be here, see so many people as well, and at the same time also, you know, see so many different cars every single year. You know, I love racing, I love cars, so yeah, it's a great event, and it's great to be here today.
You got 3 Brits chasing you, we saw last weekend. Does it give you more satisfaction to have these sort of championship battles where it's tight and intense?
Yeah, I mean, in general, it's just great to have you know, so many fantastic drivers in Formula One, and yeah, making it difficult to win. I think everyone was waiting for that as well, and that's definitely what Formula One fans want, you know. So to have this is great between so many different teams as well. Probably with the new rules, it will be a bit different again for the first 2 years, but yeah, we'll see. But it's going to be a great rest of the year.
Now, have you seen the revival? Do you know about the revival? Do you fancy coming to have a play?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen Adrian do it, but most of the time I think he is driving the cars a little bit illegal. He's tuning them himself. I think they have a bit more grip than other cars around, but yeah, we'll give it a go. Maybe together with Daniel, will be good fun in one car.
Ooh. Oh, you two could be teammates. Imagine that. Max Verstappen, Daniel Ricciardo, and the RACTT. Where's the Duke? We need to get this sorted out here. This is going to be amazing.
Great moment for them, and actually I feel like everybody here today went to watch that balcony moment. The crowd was immense.
Yeah, I actually was timing my walk back from the Supercar paddock really badly. I was thinking, wow, this is a lot of people, and I had to sort of smuggle my way through. But it's always great to see the turnout of Formula One drivers that come back to the Festival of Speed every year. I was actually teammates with Daniel Ricciardo in 2009 when he was very much on that Red Bull journey, and I've seen firsthand how it all works, and it's pretty brutal at times. They can be, Dr. Marco was, you know, quite intense sometimes sometimes on the phone calls, but it pushes them and strives for success. And they've really created some amazing drivers over the years, and something they should be very, very proud of. Realistically, it's an energy drink, and they've now become, automotive world champions and making amazing cars at the same time.
Very true, very, very true. Well, it's not just Red Bull here from Formula One this weekend. Lots of the teams are represented, and earlier in the week, Karun went for a little tour around the F1 paddock here.
Hello, I've wandered down to the F1 pit lane. Let's have a look. They aren't here yet, but I don't think they're here this weekend, but there's lots of cars. So down here at McLaren, they always support Goodwood with a fantastic lineup of cars. This year we've got the 1991 championship-winning MP46 driven by Ayrton Senna, and we'll wander along a little bit this way. Come with me, JD, because they've got some fantastic bits of kit. They've got obviously the current 2024 car. You can see just how big it is. But look at that. It's a rare opportunity for the fans to see the 91 championship winner under the skin without any of the bodywork on. If we come on up this way, you'll see McLaren, always big supporters of the Festival of Speed. You've got Emerson Fittipaldi's 1974 championship winner, as well as Johnny Rutherford's IndyCar, which McLaren obviously have come back to IndyCar racing in recent years, famously with Fernando Alonso. But this is where really we saw the original Papaya car running in all its livery. Now let's go from one big, iconic Formula One brand to another, Williams. Across the pit lane here, we got Alpine up this way as well. They've got some of their development drivers. Kush Maini is in one of them. Let's pop along here to Williams. Come this way. I'm going to lift the barrier. Sorry, pardon me. I'm just going to squeeze through. Hello. We're just going to follow the camera through. I'll just do that. So Williams are running 2 cars this weekend. They've got a static display of some other brilliant ones, including the 97 championship winner driven by Jacques Villeneuve. I'm actually driving that 2004 Juan Pablo Montoya car on the Friday, and this fantastic FW8 is a championship-winning car from 1982. The Montoya car is the big BMW engine, by the way, 954 horsepower, 19,800 RPM. And guess what? If you're listening, you'll hear all of it, because we are running the engine to full revs here. Should we keep wandering up? Because we've got, as I said, Alpine up ahead. I'm going to sneak out. Where can we sneak out? We'll sneak out this way. There we go. Come on, we'll let the camera out. There you go. Come around this way. Alpine across the road. And they are running, looks like a show car from, looks like a 2 or 3 year old show car that they're running. So that's a good bit of noise, hopefully. And then we got Ferrari up here as well. So Ferrari, they've got such a huge range of cars that they've got, from the sports cars and the Le Mans cars and the road cars and supercars and all sorts. But look at this, Michael Schumacher's F2001 Ferrari. This is, if for anyone who grew up watching the Schumacher era of cars, you'll remember this. This was a beautiful, beautiful, simple yet elegant design where he won the championship. You've got some of the more modern ones here, and you could just see, this is what I love about Goodwood. You can see the contrast between the modern cars, how big they are, and all the flick-uppy bits and the detail around the front wing that you see there, in contrast with the older ones. Let's just move along here. I can see there's a Kimi Raikkonen Ferrari up here as well. This is the 2007 car. Ferrari's last World Championship win, by the way, still. Drivers' World Championship win. That was Raikkonen in 2007. And look at this, the Le Mans winner. It's won 2 years in a row. The 50 and the 51, both cars that have entered Le Mans have been winners 2 consecutive times on their return to the championship. So, yeah, fantastic lineup. Now, you might be wondering where Mercedes are, and we'll have a quick scooch around the corner. Just see, they are actually hiding over there. So if we just wander this way for a minute. Toyota, a big presence here with their rally cars and stuff as well. But Mercedes have come here this weekend with a big presence of not just the F1 cars, but the reason they're in a different paddock is you've got a whole load of other things as well. You've got the DTM cars, you've got the GT cars, you've got all sorts. We'll just pop along here. Pardon me, sorry. Yeah, look across the road. You got the CLK LM. You got the Group C Le Mans car over there. And then we'll just sneak the camera in. We'll have a quick look in here. And look at this. This is a brilliant opportunity, once again, for all of these fans here to look under the skin of the Mercedes Formula One car. Is so brilliant that the teams really go and show everybody behind the scenes. Are you showing everyone off the car? Which year's car is this one?
This is the 2021 where Max landed on Lewis at Monza.
All right, well, there you go. That is a car that's a bit of history, but yeah, hybrid engine in all its glory. So there you go, a little paddock walk around the F1 pit lane.
And Karim will be with us very shortly once more. Plenty more action on the hill to come. The shootout is not far away now, and up next we'll have F1, Isle of Man TT and dirt bikes as well. Stay with us.
You're built different. Breathing new life into broken. Taking matters into your own hands. Assembling big dreams from the small things. Never stopping until you find the right part at the right price. That's the eBay way.
Are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change. 2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Skyfall Fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
Okay, burn it, burn it, burn it!
Everyone's in vintage clothes, there's cars. If you're a petrol head, you're going to absolutely love it.
One thing Goodwood's done this year is saying, look, rather than throw things away, let's reuse things and repair them.
I always say to everyone, whether you like motorsport or not, you won't have a bad time. It is the best event in the world. Attention to detail is like nothing else.
It's the shopping, it's the fanfare, it's the look, it's the period aspect. That is what the Goodwood Revival is. It's just a fantastic day out.
Well, welcome back to the Festival of Speed. We're ready for some more action on the hill, so let's join our commentators, Alice Powell, James Hedden and Bruce Jones.
Well, I can't offer you a driver, but I can offer you an autonomous racer, a car built in the States. And let's just say that again, James. Have they done this on bikes yet? A bike with no rider?
They haven't.
Single-seaters with no drivers?
No, they haven't. I don't know if I look forward to that day or not.
So, look, listen, we've watched this car over the course of 4 days here at the Festival of Speed. No driver. It's the IAC AV24. It made its debut in Future Lab last year. It's feeling its way up the hill. And what we've noticed, James, this goes uphill. It's actually a timed run. They're allowing, with each run, it's allowed to go a little closer to the edge and therefore find the faster runs.
The technology in it is so clever, that, you know, it really is. And you can see how much more visibly quicker it's got than its first run, as you say. And yeah, using much more of the track, it's, yeah, I mean, it really is a clever thing.
Okay, this competes in the Autonomous Challenge in the States. It's the only fully autonomous series in the world. And, you know, records are things to be aimed at, and Ben Edwards has just very kindly put a number in front of me. The target they're going for is 66.96 seconds. We're getting close to a minute, so the final few sweeps. Is he going to do it? The final corner is just coming up here. It's a long left-hander. It's going to be very, very close indeed. This was done in robo racing, but I'm sure it's just going to get its nose under the beam in time. Hold on, wait for this to be rounded up at 66.38. Job done. A cup of tea for the driver who isn't on board. You know, you look at that and I've still got to compute how that does what it did. But, you know, the great thing is when technical brains set themselves a challenge, and motorsport is something in which you can achieve things. So there was a target time. They have done it. So full marks to them. A full series of those racing. Look it up online. It's called Autonomous Challenge. The Indy Autonomous Challenge, to give it its full name. If I could read better, it would be rather more handy. Take a look at those, and that obviously would imagine those, you know, a whole field of those going around the banking with nobody on board who either would like it or just think, wow, that's amazing. But it's new and it's exciting.
And it's damn clever, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we'll leave it to those of the sort of technical mean, but hallelujah, a bike with a rider on board. Now, James, we're moving into your territory, or off-road territory. And this looks like it's going to be leading the bike show up the hill.
Yeah, this is Paul Teres. He's on one of the Yamaha Rally Raid team. These are 700 twin-cylinder desert racing bikes, and there's a few of them here. We've got some legends. We've also got Alessandro Berturi. We've got the absolute legend Stefan Peter Hansel. We've got some TT bikes coming up as well. I can see in the background some of the big names. We can see Freddie Spencer there, number 3 on his World Championship winning NS 500 triple. I can also see Kenny Roberts Jr. looks like he's on Kenny Roberts' bike, his dad's bike, so that's quite interesting. You can see Kevin Schwantz's World Championship winning, well, it's the year after the 94 RGV 500, about one of the old RGs as well. We've got a beautiful collection of bikes and riders. We really have been spoilt over the whole weekend with such an array.
And you know, the thing is, James, that over the years, those who come here, the legendary riders of old, report to their friends, we had a fantastic meeting. You never guess who I met. And we united this bike, trying one I haven't ridden for 40 years or whatever, or more recent. And it really just gains its own momentum. The motorbike side of the Festival of Speed has grown and grown. We've got the latest road bikes coming up the hill later. But right now, we've got the array of bikes. We've just looked at off-road bikes. We've got those celebrating King of the Mountain on the Isle of Man. And 75 years of Grand Prix motorcycle racing. So we can basically have the lot.
We can indeed, and it really is just been unbelievable to see these guys, and for me to see some of these motorcycles, you know, I mean, just even looking at sort of Freddie Spencer there, you know, back in the day, obviously, you know, he was retired and done by well before I started racing, so to see all those photos and those books I read, so to see him on that bike in those leathers with that helmet is just great.
You know, and it's as much as anything, James, it's the fact that when they're off the bikes, it's just looking at the interaction between all these guys, because some of them won't have seen each other for 10 years or never met them, but it's a bit like seeing a moving image of something, seeing photographs in books and magazines, but they don't have the noise, they don't have that personal contact. So they come here, they enjoy the party, they enjoy mixing with all the four-wheeled stars and heroes, but they have their own show and it just seems to grow, and it's so important. Look how many people are lining the side of the hill waiting for these bikes to come up the hill past Goodwood House, and it looks so we're going to have some rolling thunder very soon indeed.
Yeah, we are indeed, and we're starting with Freddie Spencer. That was one of the men we were talking about, and what a man this was. I mean, what a man this is. You know, he was the youngest ever 500 champion at 21, and that lasted all the way till 2013 when Marc Marquez beat him. As I say, he's on his the championship winning NS 500, and so lovely to see him. And that year as well, what makes that year completely unique, 1985, is he won the 250 World Championship in the same year as well, and he's the only man to ever have done that. Now we see Randy Mamola, you know, what a star this man was. Probably the best man to never win a World Championship. He was second 4 times, always been a showman, you know, always loved by the crowd, always pulling wheelies and sliding the bike about. You know, there's also a lot to do with Two Wheels for Life, the charity that, you know, the event is being, well, the event is sponsoring this year, so great to see him come past as he comes past our commentary box, Randy tipping it in, and on that lovely as well, that lovely RG500. Really, really nice to see. And behind him also, I've just spoken, Mick Doohan, the 5-time world champion, 5 consecutive world championships that was. I raced him for 2 of those years in 500s, and boy, what a rider he was. Him and that NSR 500 were nearly unbeatable. They were a magnificent pairing. But we're still looking at this factory Suzuki from 1980, the RG500 XR34. The XR designates it as a factory one rather than a customer one, and Randy giving it some beans as he comes across the line.
They build up, don't they, through the course of the weekend. They just remind themselves where the course goes. We had a little bit of Randy Mamola, never a showman. Stop, does it? My word, fantastic.
No, it doesn't indeed. So now we're looking at another RG500, and yeah, this is the another 1980 bike. So this was this bike finished second in the World Championship in 1980 in the hands of Randy Mamola, funny enough, and they made some big changes to it that year. He just got beaten by Kenny Roberts on the Yamaha, but they made the biggest change. It went from twin shocks to a rear swinging arm, which really changed the bike. They actually made 5 different chassis for it that year to try and get it right.
Was that so they could have a different chassis for each sort of track, or is it simply, no, that's not quite working, let's
yeah,
do this
it's the dark art of motorcycle chassis is the amount of flexing you want in it. Now, number 1 there that's Kenny Roberts' championship winning, was it R500, and he is riding his son's world championship winning RGV 500, and his son is riding his 1980 championship winning YZR 500. So they've done a swap, and they are. Yeah, that's brilliant, isn't it? And remember, these are the only father and son duo ever in the history of the sport to both win the 500 World Championship.
I guess it's the equivalent. We saw Damon Hill earlier, of course, his father Graham Hill. They're the only father and son to win the Formula 1 World Championship. But the Yamaha bloodline is very strong there. But they're just being dwarfed by the bike in behind. Is that the one we saw right on the start line?
Yes, I mean, that's Stefan Peter Hans, also, you know, the 6-time Dakar World Champion. So you're looking at, you know, just legends there. The 3-time champion Kenny Roberts, the first man to ever put his knee down, you know, to change the style of motorcycle racing. Now we're looking at really quite an interesting bike. This is the Swiss Auto GP 500. Funny enough, it was designed, you know, with the help of Kenny Roberts and manufactured by FTR down in Wales. So it's a V4 500 2-stroke, again to do riding the 500 World Championship. It scored some points, you know, got in the points. Unfortunately, they ended up running out of a bit of money, but it's kind of the last of the line of that type of thing. That was from 2001. Now we've gone right back to the very start of Grand Prix racing. Now, this is where it all began, and it's lovely to see. This is a supercharged Boxer twin from BMW. It won the 1939, just before the war, the TT in the hands of George Mayer, and he was the first non-Brit to win the TT. And BMW bought it out, but they realised they were a bit scared to start an 87-year-old engine, so they took 8 years to painstakingly build a brand new engine and put it back into the original 1930s chassis.
And that is the sort of detail that when people want to come and impress at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, it has led to cars and bikes being produced in a way and restored in a way they never would without it. It's our honour to get to watch these bikes, but also to listen to them, Jay.
Yeah, it is. It's got a 592cc double overhead cam boxer twin, and that traditional boxer twin that BMW still very much have to this day. So incredible to see. And it's also ridden by Marcus Flash, the CEO of BMW Motorrad, who was the M Division CEO before that. So that's really cool.
And out of the shadow to the top of the hill in the sunshine, but the sun is shining at the bottom of this hill climb run. Wait for it, wait for it, wait for the signal, and we'll have a blast off. Bike number 17 on the flank.
So this is one of the JPS Nortons, but it was just having a little bit of a problem there, so we couldn't quite see exactly what occurred.
I was wondering if he'd been delayed because these two bikes we're seeing just leaving the scene of the crime potentially from in front of Goodwood House may have just been doing tricks. Well, certainly they have been doing tricks, and he was told not to go towards them.
Yeah, well, now we're seeing some of the sidecars, and this is Tim Reeves and Mark Wilkes. These were 8 times world champions, absolutely incredible. They won the TT, and there's nothing this man can't do in a sidecar. He's absolutely dynamic. Great to see these. And look how hard the passenger works. Look at them crouching down, getting over, moving his balance around to try and keep now. He doesn't want that wheel to lift. You see the little scraper he's got in his bottom, keeping it down on that side as they tear around that corner. You know, it's great to see these guys out, and you're seeing the best. And behind them is the other pairing, another pairing. It's Todd Ellis and Emmanuel Clement, and they're the current world champions as well. So you're watching an 8-time world champion being followed by a double world champion, and it is just brilliant to see. And I just love seeing these sort of sidecars come up the hill. And as I say, Tim Reeves, who's just about to cross the line now, you don't get better than that.
I presume the passenger is sponsored by Arnico. They must have so many batters and bruises throwing themselves from side to side, but they have to be so precise. One missed hand grip and the whole bike comes unbalanced, and then who knows what happens.
Well, I tell you what, having gone round with Steve Webster, who was an 8-time world champion himself, you can't believe the strength you need in your arms to keep hold. I mean, obviously I was holding on a bit too tight. These guys learn to relax a bit, old girls, and they just learn to do it and take those little breaks when you need it, because the G-forces on your arms is something quite significant.
Well, they're always dynamic, and since we've seen them, I guess, for about the last 10 years at the Festival of Speed, they've been something that people always look out for. They sound fantastic, but just the sheer teamwork that's required to get those sidecar balanced is phenomenal. Now, a very special McLaren. You may not have seen it before. Very few people have. This is the McLaren Solus. It's a centre seat supercar, hypercar, call it what you will, but it's a phenomenal machine. And Mika Hakkinen has been driving that at various points through the weekend, and he absolutely loves it. It does look as though it's a David Coulthard inside. No, waiting for a bit more colour. Don't guess. That's me just trying to get involved.
What
a blast off there. Wow.
And what a stunning looking thing it is, isn't it? Absolutely incredible.
Okay, a driver, the yellow on the helmet actually denotes it's Rob Bell. He does a lot of development work. He's a GT specialist, but he's done so much development work for McLaren, and loads on the Artura, and they've let him have a go in this one, and it's super, super dynamic. You know, you have so many of these cars games that are made effectively for track days, the ultimate thrill that you cannot get on the open road, but this is something very special. What are the treats of Goodwood?
No, very much, and the aerodynamics on that, the sealed undertray, the diffusers, you know, you can just see the amount of work that's gone into trying to produce something that's quite as sticky, and it's just a piece of art.
Yeah, well, you know what? Of course, we've had the Aston Martin Valkyrie for a handful of years. Aston Martin going to the World Endurance Championship with the development of that, so who knows what. But for now, I think this is a special track day car. We're going to have the Formula One cars coming up very soon indeed. They're being lined up at the bottom of the hill climb course and blasting off with no delay. This isn't the shootout, this is just Formula One cars doing precisely what they do and doing the best in the fabulous sunshine and the shade here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Well, we've had Jack Doohan, son of Mick Doohan, driving this car. He's going very well on the single-seater ladder, maybe having a knock at Formula 1 in the years ahead. But it's Sophia Flörsch, who races in the FAA Formula 3 Championship, who absolutely loves her racing. And as we saw this morning, putting on a fantastic show. This is in the Alpine race livery, but it's the E20, the car that races a Renault back in 2012. You can tell from the engine note. Well, in fact, if you're a specialist, it's a 2.4-litre V8. We've changed on from there, but this is the car with which Kimi Raikkonen took victory as when it was a Renault E20 in Abu Dhabi in 2012, and that was Renault's first win for 25 years. And unfortunately, Sophia has waving her hand just before the flint wall. Something is amiss.
No,
it's a signed cap or something being given to the marshals. I don't know, but anyhow, thank goodness, so we can carry on carrying on, if you will. But hold on, she stopped again. No, more showboating.
I wonder whether there was a little cushion or something altering her position.
I think it could be.
Just something that she wasn't quite comfortable in.
Well, she's still waving her way up the hill. So this is the Renault E20 from 12 years ago, running in the livery of the team that was sort of begat as the marketing people said, hey, we're Renault, but we want to promote Alpine. It's our sporting arm. And, of course, they're racing in the World F1 Championship at the moment. So she'll have enjoyed that run, and who knows what it was she passed out, but at least it wasn't the car having a problem.
No, absolutely.
Seb Montoya's next up the hill behind her. He had to back it off as he approached Moulcom. He's in the FW26, the car his father raced with and won 20 years ago. But we have to go further back to the next car lurking in the shadows there. That's all the way back to 1982, and it's the Williams Cosworth F08. It's the car that took one of the closest championships of all time. So many drivers won races that year, but with just one win, Keke Rosberg took the title. He took it to all the teams with turbo power. He didn't have it. He had a normally aspirated Cosworth, but the dogged Finn, with his immense speed, did just enough to take that title. So silence on the hill, just seeing if we got any red flags. We're waiting for the moment, We've still got those Formula 1 cars waiting to be released. So an amazing array of bikes and bike racing legends have preceded them up the hill. A handful of Formula 1 cars, still a few more to go, so we'll just wait for the signal. And the signal has been given for at least that Williams to get to the start line, and then you'll have that classic engine that was the backbone of Formula 1 for so long, the Ford Cosworth DFV, the double 4-valve. And it's a weekend off for James Vowles, the man who's running the Williams team technical side as principal of the team. And he likes having a go in the car. It's the best way, of course, for an engineer to understand what exactly it is. Not that will help the team at the moment, but that he's understanding the past. A good day out.
Yeah, and the thing about this FW08 as well is when you look at it, it's just how far forward as you say, it was cutting edge at the time. But when you look at it now, it looks unnaturally like they're right almost over the front axle. It's just such a unusual shape as you get more and more used to today's cars.
It's like I wince when everyone talks about the Porsche 917 from the early 1970s. You look at it now and you think, I just would not want to have gone into a tyre wall even at 30 miles an hour. The feet are right at the front.
Yeah, but at the time, as you say, it's the outermost point of technology.
So Saudia sponsorship helped Williams get going when Frank Williams and Patrick Head got together. That was the biggest break the team ever had. It gave them the money to harness their desires, their dreams, and they had that happening, and victories came very soon after that, most notably with that first world title just 2 years before this with Alan Jones in 1980. So James Vowles, he I'm sure would have loved that run. Now back to the day job on Monday. Right, we talked about the greatest bike riders being reunited with their steeds for time, but there's something just right in four-wheel motorsport as well, with the driver reunited with a car in which they won the World Championship. This was Emerson Fittipaldi's second championship-winning car. In 72, he won in the black and gold John Player Special Lotus 72, but the M23 McLaren he drove just 2 years later yielded championship victory number 2. 3 wins, and the M23 was competitive for a full 3 seasons. Running in the 1974 trim, it had the giant airbox. That was shorn, it was reduced, chopped off literally in 76 when James Hunt went on to be the second McLaren driver to win the championship. But Emo, it's fabulous to have him back on board here at Goodwood.
And I love the way he just says it just felt like an old pair of shoes, he just knew it was his car. Brilliant.
Any old shoes in our house get eaten by the dog, but he's not here. Right, the Honda RA272, much as when Honda came over from Japan to tackle motorbike racing and did it with such style. It was all about revs, and they had the same format when they brought the RA272 with its tiny little 1.5 litre V12 engine, just getting very, very busy behind all revs, but it did lead to victory for Richie Ginther in Mexico. But it's small, tiny, and made for purpose.
Yeah, and just what a famous car for them. Their first victory in Formula One, and again, it just is a very clever Honda. They've always thought outside the box. They've always done something a bit different, and generally they've made it work.
Well, in fact, the whole concept of Honda going into competition was to hone the engineers as much as to take victories, and they used to cycle their people through working on road cars back into the competition department. And you know what? I think it worked.
Not half.
So, revs galore. Fantastic little engine. Used to rev to 14,000 RPM. Ollie Behrman is going to be the next driver up the hill. He has been a Ferrari Academy driver, learnt his craft, lots of tutelage in Italy. He's doing fantastic jobs in Formula 2. And then, of course, this year, ahead of plan, he got a Formula 1 debut when Carlos Sainz couldn't compete. He hopped on board, took 7th place on his first outing for them, and the scouts had already been looking at his name, and he's going to be racing in Formula 1 next year with a Ferrari engine, but with the Haas team. But right now, the 18-year-old just lapping up the sunlight, and he's lost control. How unfortunate from Goodwood House. You standing down there with your cameras and your ears are the beneficiaries.
Yeah, and what a difference in sound with the little 1.6 litre turbocharged V6 compared to some of those V10s and V12s. It's just such a different sound, aren't they?
Entirely so, and it's one of the treats, the Festival Speed, just to understand the different engine notes. Right, you want to see a bit of Mercedes Formula action? I think we can offer you some of that. And again, Marshall signalling when the course is clear, just waiting. This is Fred Vesti, just hooking it up. Slick tyres on the front, tyres and on the back, obviously, but getting slicker by the second as the rubber is peeled off as he takes this Mercedes from just a handful of years ago, goes to the top. And it won the Constructors' Championship, of course. This was the last car, when Lewis Hamilton had win after win after win. And again, young driver, he's having a shot, but he lost the Drivers' Championship right at the end of the season. Max Verstappen coming on very strong. Red Bull Racing coming on strong. And, of course, the tide has turned since then. And now, as of the last few weeks, it's turned back again. But Mercedes, so much success over the years. They took the Constructors' Championship that year, but it will irk them that Lewis Hamilton didn't take that driver's title. And for people like the young Dane Fred Vesti, what a treat to drive these cars. He'd have been standing as a junior single-seater driver at the time. He's climbed up the ladder. He's taken it on. Oh, even locking up in a straight line for a bit more showmanship. Suitable respect as he considers the flint wall there. Now he's looking to do to tyres what you shouldn't do to tyres, except you're allowed to do that at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So the fans high on the hill, they'd have travelled up there, have fantastic views down the coast, but they won't be looking at that. They'll be looking at these cars at the end of this badge, having a fantastic time in the sunshine. And again, James, you can see just how bumpy it is on that track as they're running very close to the straw bales. They get up to the top of the hill, but it's not like running on a Grand Prix circuit, but it's just a road on an estate.
Yeah, very much.
Well, the Ferrari F2007, this is one of the cars in private hands. Now, what a treat to own a Ferrari Formula 1 car. And now, as we've seen at this meeting, the 499P, that's the car that won at Le Mans. The Ferrari are making customer versions of that that will be run by them on track days. It's called the Modificata. It's yours for 5.2 million.
I'll have two.
Have a dream, everyone. Something you can have. Aim for. There it is. This one, though, is from 2007. And for Marie-Sarah Satang, what fun it is to have here. But I think a lot of people with these cars would be a little more comfortable with more elbow space. Not so much in the cockpit, just getting out on a regular circuit. But this is a tight, narrow hill climb. And respect is required.
Especially with that sort of horsepower and that sort of money's worth.
So great to have this assembly of Ferraris alongside all the other Formula 1 cars we've gathered at the Festival of Speed. 2.4 litre V8, and again the shapes of the cars constantly changing. This one very much at an age where you can have almost as many aerofoils and ailerons on the car just to try and harness the power those engines produced. And then a moment of calm and quiet over Goodwood Estate, looking out at the Jerry Judah sculpture celebrating the centenary of MG. People still moving around the site here, moving around the estate. So much to see and do in a James. You've really got to plan your day to get the most out of it.
Yeah, very much. I mean, there is it's something for everyone here, isn't there? There's so much to see, so many different paddocks, different style of cars, motorbikes, supercars, you name it, we've got it. It's absolutely brilliant.
Well, let's take a look at the highlights. It was a car without a driver that broke a hill record, a record that had been set by Robo Race, and it took about just over half a second off. This was the Indy Autonomous Racer, guided by computers, and the job was done. The record was broken. Then the fantastic looking McLaren Solus coming up, a centre seat car that will be one of the ultimate performance cars you can get out onto a track. Great looking car, echoing the livery, of course, as Mika Häkkinen pointed out, of his car when he won the F1 title in 1998 and 1999. It's a Montoya in an FW26 William, but it's Junior, it's Sebastian, moving up the power range to drive his car his father won with 20 years ago.
Yeah, probably the best sounding engine in the paddock for me.
Yeah, it really works. V10, get lots of ticks. But we go back to a V8 for this one. This is James Fowles, the boss of Williams, getting a chance to drive a car with which Keke Rosberg won the 1982 title for the team. The track, bumpy, the driver laser focused. This man can do it in his sleep. Emerson Fittipaldi, when you're so cool, you get 2 titles and you get known just as Emo. That will do. This is him driving up the hill in the 1974 title-winning McLaren. Mercedes were on the hill as well, but we are going to go up to the top, where we'll join David Green in the top paddock for the latest interview.
Paul, we can hear the car in the background. Tell me a bit more about this project.
So this is the Indy Autonomous Challenge. It is self-driving race cars. We've been operating since 2021. We hold most of the speed records, including a land speed record. But now, today, we were able to break the hill climb record set a few years ago by Robo Race. Very exciting day for us.
It's a big day, as you say, and here it is right behind you on cue.
It is, yeah. So we don't have a typical driver, so I'm CEO of the organization, Indy Autonomous Challenge, representing this. But the car was programmed to run by top university students from a team that's representing Polytechnic in Milano and also Michigan State University. We're running on Bridgestone tires, and we're excited to set this record. It was a really tough challenge. Kudos goes to Robo Race for doing this a few years ago. And with rain yesterday, we weren't sure if we were going to get this last run in, but we're just thrilled to be here doing this.
I mean, this isn't your normal racetrack, is it?
This is absolutely not. And if you see our car, it's really set up to run on ovals. So we're running in September 6th at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, a big, giant oval. So we're running slick tires. It's an oval setup. So there was a lot of risk associated with making this attempt, but we felt it was worth it.
What sort of speed would it get to on the Indy circuit?
So we've had a top speed, land speed record of 192.2 miles per hour. On an oval track, we've been above 180 miles per hour.
You mustn't get bored looking at people's faces when they see a car going around the track without a driver.
Yeah, the first question they ask is it remote control? They think somebody's in the background actually like pulling the handles and telling it what to do like a giant RC car. That is not the case. This is an AI driver that is totally in charge of the car operating. You can see here the PhD students that code this are going to be thrilled today.
And in particular up the Goodwood Hill, you've got light to dark through the trees of Flint Wall. I mean, what were the particular challenges you came up against?
Just a couple. First of all, GPS is, in some cases, non-existent, so it's very hard to localize the car and know where it is. We have to use LiDAR sensors to do that, which is a very challenging task. The other thing is connectivity is intermittent, so honestly, once that car left, we had absolutely really no serious connection with it. We get data intermittently, so it's a pretty scary task. You have to trust the software, and this team from Polytechnic in Milano and Michigan State University are really one of the best in the world at coding this kind of self-driving technology. So kudos goes to them. Thanks to our partners at Bridgestone for making this possible.
Well, you made it, and you've got the record, so congratulations, and we've enjoyed watching it going up the hill.
We'll try to come back and set another one.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
Take care.
dynamic air suspension, all-wheel steering, configurable terrain response, effortless in the extreme.
Sky Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change. 2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Skyfall fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
Welcome back to the Festival of Speed. We are awaiting the shootout here. The excitement is building. I'm very pleased to say I'm joined, though, by Karun Chandok. Karun, you've had quite the day today. You were on the balcony looking out over the sea of people and doing the interviews with the Red Bull drivers and the bosses, I guess.
Yeah, no, it was. It's always an honour to be asked to do those balcony moments, and I've been lucky to do it for the last 5-6 years. But seeing the crowd react to the current drivers and also the reigning world champion, I think is great. You know, we haven't seen always a positive reaction for Max, honestly, in this country, and I'm really happy that the crowd here at Goodwood, they really appreciated the fact that on a weekend away from F1, in the middle of 5 out of 6 weekends, he showed up, and that was nice to see.
And you chatted to all of them about it. I mean, the history of the team, the 20 years in the sport, but what they've managed to achieve. I mean, Christian and Adrian together, what they've managed to achieve with that team is quite something.
Yeah, they've been the architects of it, isn't they? You know, Christian on the commercial and the business side and the operational side, and of course Adrian, the technical brains. We had so much of that. But, you know, you can't discount the contribution that people like DC and Mark and Daniel Ricciardo, of course, with his time there have made. Christian Klein was there. Really, you know, Christian was actually in many ways a key part that's gone under the radar, because he was placed at Jaguar Racing by Dietrich Mateschitz directly. And that involvement in Jaguar Racing led to Red Bull buying them out at the end of the year. You know, Christian was the first step towards the formation of that team. So it was nice to see him up there in that moment as well.
We had a selection of the cars as well on the drive. They were all asked to pick their favourites. What would you say has been the best Red Bull car? Is it the 19?
Oh, you've got me there. I don't know the names of them. I'm going to just go on an era, and I'm an old school guy. I think sometimes they get a bit too wingy and big, and I like the early sort of, or probably early to late 2000s. That's probably the era. Simple, clean designs and beautiful sounding engines.
You've been going up the hill in quite a few different cars. Have you got a favourite from the ones you've run so far this weekend?
of this weekend, the Williams FW26, just amazing and so cool to see. We were just talking about the fact that Juan Pablo Montoya was here with his son driving it. That's that was me on the Friday. Yeah, nearly 1,000 horsepower and 200 kilos lighter than a current car. And what's amazing is BMW can only run the engine at nearly 20,000 RPM. We can't reduce the RPM, it damages it more, which is great news for everyone, listening in.
You take a Formula E car up as well?
I did. That was really an opportunity for me to do a little bit of lawn mowing. I got told off by the Duke when I went upstairs for cutting on his grass. But, the good thing with electric cars, and Max knows this more than me because he drives them a lot, is because of the torque, they're brilliant for donuts. And the only problem is I got lost in my own smoke. There's so many donuts at one point, I didn't know where I was. And that's when I ended up on the grass.
I was going to ask you, Max, as well, for these young drivers coming here this weekend. They're enjoying it, they're having a great time, but most of them, they're getting in cars with an H pattern, and they're all struggling.
Yeah. It's actually a really interesting point. You do sometimes just get told by Goodwood what car to go in, and you get trusted by the owner. And if you do 4th to 2nd by accident, it's a very expensive mistake for the owner. So the owners are really trusting with these young drivers, especially the current era. They've never raced an H pattern. I actually was the generation in 2006, 2005 and 6, started racing T cars. I learned how to heel and toe. If you're anywhere older than 10 years older than me, or younger than me, you wouldn't have a clue how to do it unless you've done it on the road, but you're not going to heel and toe. So it's an amazing experience, and Kroon, I think, deserves more credit for those donuts. They were absolutely fantastic, because you say there's a lot of torque. There is, but actually sometimes, from my experience in electric cars, it's actually hard to get them into do a perfect donut, because sometimes they've got so much power you just end up with understeer. But you nailed them and ended up cutting the grass for the Duke at the same time.
I spent a lot of my career spinning, Max, so yeah.
You can put the invoice in for the lawn mowing services as well. Talking of the young drivers, though, the newest driver to Formula One has been up the hill today, and he's with David now. It's Ollie Behrman.
Really good final run, and I noticed you went for 2 hands out of the car for the donut this time. You're getting good at this.
Yeah, I've been practicing, so I've been getting better. I thought I'd give a good wave with both hands to the fans, which is pretty cool. And yeah, I left all the rubber on the road, so that's what I was trying to do.
Hey, that's the best way, and I think you're going to have a very rich and successful time in F1. But if you ever want to, I think you could be a drift driver.
Yeah, no, it's always good fun, good practice of car control, but it's a bit of a strange feeling to spin on purpose, because that's not what I try and do normally.
You're paid not to spin normally.
Yeah, exactly. So hopefully I've done all my spins for the year now, and I'll stick to facing the right way on track.
So I think it's safe to say your first trip to Festival of Speed has been a good one?
I've loved it. It's been fantastic. Great support from the fans, and I hope I put a good show on for them. I hope they enjoyed it, and I can't wait to come back. I hope I can do it every year.
You've been one of the stars of the show. We've really enjoyed you being here. Thanks very much.
Thank you, and sorry to the Duke for growing on his grass yesterday.
Brilliant to see him here and so many of the young drivers here, but we are nearly at that moment, Karun, of the shootout. Where's your money?
I'm going to go with Romain Dumas. I think he's got the Ford hooked up. And also, you know what? I'd like to see a van win. He's driving a Ford van.
It's not a real van. I could not get my furniture in the back of that.
Well, you could try. But, I mean, I loved it when Max won in McMurtry. I think that we want to see unconventional cars winning, because that's what this place is all about. And look at that thing. It looks like a, a high-performance delivery van.
It looks to me a bit like the A-Team van from the front.
Yes, exactly that. B.A. Baracus is going to jump out with his gold chains, I think.
Oh, dear. And, Max, where's your money, then? If it's between this and you think the other one, the Subaru?
I'd love to play devil's advocate and say it's going to be the Subaru, but I honestly think this super van, knowing how the electric systems work, there's always another setting, so they're probably going to maybe turn it up just a little bit more, extra few horsepower. And the thing with rally cars, it's very quick for them to get to the limits. I feel like they've reached their potential. With the super van, with the slicks on a dry tarmac, he might be able to just brake 5 meters later everywhere and just gain a bit more speed, a bit more power, and I think he'll get it done. But I think they'll be within 2 or 3 tenths of each other, because they have been all weekend.
All right, fantastic. Well, the conditions are set perfectly now for the shootout. Let's just hear from Ben Edwards about how it's all going to work.
The Sunday afternoon shootout is the pinnacle of the Goodwood Festival of Speed, as the fastest drivers in some of the most incredible cars compete against the clock for the honour and glory of posting the best time up the hill. Winding its way through the grounds of the Goodwood estate, the 1.16-mile course is the centre of the action. The track is narrow and features tight corners, blind rises and the landmark Flint Wall, all of which provide a thrilling and adrenaline-pumping spectacle when the stopwatch comes out. For the audience, it's a wonderful conclusion to the event as the most spectacular cars and drivers push to the very limit. In 1999, Nick Heidfeld held the outright record of 41.60 seconds in Mika Häkkinen's championship-winning McLaren MP413, a record that stood for over 2 decades. But that was finally topped in 2022, when the outrageous McMurtry-Spearling electric fan car, at the hands of Max Chilton, broke the record in an astonishing 39.08 seconds. The format for the timed shootout has changed somewhat for 2024. All timed competitors will now run in their relevant themed class in the morning, Thursday to Sunday. Saturday afternoon's qualifying shootout will now determine each timed class winner, as well as the top 30 who will progress to Sunday's shootout final. It's all to play for across the weekend, and come Sunday, will Goodwood see a new record up the famous hill?
And just like magic, here is Max. Now, once a Formula One driver, always a Formula One driver, because they're coming back from their run up the hill just now, and both of them turn round to stare at these cars they've been looking at all weekend. You can't help yourselves, can you?
No, I mean, look at it. We're looking at Ayrton Senna's championship-winning McLaren below us. You just can't take these moments for granted. It's so special to be here.
And we've got Ollie coming in behind us in the Ferrari as well right now. We're going to move it on, Max, though, to the shootout. Yeah. That record from you, 38.09 seconds. We're going to watch it again. I just want to watch your reaction because the smile on your face when we showed you this yesterday was brilliant. Let's have a listen as well as a watch of how you did that in 2022.
So here we go, Max Chilton getting all ready to run the McMurtry up the hill. Can he beat the record? Listen, picking up the power. And away goes Max Chilton. The McMurtry, you're looking on board. This flying machine, it does the first 100 metres in just 3.51 seconds. It is flying as we expected. But will it set an all-new pace? Very close to the grass, but he makes it through. Up to the first sector, he's done 17.3. We're seeing the fastest times of the weekend. Maybe the fastest ever from Max Chilton in the McMurtry. 2,000 kilos of downforce, 1,000 horsepower, and it's all working well. Just coming into the final section. Can he do it? Max Chilton heading for the line. He's coming across the room, just about to come across the line. Oh, yes, it's a fantastic time. 39.08. He has set a new record here at the Festival of Speed. And just look at the congratulations he gets from the crowd. A superb performance. He's done it. A whole new record. The McMurtry showing incredible pace.
Such a fantastic moment, and I know you've told me what it means to you, but just remind us what that means to anybody to set the record here.
I mean, the Festival of Speed is iconic, and it's something that I'm very proud to be British of, because you know, Corinne's been coming here for years. You speak to the fans here. I've spoken to people that have flown from New Zealand, Australia, Brazil. They come from all over the world because it is a truly, truly unique event. Nowhere else in the world do you have the latest Formula One cars to old classic cars, rally cars, NASCARs, futuristic cars, autonomous cars. And it's at a beautiful venue in Great Britain, and it's just an iconic section of hill climb. A lot of the drivers that drive it are racing drivers, not hill climb specialists. And it's just something a bit out of the ordinary. And then it's the whole drama that comes with winning it, being taken to the front of the house, being given an amazing trophy in champagne by the Duke and Duchess, and it's just something that I'm never going to forget. Hopefully I can hold the record for a long time, but if someone does beat it, I wouldn't be that upset because it'll give me another chance to have a go again and maybe go through it all again.
You'd be back, wouldn't you, to try and beat it? And Karun, what would you like to win with the shootout? Would that be on your list, your bucket list?
I didn't hear a word of that. These bikes come screaming back in. Go again.
I was going to say, would you like to win the hill climb? Is that on your bucket list?
Absolutely not. These people are mad. I stood on the inside of Malcolm when he was doing it last year. And bearing in mind, there was 2 rows of hay bales. and a whole barrier. I took 3 steps back. He's mental. So, no, I have no interest in it. I'm very happy to come here, do the demos, show off the cars, do some donuts, and let Max to go after the records.
All right, we're talking of doing the demos. Thank you for the time being. We have the shootout upon us. Before we go to Ben Edwards and Alice Powell in commentary, here's Karun's guide to how to take the hill.
The hill here at Goodwood is one of those iconic bits of motor racing these days. And here I am in the 1962 World Championship winning car. Off I go. Graham Hill won the 1962 World Championship in this wonderful BRM. Through the boulevard of trees, coming up to the first couple of right-handers now. It's a fantastic sight as you come through this bit of the track with the house on the left, this beautiful sculpture at the corner of your eye, but you're firmly focusing on the track, the lines of hay bales with the sea of people behind it. Up into Moulcombe, a tricky left-hander. And as you start to climb up, this amazing view of the Flint Wall looms ahead. Round the Flint Wall, give it a wide berth. Be nice and safe. This car come from the Collier collection in America. It is exactly how Graham Hill drove it back in the 60s. To be honest, it's the first Formula One car driven with no seatbelts, which is quite extraordinary. I'm bracing myself up against the side of the car to come through the final corner and through the finish line. A fantastic bit of Formula One history to drive here at Goodwood, up the hill, and showing all of you at home a little bit of just what we see from the cockpit.
Well, that's what we have to look forward to as we get ready for the hill climb shootout here at Goodwood. Ben and Alice with you as we look forward to the fastest vehicles coming up, but they will be coming up in reverse order. And it does depend on the different classes. Now, we started off with the Pioneers yesterday, and Mark Walker took the pace in that class. The 1905 Darracq taking the pace at a 1 minute 14.9. So Mark won the Pioneers class for the very earliest cars competing on the hill climb. We will see these vehicles back out again today, but of course they're not going for the outright pace. There isn't quite the speed in these very, very early vehicles. The pre-war category was a very dominant performance by Julien Majoub in the Bugatti. This was a 1927 Bugatti, supercharged, a very successful machine, the 35B. He did a 1 minute 1.8, and he was 4.5 seconds faster than anyone else in that pre-war category. So Julien Majoub very much on top in that particular class. In the sports races, we saw a very quick run up the hill by Kenny Atchison in the Sauber. This is a 1989 Sauber. It was very much a part of Kenny's career. It's lovely that he owns it and runs it, and he did a great job. He put a fast time in, a 51.9, to win in the sports races category. Great stuff by Kenny. We should see that back out again. Now, very rapid indeed, and right up near the top of everybody, third overall, and winning the single-seaters, Michael Lyons in the Formula 5000 Gurney Eagle Chevrolet. He did 47.3 was the time, 2.5 seconds quicker than any of the other single-seaters, and very close to the very fastest cars and drivers up the hill yesterday. So we do not discount Michael as being one of the potential winners today. In the Tin Tops class, it was Johnny Cicotto that took the victory in the BMW 318 IS. It's a 1994 BMW. He did a time of 55.3 seconds and actually had quite a big margin over everybody else. He was 4.7 seconds faster than any of the other Tin Tops in that category. So he was fastest in the Tin Tops. The BMW worked extremely well to set the pace for the class. Now, we then moved on to the class which is certainly providing a lot of the fastest machinery. It's the modified and all-wheel drive machinery, and this is the Supervan that we were riding on board with, the Ford Supervan. We first saw it here at Goodwood back in 2022. Romain Dumas, who has twice won the hill climb before, he was the fastest yesterday overall and the class winner of the modified and all-wheel drive at 45.0 seconds, and he is potentially the winner today. But let's wait and find out if that's going to be the case. It was very close with his main competitor. But in a different class, in the production GT class, there was a fantastic performance by James Wallace in the Porsche 911. He did a time of 48.1 seconds, which was good enough for 5th overall in the whole setup. But in the production GT class, he took the advantage by 1.5 seconds. So James Wallace, a superb effort in the Porsche 911. He had a little mishap earlier in the day, but no damage done to the car. Now, the Lotus Evija, the current brand of machinery from Lotus, that did a great job as well. Gavin Kershaw set a time of 51.6 seconds, and he won the production cars 2-seat category. He was top for that category, the production cars 2-seaters. That was the category. He was top of that by 1.8 seconds in the Lotus Evija. And then just there was one more category, and that was the 4-seater production cars. And in this case, it was the Genesis GV60. It's a new Genesis version, actually, of this, and it's been doing a lot of climbs up this hill. And Gethin Jones set the pace to be the top in that category with a 53.5 second run up the hill and an advantage of a second over his main rivals in that particular class. So that's how it all went yesterday with the various different classes, and fantastic jobs by all of those that came on top of class, as we've seen there. And as we've also seen, Romain Dumas set the outright pace with the Ford Supervan 4.2, which is what it's now called, having been here a couple of years ago, and didn't quite perform at the same level as it is now. They've modified it somewhat, and it's going very quick. Let's just take a look at those class winners then. We can confirm, as we were thinking there, just in fact we were hoping to show the class winners that were through, but we have just seen each and every one of those, and they did an extremely good job. Today the conditions are better. We had some rain in the latter stages of yesterday. It didn't affect the very fastest times, I don't think, but I have to say the track is in excellent condition. And there we are, just looking at the class winners. You can see the actual times that they did on the right, and it's the one a little bit down from halfway, modified and all-wheel drive, Romain Dumas, the Ford Supervan 4.2. That is the fastest time, 45.0. But just so that you know, second in that class, Scott Speed and the Subaru WRX Project Midnight, he did a 45.1. And we think the battle could well be between those two for the outright win today. But there are your class winners for 2024 in all of the different classes, from Pioneers to production cars. Well done to them for their performances yesterday. So we are getting ready for all of the action to take place, Alice, and I'm looking forward to this. I have to say, what are your thoughts on the track conditions? I mean, I know we've got lots of bits where there's a lot of rubber down from the spinners doing some fun shows, but it should be good, shouldn't it?
Oh, it should be excellent. I mean, this is going to be one of the highlights of the weekend. Everyone sort of goes up the hill in the demonstrations, not quite giving it full beans because, of course, it's just a demo, but everyone wants to be the fastest up the hill, don't they? And Romain Dumas, you've said, in the Ford Supervan, Scott Speed, Michael Lyons and co, they'll all be looking to try and take and receive that overall crown. And actually, I think the track seems in a fairly decent condition, certainly where it was this morning. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see the fastest time of the weekend in this session.
You're right. I was looking back at some of the times. On Saturday morning, actually, Dumas did an even faster time in a sort of practice session. It wasn't an official time session, but he did 44.2. So he did 45.0 ultimately in the actual official session, but 44.2. So I think potentially we could even get into the 43s today. I wonder if we're going to see pace. We're not going to get into the 39s, though, I don't think, which, of course, is the record we've been talking about that Max Chilton set a couple of years ago.
Yeah, no, that car not out there. We've already seen Max looking over and talking about that lap, and every time I see that lap, I just go, wow, that's incredible. I've seen that car go up the hill so many times over the past sort of 2 to 3 years that every time it flies past the commentary box window, it just gives me goosebumps. I just can't believe how quickly it can go. But yeah, we won't be seeing times quite that fast, but it's still going to be very close.
It is. What a beautiful afternoon it is. It is absolutely glorious, and I'm so pleased that so many of the fans are here ready and waiting for the shootout. It always means a lot to us, this part. So much of the Festival of Speed is about the historic value of seeing cars that are worth millions of pounds that haven't been seen perhaps for many years, or they've been restored, rebuilt, plus going into the very latest cars. We've seen a lot of cars, brand new cars, launched here this weekend. But part of the fun as well, of course, is always a form of competition, and that's this one element that we're about to go into, because the shootout is all about competition, trying to get the fastest time up the hill, and how you get off the line. Even how quickly you get off the line can make a big difference, can't it?
Yeah, it's the first 100 metres, so that's effectively our first sector. So it is a race, technically. It's a race up the hill, so every little inch, every little detail needs to be fine, needs to be really worked on. So the start is the first bit, and then, of course, heading up through Molecombe Corner, which has caught a car out earlier on today, and just looking outside of the commentary box window, Ben, it might be that they still have to take that slightly tighter line, because there still seems to be a little bit of dry mud there from the rain that we had yesterday and the final demo runs that we had yesterday during that weather. And then the final section going up through that flint wall, I think it was James Wallace clipped his wing mirror yesterday, getting so close to those straw bales. But we certainly have a lot of excitement ahead of us, and every single one in the crowd giving a wave to the camera and hugely excited for what's about to come next.
Yeah, well, it's lovely to see so many people here at Goodwood, and if you're watching online too, it's great to have you with us. We are looking forward to some fun games going on, and we've got the first cars ready to head up the hill, and this is going to be the Alfa Romeo P3, which in terms of history has had remarkable success, and we will see how it goes on this first run. We have the first of the cars heading up the hill on the shootout, and so we're into the early scales. Gareth Graham taking the Alfa Romeo P3 up the hill first to give us a bit of a feel for some of the times. Of course, he's in one of the early stints of the groups that we've got, the pre-war category, so it won't be the fastest of all, but it starts to give us a bit of an idea, and we'll see plenty of cars coming up, cleaning the track even more and making it even faster. And
even though this pre-war vehicle is from 1933, Gareth there, you can see so much soaring going on the wheel. They are pushing it even in the very old vehicles, the 3.2 litre, screaming up past the flint wall, through the final corner, and then you'll see it head across the finish line to set our first time in this final day of shootouts.
Yeah, the finish stop, absolutely crucial, and we get our first time come up, 65.01. Just to remind you, we are looking to be going down into the mid 40 seconds, maybe even the low 40 seconds, potentially. But we are starting off with some of the pioneers of motor racing, and one of the great ones that you're about to see heading up the hill now is the Fiat S78, the Beast of Turin, which we've seen plenty of times at Goodwood. It got rebuilt some years ago and has become one of the great cars that everybody enjoys seeing. This massively powerful 28.4 litre machine with land speed record performance in its era, but now it's going up the hill.
It is, and the passenger, quite rightly so, hanging on for dear life, because that's certainly what I've been doing. Duncan getting a little bit out of shape through the first couple of corners, really trying to use his body weight, but that stands so tall, certainly taller than me and you, Ben.
Definitely taller than me, yeah. Land speed record back in 1911 at 116 miles per hour. It has actually gone as fast as 132 miles an hour in its time. It's not going to do that speed on a hill climb like this. And of course, being as land speed record machine, it wasn't actually designed to get off the line particularly fast. That wasn't part of the gearbox design, but they've done a good job, and we'll just get a little bit of an idea in a moment on the time as he heads up towards the final stage. That's just that little gentle right-left curve where you can pretty much keep it flat out here and just reaching the peak of the hill, and then you come across the finish line, and then you get the recording of the time coming across that line, and he's done 75.69 seconds. So as you would expect, it's not exactly the fastest, but that's what we see in this early stage, the pioneers. And now we've got one of the Mercedes, and we're celebrating a lot of Mercedes actually this weekend, aren't we?
Yes, 130 years of Mercedes, and this is Archie Collins at the wheel, and we see Ben and Archie quite often at the members meeting and revival as well in these cars. So from 1907, this car, it debuted at the French Grand Prix many years ago, 1907 season, and has taken many wins. And Archie, you can see, has got someone alongside him, and naturally the mechanic would have been sitting there, and you can see reaching out the back, there's a pump there, because it needs some juice, this old motor.
Let's see, going across the line then, and it's in the high, no, it's into the 80s. I thought he might just be in the 70s, but he's done 80.1 seconds, so yeah, impressive stuff. That was a little slower than Duncan Pitaway, as we see Martin Eder now heading off. And let's see how Martin gets on with this one. This is the Mercedes W125, 5.7 litre straight 8. Dominant force in 1937. It really was the Grand Prix winning machine of many, many races. And it's such a beautiful machine. I mean, this was a period when Mercedes Motor Union were doing all the winning in Grand Prix racing. It was before the World Championship began, but it had become the big thing. Land speed record had kind of been more important, but then Grand Prix racing in the 1930s was huge, and this was one of the great classics.
It was, and would you believe this or not, Ben, that this car, this very car, the W125, has reached speeds of over 190 mile an hour, and that was recorded all the way back in 1937. So I don't think it's going to be quite getting near that pace today, but Martin bringing it up to the top of the hill as we await for him to cross the line.
Yeah, let's see what this is. He's in the pre-war category, and we do have that very rapid Bugatti that has set a good pace yesterday, 71.03. So we're almost getting back into the 60s, but just over 70 seconds. That's sort of what we expect at that performance. Now here's a car that everybody does love watching, because it's whether it's on the circuit and does a great job at the members meeting, as we've seen, it's been a winner there, but it's sometimes on the very last corner of the last lap that it able to do it. Mark Walker in the 1906 Darracq 200 horsepower, another land speed record machine from that period, with a massive 25-litre engine, which you can see because there's no bodywork over it.
And look at the size of the steering wheel as well. Mark races this. We've seen this car at the Goodwood members meeting, getting close to the flip wall. The passenger on the left-hand side is probably thinking, not much closer, please, Mark. Coming up the final stint, you can hear spluttering away. And also, I like Mark's driving style there, and he has to, because the wheel's so big.
Now, he was fastest in the Pioneers yesterday. He won that category. He did a 1 minute 14.9. Let's see what this is going to be. It's going to be something similar, isn't it? As he comes across the line, yeah. So it's recorded as a 75.14, so 1 minute 15. So virtually the same, but just a tiny couple of tenths slower than he was yesterday. Now we're looking at the Ferrari heading out, the number 160, Annette Mason in the Ferrari 512 VD-LM. This is a 4.9 litre, and this is owned by Nick. Oh no, she's hit the bales, I'm afraid. Just touched the bales on the inside, and it's pulled it into the straw bales. Oh, that's a great shame. She'll feel bad about that. It feels like, I wonder if something's happened to the steering as well, because I don't think she can't straighten the steering. I think something has broken the steering, that contact. Whether it was the contact that broke it or whether something went wrong as she was turning, I don't know.
Yeah, potentially there. We'll have a little look if we get to see it again. So here's the replay now. Yeah, she was very close to that inside. She's sat on the left-hand side there, so maybe it was just a little bit of misjudgment from the seating position. So just clipped the right-hand side from driver's point of view. We'll get another point here. Yeah, so I think that, because they are solid straw bales, big straw bales, I think that has, unfortunately, Ben, broken the steering.
I think it probably has, but it seems unfortunate because it wasn't a really hefty whack, but I think you're right, these straw bales are very solid, and perhaps it just broke a steering arm or a joint or something that has disabled her from being able to steer it back out. And that's a shame for Annette Mason. I do feel for her. That's not what she would have wanted to do, but it's the way it goes. It's all part and parcel of going up this hill climb. We know how challenging this place is. It is always very demanding, so easy to make mistakes, but she's fine, and the car, I'm sure, will be fully repaired. So we're just looking down. The marshal's obviously there, keeping an eye on her and having a little look around. But we will have to wait for this car, I think, to be towed out of the way.
Yeah, I would say so. And the marshal there just collecting a wristband number, rating of it in. Each of the drivers will have a wristband that they've got to wear when they go up the hill. So Annette will be passing that number on. It will get reported back to race control.
She'd actually got off the line well with a good start time, and she was on a decent run. I mean, she wasn't necessarily going to be one of the main contenders today, obviously. This is an older machine, but sadly it just didn't quite come together for her with the Ferrari 512 BBLM, and a machine that was raced by Steve O'Rourke back in its days, a man involved on the management side of Pink Floyd. But yeah, it hasn't done a huge amount of damage, but something has snapped. Just as she touched that straw bales on the inside, something to do with the steering has snapped, and that's why she's been unable to just pick it up and carry on a little bit further. So the marshals are there. They are already beginning to tidy up in the background. They see the straw bale area where there's a little bit of put down, obviously, on the tarmac. That's being sorted out, and they just need to, I think, wait a few moments for one of the rescue vehicles to come along and get it out of the way. So this will delay us a little bit in terms of getting the rest of the shootout underway, but we still will be building up to a fantastic battle into the closing stages when we get the very fastest cars. The very fastest cars will be coming out last of all, and there's a total of over 30 cars. We've actually got a full group of 37 cars due to do the whole run up the hill, and it will be the last few that will be going for the outright speed. Whether it's Michael Lyons with the Gurney Eagle Chevrolet, who was very quick yesterday, third fastest, Scott Speed with the Subaru, the Project Midnight, which has been created just for this weekend. They only finished making it a little while ago. They've only managed to get one test with it, and then it's doing the competition here this weekend. And then Romain Dumas, of course, who was fastest yesterday. And we're just seeing a rescue truck going past our commentary box at the moment, so it's heading up the hill right now, and that truck will be able to pick it up in just a few minutes' time, move it out of the way, and then we'll be going back to the shootout event, continuing up here. The weather's still good. Thankfully, we haven't got that rain that started drizzling down in the shootout practice session, or the qualifying session yesterday. We can just see there is Annette Mason. She's sitting halfway out of the car now, and they're obviously just waiting for that rescue truck to come up and get it out of the way.
Yeah, a real shame, and it really would have liked to have completed the run. The recovery truck, as you said, Ben, pulling up now, and I think a great time to say a big thank you to all of the marshals who do wonderful things at every circuit, and to those, of course, who are here this weekend, because without them there'd be no shootout, there'd be no cars or bikes going up the hill.
Yeah, it is a pity, but it's just one of those things that can easily happen. There's no doubt about it. These things do happen easily. We've got an opportunity to enjoy some parts of the show while there's a delay. We always like to see the bike out there having some fun and showing us what can be done, and that's what they're going to do for just a few moments' time now. So all good fun, and we will be seeing this back underway in just a little bit of time. So right now we've got a little bit of a delay whilst we're waiting for the car that has stopped out on the side. We've got Lee Bowers and Terry Grant doing some lovely displays. That's Terry Grant, who always does this amazing stuff of being able to do these loops, standing on top of the car. Wonderful stuff from Lee Bowers on the motorbike as well. Let's go up to the top of the hill climb, though, and join David Green.
Well, while they're clearing up the track, I'm up here with the guys who have already finished the run, and I've got Nick Pellet here in this rather wonderful Sunbeam.
Yeah, it's a 1914 Tourist Trophy Sunbeam, Isle of Man #1.
And I believe there's something a bit special about this car and its teammate.
There is, because the two sister cars still exist. So the three original team cars still exist, and it's Britain's oldest surviving race team.
Well, not only that, it's got quite an exquisite engine in here. Can you tell us a little bit about this?
Yeah, sure. This is the Ernest Henry designed twin overhead camshaft, 4 valves per cylinder, hemispherical heads, dry sump, and it's 1914.
So state-of-the-art back then?
Yeah, there's nothing better in Edwardian engineering. This is absolutely the epitome. And, of course, the race was in June 1914. War came 6 weeks later, and that was the end of racing in Britain.
But gladly, you've kept this thing alive for us, and it did a fairly respectable time up the hill.
Actually, I have no idea what my time was. Perhaps you could tell me.
It was 80 seconds, I believe, just over 80 seconds.
OK, that's good. That's my PB. Yeah.
Oh, well, that's good. You've been here before, obviously. Tell us about what goes into the shootout.
Yeah, conditions over 4 days are very different, so you really have to be very wary of that and make sure that for a car like this, it's only got 2-wheel brakes, nothing on the front, that you have to be careful.
You don't need brakes around here, do you?
Well, it is uphill, but as you've seen, you know, you can still have a problem, you know, by the Flint Wall and places like that, so you've still got to be careful.
Well, you've completed the run. It's a glorious machine, and thank you for bringing it here. We're going to go back to Ben in the commentary.
Okay, cheers. Thank you. That's great. Thanks very much.
Well, good to hear from him, and we've got this slight delay, but we have some wonderful machinery, and it's lovely to learn a little bit more about them as they make their way to the top of the hill. Poor Annette Mason, Nettie, friend of hers, John Watson, who's been part of our commentary, just sent me a message to say, oh, sorry to see her have that problem. Hope she's okay. Well, she looks fine. She's all well. It's just the car with a little bit of steering damage. They're just getting it out of the way, but she's all fine. And the display is still going on. It's a bit of fun and games. So for all of us who love watching and have some clever stuff, there's always this opportunity to do it with Lee Bowers now and Terry Grant working together. They do some great stuff. Their job basically is to provide the entertainment if something does happen up on track. And you wonder, they must be waiting around all day, and then suddenly they throw themselves into this stuff. It's just amazing.
I just think it's absolutely incredible. And yeah, something I won't be doing. I've headstand on a bike. No, thank you. But it's fantastic what these two get up to. Real entertainment to the crowd, and I wouldn't be stood there. This is what I wanted the drifters to be doing when David Green's been stood hanging around having an ice cream up the top of the hill. And we've not seen the footage or evidence of it yet. Is that a member of the crowd that stood there?
Could well be. Might have got the opportunity to do that. Would you like that job of standing in the middle? Some people love to do that, but
I mean, I do really trust Terry Grant, but yeah, maybe we'll stick you there instead, Ben.
Well, now he's got to not having dealt with the 4-wheel machine. He's going to look like he's going to deal with the 2-wheel machine as well. The bike, yep, nice smooth run around. He looks very calm, doesn't he? Standing there, waiting for them to do their next thing. Did he need to move or not?
Yeah, I'd be moving if I was you, young man. Yeah, it's all right to be flinching like that. It's fine.
Terry Grant has been doing this for so many years now. I'm amazed that he's continued this career, sort of stunt driving virtually. I see it on his side door. He's actually got the other seatbelt hanging out, which is not perfect, I suppose. But I don't think it might just be bashing the bodywork a little bit. Now, what's he asking for now, do you think?
Well, he did take a member of the public's phone earlier on as the bike goes flying through there, earlier on in the weekend, and the chap got some excellent footage, that must be said, on his camera from Terry Grant. Sort of drove off up the track with his phone, did some drifting, did some tricks, and then handed the phone back. So a big wave for those volunteers that probably thought, oh, wait, is this a right idea? But Terry Grant in the capable hands they were, and off they go.
Yeah, lovely to see. Really great stuff, and always providing us with a huge amount to enjoy. And he's got these various different cars as well, which is fun because he can do different sort of tricks with different cars, obviously. He's been around for a long time now, and he has done all sorts of amazing performances. He's done the furthest barrel roll jumps over the years. He's done the most donuts standing on the roof of a car. over the years as well, taken all sorts of strange records, multiple world records really, and it's been very much a part of his life for a long, long time. He's been here at Goodwood for many years as well, and Lee's much the same with the motorbike. He has lots of different special techniques as he now sits over the handlebar and makes his way down a little further. So we've got this beautiful afternoon. We are waiting, of course, to get the shootout underway. We're looking forward to seeing some very rapid machinery heading up the hill soon, but we've just got this brief delay with Annette Mason in the Ferrari, just making a very slight contact with the straw bales, doing a little something happened to the steering, which meant she couldn't just steer it back up the hill, and that's a shame, but she's fine. They'll be able to repair that car, and shortly we will be going back to the shootout. The atmosphere is still great here, Alice, as we've got this little pause before we get the action back underway.
Very happy young fan. So we've got the recovery now of Annette Mason's car. She clipped the hay bales as she was making her way up to the end of the lap, so this is why we've got the delay. Broke the steering, you can just see the damage to the Ferrari there on the right hand side. Such a big shame. It looks like it's also possibly the wheel off the tyre off the rim as well, but marshals have done the recovery now, so we'll be back underway with the shootout very shortly.
Yes, we will, absolutely. It won't take too long for us to get the cars. They are all down at the bottom of the hill climb, ready to come, and the last ones in that line will be the fastest from yesterday, and that's when we're going to be seeing how that all goes. There's been a lot of cars launched over the course of the weekend. The BMW M5, one of those. We've seen a lot of the history of the BMW M5, and the launch has been tremendous. And I've noticed this BMW area, which is actually very close to our commentary box, has been well attended all weekend. There's been a queue waiting for people to come along and have a look at some of these new cars, particularly the new M5.
Look at that, absolutely stunning there, and some BMW fans spotting themselves on the telly. This is a 7th generation BMW M5, launched global debut this weekend. No wonder people have been queuing at the BMW stand to try and get in and get a look, a glance, a peep through the window of that beautiful new BMW M5. And we're also celebrating 100 years of MG too here, Ben.
Absolutely, and that's modern as well as the ancient history of MG, and that's what this Goodwood Festival of Speed is all about. It's celebrating the very oldest machinery, as we are this weekend, of course, because the whole principle of this weekend in many ways is the horseless to hybrid principle, from going from the very first vehicles that were often steam powered to the very latest technology of electricity and hydrogen powered and other forms of technology that are moving forward. But also a great part of it is the classic cars that have delivered brilliant results in races, in rallies, all sorts. So if you're a fan of cars, this is just a wonderful place to come. And talking to a few people who say, you know, there's so much to look at. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get to see everything, because there's the rally stage, which is up the hill, and you can get a lift up there, but that's a lovely rally stage. That has its own separate competition as well.
Yeah, you can't get through Goodwood Festival of Speed in just one day. You've got to get here as soon as they open and leave when you're being asked to leave the venue. But some drivers deciding to have a little bit of a rest. I don't blame them. I have seen that the marshals have waved the flag outside of our commentary box window here, which usually signals over the course of the weekend. I've learnt that the track is clear. So I expect that we will be getting back underway very shortly, and we'll have some cars charging up the hill.
That's Kenny Atchison, who's having a little pause before coming up the track. And Kenny's in that Sauber Mercedes, the C9, a machine that had a huge dominance in its time in the late 1980s and into the 1990s, when Mercedes basically sort of took on motorsport again through Sauber team initially, but then giving it the full Mercedes name. Okay, so now we are getting ready for the shootout to kick off once again, and it's going to be Vincent Kolb in the 1948 Ferrari 166 FL, the car with Fangio's name on it, Juan Manuel Fangio, because it was Fangio's first Grand Prix win in this machine. It was before the World Championship began, No, that's interesting. Being pushed back.
I think he just stalled.
Okay.
Like, it sounded like he was about to pull away. So he's getting pushed back. Is he going to be push-started? We'll wait and see.
Okay, well, let's hope that he manages to get the run, because it would be lovely to see that Ferrari 2-litre V12 supercharged machine heading up the hill from 1948, so very much the early post-war Ferrari, and one of the good ones that Juan Manuel Fangio managed to establish his career with, who went on to become multiple world champion. But whether we're going to see Vincent Kolb getting that opportunity, he's just been pushed back down the hill a little bit. I think the track, the hill climb itself is ready to go. He's been put down the line, and there we go. Right, okay, so we are back to the shootout once again, and it is the Ferrari from 1948 that's going to give us another example. From the start line to the first checkpoint, that's a time of just under 6 seconds. When we get to the fastest vehicles, we will be expecting that to be done in 5 seconds and maybe even below 4 seconds. But that, of course, is when we're on to the more modern machinery. This is a rapid machine, but from the 1940s. It won't be the fastest of all, but it's lovely to watch.
Yeah, getting a little bit of a wiggle through Malcolm Bend. Up there, steaming through, a great display for the crowd. The engine roars past a very packed crowd, a very packed grandstand. They get to witness firsthand the noise of this V12 supercharged 2-litre engine coming to the close of the lap now.
I noticed he was a little bit cautious through that area where Mason had gone off. He was well clear of the bales just to make sure that it wasn't something that could happen again. Across the line, and the time 63.87 seconds, and that is one of the fastest times. In fact, that is the fastest time that we have seen so far. But this one set the pace in its category, the pre-war category yesterday, and I think Julian Mazoud is likely to set the pace once again, because he's very rapid here.
Yeah, he actually didn't get a good start compared to Vincent, but the middle sector and the next sector is very good. They are quite short sectors along here, so Julian is a very fast, historic racer in the Goodwood member meeting, and Revivers always gives us exciting races, and he goes across the line with a 61.95.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. It's very similar to what he did last time out yesterday. Now, Pat Blakeney-Edwards, he's always very rapid in the BMW 3-litre CSL Batmobile, number 306, and this one, like Lauda's winning car at the Nürburgring 24-hour race in 1973, Pat Blakeney-Edwards knows this hill climb extremely well, and he's putting together a good run so far. Let's just have a look as he climbs up the hill. So the time to beat at the moment is that 61.9. Is he going to quite make that? It's going to be close. Across the line he goes, and it's just just done it, 61.7.
Yeah, he was so close. I was squirming in my seat. He was so close to the flint wall and then to the hay bales on the left-hand side. But this is the zinger, Chris Ward, at the wheel of this car. 1,350 brake horsepower, strong hybrid, built in California, an American hypercar, the 21C in rattlesnake green, and he's had some contact along the way. Is that the wing mirror there? I can see the left-hand side one just hanging off.
That's a good time, though. That is one of the really quick ones, as you would expect, because that's a fully modern, as you say, hybrid machine. Yeah, there was a bit of contact, you're right, against the bales, but he's done it in 48.82 seconds. That is impressive. Remember, getting into the 48s, 47s, and maybe the 45s was the quickest yesterday. We might be seeing them in the 44s, but that was impressive. When Chris was out yesterday, it was in the wet. That's why he didn't set a representative time, and he's gone... Oh, my goodness, we've got a big spin this time, 241 that's gone off, and that is Piero Longhi in the Glickenhaus, the SCG 004C, and oh dear, damage to the front end of it as well, and that means another delay for the others that are going to be coming out. It isn't an area where they will be able to recover it pretty quickly, but my goodness, we're seeing more incidents than we've seen for a while here, Alice.
Yeah, and they're not taking it easy going up the hill. I just wonder if possibly a clip of the grass on the outside. We'll have to see a replay of that. That's gone in quite heavy at the front. but glad to see driver is okay. Like you said, shouldn't be too long of a recovery. It didn't look like the steering's broken, so they might be able to drag get there. So they're getting him to hop back in, and they'll hope to maybe sort of drag it off, tow it off the track, so we can get back underway as quickly as possible.
It's a relatively modern car, built in 2021, created for sports car racing, but of course it had real potential to put in a quick... Oh, he's got back out again. Potential to do a pretty quick run, and obviously went hard for it, but unfortunately just went a little bit too much for it. Good to see that he's okay, but there is that damage to the front end, unfortunately, and we're feeling a little bit down about that now. And let's have another look at this, Alice. Let's see what went wrong here.
So we'll see. Heading up, hits the brakes, clips the inside dust.
Gosh.
Just cold tyres straight into the barrier. Maybe a little bit too dust from nibbling a little bit too much of the inside grass there. And yeah, that's a hefty hit on the front right-hand side of that. We're getting a slow-mo now. I hope he let go of his hands off the wheel, as you're taught to do as racing drivers if you're heading for a heavy impact like that.
It's a reminder, as you were saying earlier, about when you hit these straw bales, they do not move much. They weigh tons, and they're there to protect everybody on the other side, of course, and they do absorb some of the energy, but they don't absorb it hugely softly, and that damage therefore goes into the front end of the car instead. The great thing is that everybody on the other side of that fence is perfectly fine. He's okay as well, but it was a frustrating moment because he just clipped the inside grass and then he just floored it a bit too hard. It spun the rear wheels more than he was expecting, and it just turned it, and he couldn't really do much at that point because it was just heading for the barrier, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. No tyre warmers or anything. They literally, it's a hill climb run.
Yeah.
So you're straight out of the box. Even the F1 cars that have been going up today in the batches, they've not been having tyre warmers. So yeah, very disappointing.
Now, he's out of the car, he's fine. Now, a moment ago, we saw a very quick run up that hill by an experienced driver, Chris Ward. He might have had a little touch against the bales, but he did a great job, and he's talking to David.
Chris, well, at least shows you were trying.
Definitely. That's what we're all here for at the end of the day, to try our hardest and do the best for the spectators and also for Kevin and his team at Zinger. I was looking for a 49, so to hop into a 48, I'm really pleased with that.
It's an incredible time, and it looks like you were really going for it. You picked up some souvenirs on the way as well.
That's it. Well, like I say, you've got to try. And just after the flint wall, the right-hander there, I just pushed a little bit too hard and didn't quite have enough grip. And, yeah, unfortunately, the mirror's taken a bit of a punishment and side here, but this will polish out.
Was it a little hairy?
It was, but again, you've just got to try your best, haven't you? And try with the best with the equipment that you've got. And we did the team have done a great effort all weekend. And just a big thanks to all of the team of marshals that are out there in all conditions, especially yesterday when I was up in the wet. And then the fans as well, because that's what makes the event. Without fans, we don't have any motorsport.
Absolutely, second that. And also, the times have been coming down for you across the weekend, so it seems we're right in the perfect conditions right now.
Indeed, we've just been trying different things with the car. We've never really run it properly up the hill, and so a little bit of a change here, tyre pressures, a little bit this, a little bit that, and we've come away with a great result.
And it's a stunning-looking car. This carbon weave, which thankfully you haven't damaged, is looking splendid on this car, and this sort of tandem seating thing looks great.
I mean, yeah, it's a really unique car, especially as the majority of the metallurgy is all 3D printed, and you can see that the finish of it is second to none. I mean, all the panel gaps, you can get a pound coin, run it all the way around, and it's symmetry. So it's poetry in motion from a car point of view.
Well, it was poetry in driving as well. Well done. Your team seemed very, very happy, and congratulations, you're the current leader.
That's super. Thank you.
That was absolutely a superb job by Chris Ward, and a highly successful historic racer. He started racing Formula Fords back in the early 90s and was the champion of Alton in 1993. Went on to Formula Vauxhall, British GTs, but in recent year he's won all sorts of big historic races at Goodwood, but elsewhere as well. So you can see how they're trying to get that car out of the way, and hopefully it won't take too long, because we're in an area there where they will be able to move it to some space, and the other machinery will be heading up the hill pretty soon, I think. So it's just a question of giving it a safe tow, and then we'll be able to get back up with everything. The Glickenhaus, the SCG 004C, this is what went wrong. He clipped the inner apex just a little bit, and then that helped get the wheel spin, actually, and that bosh took him into the straw bales.
Yeah, it did. It did. Here's another view from a bit higher up. And you can just see as he asked for a little bit of throttle, it was maybe a bit too much. Spat him then into the hay bales. But I have to say, that's probably the coolest tow vehicle, should I say, that I've ever seen. Never have I ever seen a Rolls-Royce out there recovering race cars.
It is rather fun. That's part of Goodwood. Yeah, I think clipping that apex, going onto the grass on that inner edge was just a little bit of a mistake, no doubt about it, and he's paid the price for that. But we are going to be seeing some rapid machines coming up the hill once that car has been moved out of the way, and it may well be that we see some of the fastest coming a little earlier than we expected to try and see who is going to be setting the pace. So we shall wait to see how long it takes to get this out. It's just taking a few moments, obviously. I wonder if there's any extra damage around the front end that may be delaying the ability to pull it. Are they going to have to pick it up? If they are going to have to pick it up and put it onto a transporter, then obviously that's going to take a little bit more time. They are saying they are giving the wave. I think they are going to be able to pull. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think they are going to be able to do this. Obviously, oh, no, now they're being told not to. The marshals are keeping an eye on this, because what you don't want to do is to do more damage by towing it. You'd rather pick it up and carry it safely. I think that's kind of what they're thinking about here. They don't want it further damaged with a tow, even though that's obviously going to take a little while. They're trying to remove some of the material that has become damaged underneath the front section that came off. We're going to have another little go. How much damage have we got? Yeah, you can see it actually has done a bit of chassis damage, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. You can see quite a bit of damage. It was a heavy impact, even though it was a fairly relatively, you could say, low speed in terms of racing sense, where he did lose the car. There's not much give in those straw bales, unlike, let's say, tyre barriers, but they do weigh a lot. And that has really taken, that front end has taken a hefty hit. So the marshals just removing the tow hook there that was unscrewed onto the front. So I'm expecting that they're probably going to have to
pick it up,
or get the recovery truck that's got Annette Mason's car on.
Yeah, you're right. It might be the same one. That recovery truck might be a rather busy one today. But I understand that, because the marshals, the last thing they want to do in recovering a car and getting it out of the way is to damage it further. The damage has been done by the driver. They don't want to be responsible, I think, for more damage. We have seen that over the years, of course. People have had their cars recovered and ended up with a lot more damage on them. It can happen quite easily, but hopefully they can pick this up and move it out of the way fairly soon. What this does do, of course, is delay us getting into the final stages of the shootout. We'll get there, but it's taking a little while before we get into the final run to try and establish who is going to be setting the outright pace here this weekend. We know it does look as though Michael Lyons may be set up to do the next run. And I see one of the trucks is heading down the hill.
Yeah, so the recovery truck's just gone past our commentary box window. That's making its way down the wrong direction down the hill, so they'll go out past all the packed grandstand, and they will recover the car, but it will still take a little while, I will expect, Ben, to get ourselves underway. And there we go, right into shot from underneath the bridge. It is our trusty recovery truck.
You're an experienced racer, Alice. We've all been through situations when we've done some racing where you just think, you get out of the vehicle and you just think, oh no, I really shouldn't have done that. But it's just part and parcel of competition, isn't it?
Hey, everybody crashes. The best crash, whether they're Formula One drivers, they're motorbike riders, they all end up doing some damage to their vehicles along the way. It's part and parcel of motorsport. It's part and parcel of learning and trying to go fast as you possibly can. And unfortunately there he has ended up going into the barrier.
Indeed, and it's easily done. When you're pushing on hard, you're trying to get to the top and trying to set new pace at the hill climb here. As you mentioned, you also have to be cautious that on those first corners you do not have fully set up tyres, because unless you've been doing lots of wheel spin Now, of course, you can sometimes get the rear tyres up to temperature, and you often, if you go to hill climbs, they're great events to attend actually, you'll see that the experienced hill climb drivers will be getting lots of wheel spin to get those rear tyres up to temperature because it gives them a better start, but they're also conscious sometimes they use the brakes a lot on the way up to try and warm those front tyres up as well.
Yeah, exactly. You'll be using the brakes to try and generate the tyre temperature basically inside out, so use the temperature of the brakes, get them warm, and then that just aids to getting the tyres up to temperature. But I did see when these cars were going down to the assembly area, let's call it, or the queue to go out, quite a lot of them were trying to get sideways. You could hear them using the brakes, but obviously that was a long time ago now because we did have this delay. There's a little bit maybe wheel spin they could do when they move further forward on in the queue, albeit a few feet, so not too much, but we've had a few delays that all temperature they may have got is all gone.
Yep, so it's a bit of a change of plan. They're picking the car up. Hopefully they'll get that sorted. But in the meantime, let's go over to Rachel.
Well, yes, we've come to the Drivers' Club here. I'm still with Karun and Max, and that's a real shame. And we were watching that and willing to get a result for the shootout right now. What do you make of the couple of incidents we've now seen?
I'm just feeling very lucky that I wasn't sat in the car now in the heat with the stress of knowing what you've got to come. I'm so glad that all the stars aligned the year that we managed to break the record, because obviously for it to be a record, it has to be done on the Sunday afternoon. You need the weather. You don't want any oil slips. You don't want someone in front of you just crashing because you're a little bit like, oh, is there something wrong with the course? So, yeah, very lucky. But it's a sad sign when you see a couple of cars crash early on and there's still lots of cars to go. But luckily, everyone was OK.
That's at the start of the hill climb as well, isn't it? That most recent crash, Karun, the temptation, I guess, there is to be really going for it before you get the first turn.
Yeah, it looks like they just pinched the grass on the inside, got the car sideways, and then, you know, we've had a lot of rain here on the wet grass. The car just carried on sliding, so pretty unfortunate. You know, it's one of those things. It's very much a game of risk versus reward here, but unfortunate for them.
All right, well, you can continue to watch the shootout on the Sky Sports F1 YouTube channel if you'd like to do so. We've got Indy next here on Sky Sports F1, but the shootout will be decided here today at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. So follow it on there and we will see you soon. Bye-bye.
Well, we will be seeing the shootout getting underway again in just a little while. That delay has rather affected how it's being put out on the broadcast, but I'm very glad to say that it will be happening. So if you're still with us here at Goodwood, or if you're watching us on YouTube, we will be with you still with the exciting battles to see who sets the outright pace. So it is not over, despite the fact that this car is yet to be rescued, and because of the damage done to the front of it, they've got to now pick it up. I mean, even that's not particularly easy because they're not picking it up straight from the top. They've got to tow it up, so they're being a bit cautious there, understandably.
Yeah, and that ramp looks a bit steep for race cars, so yes, not ideal, but Annette's has been recovered, and next up obviously is the 241.
So, yeah, it's going to be a few moments before we get the action underway, but it's worth sticking around. It looks to be a very promising battle for the shootout.
To hear them start and then
every form of motorsport here, from classic side all the way through to the most modern cars.
You know, I see Goodwood just increasing and getting better each year.
Lots of ideas spreading around, a lot of familiar faces. It's a fun fair, but with cars.
The sun is still shining. It's a beautiful afternoon, but we do still have a little bit of a delay before we can get the shootout continued. Piero Longhi, who had a little mishap down at the early part of the hill climb on the shootout, and the Glickenhaus SCG 004C is now being rescued, and hopefully they can move it out of the way fairly soon, and we will then be back into the action with all of the rapid machinery that will be trying to take the top speeds. Of course, yesterday it was Romain Dumas. Is he going to be able to hold on to take his third win at Goodwood in the Festival of Speed Hill Climb? We will find out soon. But for the moment, there's just a little bit more delay while we get that car out of the way.
What a great ride from Tom Marquardt on Quickthorn, who wins the African Goodwood Cup.
Highfield Princess, she's all class, and Highfield Princess comes clear to win the King George.
Paddington from back to Savard, the run towards the line. It's Paddington, he's still going to be unbeaten this season. He's going to win the Sussex Stakes.
Dynamic air suspension, all-wheel steering, configurable terrain response, effortless in the extreme.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
Welcome back to our coverage as we are now getting ready for the shootout to begin once again, as cars have been rescued that have been off, and we're now ready for some of these rapid machines. Edward Norfolk heading up now in the Ferrari Roma SA Coupe, 3.9 litre twin turbo V8, lots of horsepower. This should be a pretty rapid start as we go back into the action, and you're starting to see some of the modern machinery like this that will be putting in some pretty rapid times. He does also clip that little bit of grass, but no half spin as we saw a moment ago.
Got the wipers on, giving everyone a wave. 612 brake horsepower, ABS kicking in as he flies through into Vulcan Bend, avoids the inside grass there, which has actually been dug away a little bit, so anyone that does happen to clip that runs a real big risk. Close, nice and close to the straw bales there and the flint wall too. Speeds up the hill. A lift with the throttle, and just nicks the wing mirror on the left-hand side there, so that's pushed in. Don't need that for today, though, to finish this hill climb and across the line.
So the time as he goes over the line is not going to be the fastest. The fastest at the moment is 48.82. We're just waiting for that time to come up on our screen. Hasn't actually come up just yet, but it... we'll hopefully see that in a moment. Meanwhile,
that was the Spectre, very much out of shape, going through Molecomb Corner. The all-electric Rolls-Royce's first ever all-electric car, jumps on the brake. There's a little bit of a wiggle. They're all really pushing in this final corner, digging very deep for that final bit of time. Heads up now, crosses the finish line, Ben.
Yeah, and let's see what the time is then. It is 57.02, so it's about 9 seconds off the fastest that we have seen so far. Chris Ward is still the quickest at this stage. So we've got single-seaters also having some fun. Joe Twyman in the March Cosworth 741. This is from a 1974 period. Robin Hurd, the great designer for March, and these cars were very competitive in their period. Now, as I mentioned, 48.8 is still the target for them. There's a bit of smoke from the back, isn't there? But
hopefully that's not dropping anything. Doesn't look like that's ended in very good condition as the March is finished the run. We've got the next car I can see coming up the hill. Now we've got a Ferrari 232.
Yeah, heading up the hill, and this is Robert Rees in the Ferrari 488 Challenge Evo. So this is very much of Ferrari for people who go racing, the Challenge Evo. Let's see whether this is going to be as competitive. It's not quite as rapid off the start line as some of the others. That's taken 6.5 seconds to get to that first test point, the first checkpoint off the line. It's still going to be reasonably rapid. We are seeing, as you say, more people rubbing into those straw bales than we often see. I wonder how many mirrors we're actually going to lose today.
Yeah, someone out there can be on mirror count if they wish, but using every inch of the road, feeding their way up the hill, keeps nice and tight to the right-hand side bale there, does Robert Rees.
Yeah, so coming up towards the line now to set the time in the Ferrari 488 Challenge, and it comes in at 56.13 seconds. Remember, 48.8 is still the target to beat. Back again to some of the modern machinery. This is the Bentley Continental, very, very current Bentley Continental, 4-litre V8 turbo plus hybrid energy, so very rapid indeed, and it's Andy Marson driving.
Yeah, beautiful piece of machinery here, 50 miles of electric range, a new chassis, dual chamber air spring, dual valve dampers as well, screens across the line. A fairly decent time though.
Yeah, a very good time. 54.42 puts him second overall so far. Meanwhile, also out on track, it's getting busier. Lars Kern in the Porsche Taycan Turbo GT. This is all electric, very powerful as well. It's the most powerful current production Porsche, or ever, of a production car Porsche in terms of the electrical power. Let's see how this goes. It's going to be somewhere close to those target times. I don't think it's quite going to get down to 48, but it may well be challenging for that second spot. Yes, 53.34, and that puts it into second position. It's still the Zynga that is leading, thanks to Chris Ward.
Yeah, now up next is the Genesis GV60 concept. So this has been launched this weekend, a global debut for this car. A dual electric motors. Magma, the new performance sub-brand of the Korean luxury manufacturer Genesis, and look at that, getting on that grass, kicking up plenty of grass, heading up to Molecomb Bend now, a stamp on the race. You can see the track's still pretty dusty, Ben, as runs all very deep into Molecomb Corner, just about keeps it on the tarmac.
It is a good run so far. It was a very good start, no surprise there. Good sector as well. I'm not sure it's quite going to be the fastest, but it's up there with some of the quickest that we've seen. Gethin Jones really attacking, going for it right from the beginning there and sliding around in the all-new, as you say, Magma concept Genesis GV60. Over the line it goes, loses a bit on the enter. It's 52.72, doesn't quite get into the 40s, but that was a good effort.
Yeah, very good effort there from Gethin. Next up is the 636 in your programme.
Yeah, it's the Koenigsegg Jesco Attack. This is a pretty amazing thing, and not only does it have a lot of horsepower, it has a lot of downforce. It creates a massive amount of downforce. You can see that big rear wing, and downforce helps you enormously here on the hill climb. Of course, it hasn't got the fans that the McMurtry Spearling used so well a couple of years ago to develop even more downforce, but this is rapid. It's looking like this could be a good one for Marcus Lund. It's not quite going to get the fastest, but it's just over 50 seconds, 50.3, and that means it's back up there again into second fastest, I believe.
Now we can get a little bit of on board here. Again, Kenny's woken up now because he's on the run. He was the driver we saw having a little snooze in the car during the break, but he's behind the Sauber Mercedes C9.
Yeah, so let's see how Kenny Atchison does. He's working it hard. Kenny, a very experienced racer, loves his Sauber, of course, this very successful car in period. He's going to come over the line, a little bit off, but still a great effort. 51.9 seconds, and yesterday he did 51.9 as well. That's brilliant. He's done exactly the same time. Now, Gavin Kershaw, very experienced racer, a part of the Lotus manufacturer in terms of doing a lot of the development work, and he's in the Lotus Evija, the all-electric, very rapid. This has got 2,000 horsepower. He's done a good first stint, although the start make the best of starts. I thought it might be a little quicker off the line. So again, I don't think it's going to be quite enough. It's over 50 seconds. Over the line goes Gavin, 51.6. That puts him third currently.
He does. Following up behind him is the BMW M4 GT3 filling M at the wheel. But here now we have Jake Hill in the Nissan Skyline. We saw him go up in one of the shadows and was getting all crossed up and definitely pushing 100%. No doubt we're going to see something of the same. As we can see, he always looks so chill and calm. Successful British touring car racer, fires it through into turn one, and a fairly decent start there. Not the best, but still fairly decent.
Yeah, he's had success in this car before in different events. The Speed Week in 2020 on the circuit, he took victory there. As you say, he's a top British touring car driver. He currently leads the British Touring Car Championship, and he loves competing in the historic machines as well. Good save.
Very good save from Jake as we're getting a perfect onboard. You can see using the gears. I said earlier, it's like almost going up a hamster tunnel. You're in between these straw bales, and your concentration has got to be spot on, as it looks like it is there from Jake Hill. Is it going to pip the fastest time? It's going to be close.
Over the line he goes, 48.91, and that puts him just second. He's less than a tenth slower than the Zinger, but Chris Ford is still holding on to that top spot at the moment. Jake Hill up into second as we go into some Lotus Formula One attack. And Nicholas Padmore, very experienced. He's had various records on the Goodwood circuit. He's going to be pretty close. He's in the mid-40s. There seems to be a slight, I don't know quite what happened there. Over the line he goes, and he does a 50.1. I don't know if there was a gear change or something that wasn't perfect at the end there, but it was still a very quick run. Now, it's all happening. We've got the Iron Dames Lamborghini Huracan heading up the hill. It's Karen Gaillard. She is running up. You saw something else?
Yeah, it's left a small lock-up going into Malcolm Corner, hence the noise. This is the Iron Dames. Deborah Mayer started up the Iron Dames for promoting women in motorsport. Very successful team across the board, and she goes across the line. That lock-up and running wide certainly would have lost her time. So Carol will be slightly disappointed with that, but she slots into 8th place.
So it's still Chris Ward with the Zinger 21C that is fastest at this stage, as we now get ready for some more Ferrari action heading out onto the circuit and onto the hill climb. Andrew Morrow, who has done a fantastic job in the British Ferrari Challenge, he is now in the 296 Challenge machine. This is has made its debut this year in the United States, actually in April 2024. This is a new version of the Ferrari Challenge machine, and he was pretty rapid yesterday. Let's just see how this goes. The start, good, 5.19 seconds, but not into the 4-second mark, which is what we're kind of looking for. Let's watch up through this next section, Alice. Let's see how close to the barriers he's getting.
Yeah, nice and smooth through there through Moulcombe Corner, heading up the hill now. The Ferrari Challenge, such a popular championship across the world. A very popular car as well, as Andrew Morrow gets close to the hay bales on either side. No wing mirrors are being folded in on the Ferrari 296 just yet. Kicking up all the straw, goes across the line. He'll slot into third place.
Yeah, that's good, 50.03. So he goes into third position for now. Now, this is a Pikes Peak Challenger. This is the Alpine A110 and Rafael Asia, who has competed at Pikes Peak with this Alpine. It's got 500 horsepower. It's pretty light too, though. It's 950 kilos. It was second in class at Pikes Peak when it did that competition. He's been pushing hard all weekend as he's been getting used to the hill climb. Let's see how he goes into the final stage. You've got the line coming up, and he's going to go over the line. He's close, but it's not quite there. 48.62. Oh, he has done it. He's just done it. It's enough. He's gone fastest. That was great. I didn't think he was quite going to make it, but he did. Now, this is another quick one. We'll watch the Porsche 911 and see how this goes, because it was rapid yesterday in the hands of James Wallace.
Yes, it certainly was. The Porsche, very popular car, Porsche Carrera Cup. You see this racing Porsche Junior, James Wallace at the wheel, goes through the tricky Moulcombe, kicks up all the dust for the next car to find as they go through that corner. 4 litre, flat 6, full chat on the brakes. He'll go right, he'll then swing left past the Flint wall.
He did 48.1 yesterday. If he can get down to that again, then
it's going to be close, Ben. It is going to be close. The sectors are looking good.
Okay, he could be going quickest. Let's have a look. Has he done it? Oh, it's close. It's close. 48.05. Yes, he has gone fastest by a tiny, tiny margin. They're all doing virtually the same hill climb at this point. That was absolutely brilliant. So, the Porsche 911 is now the front runner. James Wallace has taken it, but we've still got some rapid machinery to come here, Alice.
We have. We've got the Subaru GL Punkster, Travis Pastrana at the wheel, and look at that for a launch. Great onboard that we're seeing there from the 2.3 litre flat 4 turbocharged, and we've also got the dynamic aero, all the grass on the inside there.
That was surely too much. I don't know, he didn't lift off though. He still kept the speed going. That was amazing. But that was surely a little bit too wide. As you say, it flaps. Oh, what a shame. You could see the understeer. You could see that coming. Oh, and Travis Pastrana, who twice before here has been runner-up in the hill climb battle. He's backed it out of the way. He feels, I wonder if he feels he can get it out of the way or not. Oh, what a shame for Travis Pastrana. That was fantastic to watch. Well, how were the sector times?
Sectors were extremely good. The launch, the fastest that we had seen already today, and same with the first sector as well. So a big round of applause from everybody there trackside for Travis. He was heading possibly, obviously still had the rest of the lap to go, possibly to take temporary top spot or permanent top spot. We have got some fast challenges still left to come, but yeah, that's damaged a lot of the straw bales there. He's still getting it. I think he thought that maybe, just maybe, he could get it going, but it does look like, especially on that front right corner there and front right side, Ben, that there's quite a bit of damage.
Yeah, you're right, unfortunately, so it might take a few minutes to get it out of the way, and that is a great shame. He's such an experienced professional motorsports competitor and stunt performer, Travis Pastrana, 40 years old now, from the States. Let's have a look. The understeer, it was something to do with a sort of setup into the corner that just didn't quite work. It'd be nice to see another angle as well, because let's watch this from on board, and let's have a look, Alice, what it looks like here. All right, okay, he had a moment of oversteer, had to correct, and then just got massive understeer.
That shot into understeer really quickly. It's still quite dirty on the entry here, but I don't think that's necessarily what caused it. It whacked into understeer very quickly, and then at that point, you know, you do a big oh no, and probably some other choices of words as well. You can see he locked up as well. Look at the aero there flicking up then.
Yeah, then he turns initially, the back end steps out, so he has to corrects the steering. Let's have another look. Yeah, when he winds it back on the other way, there's just no front end grip because he's going at such a high speed, and it just plows in. I tell you what, there's a cameraman in a perfect spot up on, you can't see it, I don't think, from this shot, on the right. He's a bit further down, who will have had the most amazing shot because he was very close to where that car came in. look at this. We've got a cameraman in the background, but nearer us, as our camera opens up, look to the left, and you will see there's a cameraman who must be getting a couple of them, getting incredible shots and not getting out of the way. They were quite happy to just stay there and take the pictures.
I mean, that's dedication to your job, isn't it?
Well, they're perfectly safe, and that's good news. And so is the driver, Travis Pastrana. He's fine. He's out of the car, trying to help them now to sort the car out. But clearly there's damage to the front end. So that's the third car in this hill climb shootout so far that has had an issue of a mistake or an error and hit the barriers, and is taking some rescuing. So that's the way it goes. For now, let me just remind you, it is the Porsche 911 of James Wallace that is holding the pace at 48.04 seconds.
Dynamic air suspension, all-wheel steering, configurable terrain response, effortless in the extreme.
You're never too young to fall in love with classic cars. It's a passion that lasts a lifetime, and it's a passion we share. Backed by over 75 years of motoring experience, Goodwood Classic Solutions is a unique new way to ensure your pride and joy. Goodwood Classic Solutions. It's a passion we share.
So we are still in the battle for the shootout right now. We've got a slight pause before we get some of the other fastest vehicles heading up the hill to determine who's going to take victory. At the moment, it's James Wallace who has set the pace at 48.047. Rafael Astia in the Alpine just half a second behind. Chris Ward, who set the pace earlier on in the Chinga, he's down into third place. Jake Hill, an excellent performance in fourth. And Andrew Morrow is currently in fifth place in the Ferrari. And, well, James Wallace is up at the top. Of course, he's done his time, and we've got a chance to catch up with him with David.
James, congratulations, you're our current leader.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what to say. It was a decent run, a couple of mistakes on my side, but the track conditions have been difficult all weekend. You know, we've had wet, dry, kind of muddy as well, where the rally drivers drag on all the dirt. But it's been a fantastic experience and ever grateful to be here. Obviously, had 4 proper runs and the fans are great. They're staying. Obviously, the delays have happened and they're all still here. So, yeah, it's awesome. And I'm kind of still shaking about it all.
Well, you say you're shaking, but I don't think I've seen a cooler driver get to the top here. There's not a bead of sweat. Your heart rate looks low. I mean, it looked hairy out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's just about composure, isn't it? But no, yeah, it was Larry, especially Moulcombe, where Travis unfortunately went off. Yeah, it was hard to actually get the car turned in, and the mid-corner to exit was really difficult to just get some traction. I mean, you can see the dust on the screen in front of me now, so yeah.
I've got to remind our viewers, you've never been on the Goodwood Hill. You started off on the first day in a Cayenne, and you've gradually got up here in this beautiful 911, and you're now the current leader of the shootout. It's quite incredible.
Yeah, I mean, fortunately, the Porsche GB Junior Scholarship Program has ran for a few years now, so I've been able to watch a few junior drivers like Adam and Harry King the previous years. So, I mean, we had a bit of a gauge on where I should be braking and stuff, so there's a bit of pressure as well for me just to kind of perform. So, I mean, if we can stay at top of the times, that would be ideal, but there's obviously some quick cars coming up the hill now.
And am I right in saying you've just done your A-levels?
Yeah, so I just finished my A-levels in June, went on holiday for a week, was at the Silverstone Grand Prix last week, and yeah, not a bad week to be at Goodwood. I mean, it's a fantastic event, some awesome drivers, and I've met some great people this weekend as well.
Well, it sounds like you've had some fun. James, I think we're going to put that run up on the screen, and you can talk us through it there.
So going through turn 1, needed to work on the braking. Turn 2 was slightly damp, I noticed that on the way down, so we kind of just minimised the amount of grass we took there. Moulcombe was always tricky. It was dirty on the entry, and then mid-corner we struggled slightly. I think we had a bit of rotation just on the exit there. Yeah, the Flint wall is hard because there's a big contrast between the dark and light, so you kind of go in blind. I was a bit hesitant on throttle through here, so probably lost a bit of time. Here, braking, kind of just waiting for that long apex, set down to second, and we'll run up the hill. It's the first kind of few runs for me, so I think we can get that flat next time, but until next year for now.
So calm, I love it. When did you find out you were on the top of the leaderboard?
I guess kind of when I came up the hill and the fans are kind of clapping and stuff, I guess that's a decent run for myself then.
That's made you smile?
Yeah, I know. I see all the fans behind me. It's amazing to be here, and I appreciate you all even.
Have you got some family here?
Yeah, Mum and Dad are down at the stage, and I think a few people might be watching, so no, it's great to have the support this weekend.
Well, you're a very talented young man, current BRDC rising star, and rightly so, and leader of our shootout for now.
Yeah, thank you guys, appreciate it.
Really good to hear from James, and what a fantastic job he's done, and speaking so well about this opportunity, and really wonderful. A youngster like James doing such a brilliant job, and we'll see whether he's going to be able to hold on to that spot. But now that we've lost Travis Pastrana, we've still got a few potentially very fast vehicles to come up the hill, of course, but not so many. We shall see how this goes, and the track has been cleared of the damaged car, so it shouldn't take too long before we're into the final run.
Yeah, it shouldn't. Great job by the marshals. The hay bales are all placed back in place where they should be. The crowd are still all here, excited, giving themselves a wave on the telly.
Yeah, and of course the awards will be handed out once they're up at the top and it's all decided, but we shall find out who is going to receive those awards once we're underway. Remember, for the moment, it is the youngster James Willis in the Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car that is set the outright pace.
do you start an iconic movement? Classicism would say it's all about form and craftsmanship, while surrealism would find all of this quite, well, surprising. After all, it's about creating the icon of a new movement. Welcome to Forwardism, the all-electric BMW i7.
Presenting the new Pirelli P0e tires for electric cars. They're on a sustainable journey, just like you, thanks to more than 55% bio-based and recycled materials. They let you move with outstanding quality for everyday life, thanks to AAA class in rolling resistance, wet braking, and noise reduction. They let you keep driving even after a puncture, thanks to run-forward technology with a self-supporting tire structure. We call them contemporary performance tires. You can simply call them tires for contemporary humans.
Right, we're getting all ready for the final three to go up the hill, and the first of the three, the one that was third fastest yesterday, Michael Lyons in the Gurney Eagle Chevrolet, the Formula 5000 single-seater. Yesterday, he did a 47.3. If he can get in the 47s again, he will take the fastest time so far. Right now, the fastest time to beat, 48.04. That Chevrolet engine is going to provide all the power he's going to need off the line. Getting ready to go into the correct spot, into gear. Wait for it, building it up. And when he's ready, off he goes. Right, Alice, let's see how this one works, because he's put in some very impressive performances.
Yeah, very experienced, historic racer. Gets it nicely through the first corner and using every inch of road, putting the 5-litre V8 engine through its paces, screaming past the packed grandstand and the packed fans either side. Steady as you go. Michael through Malka Bend, kicking up dust, has to make a few corrections, manages to keep it on the right track.
So here we go, up into the final stages, into the tiny bit where you must not run too wide. The flip wall, he keeps well clear of that. Let's see if this is going to work. I'm not sure this is quite going to be as fast as the 48.04, which is the time to beat right now. Up across the line he comes, he gets the checker flag. No, 50.2. I'm seeing on our screens 50.2 is what he's done. So that is not enough to take the top spot. 2 more to go, and this man is still the fastest so far. James Willis holds on to that top spot. We've now got the 2 potentially fastest vehicles to come. Scott Speed, first of all, in the Subaru WRX Project Midnight. This has been created for this one event. They've only tested it once before it was brought to Goodwood, and Scott's had to get used to it very quickly. He did a 45.1 yesterday.
Yeah, he was so quick. It really, I think, is going to be between James, of course, who's got the top spot in the Porsche. We've got the Midnight here, and last we'll have up is the super van that set the fastest time yesterday. So they're going in reversed order, waiting patiently, making sure all the track is all clear, getting rolled back ever so slight. You can see that's being indicated by the LED light on the top left-hand side. They've all got to be in a certain place. They can't be too far forward, too far back. Get a good start. Scott will be hoping, experienced driver. I mean, he doesn't need to be pushed all that way back, so maybe they just need to reset it, unless he wants a bit of a run-up. But I'm sure the others will have something to say about that.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure why he's being pushed back that way. There may be a timing reset or something going on, but whatever it is, I do notice that on that run that Michael Lyons did just now, the time given for his first run across the first checkpoint was actually longer than I think it had been, so that's a bit odd. So maybe they're just checking the timing system or something like that before they send these last 2 cars up, because we need to know who is the most rapid as they come up the hill. But for the moment, it's still James Willis. It's a funny experience for him, sitting at the top of the hill, watching, waiting to see if he's going to be able to hold on to that time.
Yeah, we've got marshals and pigeons down there, I can see, just wandering in front of the Subaru.
Yeah, in the background, the car, well, the vehicle you can see is the other quick one, actually. It's the Ford Supervan. It's behind the marshals, behind the gentleman who's waving his arms at the moment. And actually, there's your onboard. We've got the onboard with Romain Dumas in the Ford Supervan 4.2. That was the one that set the outright pace yesterday by just a tenth from the black Subaru, which we are waiting for to come up. So there was virtually no difference between them, was there?
No, and there really wasn't. 1/10 of a second is what separated the two of them. These two had the longest wait out of everybody to go up, so they've been sat there. Maybe he could stick a bed in the back of his super van there. He could have had a nice kit, but it sounded like Scott Speed has just done a few burnouts to really try and get that very good launch, get pushed up to the front of the start line. You can see the marshal puts the measuring front in place, and it's all yours, Scott.
So this has a 2-litre boxer engine, but it produces some 700 horsepower. It's pretty lightweight as well. It's been designed especially for this. And Scott Speed, he's got Formula One experience. He raced for Toro Rosso in 2006, 2007, but since then he's become a rallycross champion. Very different form of racing. He is brilliant. Let's see how it goes. Scott Speed off the line, going to try and take the fastest time here at the shootout at the Goodwood hill climb through the first turn, and it's a good start, 4.5 seconds. He is definitely on the mix as long as he doesn't hit the grass too much.
Yeah, it wasn't actually as quick as Travis Pastrana, who we saw go off, but he comes in, gets out of shape into Moulcombe corner. Does he keep it on the black stuff? Yes, he does. Uses every inch of road on the outside. The sectors are looking good, Ben. He's the fastest in the middle sector so far. He uses every inch of the road there. James watches Iliane. He's definitely lost a wing mirror there at some point.
Over the line. He's coming over the line. Is he going to beat the time, the target time across the line? He comes at 46.08. He's done it. He's gone fastest. And James, who was watching there, fascinated to see whether he was going to be able to hold on. No, unfortunately, James, you've just been beaten, but you still did a brilliant job. The youngster in the Porsche up against a vehicle that's totally different, of course, that's been designed specifically for this event. Scott Speed has taken the top spot now, and it has set the time at 46.07 seconds. Let's take a look at some of the fun and games.
Look at that, Ben, getting out of shape. Heading up to where, well, everyone's found the hay bales at some point at Moulcombe. Several drivers have already, and actually when he's meant to be turning left, he's turning right. But here we go, the one last driver that can beat Scott Speed, Romain Dumas, who actually set the fastest time yesterday at 45 dead was his time. Scott Speed's going to know from being up the top that he is the fastest at the moment. He's got to sit and wait patiently, a nervous wait for Scott.
There is 2,000 horsepower in that Ford Supervan. It's got 4 electric motors. Away we go. Right, this is the one to watch. Romain Dumas, who twice before had been the top man here in the hill climb. Can he take a third win of the hill climb shootout? He's got to keep it tidy. He's got to use all of that speed and power. It was a good getaway. 4.4 seconds. It's going well.
Yeah, it's going very well. It flies through, kicks up all the dust. He uses all the amount of road. This is going to be so close. They are neck and neck, Ben.
Wow, this is going to be tight. Can he do it? Can he beat Scott Speed? Is it going to be the Ford Supervan, or will it be the Subaru that has taken the victory? Romain Dumas doing everything to try and get across the line. A fraction faster. Over the line he goes, and it's 43.98. He's done it. He's done it. 43.99 in the end when it's worked out. Romain Dumas takes his third win at the Goodwood hill climb on the Festival of Speed. And Scott Speed has to settle for second place. Romain Dumas really did it there, and that was a fabulous time, wasn't it?
Absolutely fabulous. He casually just slackens his belts there as if, yeah, that was just a casual drive up the hill. Looked so chill, but wow, so impressive. Hugely impressive time there from Romain Dumas. Beat his time easily from yesterday, so huge congratulations to him in the Ford Supervan.
It's fascinating. The original Supervan that they created was back in the early 1970s, based on a Ford GT40 chassis with the Mark I Transit standard body shell on it. And I think that's what sort of started this whole idea of creating the Ford Supervans. This one first appeared here at Goodwood 2 years ago, and it wasn't as quick as this, but they have modified it since. It was modified to do the Pikes Peak, and now it's come back 2 years later, and it has taken the win. Many congratulations to Romain Dumas taking the win, and we can hear from him now with David.
Romain, that was unbelievable. How do you feel?
I don't know if it was unbelievable, but yeah, 2 corners to the end, I was quite close to the wall. So yeah, I was pushing quite hard, I have to say. A lot of fun again, like always, you know, in this kind of I mean, Goodwood is just amazing. It's a 40-second, but very intense, as you can see with the Ford. I mean, it's quite impressive to go at this speed through this small field, but again, a lot of fun. I told you yesterday I will push at the final, so I'm quite happy that we won it. It's good.
Well, you certainly did. And did you have any idea how fast Scott had gone on his run?
No, not at all. For sure, I saw that they are very motivated, you know, very good that we have competition at this level. I mean, unfortunately, it was many crash, but many crash also shows that everybody is pushing to the limit. And I think, you know, we are also happy to be here at the end of the day. We all want to win. That's competition, and it's for fun. But he proved again this year that we are all, I mean, sending everything for the last final run, and it was very good.
Well, everybody does want that crown, and you had to pull out the fastest time you've done all weekend in order to beat Scott, which you did. We're going to put the run-up on the screen for you there to have a look at, and if you could talk us through how it went for you.
Well, the first corner, you know, is very difficult always because you have to judge the grip. So second corner here is quite tricky because we have so much power that the traction is always difficult to put on the ground. For sure, this corner at the end of the straight is always the hardest one because you see people are doing mistakes here. So I took it a little bit carefully. But for sure, from this point on, you know, we have quite a lot of downforce. I knew that I really need to push at this point. And yeah, it was good. I mean, the next one was, for me, the most scary one. In exit here, I lost a little bit the car, quite close to the wall. But it was okay. I mean, a lot of fun, like always.
It certainly looked fun. His Grace now has the prize.
Well done, mate. Great. Yeah. You're a star here.
I don't know if I'm a star, but
fantastic.
Which way is the best?
It was a brilliant drive. It looked sensational.
Thank you for everything again. Well done. Thank you. So I think we have to drink now, right?
I think you're allowed to. I think you've earned it.
40 seconds, but you know, it's a good excuse, right?
You've earned every job.
Thank you.
Our champion 2024, Romain Dumas in the Supervan.
So yeah, I need to find some people to spray the champagne right now. So I don't know who is interested.
Anywhere except for me.
Yeah. Why that?
Getting well out of the way. Romain Dumas won this in 2018 in the VW IDR and then did the same again in 2019, but this is his third victory, the first time with a Ford. This time, of course, with the Supervan 4.2, all-electric, very, very powerful and extremely effective on the hill climb. Many congratulations to Romain Dumas. It was a long process today. He was sitting down at that bottom end of the hill climb for a long time as we had various incidents to sort out, but he sorted it out very well.
Oh, he certainly did. That was just such a lap. I'm really disappointed he didn't spray David, though. He'll have to get him next time, hopefully, when he comes back to tackle on the hill and retain his first place spot. But what a piece of machinery. Who would have thought that a van would be the fastest going up the hill? But well done to Ford, producing some incredible bits of machinery.
Yeah, wonderful stuff. And as you say, they redeveloped this machine for this event. They changed it around again from the Pikes Peak, and they have made it work extremely well. Romain Dumas, of course, huge experience in sports car racing, but also on hill climbing. So let's take a look at that final result then. Romain Dumas, the winner. 43.987 seconds. Scott Speed, second place in the Subaru WRX, the 46.075, ahead of James Wallace, who was brilliant, the youngster in the Porsche 911. You keep an eye on him, his future, he's got a big future ahead of him. Rafael Astier in the Alpine, fourth fastest. Chris Ward with that early time in the Zinger, fifth. Jake Hill, an excellent sixth in the Nissan Skyline, ahead of Andrew Morrow, Nicholas Padmore, Philip Eng, and Michael Lyons completed the top 10 in his Formula 5000 Gurney Eagle Chevrolet. So it has been absolutely fun to watch the hill climb battle here, and let's just take a look at some of the highlights of the action, because there were a few incidents, there's no doubt about it. It was a little bit tricky for some, but others had a wonderful time just getting the best out of the performance of their machinery.
Yeah, and we got to see new and exclusive road cars that have done their global debut here at Goodwood Festival of Speed. Road cars, historics, vans. So we're going to chuck the super van into that high performance cars going up the hill, and very close in the end. The Zinger there, driven by Chris Ward, held top spot for a while.
Yeah, it's fun seeing all these different types of vehicles as well, whether we go from specialities like the Alpine that was built for hill climbing, going to the Pikes Peak, and it was right up near the top, and then this brilliant effort by James Wallace in the Porsche. That was so impressive.
Yeah, it was, and he was watching, he was hoping, but Scott Speed took that away from him, even with getting slightly out of shape coming into Malcolm.
Yeah, managed to sort it out, Scott Speed, but maybe that wasn't the perfect moment, because Romain Dumas then got it all very, very smoothly done. He was totally calm and controlled throughout. Even if he was getting a bit close to the barriers in a couple of places, he still managed to set the outright pace here today on a beautiful afternoon at Goodwood. And we've got a chance now to catch up with the top three from that hill climb shootout.
Well, I'm here with my podium places on the shootout, James. It was very close. I was getting a bit concerned because I was going to give you the champagne. I don't even know if you're old enough to drink it.
Yeah, I mean, there's I don't know, I would have liked the champagne. I am 18, so I'm legal, but yeah, these boys have done a fantastic job. It was always going to be difficult, and yeah, fair play to them, hats off.
Did you think when you were doing your A-level a couple of weeks ago, you'd be sitting on a podium with Scott Speed and Romain Dumas?
No, I didn't really think much of it. I mean, all eyes was on my Carrera Cup GB program, and yeah, this was kind of an event, but yeah, it was amazing to be here.
Roman, I think we might have found a new star. The young guy did well, didn't he?
Well, you know, Carrera Cup is always the best to find new driver. I mean, I started with that more than 20 years ago, so I'm sure he will have a great future. If he knows how to drive here, normally he should be good to drive in Le Mans. You know, it means he has some balls in his pen, yeah.
Nicely put. Did you have any other advice for him on the hill?
Well, you know, as a hill, you know, you just need to switch off a little bit for 40 seconds, and this you don't need to do in Le Mans if you want to do a good career.
Scott, also your first time up the hill, it was very dramatic. Give us a few smiles up there. You were going left when you needed to go right and right when you needed to go left. Did you have fun out there?
Yeah, oh, it's a blast. I mean, I got probably the funnest car to drive. The four-wheel drive Subaru is so much fun. Tight course, got more confident with it every day, and overall just blown away by the event. Just the atmosphere here, the people, the car enthusiasts, the fellow racers. What a cool overall experience. I'm super happy.
So second place, you're still smiling?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it was. I mean, I feel like we executed as best we could. So that's pretty close to what she had.
You had a great start.
Huh? Yeah. I think we, like I said, the track. The cool thing about this place is you start and you have to kind of judge the grip after the first corner and start adapting from there. And that's like a really cool added challenge to this place.
Were you aware what happened to Travis on his run up?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I'm watching all the runs. Yeah, I'm trying to absorb as much, try to get an idea of what to kind of expect out there for the grip level.
Was the grip worse than you expected?
Well, I didn't really have an expectation, but I gave myself a little room in turn one and already had a slide, so I knew immediately I had to recalibrate to a lot less grip than we had yesterday.
Roman, you were telling me you did a 44 seconds with the boss of Ford sitting next to you. How did that go?
Yeah, the boss of the EV program. So yeah, so it means he should be with me today. Possibly I will be much faster. I don't know. He told me he was quite heavy, so I had a lot of hope. But I only gained 1/10. So I guess, yeah, today the track was a little bit slower, definitely. But, I mean, like Travis said, as Scott said, it's very difficult to judge here the grip. You know, you go on the first corner, already at the start you have a kind of feeling. First corner, you have another indication, but it's already, you know, only 5 corners left. So you have to take the risk. So it's why it's very complicated here.
You had a big moment in the last turn.
Yes, you are right. But, you know, I knew that he was pushing very, very hard. So I have to say, you know, yeah, it's time to go. So let's try and we will see. You know, it's good, it's big. So anyway, if I hit, I will not move a lot, you know. I will stay on the road somehow.
The three of you are so relaxed and calm. And especially, I'm so impressed with James on your first run. Do you think you'll be back for some more?
Definitely next year. We'll hopefully we're pushing these guys up. But yeah, we might have to look over the data a little bit to find a few seconds. But yeah, no, we'll see.
Well, you've certainly got the talent. Gentlemen, it's been an absolute honour and a pleasure. Well done, our podium places for the shootout.
and are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change. 2 tournaments, 1 final. The UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and Skyfall Fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
We have chosen the Two Wheels for Life charity for the 2024 Festival of Speed because it not only provides essential and much needed support for people in remote areas of Africa, but also because they use motorcycles to reach those in need. I've always so enjoyed my motorcycles, and I'm delighted that we can help this charity to provide healthcare to those who are desperately in need of support. I have no doubt that all our visitors this summer will want to help a charity that makes such good use of two wheels away from roads and racetracks. I do hope you will help us support such a good and important cause.
Well, what a full-on last couple of hours. The shootout, really the highlight here on Sunday, and a mammoth effort in the commentary box from Ben Edwards and Alice Powell as well. The sun's still shining, and we have still got more cars to come, and bikes too, before we end this year's Goodwood Festival of Speed. So make sure you stick around, keep that TV on, stay where you are around this Goodwood estate. We've got more to come on the way, including supercars and first glance car and road bikes still to come. But all weekend long we've been celebrating the brilliant and the great here in motorsport, including paying tribute to the king and his legendary clan. That is, of course, NASCAR's first family, the Pettys, and indeed Richard Petty.
It's going to be fun to watch.
We're celebrating 75 years of the Petty family in competition.
Richard Petty, the king, 7 times champion,
201 NASCAR wins.
What an incredible record.
The king was the first driver to have a number that was personalised, 43 on the flags.
It's lovely to see a great turnout of fans.
Let's have a huge round of applause for the king, Richard Petty, and his son, Kyle Petty. Richard, Kyle, thank you for joining me for afternoon tea here at Goodwood. Have you had a good time up on the balcony in front of the fans?
That was pretty neat, you know, something different. I've never been up on the balcony and to look out at all the people and see everything that's going on in Goodwood. It's just unflipping real.
He's talked about it since the very first time. What a special event it is. The electricity, the excitement, the way it just builds every day. It is such a great event. I saw Jackie X, I saw Kenny Roberts. I've seen so many people that were my childhood heroes, so it's been cool.
And you guys are celebrating 75 years of your family being in NASCAR, really, because of course your father...
Yeah, my father started Cup racing, and NASCAR Cup racing in 1949. And I went to the very first race and been going ever since. And then I came along and Kyle came along, Kyle's son come along. So it's a family tradition.
And you know, Kyle's got young kids. How cool do they think that granddad is in the Cars movie? Come on, that must make you the cool granddad in the household.
I tell you, all the grandkids and stuff, growing up and it was around race cars and stuff, and didn't pay that much attention to it. It was just an everyday deal. Though once we got in the movie Cars, all of a sudden, oh, there goes granddaddy, or there goes daddy, or here we're ready.
I laugh at him all the time. He's the only race car driver, or guy that ever was a part of motorsports, that has 6-year-old fans today, and he has 86-year-old fans today. So,
Oh, my son's a massive fan, you know. He can't work out when he's playing with his toys. Does he want to be Lightning McQueen or does he want to be the king? You know, he can't work it out.
That sounds good.
But, Kaj, I mean, you drove the real king car today at the festival. How was it?
incredible to be able to step back in time and to drive a car that is so iconic, to drive a car that he made famous with that 43 on the door, that color blue, and our 75th year, and be here at Goodwood. It's really a special moment for me.
So, this isn't your first time. What brings you back every time?
The magic of the place is an accumulation of the racing world all in one place. And as far as I know, it's the only place in the whole world that has anything like this. It covers all forms of racing and all forms of cars, motorcycles, airplanes. They got a little bit of everything here.
Yeah, we talk about it a lot from the standpoint, you're from India. We're from the south of the United States. We're sitting in Great Britain. But what ties us all together is you are just a fan of motorsports worldwide and you just want to see everything.
Gentlemen, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
And, bon appetit.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, Richard and Kai Petty.
There is tons on offer here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed for all the family, and I've made my way to the Thacombe family area where I'm going to fulfill a childhood dream of digging. Martin joins me here. Martin, how's it going?
It's going very well, thanks. Yeah, very good.
Lovely stuff. Right, I'm going to hand you the microphone and you're going to give me a whistle-stop tour of how to dig.
Okay, right, here we go. So we'll just get you set in. So first the controller. So we've got forward is down.
Wow, I mean, okay,
That's
yes.
it, then backwards, we'll pick it up. Across, we'll empty the bucket.
Wow.
And then towards me, we'll scoop it up. So that will scoop it up to me.
Yeah, okay, we're
Then
scooping.
Then we've got a left and a right.
Okay, yeah.
And then we've got in and then out.
Martin, this is fantastic. I could actually do this one-handed, couldn't I? No, I couldn't. No, I couldn't. Wow, this is fantastic. All right, well, thoughts on my future career as a digger?
Yeah, if you can do it two-handed, then great.
Perfect. Right, I'm going to get out because I'm going to show... oh, I've got to go. There we go. Right, I'm going to show you what else is available here. Martin, thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. Right, we're going to come down the steps. I'm not going to trip over. There's all sorts going on. Hello, everyone. Hello, 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 hello. It's really good. It's really good, yeah. Digging, lots of fun. People are having a nice chilled out time over there. I'm going to find Heath on camera. Hello. Right, let's take a look at what else is on offer. And this also caught my attention down here, the pedal paddock. And this is very exciting. Kids are getting the chance to pedal a car up the hill at Goodwood. So follow me. Hello. Hello. Right, here we go. So these guys are hard at work, able to pedal a car all the way from the bottom of the hill to the top. Do you want to give it another go? Yeah. Okay. All right, here we go. So the car is being placed at the end. At the ready. And we're going. There we go. Oh, it's come off. There we go. Past the house, up to the top of the hill. And do you know what? I think that would be a winning time. Well done. Well done. How was that?
It was good, yeah.
Do you think you got a career as a cyclist or energy management?
I don't know, probably not.
I think you did a very good job. Congratulations. Well done. Okay, we're going to go down here. If Heath follows me. This is a really lovely area. It's a little bit more chilled, perhaps, than some of the other areas of Goodwood. People out here on deck chairs. The weather, mercifully, is holding off for the time being, despite the very black clouds over there. And the final thing I'm going to get to do is a chance to get on the track. And we have been listening to the cars go up the hill. It's been another childhood ambition, along with digging, is getting on the track. So, hello, everyone. I thought I'm going to interrupt, if that's okay, and get on the car. I don't know if this is going to work, and I really hope I don't break it. Here we go. Oh, it's quite hard. Anyway, I will be down here at the Thacombe family area for the foreseeable. Thank you, everyone. I'm gonna win. Hello. Quick, hurry up.
Matt Baker finding absolutely everything and anything there is to do around this magnificent Goodwood estate here for the 31st Goodwood Festival of Speed. Now, we do have more cars coming at you and bikes as well, thick and fast, to round out the day. First glance, road bikes and cars, the latest on the market that you can buy and coming onto the market soon, including some prototype models as well. And we'll be finishing off the day with some supercar action up the hill. So still plenty to whet the appetite. My name's Harry Benjamin, James Hayden alongside me, along with Harry Metcalf. We've let Ben Edwards and Alice Powell go after their mammoth stint. James, I mean, should we just reflect a little on what we've seen so far at Goodwood? Another brilliant weekend of action.
Yeah, fantastic. I mean, we've been lucky enough to be graced with some of the finest motorcycles racers from the last sort of 40-50 years, which has been incredible. You know, the likes of Giacomo Agostini, McDoohan, Kenny Roberts, Randy Mamola, Freddie Spencer, just to name but a few, Kenny Roberts Jr. So it's been wonderful, and alongside that we've just seen some of the most amazing motorcycles, from early BMWs to Gileras to MV Augustas, you know, the top factory Hondas, to the very latest, you know, Stefan Bradl on the latest the latest Honda MotoGP bike. So it's been brilliant to see, and we can see the last run of bikes just lining up down there on the start line now.
And brilliant to celebrate, of course, Michael Dunlop and all of his achievements at the Isle of Man TT.
Well, this is the other thing. I mean, Michael Dunlop, he has just been superb. 29 TT wins, you know, a record that many thought would never be broken. And to see him on the balcony, it was such a huge crowd underneath, you know, with his grace. It was just wonderful to see, and it's just really brilliant also for road racing and the TT to be recognised, and you know, in that way was, I just thought, tremendous. So absolutely brilliant.
It really is. We're just getting ready for this first glance batch lining up on the start line. I think we're going to dive straight into it then. Up the hill we go, and we're kicking off with the two wheels.
We certainly are, and so we're starting off, we've got, this looks like the Norton Commando 961 LE, which it is. So this is based on a Norton Commando 961 CR, but this is a limited edition one to actually celebrate their 125th anniversary. It pays homage, you know, to their rich history, that sort of classic colours, and you know, also a hint back to some of the Norton rotary racing bikes of yesteryear. And now we're looking at this very futuristic. It's actually a Royal Enfield. It's Easy's ride from the film The Kitchen, which is was one of the top 10 Netflix films, and it was done by Royal Enfield's in-house industrial design team, both in India and in the UK, and it took sort of sci-fi references, about sort of brutalistic design and street fashion. And now you can see this was actually designed in partnership with Top Gear magazine's editor Rowan Hallcastle. Once again, it's a Royal Enfield 650, but it's got this sort of kind of 70s endurance racer look about it. The paint job is inspired by Alexander Counder's 1975 Fiat CSL Le Mans car, and it's got the full pannier setup as well, so you can get going. And now we're seeing, this is a Grace Webb, one of our team, and she's on the Triumph Thruxton final edition. So, I mean, wonderful to see her.
Absolutely, and she's been talking about this all afternoon. Grace Webb on the start line, the presenter who was from a family of petrol heads, really. Granddaughter of Donington Park's race circuit founder Tom Wheatcroft. She knows very much bikes. She knows how to ride them. She knows how to talk about them. She's got her very own Aprilia at home. But this machine, something a little different for Grace Webb, as she's just waiting for the all clear on the start line before she gets set to go. This the Triumph, as you said, James, the Thruxton final edition that she has been very happily trusted to take for the final run up the hill.
Yeah, that's great stuff, and she's not hanging about. It's lovely to see. So this is, as we say, so it's the final edition of this model, the Triumph Thruxton, and this has been in production for 19 years. And this is quite a special little run-out model. Nice little style there, Grace. I'm liking it. The knee coming out as well. Yeah, it's a 1200cc twin engine. Basically, it's got that sort of very traditional styling. It's named after the Thruxton because Triumph won the first ever Thruxton 500 race back in 1958. It's got that sort of lovely sort of British racing green, hand piped in gold, and each one comes with a certificate of authenticity. With the bike's unique VIN number, and it also comes with a little plaque all signed by the production team who helped develop and make the bike, and also the Triumph CEO Nick Blore. And Grace is hustling it up through the walls there and doing a nice job. It's also got some sort of trick parts on it as well. It's got some nice forks, Brembo brakes, those lovely sort of Olin's twin shocks. So it's got some nice parts that make it a really nice one-out model of what has been a very successful bike for Triumph over these last years.
Certainly has, to the finish line for Grace Webb. Sees the checkered flag on the Triumph Thruxton final edition as we celebrate the very latest road bikes on offer, and she's happy with that one.
Quite right, so she should be.
Now back to some of the four-wheel action, and we're kicking off with the SUV of supercars. It's the Aston Martin DBX 707, and Harry Metcalf has rejoined us for this one.
So this is their new 707 DBX. There was an earlier one, but this has got a revamped interior, which you can't see from this shot, but it has really brought it right up to date inside. And they've actually dropped the entry-level DBX of 542 horsepower. That wasn't enough horsepower. You can only get the 707 horsepower version you see here, and it's quite a rapid machine. What got me when I first drove this DBX, it's actually quite a practical car. There's quite a lot of space in the back, and you're sort of looking at the boot space, and then you take it for a drive, and then you give it some beans, and it's a proper performance car. What I particularly like when you drive it, it has a rear bias chassis, and every now and then you just notice you just edge into oversteer with it naturally. It's four-wheel drive, obviously, but it has a real rear bias to how it sets up, and you set it through corners. Great machine.
It really is a great machine. You can see the smile on the passenger's face as well, being driven by David Hardesty. This is the Aston Martin Lagonda DBX 707. A huge range of Aston Martins on offer this weekend. And a couple of new offerings from Bentley. And heading up is the Bentley Continental GTC.
And just as I was saying, rear bias to handling, you'll notice on this Bentley, that is kicking out as well. Bentley's always slightly nose heavy just by their chassis design. Now they've gone hybrid. It gives them the option to place the battery right at the back, and you've now got a rear bias weight distribution on Continental GTC and GT, as you see here, and it just makes it more sporty. They're all worried that the extra weight might slow it down. Well, they gave it 770 horsepower, that sorted that out. But it's just the balance through the corners. They are a big surprise, these new hybrid versions of the car, some of our favourite cars. And as I said yesterday, it's a guilty pleasure that Continental GT journalists think we won't like it, but it is a proper GT, multiple use and a beautiful interior.
And expertly driven up the hill, that new fourth generation Continental GT. BMW also here this weekend too, offering lots of their new levels. This, the M4CS.
Yes, super popular model, the M4. You have the M3, that's the four-door version. M4 means it's the two-door coupe. CS means it's competition, it's lightweight, and they're giving it an extra bit of horsepower, 550 horsepower. As I love those sort of daylight lights which are glow yellow, just to hark back to the French lights. Very nice stylish touch on it. And 550 horsepower for its straight six twin turbo engine. BMW are really playing all the cars. Everyone's not quite sure which way to go, but I love in division I'm still doing these sort of cars. Lightweight, carbon roof, titanium exhaust, and flying up the hill.
Certainly is. That M model from BMW really becoming quite iconic in their range. And now we're really seeing an influx from the Chinese market over in Europe and here in the UK. This is the Yangwang U8, the prestige brand of BYD.
Indeed. And what could that styling ape? It's hard to see. When at first glance, you might mistake for something else, but no, this is their new offering coming. It's not in the UK yet. It's still potentially coming in, and super quick, all electric. And this one is another one that can do the tank turn as it's termed. So with all four motors, it can spin on the spot. I've seen it do it in the Goodwood circuit paddock. Quite a remarkable sight. Lots of space on it. We're not sure when it will come to the UK, but keep your eye out for this one.
Well, it's certainly striking as it heads up the hill. This brand only launched a year ago in China, and can last a while if it ends up in the water as well. And continuing on with the Chinese brands, this from Hongyi, this is the EH-S7 that is making its way up the hill at the moment, and this electric luxury SUV, Hongyi, a brand from China, actually one of the oldest Chinese passenger car brands, having been launched back in 1958.
Yeah, 3 versions on show today they've brought along, and they range in horsepower and battery size, and they sort of pride themselves on having the best range of all. The top one, they claim, does 435 miles on a single charge, which is pretty good going. And the quick one, it's over 600 horsepower, 0 to 62 in 3.5 seconds. And you can take the whole family in it and do your 3.5 seconds. It would be quite terrifying.
Well, originally Hongyi models were only actually built for, made for high-ranking government officials in China. The company actually ceased production back in 1981 and then were revived in the mid-1990s, and now very much trying to fight with the established electric and luxury brands that's very much here in the UK and Europe. This is now their other offering, the EH-7, that is making its way around at the moment.
Yeah, that one's rear drive and a slightly smaller battery, but still super efficient.
Certainly is. And 0 to 100 kilometers an hour acceleration in 3.9 seconds. Lotus are here as well, and there is a Lotus just on the start line now, and that is the Evija.
It is the Evija. There's 2 versions here. I'm just seeing if they're going to flash up a number, which one it is. Yeah, it's the Evija R. So we have over 900 horsepower from this example. Wow. Active airing, you see the ringers popped up, try and keep it stick to the road. Lotus completely reinventing themselves at the moment. You know, step back a few years and it was Elise and Evora and not a lot else. Now look what's happened with Lotus. We have the Electra, we had that super 2,000 horsepower electric supercar earlier, and now the Evija. Now this is doing battle with Porsche. This is the take-on rival, and it's slightly lower price, loads of performance from it, just about to come on the market now.
Yes, the Evija R, the Evija S, the other model. This is 0 to 62 in 2.78 seconds. Max speed 159 miles per hour. That active aero, as you mentioned, Harry, in action. Very much a motorsport inspired grille, damn diffuser and rear wing too, as it's caught up with the Grenadier Quartermaster in front of it.
A slightly unfair match, I would suggest, on the hill. Had they introduced a bit of mud and a bit of off-road, I think it wouldn't have kept up. But yeah, good show.
Very good indeed, across the line. Now it's also a celebration this weekend. Indeed, outside of the house, the sculpture celebrating all things MG, 100 years of the heritage brand, and they are here with pretty much their full fleet and what they would like to showcase going forward in the future. And this is the MG HS. This is getting its global debut as MG's SUV.
Yeah, and priced really well. They're saying this might start from £35,000. It does look higher value than that when you look at it. And yet, you know, it offers all the space. So MG are really on the roll. The variation of cars we've seen from at this event, I think, is one of the highlights. And look who he's got driving this car.
Richard Atwood, who knows a thing or two, and he is at the wheel of another of the Chinese brands that we are seeing more and more. This is the JQ7, the brand's first plug-in hybrid. Promises a range of 740 miles. That's with a full tank and a full battery charge.
I think there's 2 versions here, because I've spoke to Richard Atwood and he was saying there's one here that is pure petrol only, another one's a hybrid, and I can't tell them apart. You cannot tell the way they look, and you see them going up the hill. Very stylish vehicle. I think we've got a lot of Chinese cars here. We've got to remember that Goodwood Festival Speed is also a motor show, and that's why we're getting to see all these cars here.
Certainly is. Now Polestar are having a really exciting moment at the moment. For years, having only really just had one offering in their range. Well, it wasn't really a range, but now they are here with the 3, the 4, the 6 prototype, the Roadster from Polestar.
Isn't it great to see Polestar and the variation, all these models coming through them? We thought they were just going to be an SUV type of car in various sizes, but no, they've got coupes and now they've got this roadster here. Really like the look of this one. Way back when, I actually tested a Tesla Roadster and thought I'd buy one because I just enjoyed the experience of silence and moving through the air and coming stop, and you just heard other things. So I do like these Roadster electric cars. They offer something completely different, and I think they're very appealing. And this one's beautiful style.
It certainly is. This expected in 2026, two-door convertible, 0 to 100 kilometres an hour in just over 3 seconds, a top speed of 155 miles per hour with over a 370-mile range out of a dual-motor powertrain. That's the Polestar 6 concept.
Oh my goodness, here we go. We've got the local boys here. We've got the Rolls-Royce Cullinan that's just had a revamp, slightly different design at the front, still all the space inside, still the same performance, flying up the hill. Rolls-Royce put out for their top race drivers to drive their cars up the hill, and I think it's just fantastic to see these things, not just cruising around, full-on attack on the hill.
Yeah, this is Matthew Wishart driving the Rolls-Royce Black Badge Cullinan Series 2. That front and rear of the car comprehensively reimagined, from that iconic grille to the striking new exhaust finishes. Bold, distinctive from Rolls-Royce.
He's not in chauffeur mode here, is he? He's in James Bond mode, I think.
This is the thing, often a lot of people associate a Rolls-Royce with something to be driven in. This is very much something you can drive yourself and get a huge amount of enjoyment out of it as well.
Across the line. Well, we actually saw the Rolls-Royce Spectre do an amazing time up the hill in the shootout. Perhaps they should have included a Cullinan as well.
Yes. So I think we saw a Cullinan as well, acting as one of the recovery vehicles earlier too. So versatile machines, those Rolls-Royces. The Toyota GR Supra. This, again, another fantastic work from the GR side of Toyota.
Yeah, who'd have thought we'd see the Supra coming back? Great to see. Toyota just love the GR brand, and they've got a chairman at Toyota, Kia Toyota, who just loves performance cars, rally cars, performance. It's not all about Prius, it's not all about electric, and so they are generating more GR models in their range. They feel that the performance car is getting overlooked. Amazing that a company like Toyota are doing that to bring us the performance cars that you all remember. Supra was a terrific car, and they're priced well, they're affordable, they're not crazy money. Great performance, very usable. I can see it being very popular.
That 3-litre turbocharged 6-cylinder engine screaming over the finish line. And from the GR Supra, we go to something very different when it comes to style.
We're at the Koenigsegg now, so we're actually in the supercars here. Jesco Attack, so this is just mad. This is 1600 horsepower out of this one. There's two versions here. Jesco was Christian Koenigsegg's father, that's where the names comes from. And it's at 1600 horsepower on E85 fuel. We saw it on the shootout as well, with I think a 51-second time or something like that. There's two here. Whether it's behind it, there's an Absolute as well, which is even slipperier, and they're hoping to get a top speed run out of it of 330 miles an hour. This one is slightly slower at 310 miles an hour, but that's still flipping quick, and that'd be pretty a scary ride at that sort of speed.
Yeah, they've got two Jescos here, as you say, the Attack and the Absolute. This, the Attack, as it comes over the line, popping and banging. There it is, sounding absolutely magnificent.
Yeah, supercharged V8 engine in it. What have we got next? Oh, it looks like the Lotus, if that's coming next.
Yes, just waiting for a couple of more cars. Of course, that Koenigsegg was actually scheduled to be in the Supercars batch, which does follow this. So we'll try and keep you up to date with how the final batch of the day will be unfolding. You can see some supercars lining up in the back, but before that they are the course cars that are coming out ahead. The BMW, the Bentley and the Rolls-Royce all lining up to head up the hill. So I believe we are combining batches. So we are going straight into the supercars once the course cars have made their way up the hill. And I've asked you this, Harry, over the weekend so far.
Yes.
What defines a supercar for you?
Oh, just excitement, just styling, just wow. The fact that you park it up and then you turn around and you go and look at it again, that is what a supercar must do. The poster edition, that's what a supercar is.
Absolutely. And fantastic diversity and array to come at you. The supercars on their way to round out the day's running.
I have to say the course cars are almost a supercar run on their own, aren't they?
Yes, they really are. A brilliant offering. I mean, we saw the Rolls-Royce Cullinan. I think it was towing the Glickenhaus earlier from the shootout. And just to see it in that capacity.
Perfect tow car. And it's lovely.
Well, let's have a look back at then batch 5. First glances and road bikes as well. And we saw the Continental GT and the Continental GTC as well with that beautiful racing green making its way round the hill climb and up the hill.
It was the coupe version there, then we saw this Wang U8. I still wish it had done its 360, but we didn't see it, we just saw it in action up the hill. Are those all of their lights up the top? It does remind me of a certain car, I can't think what it is though.
They're certainly turning heads, as is the Honda Type R. Lovely road runabout here with that high performance power as well from Honda.
They've been around forever. I do love the Honda Type Rs. They're still doing the Civic Type R. It was the entry level, and that one 327 horsepower from 2 litres.
And the Lotus Amea showcasing a new birth for Lotus and their future in their offering. I look back then at some of the first glances.
It was an icon of its era, a ruler on the racetrack. It was every stuntman's stunt car of choice. A legend of its time. But you know what they say. Legends never die. They're not just reborn, they're rewired. The legend is back.
Broadband are changing the game.
We live in a society where 47% of UK gamers are women.
Yet they only make up 5% of esports pros.
This needs to change. 2 tournaments, 1 final. They're UK's first of its kind, with pro contracts and sky full fibre on the line.
We're on the lookout for women on their path to pro.
Join us and compete in Races E-Series,
Soccer E-Series,
all leading to secure a place at the Women's Esports Finals.
Sky Broadband
is built to power the pros.
Well, what a absolutely brilliant weekend it has been here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. We're gearing up for one final run up the hill. We'll be seeing a whole wide variety of supercars to close out this fantastic event once again. And brilliant that the weather has really shown up for us today. We hope you have enjoyed today so far. If you are here out and about, or indeed watching around the world on our online streams, it's an absolute pleasure for all of us to share in this fantastic passion and hobby. Harry Benjamin and Harry Metcalf with you up in the commentary box as we gear up for the Supercars run. Just waiting for the first glance cars to head back down the hill and back to their paddock. Harry, you've been a staunch attender of Goodwood over the years. What is it about this weekend that has particularly enthused you?
Well, for me, we haven't actually seen on the hill, but seeing Red Bull out in force, and then Adrian Newey launching his RM17 track-only car, unfortunately, but I quite understand. What an extraordinary achievement that is. And he turned up to it in his Aston Martin Valkyrie so to launch it. But I did love seeing that. I love seeing the action on the hill. And we've just watched the shootout, which was pretty spectacular as well.
Yeah, the shootout was absolutely enthralling. And indeed, I think my highlight so far has to be that Red Bull celebration. 20 years of Red Bull racing from those humble beginnings when they took over from the Jaguar Formula One team to the dominant force, the disruptor they are now in Formula One. But the day is not yet done yet, and we do have some supercars coming your way. What is it about a supercar that excites you so much, Harry?
Well, it's just the emotion. It's when you are lucky enough to drive one and experience it, and then it's when it all goes. For me, it's out in the open on the most fantastic road. Unfortunately, they seem to be very popular in central London. I do not understand that scene at all. I use them for escapism, to attack a road, to enjoy that sound. Think of those engineers who put all this effort into this car just to give me, the driver, the ultimate experience.
Was there a first supercar for you that just totally changed the game?
For me, it was the Countach. I saw that as a kid, and what I think, when you're my age, you didn't have Google, you didn't have YouTube. To actually see a supercar on the street was just, everything stopped. You just had to go and look at it. You never saw them. They only sold a handful of them in the UK back then. Countach, probably 10 a year, if that. So you just never saw them.
No, well, we're going to be seeing an absolute fleet of them shortly. Just seeing some of the variety of cars that are heading down the hill. One of the Mini Coopers making its way down. Both Mini Coopers actually making their way down, followed by the Alpine A110R. Alpine coming on strong at the moment, because following that is the new Alpine that's very much based on that Renault 5 of old.
Yeah, I like the look of that. I like the way they're also reinventing the range, and with Alpine is here to stay with a number of range, and they're appealing to the Goodwood Festival Speed customer with these exciting cars, and that one pure electric, to do battle with our very own Mini Cooper works. It'd be very interesting to see those two compete together.
Ford Capri as well coming back into the fray.
Yes.
What are your thoughts on that?
I'm not quite sure. I mean, we don't buy the coupe versions that the Capri was now in the numbers that we did. This is the type of car we're buying, but it's a slimmer, lower, sleeker car. Quite how it connects with Capri, I'm not sure, but it's a great name. Ford, they've just set the fastest time at the hill again, doing all sorts of things, going back to Dakar. So I don't mind. I just like that they're still looking at those performance cars that we all love.
Getting those all-important videos captured in what has been an absolutely brilliant weekend so far here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed on this fantastic Goodwood estate. Of course, we've been celebrating our main theme from horses to hybrid, revolutions in power. We've been celebrating 130 years since the world's first motor race with the Paris to Rouen trial of 1894. Vehicles powered by everything here from steam, petrol, electric, gravity, compressed air, hydraulics, and reflecting the fact that in the early years of the horseless carriage, there was no consensus as to the best power source. And you know what? It's almost quite relatable to what we're experiencing now. We have this whole boom of electric being the future, but we've seen the Toyota GR Hydrogen in action. Where does the future lie for our road cars?
Well, that's the big question, and we're not quite sure. And I had an interview with one of the Porsche engineers who's doing their e-fuels made out in Chile. Every Porsche you've seen on the hill, competing on the hill, is running on e-fuel this weekend. And all their Supercar race is all from e-fuel. So there is this alternative, and we've seen the hydrogen, as you say, from Toyota. And also, I was talking to Lord Bamford earlier with his JCB range. He sees that's the answer for his machines. Electric definitely has a place, though. And I'm a big fan of the hybrid engines we're seeing now, because they combine both what we know are known technology, but you will be amazed how many miles you'll do on pure electric with a modern hybrid.
Yeah, well, the Goodwood Festival of Speed has long championed emerging technologies like that. You think back to 2023, Sebastian Vettel was here, drove Nigel Mansell's Williams FW14B and Senna's McLaren MP48 on sustainable fuel with his Race Without Trace program.
All my cars at home have all been run on sustainable fuel for a year now. I use Corrington 80 fuel from everything from my McLaren to the Countach to the Lotus Elan, all on sustainable fuel. Just to see, I mean, it's more expensive per litre, but I just felt I wanted to know what the future, if there were any hiccups along the way. It's a very non-story almost. It just performs like super unleaded.
Yeah, no deficit at all then. And it's interesting that, well, the Goodwood Revival coming up later on in the year. We hope to all see you back for that. That will run entirely on sustainable fuel as we get our first car lining up on the start line.
We have to be really quick on this one because this just flies up the hill.
Yeah, blink and you'll miss it. On the start line now is the McMurtry Spierling Pure. This is the track-only evolution of the McMurtry that took the lap record up the hill climb 2 years ago. This is the upgraded version with that fan at the back generating over 2,000 kilograms of downforce, 190 mile per hour top speed, Max Chilton at the wheel.
We saw this last night. They're desperate to get me behind the wheel of this thing. I just know. It's a track-only car, 1,000 kilos, 1,000 horsepower, and generates 2 tons of downforce. I heard him yesterday say, what happens if he had a spin? Well, they did have a spin last night, and it basically spins on the spot because it's glued to the surface, so you don't fly into the team. It almost spins. If you does lose grip, it stays stuck to the ground because the fan is still operating, and it's at the top of the hill.
Just like that, it's all over. That McMurtry, better cooling, downforce on demand, enhanced powertrain, lighter chassis, rear wheel as well. It is absolutely phenomenal.
If you've not seen this Rolls-Royce Spectre on the hill, please look at the hill, look at the big screen now. You will never see a Rolls-Royce like this going up the hill. Just delivered. It was in the shootout, did an incredible time. You'll hear it squealing all the way to the top.
Yeah, this is the world's first ultra-luxury electric super coupe from Rolls-Royce. It really shows that you don't have to have a Rolls-Royce with a V12 at the front of it for it to still be an absolutely magnificent piece of machinery.
I loved it. I had it for about a week, and it was one of my favourite electric cars I've ever driven. It just enhanced the experience, so quiet, so cruising, and then it does that.
Aston Martin here with a full fleet, like the Vantage Coupe, the Velour, the Valiant, and the DB12 Milan is just set off from the start line. But this one is that Vantage Coupe.
This is the new one. It's quite an exciting car. They really wound the wick up, 640 horsepower this one, obviously rear drive, and it's a big change for them. The entry point now has moved up to about £168,000, I think, the entry point with this model, but it is beautiful. And they'll be going racing with this car. Just look at it in this sun. It looks fantastic.
And that brilliant racing green as well. 202 mile per hour top speed. And you'll hear it before you see it with this one.
Yeah, the Ryder. this one is made track only. They threw away the turbos, they gave the engine a Cosworth, they made it rev to 9.5, and they just made it sing. Anywhere trackside, this is a wire art. This is not an F1 car going up the hill. And this owner, he has it for his own use, and he heard it, and he just said, I've just got to own that car. And here he is, demonstrating his very own car.
Andrea Mondomini behind the wheel. This is the most extreme Pagani hypercar ever made. Naturally aspirated V12 engine, 850 horsepower, just over 1,000 kilograms. Only 30 of these in the world. And it'll cost you around about 2.6 million euros for the pleasure.
But I think it's for our pleasure as well, and you just hear that go up. There's nothing like it. Yeah, that's a very exciting car.
Fantastic from Pagani here. They've got the Wyra and the Utopia here too. Ferrari with a huge offering. This is the Ferrari Daytona SP3, of course, paying homage to that 1967 Daytona 24-hour race where there were 3 Ferraris in the top 3.
Yeah, a very special car. You have to be invited to buy one of these. They're based on the Ferrari 812 Superfast. He's now, I see, he's taken the roof off. The poor guy, he's had the roof on the last couple of days, but today the weather's perfect and the roof is open, so you get the full force, the full sound. Glorious sound, glorious design. Just, I love that Ferrari are doing these. I think we'll look back on these as very special moments in Ferrari's history, because these aren't regular road cars. These are designed purely for the style, to celebrate their V12 engines.
You ask anybody to pick out a supercar, pick out a race car, and they'll most likely say Ferrari or the red one, and that is doing just that. Now, this is proving to be a little bit of a disruptor. Again, the Chinese market really emerging here in Europe and the UK. This is the Yangwang U9. This is BYD's luxury brand with their supercar entry.
Yeah, and big numbers. 1,287 horsepower, 2,475 kilos, but with that amount of horsepower, that will soon get rid of that. Isn't it interesting that with just the breadth of cars we're seeing from China, and this is right at one end of it, this supercar taking on the establishment, a very nicely designed car, big wing on it. Shame we didn't see it in the shootout. I would have liked to have seen that in the shootout.
Yes, no, not quite making its way up there, but very steadily making its way past the flip wall. 960 kilowatt power up to 450 kilometre range, and actually it's going a bit slowly that the McLaren has to really slow up behind.
The McLaren P1, yeah, spent a lot of time with those, love that. That is now in track mode, you can tell from the wing, and then that's the McLaren GTS going up the hill. This, believe it or not, is the entry point now at McLaren. This is where the range starts. It's kicking up quite a lot of dust go straight from Auckland, but not quite as much as that Mustang GTD. I think we've broken away from the McLarens. We're firmly with the Mustang GTD. So this is Ford's Mustang GT3 racer turned into this crazed car, limited run car for collectors or people who really want to spend on track. Over 800 horsepower from this thing, supercharged V8 in the front, transaxle gearbox in the back, carbon brakes, super lightweight carbon fibre bodywork, and just look at the look of that thing. What an angry Mustang that is.
Yeah, this is very much a Mustang designed to take on the best in the world and try and beat them. Global dynamic debut of this all-new Mustang GTD supercar takes its inspiration from the Mustang GT3 race car, but doesn't need to follow any of the rules that GT3 racing requires that to follow. This is Ford's engineers and designers unleashed for the ultimate Mustang.
Yeah, proper skunkworks car. If you fancy one, go down to your Ford dealer now, but I'll just warn you, it's £315,000.
Just pocket change then, isn't it? This, though, from Lamborghini. This is the Huracan Evo Spider making its way up the hill.
And the Evo bit means it is two-wheel drive, so rear drive with this from this fabulous V10 in various iterations. We've seen a number of Huracans go up the hill. Look at them, listen to them. This is the last year of the Huracan. This V10 engine moves to a twin-turbo V8 next year. Super high revving, 9,000 RPM. But this V12 has been singing and just wonderful Lamborghini. For the entry-level Lamborghini, never felt like that at all. And yeah, a very emotional, very loud, very typical Lamborghini, from style to sound to performance.
Yeah, an output of 640 brake horsepower, 0 to 60 mile per hour in 3.1 seconds. That Lamborghini. And now this.
Yeah, we haven't seen this much on screen, actually. This is a very clever. This is an Alpine A110 that Zagato, in conjunction with La Squadra, a Polish supercar company, have done this twin tail, as it's termed, because you can have it in a long tail form or a short tail form. And by that, I mean the rear section of the bodywork that looks extended. This is it in its long tail form. If you want it short tail and then it's road legal, you take that, you unclip the long tail, and then you can drive around in the streets. All carbon body. Unfortunately, it's 650,000 euros. They're going to build 19 of them, and they've already sold 10, they were telling me.
And he's got the Porsche right up behind him as well.
Yeah, Porsche 918. Now we've got, the Bugatti Mistral. So this roadster that Bugatti kept telling us they'd never do a convertible version of the Chiron. And then right at the end, here it is. They did one. And it's quite hard to do structurally because the body was such an integral part of the Bugatti Chiron and the crazy high speeds. Yeah, you can see the air brake going up as he's braking down that wing right in attack mode in there as he comes into the corner. It's a limited speed once you put the soft top on. It's not a full convertible. They did one with a glass roof, but yeah, 1600 horsepower Bugatti flying past.
Yeah, that Bugatti Mistral, really a swan song for Bugatti's incredible 8-litre quad-turbo W16 engine. Now, this is the Rimac Nevera from Rimac. A limited edition masterpiece is what they call it.
Yes, we've seen this, another 2,000 horsepower four-wheel drive electric motor. This is a special edition with that copper paint on it, and it's amazing that Rimac now own Bugatti. So it's a very interesting company. We all thought the Turboline that was launched a few weeks ago, the Chiron replacement, would go all electric, but no, they didn't. They went to a V16 engine, and this Rimac carries on with the pure electric sports car.
Yeah, Rimac making that high performance car for the electric era. As setting off the line, this is 635 in your
Koenigsegg,
programme.
yeah, CC 850. This one. This is a hark back to where Christian started off. This looks like the earlier Koenigsegg's he produced, but he hasn't shorn it of horsepower. 1,385 horsepower and an all-up curb weight of 1,385 kilos. So this is 1 horsepower per kilo. Imagine that. If you've got a 2-ton road car, it would have 2,000 horsepower. That's the power to weight ratio of this crazy car. He's taken the roof off from this one as well. And I've always liked that actually clips under the front bonnet. If you open that front bonnet, that's where the roof panel is. They've always been this convertible thing. Super clean design. I really like to see him doing these sort of models.
I love the story behind this as well, though. 50 units made for the 50th birthday of Christian Koenigsegg, the founder, and then the demand was so high, they made 20 more.
Oh, wow. Finally, I've seen this on screen. I haven't seen this this weekend so far. T50S Nicky Lauda edition. So this is the track-only version of the T50. That's why it makes so much sound. A little extra horsepower, a little bit higher revs, 12,000 RPM. That V12 Cosworth engine is singing out at the moment. More downforce, as you can see from that rear wing. And a soundtrack. Oh, my goodness. We've got these supercars with these normally aspirated V12, V10 engines just sounding like F1 cars. We are particularly spoiled. Very fitting tribute to Nicky Lauda.
And Dario Franchitti having the honour of driving this up the hill throughout the weekend with that adjustable aero, the rear-mounted delta wing inspired by that 1983 Brabham BT52 fan car from Gordon Murray.
Yeah, £3 million they are, and I think they all sold very quickly.
I bet they do.
And the central driving position, as you saw there.
Yeah, as Dario Franchitti, the 3-time IndyCar champion, sets off past the checkered flag, and we can all take a breather because that was a magnificent symphony of supercar.
Peaceful, suddenly. Yes, we have the course cars now flying up the hill. That might be the end of the run, by the look of things.
I think it might be. Once you see the course cars, that tends to give you the sign. But what a magnificent batch of supercars we've seen. We didn't quite get to see the 499p Modificata from Ferrari, which you've got a few glimpses of so far this weekend, which has always been an absolute delight. That's the de-restricted version of the World Endurance Championship hypercar from Ferrari that they offer to their Corsa Clienti customers at a very high price, but you get a lot of Ferrari out of that as well. And of course that car, the 499p, now a 2-time Le Mans winning car, making superb actions. Well, that just about brings us to the end of the running here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. My thanks to Harry Metcalf, and indeed to everybody who has been up in the commentary box, and we hope you have enjoyed all of the coverage so far, whether you're watching around the world or indeed here at the track. But what a weekend of celebrations here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, Rachel.
Indeed, Harry, my thanks to you as well and the entire team who've brought you the Festival of Speed this weekend. But also my thanks to all of you, to everybody who's turned up here today and everybody who's been watching online. And I will leave the very last word to the winner of the shootout of the Festival of Speed 2024 here behind me. It's been a fantastic 4 days. We will see you next year. Bye-bye.